In the East Sea Windmill Village, a small tavern bustled with pirates drinking and carousing. At the bar, a red-haired man in a straw hat stood out along with two children. One of the children was Lu Chun. His full name was Monkey D. Lu Chun. In truth, he was not from this world. He had crossed over, fallen into the sea, and was rescued by Garp. After learning that this was the world of One Piece, Lu Chun decided to latch onto a powerful figure and became Garp's grandson. Sitting next to him was naturally also Garp's grandson Monkey D. Luffy. However, Lu Chun's attention was drawn to the pirates present, the four emperors red-haired Shanks, and his crew Beckman Crocus and others. Although he had long known that Shanks was approachable, experiencing it in person was still astonishing. To survive in the world of One Piece, Lu Chun would rely on the system he had awakened earlier. Host Lu Chun level F skills swordsmanship, E cooking, G talent skill simplification. By consuming energy points to simplify skills, energy 0 through the talent of skill simplification, Lu Chun had already successfully simplified his swordsmanship. Ding skill simplification, successful swordsmanship, sword swing. This was how he trained his swordsmanship to a rank. At that moment, Luffy suddenly spoke up, "Next time you go out to sea, take me along, okay? Shanks, I want to become a pirate too." Huh. Hearing this, Shanks laughed heartily. "A kid like you can become a pirate. Why not? My fists are as strong as a pistol." Luffy thrust out his fist, arguing his case. "Is that so?" Shanks asked with interest. Luffy opened his mouth wide, unwilling to back down. "What kind of tone is that?" "Simply put, Luffy, you're still too small." "Yeah, he's the same age as my kid," several crew members explained. But Luffy still bared his teeth, looking defiant. "I'm not a brat. I'm already grown up. Alright, don't be angry. Here, have some juice." Shanks handed over a glass of juice. "Thanks." Luffy saw the juice, took a sip, and looked very satisfied. "Haha, see. Still a little kid." Shanks laughed while tapping the bar. Luffy immediately cursed angrily, "You're so mean, Shanks." "Huh." The scene caused a burst of laughter among the crew. Luffy grew angrier. "Stop laughing. What the heck? Stingy Shanks." Then Shanks handed another drink to Lu Chun. "Lu Chun, here. In a few years you can drink alcohol." Lu Chun was a few years older than Luffy. "Thanks." He took the drink and had a sip. It tasted pure, but not very good. Without artificial additives, the flavor was just a bit lacking. "Brother Lu Chun, what do you want to do in the future?" Luffy asked while drinking. Seeming happy to have someone drink with him, Lu Chun joked, "A marine, specifically to catch pirates like you." "Oomph. I'm not afraid of you. I'm going to be the king of the pirates." Luffy stood on a stool, hands on his hips. "Huh." Everyone burst into laughter again. Suddenly a loud crash came from the door. Boom. Half the door was kicked off, landing right in front of Lu Chun and the others. The tavern fell silent instantly. Everyone stared at the entrance. So these are the so-called pirates, all wearing stupid blank expressions. A tall man with a black top knot, a long sword at his waist, walked in. Behind him followed 4 or 5 mountain bandits. Lu Chun's eyes flickered. He recognized the man instantly. Higoma, leader of the Higoma bandits, one of the few men who ever bullied a Yonko. Character Higoma level E skills, swordsmanship, D fist arts F. The moment he saw him, Lu Chun heard the system's notification in his ear. "Ding, congratulations, host mission triggered, defeat Higoma. Reward energy points 2, quick blade 1. It seemed that no matter what he would have to defeat Higoma here. At that moment, Lu Chun's gaze towards Higoma grew resolute. Seeing this, the tavern owner Makino stepped forward with a smile. "Welcome. We're mountain bandits, but we're not here to cause trouble. Sell us some booze, we need about 10 barrels. Higoma urged, a hint of disdain on his lips. "Makino, sorry, we've sold out of alcohol." "That's strange. Are these pirates drinking plain water?" Higoma frowned. Higoma looked displeased. Makino quickly explained, "All the alcohol has been sold." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Higoma's eyes. Just as he was about to act, Shanks suddenly raised a bottle of alcohol and said with a smile, "Sorry about that, it seems we drank it all. My apologies. If you don't mind, take this one, it's unopened." Higoma reached out, then suddenly clenched his left hand into a fist and punched the bottle. Boom. The bottle shattered. Alcohol and glass shards scattered over Shanks. "I'm a bounty criminal of 8 million berries. One bottle isn't enough to rinse my mouth. Don't underestimate me." Higoma growled. At that moment, Shanks' eyes darkened, a flicker of killing intent flashing through them. But instantly, he returned to normal. Looking at the shattered bottle on the floor, he said calmly, "I'm really sorry, Miss Makino, the floor is wet. Do you have a rag?" Let me clean it up." Makino rushed out from behind the counter. But before she could reach him, Higoma suddenly drew his long sword and slashed at the items on the bar. Bam, bam, bam. Bottles and glasses were shattered by the blades scattering everywhere. Higoma said contemptuously, "Looks like you love sweeping so much, now you can wipe all you want. TCH, this place is boring. Let's go." A bunch of cowards. Before leaving, he didn't forget to hurl an insult. Luffy, sitting nearby, gritted his teeth so hard they creaked, staring at the backs of the mountain bandits, the drink in his hand trembling. Just as the bandits were about to walk out, a voice suddenly stopped them. "Stop!" Lu Chun stood up and shouted. "Huh?" Higoma turned around and saw it was a kid who hadn't even grown hair yet. He sneered, "Boy, are you looking for death? You broke my friend's bottle. Either pay up or apologize," Lu Chun said seriously. His words drew laughter from the bandits. "Huh? He dares to ask our chief for money. This kid must be out of his mind. Right, chief, let me teach him a lesson." Makino called out worriedly, "Lu Chun, come back." At the same time, Shanks and the others said nothing, but their eyes were fixed on Higoma and his men, ready to act. Shiga sneered repeatedly, slightly waving his hand to signal his subordinates behind him go teach this insolent brat a lesson. Yes, Captain. The subordinate revealed a sinister smile and drew his samurai sword from his waist. Lu Chen glanced at the opponent's stats and slowly drew his long blade. The moment he gripped the long blade with both hands, his eyes instantly turned resolute and an imposing aura arose. His entire being seemed to transform. Shanks behind him, seeing this, was slightly stunned. Sword momentum. This kid has already comprehended sword momentum at this stage. He might become a sword master soon. Putting on an act. But Bonnie didn't notice at all, roared angrily, and charged forward with his blade. At that moment in Lu Chen's eyes, the opponent's movements seemed to slow down twofold, allowing him to easily spot the flaws. A sidestep to evade the attack. A reverse slash, a sharp cut struck Bonnie's back. Ow! Bonnie screamed, collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed out. What? Shiga's expression changed slightly, but he still didn't take Lu Chen seriously. He strode forward. Kid, you've got some skill, but it's not enough in front of me, Mountain Bandit King Shiga. We'll see about that, Lu Chen said fearlessly. You're asking for death. Shiga roared, raising his blade and slashing at Lu Chen. Standing at 1.9 meters, Shiga was naturally taller than Lu Chen, and with the sudden slash, Lu Chen had no way to dodge. He could only block horizontally. Clang. The clashing of the two swords rang out with a crisp sound. The immense force nearly made Lu Chen fall. He gritted his teeth and barely managed to steady himself. A whole level higher, indeed, far stronger. Shiga smirked, continuously swinging his long blade at Lu Chen. Kid, you're not so tough after all. Lu Chen could only keep blocking. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly Shiga's swinging speed increased, and the fierce collision of the blades produced a continuous crisp sound. Every strike carried immense force like a sudden storm. Lu Chen was forced to retreat step by step. Suddenly Lu Chen noticed a crack appearing in his long blade, which was widening with each of Shiga's attacks. Damn it. Instantly his expression changed, and taking advantage of a gap in Shiga's assault, he rolled to quickly retreat. At the same time, Shiga's blade struck against Lu Chen's sword's edge. Clang. A crisp sound. Cut in two. Staring at the broken blade, Lu Chen smirked helplessly and cursed this cheap sword. His sword was just an ordinary one, while Shiga's was obviously better. Haha, you've lost your sword. How will you fight me now? If you kneel and beg for mercy, I might consider letting you go. Shiga laughed heartily. But Lu Chen would never beg for mercy. He held the broken blade, his pupils contracted, 1 foot forward, kicking up dust. He charged forward and slashed. Shiga frowned and subconsciously raised his blade to block. In that instant, he didn't even know if he had blocked, for he didn't hear the sound of blades meeting. The next second, a stinging pain came from his waist, and a stream of crimson blood seeped out. Shiga looked down and realized he was wounded. He raised his sword in fury. Kid, you're dead meat today. Damn. Seeing this, Lu Chen's expression changed. His blade was too short. It would be difficult to defeat Shiga, and he could only perform that attack one more time. He definitely couldn't win. Just as Shiga was about to rush over, Shanks suddenly tossed a long blade. Lu Chen catch. Good. Lu Chen's face lit up with joy. He leaped and grabbed Shanks' treasured sword. Griffin. Griffin. Supreme grade blade. He grasped the emerald green handle and drew Griffin from its sheath. Instantly the blade's light flashed, dazzling everyone else's eyes. Looking at the blade of Griffin, it was a slender long sword possessing a hardness that could withstand even magma fists and the elegance of a griffin. Then Lu Chen landed firmly, holding Griffin, his expression excited. Griffin, a supreme grade blade. As if with a single swing he could cut through everything before him. Just a foolish pirate's sword. Shiga snorted with disdain. He slashed again at Lu Chen's head, determined to kill him in one strike. Suddenly Lu Chen once again placed Griffin back at his waist, took a step forward, and assumed a drawing posture. Brother Lu Chen, Luffy shouted worriedly, rushing down from his stool. Fortunately Shanks grabbed him in time and comforted him. Don't worry, Lu Chen will be fine. Luffy looked at him suspiciously. Maybe he was wondering why someone who hadn't acted before would say such a thing. Just as the long blade was about to reach Lu Chen's head. One sword style draw slash. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold and he finally moved. His right hand drew Griffin with lightning speed and slashed swiftly. Having already grasped a hint of sword momentum with the boost from Shanks' Griffin, Lu Chen unleashed a fierce sword aura. A flash of blade light. Shiga suddenly stopped in place, completely motionless, as if frozen. At the same time, Lu Chen slowly sheathed his long blade and exhaled a long breath. Huff. Captain, are you alright? Are you okay, Captain? The bandits gathered around asking. But Shiga did not answer them. He stared straight ahead, a look of utter disbelief on his face. Then, his long blade split in two. As the broken sword fell, a spurt of blood erupted from Shiga's body, and he fell backward heavily. Captain, oh, the captain is dead. The bandits immediately scattered like a swarm. At that moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward: quick, sword 1, energy points 2. Seeing the system message, a satisfied smile formed on Lu Chen's lips. He returned Griffin to Shanks. Thanks, Shanks. Haha, it's nothing. I should be thanking you for showing me a fine swordsman. Shanks laughed heartily and continued to ask, who taught you swordsmanship? He started to speak, then stopped himself, smiling. That's a secret. I'll tell you when the time comes. Still a secret? Then I'll wait until that day. I have a friend who is also skilled in swordsmanship. Maybe I can introduce you to someday. Shanks said. Sure. Lu Chen agreed readily. He naturally knew that the friend Shanks was referring to was likely the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye, my hawk. Suddenly a crisp sound rang out. Shanks turned toward it and found Luffy eating something. Luffy, are you eating to vent your anger? Shut up, Luffy said while taking huge bites. Lu Chen glanced over and smiled faintly, thinking, so he still ate the gum fruit. The fruit was ultimately an external aid, and there were things that could counter it. Therefore one's own strength was what truly mattered. Soon Shanks sensed something amiss and widened his eyes, asking, what are you eating, Luffy? Luffy swallowed in large gulps, completely ignoring him. Then Shanks immediately stood up and pressed his at that box. Did you eat what was inside that box? Huh. Luffy looked at him in confusion, still holding half a devil fruit in his hand. Seeing this, Shanks grabbed him by the legs, turned him upside down, and shook him vigorously, trying to make him spit out the fruit he had just eaten. Spit it out. Spit it out now. Ow. Ow. What are you doing, Shanks? Luffy shouted loudly. But Shanks didn't stop, instead, he shook even harder. Suddenly Luffy's legs slipped downward, stretching out like rubber bands. His face slammed into the ground. Everyone was stunned. Shanks stopped. Luffy's legs began to retract, but his head remained on the ground. As his body shrank back, his neck stretched out long. Finally, he returned to his original form. What just happened? Luffy was bewildered. Shanks sighed helplessly and explained, you just ate the gum fruit, also known as a devil fruit. After eating it, your whole body becomes rubber, and you'll never be able to swim for the rest of your life. What? You're kidding, right? Luffy's eyes went wide as he exclaimed. Shanks, you idiot. As for Lu Chen, he just watched silently, smiling without a word, thinking this kid has been this silly since he was little, hasn't he? He looked back. Higuma, who had been lying on the ground, was nowhere to be seen. Only a trail of blood remained leading out the door. Seeing this, Lu Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Just as I thought. He's not dead. It was fine if he wasn't dead, he could still be useful. Lu Chen currently only had 2 skills, swordsmanship and cooking. To learn new skills, he needed someone to demonstrate them in front of him. Then he could use energy points to learn and simplify them. Only if Higuma survived could he provoke Shanks and his crew into action, giving Lu Chen the chance to learn new skills. Yuta as a child. Lu Chen walked out alone and heard a tender, beautiful song coming from a nearby ship. He looked up and saw a girl with delicate features, purple eyes, and hair that was half red, half white, sitting on the bow and singing. Her name was Yuta, Shanks' adopted daughter. Yuta, you sing beautifully. Lu Chen approached and complimented her. Hearing this, Yuta's pretty face flushed. She immediately stood up, hands on her hips, and said, of course, I'm the musician of the Red Hair Pirates. Lu Chen smiled without a word. It was hard to imagine that such a girl would one day destroy a country. Suddenly the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, mission triggered. Help Yuta break her demonization on Music Island. Rewards energy points 10, Supreme Grade Blade 1, Random Devil Fruit 1. Lu Chen looked at the system mission and revealed a satisfied smile. The rewards were indeed generous. It seemed he would have to visit Music Island and he would need to be very strong by then. Yuta frowned slightly and asked Lu Chen, what are you smiling about? I was just thinking, if I ever hit you, would you come after me? Lu Chen teased. Umph. Yuta snorted lightly, clenched her fists, and assumed a fighting stance. If you've got the guts, try fighting me. No, I have to go practice swordsmanship. Practice swordsmanship. Practice swordsmanship. Can't you do anything else? I can. Listen to you sing. I can hear it from where I practice. Umph. Yuta's face flushed slightly, and she turned away, ignoring him. They chatted for a while longer. Then Lu Chen returned to his dwelling and took out the fine blade the system had just rewarded him. The hilt was cyan, and the scabbard was cyan as well. He drew the blade, and a flash of light gleamed before his eyes. Excellent blade. From now on you shall be called Lingfeng. Lu Chen exclaimed with delight. This sword was far superior to his previous, ordinary one. Famous blades were divided into 3 grades: Supreme Grade Blades, 12 pieces; Great Grade Blades, 21 pieces; and Skillful Grade Blades, 50 pieces. The blade in Lu Chen's hand was merely a fine blade, a tier below the skillful grade, but it was still better than his old worn-out sword. He took Lingfeng to the open space outside his house and began swinging it to level up his swordsmanship. Ding. Swordsmanship experience 1. Ding. Swordsmanship experience 1. Ding. Swordsmanship experience. Each swing added 1 to his experience. At the same time, his understanding of swordsmanship deepened. The one-sword style draw slash he had used earlier was a skill he had comprehended when his swordsmanship reached a rank. Yuta's song continued in the distance. When he finished practicing, the sky had darkened. Lu Chen bathed, lay down on his bed to rest, and checked his stats. Host Lu Chen. Rank Frank. Skills swordsmanship, rank cooking rank. Talent skill simplification. Energy 2. With 2 energy points, he could learn 1 more skill and simplify 1 skill. Although skill simplification made gaining experience easier, it still required time. It would take at least a few more days for his swordsmanship to advance. According to the original storyline, Luffy would have provoked Higuma today, triggering a series of events. But since he had injured Higuma, he didn't know how things would develop. He was sure Higuma wouldn't give up revenge easily. Meanwhile, on a mountain not far from Windmill Village, Higuma, with a long bandage wrapped around his chest, pale-faced and eyes blazing with rage, growled, "Those foolish pirates actually have such a famous blade. And that brat has such incredible swordsmanship. Boss, your sword is broken. Why don't we go steal theirs?" One of his underlings suggested with a grin. Higuma raised an eyebrow. Good idea. Go capture that kid. With a hostage, those foolish pirates will obediently hand over the famous blade. Yes, boss. The underling nodded obsequiously and left the mountain bandits' hideout to make arrangements. Early the next morning, Lu Chun did not wake naturally, but was roused by persistent knocking on his door. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Chun, are you in there? Wake up. Recognizing Makino's voice, Lu Chun sprang up and hurried to open the door. What's wrong? Is Luffy with you? Lu Chun, Makino asked anxiously, her eyes darting around his room. He's not here. Is he missing? Lu Chun asked with feigned confusion, though inwardly he felt a flicker of delight. Luffy's disappearance likely meant he had been captured by the mountain bandits. Oh no. When I woke up this morning I found Luffy gone, and then I saw this. Makino produced a note. Taking the note, Lu Chun glanced down and read, foolish pirates bring the sword to exchange for the brat. The Higuma bandit crew. Upon reading the note, he became even more certain that Higuma had sent men to capture Luffy. His expression grew grave as he said solemnly, Makino, let's go. We must inform Shanks immediately. He's the only one who can save Luffy now. Alright, let's hurry. Thus the two of them went together to Shanks and his crew's lodging, informing them of the note and the situation. Courting death. Shanks muttered, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He beckoned to his crew behind him. Let's go. We're bringing Luffy back. Aye, Captain. Everyone fell in behind Shanks, and Lu Chun was among them. Hey Lu Chun, are you coming too? That's far too dangerous. Seeing that Lu Chun intended to join, Makino grabbed his arm. They were up against mountain bandits. Even if Lu Chun's swordsmanship was formidable, he had never seen real bloodshed. Sister Makino, don't worry. I'm a man now capable of protecting myself. And Luffy is my little brother. Lu Chun straightened his back and said earnestly. Just then Shanks spoke up. Makino, let him come. They'll make sure he's safe. Very well, be extremely careful. Makino's face was etched with worry. I will, Sister Makino. With that, everyone set off, immediately heading to the village entrance, ready to march on the Higuma bandit crew's stronghold. Walking beside Shanks, Lu Chun observed the attributes of those around him. Character: Shanks level. Skills: weapon. For all the core members of the Red Hair Pirates, the information was essentially a string of question marks. If a target exceeded the host by more than 5 major levels, the system could detect nothing at all. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Windmill Village, Higuma, his bandages in place, stood with his men holding Luffy captive, waiting for Lu Chun and the others. Luffy struggled and roared, "Let me go. Shanks will definitely come to save me. Just because of those worthless pirates. Once I get his famous blade, I'll show him how I deal with him." Higuma spat contemptuously, but Luffy remained defiant, shouting, "I won't let you talk about Shanks like that. Apologize to them." Apologize? Foolish. Higuma's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. A vivid red handprint was left on Luffy's face, and his small eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Yet he chose to endure, holding back his sobs. Heh, kid, how about this? If you admit they're worthless pirates, I'll let you go right now. Higuma sneered. Luffy bit his lip and shouted, Shanks and his crew are not worthless pirates. You're asking for it. Enraged, Higuma drew his blade and swung it toward Luffy's arm. Just as the blade was about to strike, a commanding voice rang out from behind. Stop! Lu Chun, Shanks, and his crew arrived just in time, their eyes fixed on the bandits before them. Hearing the voice, Higuma lowered his sword, his gaze fixed on the blade at Shanks' waist. He said with interest, So you've come? Hand over your sword, will you? Then he'll let this reckless brat go. All he wanted now was to get the blade quickly and then settle the score with Lu Chun and the others. But Shanks paid him no mind at all. Instead, he teased, Luffy, didn't you say your fists were as powerful as a pistol? Cut the chatter. Luffy gritted his teeth in frustration. Even at a time like this, he was still joking around. Hep. Shanks chuckled and strode forward. Seeing this, Higuma raised an eyebrow and urged, Hey, didn't you hear me? Hand over the famous blade. Shanks didn't even spare him a glance, walking forward unhurriedly. Suddenly, a bandit raised a pistol, aiming it at Shanks' head, and threatened, Take one more step, and he'll blow your brains out, you coward. It was only then that Shanks stopped, yet he still made no move to strike. He said in a low voice, Since you've drawn your gun, you'd better be prepared to stake your life on it. Lu Chun, watching from behind, kept his eyes locked on Shanks, ready to activate his system at any moment. He could only learn skills that others used. So he kept thinking to himself eagerly, Fight. Just start fighting. The bandit looked bewildered. What do you mean? I mean, this thing isn't meant for intimidation. Shanks pointed at the pistol and chuckled softly. The moment the words left his mouth, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! A puff of smoke drifted by. The bandit's head was pierced by a bullet, blood splattered, and he crumpled to the ground instantly. The one who had fired was another of Shanks' crew members, Lucky Roo. Dressed in a watermelon-patterned shirt, he held a large piece of meat, munching away contentedly. The bandits were all stunned. He struck. A sneak attack, how despicable. Ben Beckman sneered, Despicable? Did you think your opponent was a saint? The men standing before you are pirates. Aren't you afraid? I'll kill this brat. Higuma frowned slightly, pressing his blade against Luffy's neck. Shanks' expression darkened instantly as he growled, Whether you pour wine and food on my head or spit in my face, I'd probably just laugh it off. But no matter your reason, I will never allow anyone to harm my friends. Hearing this, Luffy's eyes flickered and he whispered, Shanks, But Higuma, utterly dismissive of Shanks, snarled with bloodshot eyes, "You're nothing but a pirate. Boys, kill them all. Yeah, charge. Kill them." The bandits launched their assault. At that moment, Ben Beckman stepped forward and said calmly, "They'll handle this, that's more than enough." Just as the bandits were about to rush in and Beckman was ready to act, Lu Chun heard a system prompt. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission triggered, defeat the bandit underlings. System reward energy point 1. Upon seeing the task, Lu Chun raised an eyebrow and immediately drew his blade, Ling Feng charging forward. "Uncle Beckman, I'm here to help." "Ha, good." Beckman replied with a laugh. In his eyes, Lu Chun was merely a child skilled in swordsmanship, but still in need of experience. Although Lu Chun wasn't frank, the bandit underlings before him were mostly a rank and few could match him. A few strikes of his sword were enough to bring them down. Yet Beckman's speed was far greater. His figure moved like a phantom, weaving through the countless bandits like a black dragon gliding through the waters. Not a single bandit could catch his shadow. Relying solely on his spear, he had already defeated most of the bandits present. At the same time, a notification rang out from Lu Chen's system. Ding, detected skill physical arts. Learn. No. Lu Chen decisively declined. This skill was one anyone could learn. What he wanted now was Shanks' Conqueror's Haki. Soon all the bandits were subdued. Beckman pointed his gun at the leader and sneered, "If you want to take us on, you'd better bring a warship." So strong. Luffy stood there stunned. He had never imagined Shanks and his crew were this formidable. Seeing this, Higuma panicked. He hadn't expected these cowardly pirates to be hiding their true strength and quickly begged for mercy. "Wait. I didn't mean it. I have no ill intentions. I heard your head is worth a pretty penny." Shanks chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Higuma broke into a cold sweat, gritted his teeth, and glared at Shanks and his crew, roaring, "Damn it." He hurled a black smoke bomb to the ground. Bang! The bomb exploded and a thick cloud of black smoke rose, obscuring everyone's vision. When the smoke cleared, Higuma and Luffy had vanished. "Luffy. Damn it. I was careless. Luffy was taken. What do we do, everyone?" Shanks clutched his head in shock. Rue comforted him, "Captain, don't panic. If we all search together, we'll definitely find him. I can't stand this guy." A meaningful smile curled at the corner of Beckman's mouth. Beside him, Lu Chen wasn't worried at all, thinking, Luffy is the protagonist. No matter what, he won't die. What concerned him was the reward from earlier. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward energy point 1. One more energy point meant another skill could be learned, but for now staying close to Shanks was more important. Soon everyone split up to search, while Lu Chen followed Shanks. Meanwhile, on the east, Blue Higuma stood on a small boat, holding Luffy by the scruff, and let out a mocking laugh. "Ha! I got away easily. They'd never expect a mountain bandit to take to the sea. Damn it. Let me go, you stupid monkey. Someone like you deserves to die." Luffy struggled, but couldn't break free, so he resorted to cursing loudly. Hearing this, Higuma sneered disdainfully, "Idiot, you're the one who's going to die. Who told you to piss me off?" With that, he lifted his hand and tossed Luffy into the sea. "Arg. Damn it. That scumbag, and I didn't even land a single punch." Luffy clenched his teeth, his face full of fury as he watched himself fall into the water. Having eaten a devil fruit, he couldn't swim and could only thrash about helplessly in the sea. "Sorry, but you've outlived your usefulness, ha." Watching Luffy's desperate struggle, Higuma laughed heartily. But his laughter was short-lived. The sea surface behind him suddenly rose as a colossal creature burst forth from the depths. What emerged was a massive head with blood-red eyes resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex's skull, emitting low guttural breaths. Hearing the noise behind him, Higuma slowly turned around and saw the gigantic beast. His eyes went wide and he cried out, "What is that?" Not far away, Lu Chun was rowing a small boat. From a distance, he could already see the colossal creature, a sea king, the Lord of the Coast. The Lord of the Coast glanced at Higuma, then opened its gaping maw and swallowed him along with his boat in one bite. Bang! A massive wave surged up. Luffy also saw the Lord of the Coast and was filled with terror, crying out, "Help! Me!" At that moment, Shanks had already spotted Luffy. His eyes narrowed and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. He turned into a blur, dashing at incredible speed toward Luffy. Even on the surface of the sea, he moved as if on solid ground. "Shanks, wait for me." Lu Chen sighed helplessly and quickly rowed his boat. "Wait until I get there before you save Luffy, or how will I learn the skill?" He wasn't worried about Luffy. He knew he wouldn't die, but he was anxious about whether he could learn the skill. As the Lord of the Coast opened its massive jaws and lunged at Luffy, a figure suddenly appeared before him, embracing him tightly. The Sea King swept past Luffy and Shanks, failing to swallow its prey. Only then did Luffy feel something amiss. He slowly turned his head and saw the familiar face and hat. Shanks. The Lord of the Coast, having missed its meal, was about to attack again when it noticed the man before it. "Get lost." Shanks growled, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki, which radiated toward the Sea King. Instantly, the Lord of the Coast was drenched in cold sweat and fled in terror. Even Lu Chen far away felt a trace of the pressure, but managed to stay conscious. Ding, detected skill Conqueror's Haki. Learn. Learn. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen made his choice decisively. Ding, congratulations to the host. Successfully learned the skill by consuming 1 energy point. Skills Swordsmanship E Conqueror's Haki G Cooking G. Immediately after, Lu Chen consumed another energy point to simplify the Conqueror's Haki skill. Simplify Conqueror's Haki. Simplifying Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki sleep. Seeing the system's message, Lu Chen's face lit up with joy. It worked. All I have to do is sleep. This simplified talent is truly incredible. Conqueror's Haki was essentially a form of mental pressure, and sleeping to increase mental strength seemed like an excellent choice. While he was simplifying the skill, Shanks had already rescued Luffy and brought him to Lu Chen's boat. Lu Chen, let's go. Shanks, your arm. Lu Chen immediately noticed Shanks' empty left sleeve. One of the 4 emperors had bet his arm in the East Blue. Was it really worth it? It's nothing. Let me take you all back first. Alright. And so the group headed straight back to Windmill Village. With Shanks' help, the boat moved much faster, reaching the village in just over 10 minutes. The villagers were already waiting on the shore. Seeing that Luffy was safe, they all broke into joyful smiles. But when they noticed Shanks' empty right sleeve, they couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Lu Chen was about to go home and sleep when someone called out from behind him. Lu Chen. Turning around, he realized it was Yuta trotting toward him, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Why would anything be wrong with me?" Lu Chen spread his hands. Going home to sleep was actually a pretext for training his Conqueror's Haki. Hearing this, Yuta gave him another look as if to confirm he was truly okay. I just found out we're leaving tomorrow." As she spoke, a hint of reluctance gleamed in her eyes. But Lu Chen, completely oblivious, exclaimed in surprise, "Leaving tomorrow? So soon?" He had hoped to learn armament Haki and observation Haki from Shanks. "Yes, you." Yuta smiled softly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She wanted to ask if he'd miss her, but couldn't bring herself to say it. After a moment's thought, Lu Chen continued, "I'll see you off tomorrow. No matter what trouble you face in the future, I'll come to you right away." "Thank you." Yuta's face flushed even deeper like a ripe red apple. But Lu Chen hadn't said that to charm her. He was trying to trigger a quest. The system didn't disappoint, and a quest appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a quest. Rescue Yuta and Elegia. System reward Energy 2, Supreme Greatsword 1. Seeing the quest, Lu Chen beamed. "No problem, I mean what I say. A Supreme Greatsword. That's something. I absolutely have to complete this quest." Meanwhile, Shanks on the other side noticed Lu Chen and Yuta chatting, raising an eyebrow with a hint of displeasure. "That kid." After a few more words, Lu Chen claimed he was tired and went home to rest. Once home, he couldn't wait to try unleashing his Conqueror's Haki. Lu Chen stood before a vase, staring intently, and released his Conqueror's Haki. Instantly, an invisible pressure radiated outward. The vase trembled slightly, and a fine crack appeared on its surface. Seeing this, Lu Chen shook his head. Grade G Conqueror's Haki is still too weak. Before he could finish, a sudden dizziness overwhelmed him. "Why am I so dizzy? Why are these chairs spinning?" He spun around twice before collapsing heavily onto the floor unconscious. At the same time, the system kept sending notifications. Ding! Conqueror's Haki Experience 1. Ding! Conqueror's Haki Experience 1. Ding! At the Windmill Village, and Shanks looked toward the direction of Lu Chen's room, frowning. "Why do I sense a familiar aura? Conqueror's Haki. Could someone else here possess Conqueror's Haki?" The next morning, Luffy's voice came from outside the door. "Lu Chen, hurry. Shanks and the others are leaving." "Oh, coming, you go ahead." Awakened by Luffy's voice, Lu Chen realized he was still lying on the floor. Stretching his aching body, he dashed toward the door. On the way, he glanced at the system interface. Host Lu Chen. Level F. Skills Swordsmanship E. Conqueror's Haki F. Cooking G. Talent Simplified Skills. Energy 1. After just one night's sleep, his Conqueror's Haki had leveled up and his strength had increased by a small tier. As expected of a golden finger system. Amazing. When Lu Chen reached the shore, he happened to see Shanks placing the straw hat on Luffy's head. That familiar and iconic scene unfolded before him, and a smile crept onto his face. Suddenly, Yuta, already on the ship, spotted Lu Chen and waved from the bow, "Lu Chen, over here." "Yuta." Lu Chen waved back. Soon he walked up to Shanks and said with a smile, "Shanks, don't you want to know who taught me swordsmanship?" "Who?" Shanks' interest was piqued. Lu Chen grinned. "It's Luffy's grandfather, Monkey D. Garp." "What?" Instantly, Shanks' eyes widened in shock. "Garp, the hero of the Marines. The man whose former captain had to flee from him, and now he's letting his grandson become the pirate king. Well, never mind, it's all fate." Shanks shook his head helplessly. "So it was Garp. No wonder your swordsmanship is so formidable. I hope the next time we meet you'll surpass me." "All right, I will definitely surpass you." Lu Chen nodded firmly. Just then the system's chime rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a quest. Defeat Shanks with swordsmanship. System reward Energy 10 Random Supreme Grade Sword 1 Sword Technique 1. Haha, excellent. I'll be waiting. With that, Shanks leisurely boarded the ship, waving goodbye to the villagers of Windmill Village. Everyone watched as Shanks' ship gradually disappeared into the distance. "Luffy, Lu Chen, your grandfather said he'll come for you this afternoon," Makino said with a smile. "Oh, I don't want him to come." Luffy looked annoyed. But Lu Chen was intrigued. "Grandfather is coming. Alone?" "The letter didn't say." Makino shook her head. "Oh, I see." Lu Chen nodded, slightly lost in thought. "When grandfather finds out Luffy ate a devil fruit, he'll definitely send him to Dayton's place. For now, sticking with Luffy won't yield useful skills. Better to join the Marines with grandfather." Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a quest. Join the Marines. System reward Energy 1 A Sword Technique 1. Seeing this reward, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Sword techniques could be self-taught, learned from others with energy points, or earned as system rewards. In any case, system rewards were definitely the best. and the Iato slash was a reward from completing a system quest. It was a fantastic prize. That afternoon, Lu Chun and Luffy were chatting cheerfully with the villagers at the tavern. Among them, Luffy even swung his fist to show off a new skill, Goma Goma no pistol, as he swung his rubber arms stretched infinitely toward the door. Bang! Suddenly a dull thud. The tavern door was pushed open and a burly figure appeared at the entrance. Lu Chun looked up and saw a man in a black jacket with a beard and graying hair staring at the crowd. Grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp. In an instant, everyone present recognized Garp. The villagers held great respect for Garp, as it was because of him that no one dared cause trouble in Windmill Village. Garp nodded slightly, his eyes fixed firmly on Luffy. What happened to your arm? Why is it like that? Didn't I tell you to study hard in Windmill Village? His tone even carried a hint of accusation. Grandfather, I did study hard, Luffy said earnestly. Umph. Garp snorted coldly, then turned to Lu Chun. Lu Chun, you tell me, what's going on? Luffy ate a devil fruit, and that's what happened. Lu Chun had no choice but to answer truthfully, recounting the tale of red-haired Shanks. He dared not suffer Garp's fist. Hearing this, Garp's expression stiffened as he stepped forward and landed a punch squarely on Luffy's head. Luffy, you dare to consort with pirates and even eat a devil fruit. A dull thud echoed and a large round red bump immediately swelled on Luffy's head. Oh, it hurts so much. Haven't I turned into rubber? Why does it still hurt? Luffy wailed, clutching his head in pain. Beside him, Lu Chun revealed a flicker of delight, inwardly thinking, armament Haki. Ding discovered skill armament Haki. Learn it. Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chun decisively chose yes. Armament Haki was a must-learn. After a moment, Garp's anger subsided somewhat, and he said solemnly, Luffy, Lu Chun, and Ace, you will all become the greatest Marines. Especially you, Luffy. Leaving you in that carefree Windmill Village was a grave mistake. You ended up with pirates. You idiot, even hanging out with red-haired Shanks. But Luffy was utterly unwilling, retorting, I'm going to become a man as great as Shanks. He'll be the man who becomes the Pirate King. Before he could finish, Garp's face twisted with rage, and he delivered 2 more punches. Thud, thud. Oh, it hurts. Luffy cried, clutching his head, as 2 more fresh bumps appeared. Lu Chun couldn't bear to watch from the side. Their grandfather's punches didn't cause much damage, but the pain was persistent. It must have been excruciating. After a moment of silence, Garp suddenly noticed Lu Chun beside him and asked, Lu Chun, you're not young anymore. You don't share Luffy's foolish ambition to become a pirate, do you? No, I want to be a Marine. Lu Chun quickly shook his head in denial. Who would want to endure those fists? Good. Hearing this, Garp finally felt somewhat relieved. Luffy, you can't stay in Windmill Village anymore. You're coming with me to another place. Grandpa, I won't go. Luffy plopped down on the ground. But Garp wouldn't hear of it. He grabbed Luffy and stormed off. That's not for you to decide. Sister Makino, I'm going with Grandpa. See you tonight. With that, Lu Chun bid farewell to everyone in the tavern and quickly followed. Makino, all right, take care. Mount Kalubo. Garp dragged Luffy ahead while Lu Chun followed behind. The mountain before him was Mount Kalubo, a place the villagers of Windmill Village dared not enter freely, for it was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Seeing the mountain, Lu Chun knew Garp intended to send Luffy to the Dayton family. About half an hour later, the 3 finally arrived before a wooden cabin. Luffy had struggled the entire way, but it was futile against Garp. Garp stepped forward and knocked on the door. Bang, bang. Meanwhile, Luffy stared curiously at the house from behind. What is this place? Taking advantage of Garp's distraction, he dashed toward the cabin. Hey, Luffy, don't run off. Seeing this, Lu Chun quickly followed and grabbed him. Soon a plump woman with orange hair, a cigarette dangling from her lips, emerged. Who is it? The one who came out was Curly Dayton, a mountain bandit of Mount Kalubo. Upon seeing Garp, Dodon's arrogant expression instantly vanished, replaced by deference. Oh, it's Mr. Garp. Immediately after, Garp spoke with Dayton and entrusted Luffy to her care. Lu Chun meanwhile kept scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a figure on the side and walked toward it. He took a few steps forward when he suddenly sensed something flying toward him at high speed. Frowning, Lu Chun swiftly sidestepped. He successfully dodged the incoming stone. He then looked up and saw a boy with freckles on his face wearing a red shirt standing on a tree branch. Character Port Gas D. Ace level G skill physical arts F. Even without checking the system interface, Lu Chun knew it was Ace. He smiled and said, You're Ace, right? I'm Lu Chun, Luffy's brother. I hope you can look after my little brother from now on. Ace cast a glance at Lu Chun, without a word leaped down from the tree and walked toward the room. Though he said nothing, he was inwardly surprised. He dodged my attack. He must be stronger than me. Hep. Lu Chun wasn't angered by this. He looked at the massive wild boar before him. It must have been killed by Ace. To possess such strength at such a young age. It was a pity that 10 years later he would die at the Summit War. After all, he was the son of the Pirate King. Suddenly the system popped up a notification. Ding, congratulations host for triggering a mission, save Ace at the Summit War. Rewards energy 1000, sword technique 2, designate 3 skills to be upgraded by 2 major levels. The rewards were generous, but the mission was also quite difficult. Saving Ace at that place meant openly opposing the Marines. Nevertheless, Lu Chun was determined to try. Soon, Garp handed Luffy over to Dayton and walked up to Lu Chun. Lu Chun, let's go. You're coming with me to the Marine base. All right, Grandpa. After bidding Luffy farewell, Lu Chun followed Garp away. On the way back to Windmill Village. As they walked, Garp suddenly asked, Lu Chen, I heard you defeated the mountain bandit Higoma. And it seems that's not your original sword, is it? Well, Lu Chen was taken aback, but he knew he couldn't hide things from his grandfather. He explained, yes, my original sword was broken by Higoma. This one was a gift from Shanks. He had no money at all. The money for the original sword had also come from Garp. Garp said, let me see. Sure. Lu Chen handed the sword to Garp. Taking the blade, Garp drew Ling Feng and gazed at the gleaming cold steel of the sword. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It counts as a decent, ordinary fast blade. I can't believe that Brat Shanks was so stingy as to give you just this. Huh. Lu Chen smiled without a word, thinking, sorry Shanks. They'll have to use you as a scapegoat for now. Then Garp returned the sword to Lu Chen and instructed, as long as you train hard in the Marines, your grandfather promises to get you a supreme grade sword in the future. Thank you, Grandpa. Garp nodded contentedly. Of his 3 grandsons, Ace and Luffy both wanted to be pirates. At least he still had one grandson willing to become a Marine. Otherwise, how would he ever get by in the days to come? Soon the grandfather and grandson returned to the Windmill Village dock. After bidding farewell to the villagers, Lu Chen boarded his grandfather's ship, embarking on the journey to Marine headquarters. No. Of course, Lu Chen did not refute. Whether others believed him or not was their own affair. He simply felt that continuing to study the iron body technique was a waste of time, and that it would be better to spend more hours honing his swordsmanship and armament Haki. More practical too. Pete rubbed his nose. Fine. Since you claim you've mastered it, come up here and prove it. If you really have, you won't need to train for the entire month. Yes, instructor. Hearing this, Lu Chen stepped forward a few paces, stood out, and extended his arm toward a nearby Marine. Chop my arm. The Marine first glanced at Pete, and only after receiving his nod did he bring his blade down toward Lu Chen's hand. However, he did not use much force. Just as the blade was about to strike, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, and he clenched his fist. Armament Haki. An inky black energy instantly enveloped the spot on his arm where the blade would land, gleaming with a metallic luster. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. The Marine's sword was actually knocked away, even slipping from his grasp. At the same time, Lu Chen's arm returned to normal, completely unharmed. What? He really knows iron body. To have such formidable swordsmanship and even master the iron body technique from the 6 powers, how is anyone supposed to compete? So impressive. He looks several years younger than us. Every Marine present wore an expression of astonishment, their eyes filled with admiration. Only Pete wore a solemn expression, staring intently at Lu Chen's arm. He seemed about to say something, but held back. All right, it appears you do know iron body. Train whatever you like, but your daily schedule must match everyone else's. Yes, thank you, instructor. Lu Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. From Instructor Pete's gaze, he could tell the man had most likely noticed his armament Haki, but simply chose not to expose it. If the others here knew that Lu Chen could use armament Haki, how shocked and demoralized would they be? At this moment, Pete finally understood why Vice Admiral Garp had sent Lu Chen to the intermediate training camp. Given his abilities, he was more than qualified for the intermediate camp. Pete then began instructing the others. However, when Lu Chen saw the training regimen, he suddenly had second thoughts. Everyone was being struck. Paired up, they pushed a thick log against each other, slamming it into their partner's body. To master iron body, the most basic requirement was to control one's muscles, using them to endure damage. Even the female Marines had to do the same. Thus, the training ground was filled with pairs striking each other, accompanied by unceasing cries of agony. Lu Chen wanted to join because it was the perfect way to gain experience in armament Haki. The earlier battle had directly raised his armament Haki to grade very close to a grade. After some deliberation, Lu Chen walked over to a Marine trainee who was alone and said, I'm free right now. Want to practice together? Sure. Let me introduce myself. I'm Charlotte Shiza. Just call me Shiza. Shiza nodded with a smile. All right then, just call me Lu Chen. The two shook hands, and thus they became acquainted. They then began to train using wooden posts to strike each other's bodies. Ding, congratulations to host Armament Haki Experience 5. Ding, congratulations to host Armament Haki Experience 5. Ding, congratulations. Meanwhile, Pete watched from the side, utterly bewildered. He furrowed his brow, staring at Lu Chen. What is this kid thinking? Didn't he say he didn't want to learn? Is he just looking to get beaten up? After all, during the fight with Barton, Lu Chen hadn't even used armament Haki. The training continued for an hour before the group was allowed to rest. Upon hearing the word rest, all the trainees collapsed onto the ground. Lu Chen, since you've mastered iron body, do you have any tips you could share with me? Shiza suddenly asked. The question instantly silenced the entire training ground. No one spoke. Everyone wanted to hear what insights Lu Chen had. Hearing this question, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then launched into a string of nonsense. Actually, iron body is all about controlling your muscles and blood flow. So besides having a strong physique, you also need to rest well, aligning your mind and body. But Shiza nodded as if he understood. Oh, I see. The others also silently committed Lu Chen's words to memory. Little did Lu Chen know his offhand remark would have such a profound impact on the Marine trainees present. After a few minutes of rest, everyone resumed training. Perhaps because of Lu Chen, all the trainees pushed themselves with extraordinary effort. After all, Lu Chen himself likely had a strong background, was younger than them, more powerful, and trained even harder. What excuse did they have to slack off? Throughout the day, the intermediate training camp echoed with cries of exertion, making one wonder if a new prison had been moved nearby. That evening, Pete looked at the group on the training ground and said flatly, "All right, you can go back and rest. The medicine for your injuries has been delivered to your dormitories. Apply it yourselves." "Yes, instructor." With that, the trainees bolted like startled rabbits, swarming back to the dormitory area. Lu Chun, however, walked at a leisurely pace, opening his system interface to check host Lu Chun level E skills, swordsmanship, D Conquerors, Haki, E armament, Haki, E cooking, G talent, skill, simplification, energy. One, his strength was still too low. He had to train hard during this month to improve his power. A few minutes later, Lu Chun returned to the dormitory area. Each room was a single-person dorm, and the environment was quite pleasant. After taking a shower, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Ding, congratulations to host Conqueror's Haki Experience 1. Ding, congratulations to host Conqueror's Haki Experience 1. Ding, congratulations. The next morning, the devilish and painful training resumed once more. However, Lu Chun did not join them in the morning. Instead, he practiced his swordsmanship on the side, swinging his sword, swinging and swinging again, unceasingly. Only in the afternoon did he join their training. For the entire month that followed, he trained every single day without rest. During this time, Barton recovered from his injuries and returned to training. Lu Chun gained another sparring partner, which meant even more growth in his armament Haki experience. A month later, Pete stood before the trainees nodding with satisfaction. Everyone did well. In just 1 month, 23 of you have mastered Iron Body, the largest number I've ever overseen. Instructor, are we the class with the most successful learners? Suddenly someone raised a hand and asked curiously. Over half had succeeded, perhaps a first for the Marines. Pete chuckled and said in a stern tone, "Among the training camps, the disciples taught by Admiral Zephyr are the strongest. He once led a squad that all graduated from the intermediate training camp. Admiral Zephyr, he is the chief instructor, so it's Admiral Zephyr, no wonder." The crowd suddenly understood, yet astonishment still lingered in their eyes. Lu Chun suddenly became intrigued. Black Arm Zephyr, is he still at Marine headquarters now? It seems his training ship hasn't been attacked yet, but his family must have perished, otherwise he wouldn't be here at the camp. Then Pete continued, "All right, a month has passed. It's time we learn the next of the 6 powers. Now I will teach you the shave from the 6 powers. Shave is a technique that allows high-speed movement by kicking the ground dozens of times or more in an extremely short period, generating immense repulsive force. It's like how some people can burst forth with incredible speed in a split second. As long as your body's stamina and strength are sufficient, it's quite learnable." Having said that, Pete prepared to demonstrate for the Marine trainees. He stepped back with his right foot, slightly crouched his body, and with a focused gaze suddenly exerted force, stomping the ground multiple times. With a whoosh, he appeared dozens of meters away, as if by teleportation. The trainees present hadn't even reacted. Everything seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. So powerful. Is this the shave? If I learn this, he'll become much stronger. Barton stared at Pete, his eyes seemingly gleaming with excitement. Can Shave really move this fast? If I master Shave, maybe I can defeat Lu Chun. After a month of torment, he no longer wished to be Lu Chun's sparring partner. It was simply inhuman. He was more like a masochist. Even though he was the one hitting Lu Chun, his entire body ached every day. Fortunately, he had learned Iron Body later on, or he wouldn't have been able to endure it. Beside him, Lu Chun looked at the information on the system interface, revealing a satisfied smile. "Not bad, I've mastered Shave." Ding. Skill detected, Marine 6 powers Shave. Do you wish to learn? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. Skill learned successfully. Of course, if Barton knew that Lu Chun had already mastered Shave, he would probably be devastated. Pete was about to arrange training for everyone with various training equipment already prepared. However, a Marine suddenly ran over, panting, "Instructor. Orders from above. The intermediate training camp trainees are to board ships and join the fleet to eliminate pirates." "Very well, I'll lead the team immediately." Pete's expression turned serious. He turned to the trainees and said solemnly, "Everyone, we have a mission. Grab your weapons and follow me." "Yes, instructor." Everyone immediately went to get their weapons and followed behind Pete. Lu Chun looked confused and asked Sizer, "What's going on? Aren't we in training camp? Why are we being sent on an external mission?" "Ah, this is common. The seas are very chaotic now with incidents happening every day. The Marines are short-handed. We often went out to fight, even in the basic training camp. By the way, this is your first time going into battle, right?" Sizer asked curiously. Having trained together for a month, he had learned that Lu Chun hadn't attended the basic training camp. "Yes." Lu Chun nodded. Sizer smiled and reminded him, "Then you should be careful. These pirates nowadays are no pushovers. We're not that strong, so just do your best." "Okay. Come on, time to board the ship." Thus, all 41 trainees followed Pete onto the Marine battleship. Everyone was fully equipped and standing on the deck, surrounded by Marine warships. There were at least dozens of them. Instructor Pete had now donned his Marine coat with the word "Justice" emblazoned on the back. The coat fluttered in the wind as war drums resonated, creating an impressive spectacle. Among the fleet, one ship was the largest, serving as the flagship for the overall commander. Judging by the insignia on his shoulder, he was a lieutenant commander. It was too far away, the system couldn't scan his information. Useless system, he'll have to spend 1 energy point to upgrade it. The lieutenant commander stood at the bow and shouted, "Set sail." "Yes, sir." At the command, dozens of ships moved out in unison heading towards the sea area. Lu Chen looked around and noticed that their squad seemed to be the only training camp unit participating in the battle. The rest were all regular Marines. After a moment of silence, he asked Caesar standing beside him, "Do you know what this is about?" "It seems a Marine ship was attacked by pirates, and we're being sent to rescue them." Caesar explained. "Oh, who?" "Captain Morgan." "Him? What? You know him?" "Just heard of him." "Oh, I see." Just as they were chatting, Pete suddenly glared at them, and they fell silent. Lu Chen stared ahead, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "So it's him. Morgan, nicknamed Axehand. One of the people Luffy defeated early on, and also where he encountered Zoro. How did he get attacked? Seems we'll have to see for ourselves. Maybe I can even get a mission, earn a reward, and simplify the shave I just learned." About an hour or so later, the fleet arrived at the scene of the incident. In the distance, two ships were visible. One was a Marine battleship, and the other was a pirate ship flying a flag with a black cat's head. The Black Cat Pirates. "So it's them. How did these two end up fighting?" Lu Chen exclaimed in sudden realization and surprise. He didn't know many details about One Piece, but he recognized the Black Cat Pirates. Immediately, the lieutenant commander at the forefront gave the order, "Full speed ahead. Block them. Don't let a single pirate escape." "Yes, sir." Instantly, all the warships accelerated at full power heading towards the scene. As they drew closer, Lu Chen noticed the sea near the Marine ship had been stained crimson with blood. The deck was also littered with the bodies of Marines with no survivors in sight. At the same time, a system prompt sounded. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission triggered. Defeat Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. System reward 2 energy points." 2 energy points. Seems Kuro won't be easy to deal with. The greater the reward, the stronger the enemy. As they were about to reach the pirate ship, Pete turned around, his expression grave, and said solemnly, "Everyone be careful. Our opponent is the Black Cat Pirates. Their captain is cunning and skilled in psychological warfare. Do not underestimate him." "Yes, instructor." Everyone shouted in unison. "Charge." With Instructor Pete's command, he led all the training camp trainees in a rush forward. Lu Chen followed closely, leaping up and landing on the Black Cat Pirates ship. Simultaneously, the crew of the Black Cat Pirates engaged them in battle. Lu Chen closely followed behind Instructor Pete just in time to see a fat pirate wearing a black headband charging at him with a spiked club. "Kid, take this." Sidestepping, Lu Chen dodged the pirate's attack. Drawing Ling Feng, he slashed at the arm holding the weapon. The sharp blade sliced through the pirate's arm without resistance, severing it along with the bone. Uffed. Instantly, blood gushed out. The pirate clutched his arm, collapsing to the ground with a painful howl. "Ah, it hurts. My arm." The crimson blood struck Lu Chen hard, leaving him frozen in place. As a man from Blue Star, he had too little experience with such scenes. Suddenly, Zai's voice came from behind. "Lu Chen, what are you standing there for? Kill him." "Huh." Hearing the voice, Lu Chen snapped back to reality, raising his blade to strike the pirate again. Kid, die." The pirate was no pushover. Seizing Lu Chen's moment of daze, he attempted a counterattack. Swinging his spiked club, he delivered a sweeping blow. Fortunately, Lu Chen reacted in time, parrying the club and sending it flying, then slashing at the pirate's neck in one fluid motion. The glinting blade cut through the pirate's throat. Blood spurted. Head and body separated. The pirate perished instantly. At that moment, Shiza approached, patting Lu Chen on the shoulder to console him. "Be careful. You'll get used to it with time. Oh, we all went through this." Lu Chen nodded. His gaze sharpened, and without further hesitation, he charged toward the other pirates. This was no longer his original world. It was a realm where the strong preyed on the weak. It was a matter of kill or be killed. Only formidable strength could protect oneself. In the heat of battle, Lu Chen moved with incredible speed, weaving through Marines and pirates alike, with none able to catch him. Especially the swiftness of his blade. Ordinary people could only glimpse flashes of cold steel. With each flash, a pirate fell. Soon Pete noticed Lu Chen's actions and chuckled, "This kid adapting so quickly. No wonder he's Vice Admiral Garp's grandson." As an instructor, Pete mostly held back, letting the trainees take the lead. He only intervened when a trainee was on the verge of collapse. Minutes later, Lu Chen had unknowingly reached the heart of the battlefield. The surrounding pirates, seeing him slaughter with ease, were too terrified to engage him. Scanning the area, he noticed all the pirates were ordinary crew members ranked at F or E level. He didn't see his target, Kuro, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Could they be hiding on the Marine ship? According to the plot, the Marines believed the Black Cat Pirates captain was dead, but he wasn't. There must be a hidden truth. After a moment's deliberation, Lu Chen strode decisively to the ship's edge, stepped off, and leaped gracefully onto the adjacent Marine warship. The entire warship was littered with Marine corpses, a sea of blood, with no survivors. The bodies bore 3 parallel claw marks. It was highly likely Kira's doing. Lu Chen then crept cautiously toward the cabin, staying alert. With no one outside, Kuro and his crew must be hiding within. Soon, a fallen Marine appeared ahead, still wearing a Marine cloak, his sturdy frame oddly familiar. Lu Chen hurried over, looked down, and exclaimed in surprise, "Monka." Though the man's jaw was shattered, he was still recognizable. It was then Lu Chen realized the origin of Monka's iron jaw. Kira's doing. Suddenly, a chill crept up from behind. Lu Chen's body tensed, his spine tingling. Instinctively, he dodged sideways using the recently learned Soru. Bang! His right foot rapidly stomped the ground, propelling him forward at maximum speed. In an instant, Lu Chun was 5 meters away, spinning around to face the man before him. Kuro. The man wore a black jacket, his hands armed with cat claws, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. No need for a second look, it was Kuro, captain of the Black Cat Pirates. A Marine trainee. You actually dodged my attack. Kuro pushed up his glasses with his palm, intrigued. He hadn't expected another Marine to enter, and with only Lu Chun present, he decided to finish him off. I wouldn't call it dodging, just surviving. Lu Chun gritted his teeth in pain. A sharp sting persisted on his back, but thankfully the wounds were shallow, mere flesh injuries. He was lucky to have evaded, or otherwise had have been cleaved in two. Interesting. Kuro smirked sinisterly. Glancing around, Lu Chun pressed on. Your crew is fighting outside, and you're hiding here. That doesn't seem right. Outside were only ordinary crew members, the hypnotist Django, and others were missing. If they were all here, facing 3 at once would be impossible. I'd have no choice but to flee. They're merely part of my plan. As for you, do you really think you can kill me alone without calling for backups? Kuro said with a smirk. Both were probing each other, testing if the other had allies. In truth, curious other crew members had already sailed away on a sunken ship. As for Lu Chun, to complete his mission, he had to defeat Kuro single-handedly. It seems I've met an arrogant Marine. You'll become part of my plan too. Kuro sneered, crossing his cat claws. In an instant, he vanished from sight, even disappearing from Lu Chun's line of vision. Lu Chun frowned, staying vigilant. His opponent had used silent step, a stealth technique that moved with cat-like swiftness and no sound. It was extremely troublesome. Ordinary Marines stood no chance against Kuro. Suddenly, a faint breeze came from the left. Lu Chun's eyes hardened as he raised his left arm to block. Armament Haki. Black Haki instantly coated his arm, giving it a metallic sheen. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. Kira's cat claws struck Lu Chun's arm, but failed to injure him. His expression shifted. What is this? Haki. Though he couldn't use it, had heard of Haki. A power possessed by 1 in 10,000. How could a mere Marine grunt have it? Did he have a formidable background? Hep. Lu Chun chuckled coldly. Seizing Kira's momentary shock, he drew Ling Feng with his right hand and slashed at him. One sword style Ayajutsu slash. A flash of light. It swept across Kira's body. One sword style Ayajutsu slash. A flash of light. It swept across Kira's body. One sword style Ayajutsu slash. A flash of light. It swept across Kira's body. Kira's pupils contracted as he swiftly retreated to evade. Even so, a fierce gash from Lu Chun's blade tore across his chest, blood streaming from the wound. Gazing at Kuro opposite him, Lu Chun shook his head in dissatisfaction. The blade still too slow. If I were faster, I could have slain him with one strike. Kuro let out a low growl, raising his right hand to push up his glasses with his palm. In an instant, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Young man, though you possess Haki, you're far too arrogant. You shouldn't think you can kill me alone. Why not give it a try? Lu Chun replied with a faint smile. He gripped Ling Feng tightly, poised for battle. The enemy's speed was formidable. He had to stay fully alert. If only ID learned observation Haki too, then I wouldn't fear this sneaky cat. Spoon. Suddenly, Kuro crossed his arms and hunched his body. His body swayed left twice, then right twice, as if intoxicated. As he swung his 10-blade cat claws, a gust of wind kicked up, dust scattering in all directions. He vanished again, his figure nearly impossible to track. Ding, skill spoon detected. Learn. Hearing the system's voice, Lu Chun furrowed his brow and clenched his fists, holding nothing back. Armament Haki. Haki armored every vital part of his body, turning him into an Iron Man. Spoon was Kira's ultimate technique, an indiscriminate attack derived from silent step. Using high-speed movement and his cat claws, he could slaughter many foes moving so fast, even he didn't know what head strike. It was even more troublesome than silent step. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from behind. Bang! The cat claws shattered the crate behind Lu Chun into splinters. Wood chips scattered everywhere. Then a fierce gust surged from the front, and the sharp 10-blade cat claws raked across Lu Chun's chest. Clang! A powerful impact slammed into him, sending him flying backward. He only stopped when he crashed into the ship's hull behind him. The fabric on his chest was torn to shreds, but fortunately, he was unharmed. Armament Haki had held firm. Soon signs of Kira's attacks appeared across the area ahead. Even Kuro himself didn't know where he'd strike next. The skill was truly perilous. Perhaps there was no escape now. The exit might be Kira's next target. After a moment's pause, Lu Chun rose and slowly exhaled a turbid breath. He steadied his breathing and concentrated, his eyes fixed on the zone Kuro was assaulting, searching for an opening. Suddenly, a dark shadow flickered before Lu Chun. It had to be Kira's moving form. 4-directional slash. He lightly raised his right hand. His motion seemed slow, but was incredibly fast, leaving only an afterimage. It appeared as if 4 right arms materialized before him. He struck in 4 directions, unleashing 4-blade auras that shot forward. The auras, vertical and horizontal, formed a square shape, carving through the space ahead. And Kira's figure, just spotted, lay within that zone. No matter where he fled, there was no escape. The fierce auras swept everything aside, severing all obstacles before bursting out of the cabin. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. A massive square hole gaped through the entire ship. As for Kuro, the instant the auras passed through him, they sliced off the right half of his body. His two halves lay on the floor, blood pooling and flowing to Lu Chen's feet. Only after confirming Kira's death did Lu Chen dare to breathe heavily. Dead at last. If we kept fighting, I'd have no strength left. His armament Haki was only a drank, barely sustainable. He couldn't even code his weapon with it. Just then a white figure dashed into the cabin and asked, "What's going on here?" Huh. The sudden voice startled Lu Chen. Turning, he saw it was the lieutenant from earlier and relaxed. "Sir, I found a pirate and eliminated him." "Kuro, captain of the Black Cat Pirates. You actually managed to kill him," the Marine lieutenant exclaimed in astonishment. "Just luck, pure luck." Lu Chen replied modestly. But the lieutenant stared at his face for a moment, then a realization dawned, and he smiled. "So it's you. No wonder you could take down Kuro. I never expected to meet you here. Sir, do you know me?" Lu Chen asked, puzzled. He scoured his memory for the man's face, but found no recollection. This should be their first meeting. The Marine lieutenant chuckled. "You're Lu Chen, right?" "Yes." Lu Chen nodded. "That's right. Remember my name, Rabbani. They'll be waiting for you." With that, the lieutenant named Rabbani hurried away. What was that all about? I blame myself for speeding through One Piece. I can't recall half the plot. Lu Chen shook his head in exasperation. No matter how hard he tried, nothing came to mind. So he gave up, severed Kira's head, and left. As captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kira's head was worth 16 million berries. He couldn't just leave that money behind. He also simplified the Marine 6 Powers technique shave. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission. System reward energy points too. Ding, simplifying Marine 6 Powers shave. Ding, simplification in progress. Successful. Marine 6 Powers shave walking. Not bad. Walking alone boosts the skill. With more skills later, maybe every action will grant experience. A satisfied smile spread across Lu Chen's face as he carried Kira's head out. Meanwhile, the battle outside had also concluded. When the training camp cadets saw Lu Chen returning with a head, they looked puzzled. "Lu Chen, why are you carrying a head?" "This isn't just a head, it's money," Lu Chen remarked. Most of Kira's face had been sliced off, making him hard to recognize. But Instructor Pete identified him at once, exclaiming, "That's Kuro, captain of the Black Cat Pirates. You actually killed him." "Good eye, Instructor. Even as a cadet, I can claim the bounty right." Lu Chen tossed the head over. Typically, Marines would hand over slain pirates to their superiors. The superiors would then report upward to secure the reward. "Yes, he'll apply for it when we return." Pete caught the head and stuffed it into a sack. Though the cadets were somewhat stunned, they were no longer surprised. "I can't believe Lu Chen is already this strong, taking down Kuro single-handedly. They say his silent step technique is formidable, only observation Haki can detect it. I'm definitely no match. Is this his first battle?" Ahem. Pete cleared his throat and raised his hand to command. "All right, everyone, pack up and clean the battlefield. We're heading back now." "Yes, Instructor." On the way back to Marine headquarters. "Lu Chen, you've been pacing back and forth. You're making me dizzy. Is something worrying you?" Shiza asked suspiciously. "Had nothing, just felt like stretching my legs." Lu Chen replied awkwardly. Walking naturally was to increase the experience points for shave. An hour later, the group finally arrived at Marine headquarters. After a brief rest, they resumed training the Navy 6 Powers technique shave. Every trainee had weights strapped to their legs and bodies constantly kicking. Of course, this time Lu Chen was also among them training. He walked and kicked simultaneously, using the weights to torment himself and increase his armament Haki experience points. He also walked to boost his shave experience. Ding, congratulations, host armament Haki experience 2. Ding, congratulations, host Navy 6 Powers shave experience 1. Ding, congratulations. What followed was naturally another month of relentless day and night training. Meanwhile, out at sea, 3 pirates sailed on a small boat across the sea. They were 3 main members of the Black Cat Pirates, the hypnotist Django, and the combatants Sham and Butchie. Sham glanced behind and asked, "Why isn't the captain coming yet? It's been so long." "Maybe he ran into trouble. He had a plan, perhaps he changed it," Django said. "Oh, then let's go to the rendezvous point and wait for him." All right. And so the 3 continued their voyage. A few days later, Garp was leisurely eating donuts in his office when a knock came at the door. "Knock, knock, knock." "Who is it?" "Don't bother me," Garp said, taking another bite of his donut. Bogart's voice came from outside. "Vice Admiral Garp, it's me." "Oh, you come in." "Yes, sir." Bogart pushed open the door, entered, and handed over a stack of documents. "Vice Admiral Garp, here is the bounty reward for your grandson defeating the pirate Kuro." "My grandson? Oh, you mean Lu Chen?" Garp suddenly realized, almost forgetting he had a grandson at Marine headquarters. "Yes." Bogart was already used to this and said nothing more. Garp opened the file and examined it carefully. "This kid's pretty good. He actually took down Kuro alone. But Kuro wasn't strong, a guy I could kill with one punch." Heh. Bogart smiled without a word. Pirates of that caliber were indeed insignificant before Garp. "All right, I've got some free time. Might as well go see my grandson." "Yes, Vice Admiral." With that, Garp stood up, leaving his office for the first time in a while. Elsewhere, on the training field of the Marine training camp, most trainees were still training with weights, but Lu Chen had removed his and was attempting shave. The others noticed and turned to look at Lu Chen, curious about what he was doing. What's Lu Chen doing? Why did he take off his weights? Has he already mastered shave? Impossible, it's only been a few days. Wait, maybe it is possible. Lu Chen took a deep breath, stepped back with his right foot, and slightly crouched. In an instant his right foot exploded with force. In an extremely short time, he kicked the ground multiple times, unleashing a tremendous burst of power. The final kick was the strongest. With a bang, even the air seemed to screech from the friction. In that split second, Lu Chen shot forward like a cannonball, instantly moving dozens of meters ahead. Seeing this, everyone present was astounded. Ha ha ha, he did it. He actually learned it. That's Lu Chen for you. He's a genius. Ha ha ha, awesome. Barton shook his head, helplessly muttering under his breath, "Sigh, when will I ever beat him? No, I must learn shave as fast as I can." Just then Instructor Pete stepped forward and barked, "What are you yelling about? It's not like you're the one who learned it. What are you standing around for? Get back to training." "Yes, Instructor." The startled trainees snapped to attention and resumed their drills. Pete turned to look at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. A genius. An absolute genius. I never thought Pete would teach such a prodigy. While everyone else was amazed, Lu Chen was somewhat dissatisfied. Is an E-rank shave all there is to it? Though it was fast, it didn't seem as formidable as Kira's silent step. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "Lu Chen, how are things going at the training camp?" Garp and his adjutant Bogart walked towards the camp together. Seeing them, every Marine present stood at attention and saluted respectfully, "Vice Admiral Garp." "Vice Admiral Garp." Garp gave them a slight nod and continued walking toward Lu Chen. "Grandfather, you're here." Lu Chen hurried forward with a smile. It had been a long time and he truly missed him. After all, Garp was one of his few family members in this world. "You're quite something, kid, taking down Kuro. But don't get cocky. Once you advance to the higher training camp, you'd better join ZS Elite Camp, or you're no grandson of mine." Garp patted Lu Chen on the shoulder, praising him. "I understand, grandfather." Lu Chen nodded. At the same time, the system issued a mission notification. "Ding, congratulations, host mission triggered, join ZS Elite Training Camp. System reward energy points 2, Fine Blade 1. With a mission on the line, he would definitely join even if Garp hadn't mentioned it. But joining the elite camp probably wouldn't be that simple, would it? Garp slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering something. "Oh, right, now that you've learned shave, I was about to go check on Luffy's progress. Why don't you go in my place? Consider it a vacation." There were 2 reasons for sending Lu Chen. 1, he was too lazy to go himself and preferred to slack off in his office. 2, since Lu Chen was already a Marine, he might be able to convince Ace and Luffy to change their minds. "Sure, grandfather. I was thinking of going back to see Luffy too." Lu Chen nodded eagerly. Training at Marine headquarters was truly exhausting, but more than that, it was incredibly monotonous. It was super boring. A trip back to Windmill Village would be nice. Garp nodded slightly, then turned to Pete and explained, "Lu Chen is on leave. Ill-informed Fleet Admiral Sengoku." "Understood, Vice Admiral Garp," Pete said. Shortly after Garp left with Lu Chen. Once they were gone, the trainees at the camp immediately began whispering among themselves. "Lu Chen's grandfather is Vice Admiral Garp, the former Marine hero. No wonder he's so strong. Yeah, with such a powerful background, and he's still so low-key." On ordinary days, Lu Chen never revealed his identity to others, nor did he receive any special treatment. Everything he achieved was through his own strength, which earned him the admiration of his fellow trainees. Soon Garp went through the formalities at Sengoku's office and boarded a marine vessel heading to the East Blue, accompanied by a squad to prevent any mishaps along the way. Strangely enough, the leader of this squad turned out to be Vice Admiral Tsuru. Garp even deliberately brought Lu Chen before her and introduced Tsuru. "This is my grandson Lu Chen. I entrust him to your care during the journey." "Garp, is this your grandson?" Vice Admiral Tsuru frowned slightly. In her memory, Garp's grandson shouldn't be this old. "He's adopted. But don't underestimate him. My grandson has only been in the Marines for a few months and already killed Kuro." Garp said, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. As a grandfather, he loved to boast about his grandson in front of others. And finally, he had a grandson worthy of boasting about. Actually, perhaps from now on, Lu Chen would be the only grandson he could boast about in the Marines. After all, one son was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and both other grandsons were pirates. Vice Admiral Tsuru pondered for a moment and said, "Kuro, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. That guy is quite formidable. Young man, how did you manage to kill him?" "Vice Admiral Tsuru, it was just luck," Lu Chen said modestly. However, Vice Admiral Tsuru didn't believe him at all. A kind smile spread across her face. "All right, calling me Vice Admiral Tsuru is too formal. Your grandfather and I are from the same generation. Just call me Granny Tsuru." "Okay, Granny Tsuru," Lu Chen replied with a smile. Seeing this, Garp quickly pulled Lu Chen back. "Tsuru, this is my grandson. Don't try to steal him. I have no need for that." Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head. Suddenly a spark of inspiration flashed in Garp's mind. "By the way, don't you have a granddaughter? Introduce her to Lu Chen, maybe they'll hit it off." "Forget it, let's not meddle in young people's affairs." Vice Admiral Tsuru waved her hand dismissively. Hearing this, Garp said no more. Lu Chen, however, became intrigued. Vice Admiral Tsuru's granddaughter must be Kajaka, the user of the Whip Whip fruit. This. At the same time, an image flashed through his mind. A woman in high heels with fiery red lips, holding a black whip, constantly lashing the ground, producing a continuous crack, crack, crack sound. Thinking of this, goosebumps covered Lu Chen's entire body. That afternoon, Lu Chen boarded Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship heading to the East Blue. It had to be said, a Vice Admiral's ship was enormous, and one sail even bore a large character Tsuru. Moreover, it was upon seeing Tsuru's ship that Doflamingo chose to leave. With Vice Admiral Tsuru's protection, the journey was smooth sailing. No reckless pirate dared to provoke them. Thus Lu Xun had time to train during the voyage. Every night, he rested and trained his Conqueror's Haki. In the mornings and afternoons, he swung his sword to hone his swordsmanship. In the evenings, he strolled and practiced the Marine 6-style Suru. This routine was as unyielding as a rock, highly regular to the point where everyone on the entire ship recognized him. 2 months later, Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship arrived in the East Blue. Having other matters to attend to, Vice Admiral Tsuru transferred Lu Xun to another marine vessel. Before parting, she specifically instructed, "Young man, I'll be waiting for you here in a month. We'll return together then." "Okay, thank you, Granny Tsuru." Lu Xun quickly expressed his gratitude. "Goodbye, goodbye." Watching Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship gradually fade into the distance, Lu Xun clenched his fists and silently vowed, "My strength is still too weak now. Someday, I must have my own warship." Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a mission. Achieve the rank of Lieutenant Commander and possess your own warship. System reward: Warship 1A Energy Points 3, Sword Technique 1, Physical Technique 1. In the Marines, only those with the rank of Lieutenant Commander or above could command their own warship and unit. So this mission was perfectly timed, though it seems something was still lacking. Lu Xun opened the system interface to check host Lu Xun level D skills: Swordsmanship D, Conquerors Haki D, Armament Haki D, Marine 6 style Suru D, Cooking G, Talent Simplified skills Energy 1. In 2 months, all skills except Armament Haki had been upgraded. He was not far from reaching level. A few days later, Lu Xun took a marine ship back to Windmill Village. Before even reaching the dock, he saw many people standing there looking out. A marine ship is coming. I wonder if it's Vice Admiral Garp. Maybe, and Lu Xun might be back with him. As the ship drew closer, Lu Xun waved and shouted, "Uncle E. Uncle Air." Hearing the familiar voice, the people on the shore recognized Lu Xun. "It's young Lu Xun. Haha, it really is him. Did he become a marine and come back to see us?" Lu Xun's voice was loud enough that even the hard-of-hearing elders heard him. Soon after, the marine ship docked and Lu Xun leaped ashore, shouting with a smile, "Uncle Grandpa Roy. You're back. Did you become a marine? Did you find a wife in the Marines? I can introduce you to a wife, one with a big backside. Don't worry, Granny Zhou has some candidates too." In an instant, a crowd of aunties and uncles swarmed around Lu Xun. It took a long time. Lu Xun finally extricated himself and headed straight for the bar. Pushing open the bar door, he saw Makino standing behind the counter. Their eyes met. "Sister Makino." "Lu Xun." Makino's face instantly bloomed into a radiant smile. She quickly walked over, took Lu Xun's hand, and began to inspect him all over. "How have you been? Was the marine training tough? Did Vice Admiral Garp take good care of you? You've been gone so long, you've gotten tanned, and your body has become much stronger." "Hee, Sister Makino, I'm fine." Lu Xun scratched his head awkwardly and continued, "I even went on a mission to take down a pirate. I killed a guy with a bounty of 16 million berries." As a man inexperienced with women, being touched so intimately by one inevitably caused a physical reaction. "What? 16 million berries? Lu Xun, you've become so impressive. It seems you'll definitely become as powerful as your grandfather one day." Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Only Makino's eyes were filled with worry. 16 million berries. A pirate with such a high bounty must have been incredibly dangerous. "Are you sure you weren't hurt?" "I'm fine, Sister Makino," Lu Xun said with a smile. Ever since he arrived in this world, he had stayed in Windmill Village, and he owed a lot to Makino's care. It would be dishonest to say he didn't have feelings for Makino. Despite his reassurance, worry still lingered on Makino's face. "Lu Xun, what did you come back for this time?" the village chief asked, leaning on his cane. Lu Xun replied, "Grandpa asked me to go check on Luffy and Ace." "Sister Makino, do you want to come along? I wonder how Luffy is doing in Mount Kalubo." Makino nodded promptly. As an ordinary person, she dared not venture into Mount Kalubo recklessly. That place was infested not only with mountain bandits, but also thugs and pirates. Thus Makino immediately began to pack, bringing plenty of food for Luffy, preparing to enter the mountains with Lu Xun. About an hour later, the two approached the residence of the Destined family. Several mountain bandits suddenly rushed out from the side, blocking Lu Xun and Makino. "Hey, who are you?" Startled, Makino clutched Lu Xun's clothes, hiding behind him. "It's all right." Seeing this, Lu Xun quickly reassured her and explained to the bandits before him, "My name is Lu Xun, M. Garp's grandson. I've come to find Luffy and Ace. Grandpa sent me to check on them." Vice Admiral Garp. The bandit's expression stiffened, sweat beading on his face as he immediately ran toward the house. Boss! Vice Admiral Garp's grandson is here." Lu Xun then turned to Makino, smiling gently. "Sister Maki, it's fine. This band of mountain bandits are friends with Grandpa." "Are Luffy and Ace here?" Makino asked suspiciously. It was hard to imagine why Garp would leave Luffy in a place like this. Could he truly survive? "Yes." Lu Xun nodded. Just then he saw Dayton emerge from the house, and the system interface instantly displayed her information. Character: Curly Dayton. Level E. Skills: Physical Arts EX Arts E. Dayton glanced at Lu Xun, confirmed his identity, and said, "Luffy isn't home. He must have gone with Ace to the Gray Terminal." "What about Sabo?" Lu Xun asked further. Dayton shook her head. "Who? Don't know him." Lu Xun chuckled. "Nothing." Her demeanor suggested she wasn't lying. So Sabo hadn't moved into Dodon's home yet. There was still time before the fire at the Gray Terminal. His memory of the timeline in One Piece had grown hazy, he only recalled the broad strokes of events. After a moment of thought, Lu Chen looked at Makino. I'm going to find Luffy and Ace. Sister Maki, wait here, he'll be back soon. Alright, be careful. Makino pursed her delicate lips, urging him. She knew how dangerous this mountain could be. Hearing that Lu Chen was leaving, Dayton frowned slightly. Can you handle it, kid? Getting to the gray terminal means crossing this forest. Don't worry. Lu Chen smiled. The moment the words left his mouth, his right foot stomped the ground, using shave to vanish instantly. He reappeared on a branch not far away. Whooshed. Landing on the branch, he activated shave again, darting between the trees. Before long, his figure gradually disappeared into the dense jungle. Dayton stared in the direction he had vanished, sighing. He's only been with the Marines a short while, and he's already this strong. He's even learned the 6 powers. Though she wasn't powerful herself as a pirate, she was familiar with the Marines' 6 powers. Meanwhile, half an hour later, Lu Chen traversed the entire forest and stood on a high vantage point, gazing down and murmuring, I wonder where Luffy and Ace are. Have they clashed with Blue Jam yet? Below, a massive garbage dump stretched out. Even from the mountaintop, he could smell the various odors wafting up from below. A high wall encircled the dump. Within that wall lay the residential area of the Goa Kingdom's nobility. The Goa Kingdom was also known as the most beautiful country in the East Blue, and Sabo was a noble of that very kingdom. Forget it'll just go down and ask someone. With that, Lu Chen leaped from the mountain. He bounded down the cliffs using shave to reach the gray terminal as fast as possible. Inside, throngs of ragged thugs scavenged through the refuse. A single piece of jewelry would spark a fight to the death among them all, until only one man remained standing to claim it. Lu Chen, dressed in clean clothes, naturally stood out like a sore thumb. Soon several thugs surrounded him, wicked grins spreading across their faces. Their intentions were clear. At the same time, the system triggered a mission. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission triggered: defeat the thugs and learn Luffy's whereabouts. Reward: energy points 1. Hep. Hearing the mission, Lu Chen broke into a smile, scanning the thugs around him. All 3 were Grank. One of them, slightly stronger at G, was named Hagi Rex, with golden hair and a scar across his face. Kid, you're not from the dump, are you? Hand over anything valuable. I have money, but it depends on whether you're brave enough to take it. Lu Chen sneered. You? Before the man could finish, Lu Chen stomped the ground and appeared before the other 2 thugs. Drawing his blade Ling Feng, he swung the long sword. A flash of sword light. Both thugs were struck, a bloody gash opening across their chests as they collapsed to the ground. Wah. What? How? The speed was too fast. Our Rex hadn't seen a thing. His face was a mask of shock. Lu Chen rested the blade against Rex's neck, smiling faintly. They're dead. If you don't want to join them, you'd better answer my questions truthfully. Alright, I'll talk. Rex nodded frantically, nearly dropping to his knees to beg for mercy. How could he possibly stand against such overwhelming strength? Where are Ace and Sabo? Lu Chen asked. Rex hesitated, then quickly replied. Ace should be at the pirate harbor, the base of the Blue Jam pirates. Blue Jam is looking for them. That's enough. After a moment's thought, Lu Chen sheathed Ling Feng. Thank you. Before Rex could finish, Lu Chen kicked him square in the chest. Boom. A dull thud. Rex's body curled up like a shrimp, slamming heavily into a trash pile dozens of meters away, blood gushing from his mouth. That single kick had ruptured his heart. He was as good as dead. Lu Chen never made a habit of letting his enemies live. He knew full well that many villains fell victim to talking too much or showing mercy. Kill when killing was necessary. In this world, survival mattered above all else. The other thugs nearby looked at Lu Chen with renewed fear in their eyes. None dared approach him again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Reward: energy points 1. With that, Lu Chen headed alone to the pirate harbor to find Luffy. That kid had probably been captured by Blue Jam's men and was about to get a beating. A few minutes later, when Lu Chen arrived at the pirate harbor, he saw 2 children just as they dashed into a ramshackle room. One of them was Ace, whom he had seen before, clad in a red vest, while the other wore a top hat, had golden hair, and was dressed in a blue jacket. That must be Sabo. Seeing this, Lu Chen swiftly followed. Upon arriving outside the room, he heard the sounds of a scuffle coming from within. Peering through the door, he saw that inside, besides Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, everyone else belonged to the Blue Jewel Pirates. The leader was Bergamy, a man of robust build, towering several heads taller than Lu Chen. His shoulder muscles were so developed that he appeared to have no neck. At that moment, Sabo had already rescued Luffy, leaving only Ace to hold off Bergamy. Ace shouted to Sabo, "You go first. Let's go together." Sabo urged, carrying Luffy on his shoulder. Saving Luffy was all that mattered. The 2 of them might not be a match for their opponents. "I won't run away. You go," Ace declared, his gaze resolute as he single-handedly blocked Bergamy. Bergamy sneered disdainfully, thinking of escaping. "Not a chance. Stop them." "Yes." At his command, all the pirates surged forward, surrounding Ace and Sabo. Lu Chen, however, remained still, waiting for the system to trigger a mission. Even if no mission was triggered, he would still intervene. Because he was carrying Luffy, Sabo's movements were restricted, and he was soon captured by the surrounding pirates. "Sabo!" Ace cried out in alarm, turning his head. Taking advantage of his distraction, Bergamy raised his hand and slashed at Ace. "Die." "Damn it." Ace's expression shifted as he raised the iron rod in his hand to block. But Burgami's overwhelming force instantly forced him to his knees with a loud crash. He could only watch helplessly as the sharp blade drew closer and closer to his body. Ace! Ace! Luffy and Sabo, though restrained, let out furious roars. Just as the blade was about to strike Ace, Lu Chen's eyes sharpened. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, he used the shave technique to appear instantly before Ace. What a... The sudden appearance of a figure startled Burgami, his eyes widening in shock. Hep. Lu Chen smiled faintly, slightly crouching as he drew his long blade. One-style Iato slash. The spirit wind blade swept out, grazing Burgami's sword and his body. A flash of cold light. A clean cut split the great sword in two. At the same time, a wound appeared on Burgami's body, gushing blood as he crashed heavily to the ground. Ace, now saved, finally recognized the newcomer and exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." He had met Lu Chen before, who was also Gramps' grandson, and he had joined the Marines with Gramps. Had he become this strong in such a short time? Long time no see, Ace. Luffy. Lu Chen sheathed the spirit wind and spoke. Seeing Burgami dead, the other pirates fled in panic, scattering in all directions. Burgami is dead. Run. Hurry. Suddenly, two arms wrapped around Lu Chen, and a figure shot onto his face with a whoosh. It was Luffy, who had coiled around Lu Chen's body, wailing loudly. "While Lu Chen, bro, I was almost dead just now. Aren't you fine now?" Lu Chen said, exasperated as he tried to pry Luffy off. "Gramps sent me back to check on you guys. I didn't expect to find you here." But his clothes were now covered in Luffy's snot and tears. "Oh, Gramps didn't come?" Luffy asked cautiously. "No, that's a relief." Hearing this, Luffy relaxed. If Gramps had come, he'd be in for another beating. "Lu Chen, bro, how did you get so strong?" "I joined the Marines with Gramps and am now training at the Marine Headquarters training camp. If you want to come, you can join," Lu Chen said. "No way. I'm going to be a pirate." Luffy refused without a second thought. Hep. Lu Chen smiled knowingly. He knew Luffy would never become a Marine and was just joking. "We should go now. Those pirates are probably going to inform their boss," Sabo warned. "Yeah." Ace nodded, glancing at Lu Chen. But Lu Chen halted. "You go on ahead." "Lu Chen, bro, what are you staying here for?" "Someone bullied my two little brothers, so naturally I'm going to teach them a lesson." "You guys go back. I'll take down their hideout by myself," Lu Chen said with righteous anger. Besides avenging his brothers, he also wanted to complete the mission the system had just triggered. "I'm going too." With that, Luffy immediately wrapped himself around Lu Chen's thigh. "Huh." Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and said in unison, "We're coming too." "All right, let's go together." Lu Chen wasn't worried about their safety. The will of this world wouldn't let them die so easily. Especially Ace. "Yeah, let's go get revenge." Luffy jumped for joy. Meanwhile, at the pirate's haven. "Captain, Burgami has been killed." Several fleeing pirates knelt before a burly, slightly balding man at the pirate base. The man was Blue Jam, captain of the Blue Jewel Pirates. My. Blue Jam's face twisted with anger and surprise. He was killed. Someone at the Gray Terminal actually dares to kill our man. Yes, it was a newcomer we've never seen before. He doesn't seem to be from around here. Also, he's with Ace and Sabo, the pirate lackey added. My. Blue Jam immediately stood up, growling. "They stole my treasure and now kill my men. Those brats have a death wish. Let's go. We'll capture them." "Yes, captain." With that, the pirates grabbed their weapons. Just then, Lu Chen and the others arrived, and he announced loudly, "No need to trouble yourselves. We're already here." "Yeah, I'm going to punch you into the sky," Luffy declared seriously. Only Ace and Sabo remained silent, weapons drawn and on high alert. The Blue Jewel Pirates were not to be underestimated. Blue Jam curled his lips, revealing ugly teeth, and sneered, "Coming to us willingly. Since you're asking for death, they'll gladly oblige." "Men, get them. Kill them all." "Yes, captain." At his command, pirates surged from all directions, charging at Lu Chen and his group. "It's you who's asking for death." Lu Chen's gaze turned icy as he spoke, without mercy. Soon numerous pirates surrounded Lu Chen and his three companions, forming an impenetrable encirclement. Hep. Yet Lu Chen's face showed no trace of worry. Instead, a meaningful smile curled at his lips. Brujame frowned slightly and growled, "Kid, you can still laugh now." Conqueror's Haki. Suddenly, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, his aura condensed, and his Conqueror's Haki erupted. A formidable pressure radiated outward from him, causing every pirate caught in the Conqueror's Haki's influence to roll their eyes and collapse to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only Brujame remained standing, staring in shock at his fallen crew. This? How? He had indeed felt a powerful surge of energy, but thanks to his robust physique and strong will, he had managed to withstand it. So strong. What is that? Lu Chen, what kind of move was that? How did you knock them all out? Luffy and the others looked up at Lu Chen, their eyes filled with astonishment. "You'll have it too one day." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled, drew his blade Lingfeng, and slowly advanced toward Brujame. "Now it's your turn." This was his first time using Conqueror's Haki in actual combat. It seemed that Drank Conqueror's Haki had a limited effect on Brujame, who was also Drank. However, he had anticipated this. Conqueror's Haki was in essence a form of hierarchical suppression. "Don't think I'm afraid of you." Brujame snorted coldly, hefted his greatsword, and charged fiercely at Lu Chen. Showing no fear, Lu Chen brandished his longsword and met the attack head-on. They swung their arms, clashing blades with increasing speed. Their swords collided midair, sparks flying and a crisp ring echoing. Their movements were so swift that Luffy and the others could no longer track Lu Chen's figure. So fast, Ace exclaimed in awe. However, as time passed, Brujame began to lag behind Lu Chen's pace. You seem to be slowing down. You bastard. Brujame's eyes reddened, and with a furious roar he abandoned his great sword in his right hand. He aimed a punch directly at Lu Chen's chest. Armament. Lu Chen smiled slightly, having waited for this moment. He armored his chest with armament Haki to block the attack. Boom. A dull thud echoed. The immense impact forced Lu Chen back several steps, carving 2 furrows in the ground. Thanks to his armament Haki, he remained unharmed. Moreover, his armament Haki experience had increased significantly. Having finally found a worthy opponent, Lu Chen was not about to miss the chance to gain experience. In contrast, Brujame's left hand was now swollen and red, as if he had struck a block of iron. But he had already guessed Lu Chen's identity. Only the Marines use the 6 powers technique Iron Body. Kid, are you a Marine? Yes. Lu Chen nodded and stepped forward again. By now Brujame was terrified and instinctively stepped back. Since you're a Marine, we're on the same side. I have dealings with the nobles of the Goa Kingdom. If you kill me, those nobles won't let you off. The opponent could use Iron Body and was no weaker than himself. He surely stood no chance. Hep. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer. Nobles? If I kill you, do you think those nobles would bother to avenge you? Would they admit to having collaborated with a pirate? In their eyes, you're nothing but a tool. He held no fondness for nobles. You. Brujame suddenly realized the truth and was left speechless. By then Lu Chen had reached him and said with a light laugh, you'd better focus on fighting me. Who knows, you might just win. You're asking for death. Brujame, consumed by rage, swung his blade viciously at Lu Chen. His strikes were more powerful, but his mind was in turmoil. His attacks were utterly reckless. Throughout their battle, Lu Chen steadily accumulated experience in armament Haki. At times, he even deliberately let Brujame's blade strike him to gain more experience. The system notifications chimed repeatedly as his armament Haki experience increased. After more than 10 minutes, his armament Haki finally leveled up, reaching D. Meanwhile, the experience he gained from Brujame began to dwindle. 6 powers shave. Seeing this, Lu Chen's gaze turned icy. He stomped the ground, accelerating abruptly. His body vanished, leaving only a faint afterimage as he reappeared behind Brujame. With a single swing of his sword, a flash of light cleaved through Brujame's body, cutting him in 2. Blood gushed out and Brujame fell dead instantly. Following that, Lu Chen severed Brujame's head and placed it in a cloth bag. After all, a pirate's head was worth a bounty. Lu Chen, you're incredible. Teach me, please. I want to get stronger too. Luffy trotted over and wrapped his rubbery body around Lu Chen's leg. With greater strength, he could protect his friends and companions. Lu Chen sighed, helplessly dragging Luffy along as he looked toward a nearby pile of trash and called out, friend. No need to hide, I've already spotted you. Young man, I didn't expect you to notice me. Just as Luffy, Ace, and the others were puzzled, an old man slowly emerged from behind the garbage heap. The old man wore a tattered top hat and orange sunglasses with disheveled hair and a pipe in his mouth. Seeing the old man's attributes, Lu Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. I didn't expect him to be this strong. But it makes sense, after all, he's a man who once challenged the Pirate King. After a moment's thought, Lu Chen said with a smile, just luck. When he released his Conqueror's Haki, he had faintly sensed another person with strong mental energy behind him. He hadn't expected it to be Naguri, who would become Luffy's mentor. Young man, you're too modest. Your talent is remarkable. Naguri took a puff from his pipe and remarked. Not only did he possess armament Haki and the 6 powers, but also Conqueror's Haki. That was a rarity found in 1 in 10,000. Your strength is also formidable. My 3 younger brothers might need your guidance in the future. I hope you can teach them, Lu Chen said. As soon as he finished speaking, Ace and Sabo looked puzzled and whispered to each other, Naguri, isn't he the one often bullied by the Blue Gem pirates? Can he really take care of us? Don't underestimate this old man. His strength surpasses mine, Lu Chen said with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Luffy and his 2 companions were stunned, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Who would have imagined Naguri possessed such formidable power? In response to Lu Chen's praise, Naguri merely offered a faint smile. Rest assured, I've taken a liking to these 3 young lads. They'll look after them well. My thanks. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude. Yet Luffy, with a worried expression, whispered, he's not going to eat us, is he yet? You idiot. Ace raised his fist and delivered a sharp blow, raising a large lump on Luffy's head. Shortly after, Lu Chen led the trio back to Dodon's residence. Seeing Lu Chen return safely with Luffy and Ace, Makino felt relieved. She then shared the pastries she had brought with the 3 boys. Makino inquired, Lu Chen, how long will you be staying this time? He'll leave in a month. Lu Chen answered honestly. But a shadow dimmed Makino's eyes. Will you come back afterward? He'll return whenever I have the chance, Sister Maki. I promise he'll come see you. Lu Chen gave his assurance. He had noticed Makino's expression, but he truly needed to grow stronger, otherwise he wouldn't survive in this world. Ever since acquiring the system, he had a subtle intuition that it was no ordinary thing. Though it didn't exactly pit him against the world's protagonist Luffy, he still sensed something amiss. The path ahead might not be smooth. His very presence had already altered the fates of some people. The more unknown, the more perilous. That afternoon, Lu Chen and Makino returned to Windmill Village, where he resumed his daily training. During a break, he recalled earning quite a few energy points today. Energy 4. He had 4 points in total, and upgrading the system only required 1. Ding, consuming 1 energy point to upgrade the system. Upgrade successful. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded Lu Chen's mind, revealing the system's newly upgraded functions. Information probing was no longer limited by level or distance, and several new attributes had appeared on the interface. Host Lu Chen Level D Position Marine Training, Camp Member Skill Swordsmanship D Conquerors Haki D Armament Haki D Marine 6 Styles, Shave D Cooking G Talent Skill Simplification Energy, 3 berries 0. The initial 16 million berries were the bounty for defeating Kuro, and the additional 8 million were for defeating Blue Jam. Having more money wasn't particularly useful. In the following days, Lu Chen dedicated himself to relentless training. Naturally, his strength improved, finally reaching sea level, with his swordsmanship advancing to sea level. Moreover, he learned observation Haki from Naguri and promptly simplified it. Ding, simplifying skill observation Haki. Simplification successful. Observation Haki 6th sense. Observation Haki itself was a form of perception, sensing changes in the surrounding situation's sense, and so forth to perceive an opponent's next move, even predicting their actions. Predicting the future. After the system's successful simplification, it became a process of sensing the 6 senses: smell, touch, hearing, taste, sight, and intuition. This meant the experience of observation Haki would increase constantly, though it remained uncertain whether it would accumulate even during sleep. A month passed swiftly. Lu Chen boarded a nearby marine ship, preparing to rendezvous with Vice Admiral Tsuru. Sailing across the sea with the ocean breeze in his hair and the system's continuous notification chimes, he felt exceptionally cheerful. Ding, congratulations, host. Observation Haki Experience 1. Ding, congratulations, host. Observation Haki Experience 1. Ding, congratulations, host. Suddenly, a black speck appeared in the distance ahead. What's that? Lu Chen raised his telescope and peered through it. He discerned that the speck was a ship, a pirate ship. A red shark emblem adorned the black pirate flag, and the bow was shaped like a shark's head. It's the Arlong pirates. The former fisherman pirates. Quick, turn the helm. Get away from them. Hurry, hurry. The Marines on board erupted into chaos, scrambling to flee. Lu Chen shook his head, slightly uninterested in their panic, and murmured to himself, so it's Arlong's crew. Shouldn't they be in Kokoyashi village? Could they be heading to Kokoyashi village now? Nami was in Kokoyashi village. It was because of Arlong that her adoptive mother was shot, and she was forced to join the Arlong pirates. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations, host. Mission triggered: defeat the Arlong pirates and resolve the crisis in Kokoyashi village. System rewards energy points 3, great grade sword 1, sword technique 1, and a random skill level 1. The rewards were substantial, but taking on an entire pirate crew single-handedly. It was indeed a daunting challenge. And there was also a great grade sword among the rewards. What exactly did the system want? To alter the course of this world. After a moment's deliberation, Lu Chen turned and shouted, "Everyone halt." His commanding roar froze the Marines in their tracks, all eyes turning to him. They were aware of Lu Chen's special status. He had arrived alongside a Vice Admiral. Then Lu Chen continued, "As Marines, upholding justice and vanquishing pirates is our duty. Now upon sighting pirates, you turn tail and flee. Are you worthy of being Marines? You are a disgrace to the Marines." The assembled Marines hung their heads in shame. "I intend to engage these pirates. Who among you will join me? Success or failure, we shall become the pride of the Marines." Lu Chen stood tall, his words righteous and resolute. If he couldn't do it alone, he would rally others. These Marines weren't entirely useless. His words left the Marines exchanging uneasy glances, yet none dared to speak. Finally, a Marine Chief Petty Officer named Gus stepped forward, speaking reluctantly. "Brother Lu, it's not that we don't want to go, but the Arlong pirates are no pushovers. With our small numbers, we stand no chance." "It's fine. We'll head over and lie in wait first. Use the Den Den Mushi to request reinforcements now. Tell them I am Garp's grandson and ask for Marine support." Lu Chen enunciated each word clearly. This revelation sent shockwaves through the Marines. What? Garp's grandson? The Marine hero who chased the Pirate King across the seas. I never imagined he was Garp's grandson. After a moment's hesitation, Gus could only comply. All right, he'll request support immediately. After all, refusing the grandson of Garp might invite trouble. And given his identity, perhaps reinforcements would indeed arrive. Thus, he promptly picked up the Den Den Mushi and called Marine headquarters for backup. "Hello? Hello? Hello? Is this Marine headquarters? We've spotted the Arlong pirates in the East Blue. Vice Admiral Garp's grandson is aboard our ship." "Yes, yes. We're about to move against the Arlong pirates. Please dispatch reinforcements immediately." "Yes, Vice Admiral Garp's grandson." After a moment, Jess hung up the phone. "Brother Lu, they said they will send someone. In that case, let's maintain our speed and catch up." Lu Chen nodded slightly. He believed that his grandfather Garp would not stand idly by. All right. Jess immediately ordered the helmsman to maintain speed and follow the Arlong pirates. Meanwhile, aboard the Arlong pirates' ship, a blue-skinned male fisherman put down his telescope and said to the shark-mouthed fisherman beside him, "Captain, I spotted a Marine ship. Should we go over and kill them?" "Oh." The shark-mouthed man picked up the telescope and looked over, saying indifferently, "Forget it. It's just a small boat. How much money could they have? The blue fishman replied, understood, Captain. Their goal was Kokoyashi village, not to antagonize the Marines. Of course Arlong would not attack unless he saw the Marine ship turning away, otherwise he would definitely strike. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku hung up the phone and murmured, Garp, your grandson sure knows how to stir up trouble. Killing Kuro wasn't enough, now he wants to take on the Arlong pirates. Luchin only did what a Marine should do. Did you send backup? Garp's expression turned serious for the first time. He knew the strength of the Arlong pirates might be beyond Luchin's ability to handle, and he couldn't help but worry. Don't worry. Since it's your grandson, I'll make sure everything is arranged. Sengoku reassured him. That's enough. With that, Garp picked his nose and walked straight out. He trusted Sengoku to handle things. Watching his retreating figure, Sengoku could only shake his head helplessly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ship, carrying Lu Chun, kept tailing the Arlong pirates. Their destination was indeed Kokoyashi village. After docking, they immediately led a horde of pirates to raid the village. Change course. Well, land from the other side. Jess commanded loudly. Aye. Before the words faded, Lu Chun interrupted, saying seriously, no, well, land from the front. But that means well, run into the Arlong pirates. Jess looked worried. With only 30 of them, if they were discovered landing from the front, they'd all be doomed. Lu Chun frowned with displeasure. Listen to me. I have a plan. All right. Jess had no choice but to agree. If not for the fact that the other man's grandfather was Garp, he would never have consented. Minutes later, the Marine ship drew closer to the Arlong pirates' vessel, close enough to clearly see the pirates left on guard. There were 11 pirates in total, mostly low-level fishmen around Frank's strength. The strongest was a blue-skinned cartilaginous fishman, muscular, and towering 2 heads taller than an ordinary man with 2 braids on his head. Character: Kurubi race, Fishman, level C skills, Fishman karate, C swordsmanship, E bounty 9 million berries. Marines. Marines are coming. The pirates on the ship quickly spotted the Marine vessel and reported to Kurubi. HM. Kurubi squinted and saw only a few dozen Marines, not even a petty officer among them. What's there to panic about? It's just a handful of Marines. Wipe them out. Aye. At his command, all the fishmen leaped into the sea and swam toward the Marine ship at incredible speed. In the water, the fishmen moved like swift sharks. Their speed was astonishing. Aboard the ship, the Marines were already panicking, barely able to hold their weapons. Fishmen. Pirates. They're coming. Watch out. Pirates incoming. Lu Chun stared at the sea surface and instructed, I'll handle that blue fishman. The rest are yours. All right. Jess' face lit up with joy. He could tell that the blue fishman was the fastest and undoubtedly the strongest. Soon the fishermen pirates reached the Marine ship, shouting and climbing aboard, surrounding the Marines. You've come to die. Brothers, kill them all and throw their bodies into the sea to feed the sharks. Kurubi bared his sharp teeth and growled. Aye. At the command, pirates and Marines clashed immediately. 6 powers shave. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he stomped his right foot on the deck. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. He reappeared behind Kurubi, drawing his sword Lingfeng and swinging it. A flash of sword light. It slashed across Kurubi's back. Damn it. Kurubi's face changed drastically, but he couldn't dodge and had to take the blow he'd. A long wound opened on his back, blood gushing out. Ow. Despite the pain, Kurubi gritted his teeth and launched a counterattack. His muscles bulged as he clenched his fist and swung it backward. Fishman karate elbow strike. The elbow came at blinding speed, leaving Lu Chun no time to evade. He could only block with his arm. Bang. A dull thud. His arm felt as if struck by a 1,000-pound hammer, excruciatingly painful. His entire body was sent flying backward. He skidded several meters before barely stopping. Lu Chun looked down at the large bruise on his arm and gasped, that hurts. His karate is formidable. In that moment, he hadn't activated his armament Haki. He had to endure it. But the stronger the enemy, the more he enjoyed it. It would grant him plenty of armament Haki experience. Meanwhile, Kurubi was sizing up the Marine before him. Such powerful swordsmanship, and he knows 6 powers shave. So young, not even a seaman recruit. How could he be this strong? You're pretty impressive too. He'll play with you a bit. Lu Chun chuckled and used shave again, appearing in an instant at Kurubi's left side. He swung his sword once more. But this time Kurubi reacted in time, quickly raising his leg and kicking out. Fishman karate rising kick. Clang. The blade met Kurubi's foot with a crisp sound. The two clashed fiercely, neither yielding an inch. Yet Lu Chun wielded a swift blade, and with his speed, he always managed to land cuts on his opponent. Each slash drew copious amounts of blood. Of course, Kurubi would also land blows on Lu Chun, but each time they were blocked, as if striking a block of iron. Before long, Kurubi's body was covered in sword wounds, his clothes stained crimson with blood, as he panted heavily, glaring at his opponent. Huff, huff. In contrast, Lu Chun's face remained calm and unconcerned. The injuries seemed to have no effect on him. Your 10-tile straight punch and 100-tile straight punch are useless against me. If you have no other tricks, prepare to die. Lu Chun's eyes turned icy as he spoke coldly. You? Kurubi was so enraged that his teeth ground together, yet he found himself speechless. His karate strikes against Lu Chun's body seemed utterly futile. Suddenly Kurubi let out a furious roar, his muscles bulging as he clenched his fists. Arrogant brat, let me show you the power of my 1,000-tile fist. Fine. Lu Chun agreed readily, even with a hint of eagerness. The 100-tile fist had already granted him considerable experience in armament Haki. The 1,000-tile fist would surely yield even more. Kurubi was momentarily stunned. Never had he seen someone so willingly invite a beating. But there was no time to dwell on it. 1,000-tile fist. Veins bulged on his hands, and his entire body trembled with tension. He dashed swiftly before Lu Chen, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch tore through the air with a sonic boom, landing solidly on Lu Chen's chest. And the speed of his strikes was astonishing. This was the hallmark of his 1,000-tile fist, delivering 1,000 blows in an incredibly short span, inflicting sustained damage on the opponent. However, Lu Chen had already coated his chest with armament Haki, using it to defend against Kurubi's attacks. He made no attempt to counter whatsoever. He merely listened intently to the continuous chimes from his system. Ding! Congratulations, host armament Haki experience 20. Ding! Congratulations, host armament Haki experience 30. Ding! Congratulations, host. Opt. A moment later, Kurubi's final punch crashed into Lu Chen's chest. Bang! A dull thud. The immense impact forced Lu Chen to retreat several meters before he could steady himself. Yet his face still bore that carefree smile as he dusted off his clothes and said indifferently, "Doesn't seem all that impressive." Armament Haki offered defense, but there was still some pain. Moreover, that final punch had directly upgraded his skill. Armament Haki. Demon, are you even human? How can you be this strong? Kurubi's eyes widened like brass bells in astonishment. His hands, having struck Lu Chen, were now abnormally swollen and red. No human could possess such overwhelming power. It's just that your horizons are too narrow. You've never encountered anyone stronger. Lu Chen shook his head slightly, crouching with a cold glint in his eyes as he stared at Kurubi. It's time to end you. Damn. Suddenly Kurubi felt a chilling sensation wash over him. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. Once in the sea, no one could catch him. But he had underestimated Lu Chen's prowess. 6 powers shave, 1 sword style draw cut. Lu Chen vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Kurubi using shave. He drew the Lingfeng blade. With a seemingly effortless swing, the sword light traced a slow arc through the air, passing through Kurubi's suspended body. Uft. In an instant, a torrent of blood gushed forth. Kurubi was cleaved in two at the waist, plunging into the sea and staining the water a vivid crimson. Not bad. Combining shave with the draw cut achieves even greater speed. Lu Chen gazed at the pirate's corpse floating on the sea and nodded with satisfaction. He dove into the water, severed Kurubi's head, and stored it in his system inventory. This was all money. Returning to the ship, he assisted the other Marines in slaughtering nearly all the pirates aboard. Yet one fishman managed to escape by leaping into the sea. Quick! After him! Gus immediately ordered. A few Marines moved to pursue, but Lu Chen stopped them. Let him go. Let him deliver the news. Then we're exposed. The Arlong pirates' reinforcements will be here any moment. Gus twitched his mouth in frustration. Lu Chen smiled. What's there to fear? By the time their reinforcements arrive, we might not even be here. You mean? Gus' eyes lit up with sudden understanding. Lu Chen nodded. Exactly. Burn their ship and leave ours. They'll send someone to investigate, and we'll slip into the village in the chaos. Gus, great. With the Arlong pirates' ship ablaze, they wouldn't dare torch the Marine's vessel. They'd have no transport otherwise. All they had to do was wait for reinforcements, and the mission would be complete. Maybe they'd even earn battle merits and a promotion. Huh. Thus Gus immediately gave orders to douse the Arlong pirate's ship with gunpowder and gasoline, setting it ablaze and destroying it. Then he split the squad into smaller teams to infiltrate the village. Meanwhile, Arlong was collecting berries from the villagers, 100 per adult monthly and 500 per child. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion. Bang! The deafening roar seized the attention of everyone in Kokoyashi village. What's going on? Arlong turned toward the source of the sound. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky, staining it black. Captain, that seems to be where our ship is moored. An octopus fisherman said. My. Arlong frowned and ordered, Hachi, take some men and check it out. Got it. Just as Hachi was about to leave, a disheveled crewmate came running up, gasping, Marines. The Marines are here. What? Marines? In an instant, Arlong appeared before the pirate and grabbed him. How many Marines? Where's Kurubi? Wasn't he supposed to be guarding the ship? His voice carried a hint of accusation. Dead. All dead. The crewmate's eyes were vacant, muttering the same words. Arlong's eyes reddened as he said coldly, Hachi, both of you go? Notify me immediately of anything. Yes, boss. With that, a fisherman with lips swollen like bee stings and Hachi led a group toward the shore. Arlong stared ahead, his eyes blazing with fury, and growled, Marines. You're asking for death. Suddenly a crewmate pointed ahead. Boss, there's smoke from cooking over there. Someone's preparing a meal. Let's go. Check it out. Yes. Thus Arlong led his men toward the orange grove. The other villagers looked on with worry, whispering among themselves. Damn, that's Belmir's house. And Nami and Nojiko. Who knows where they are? I hope the Marines get here soon so we can all be saved. On the other side, Lu Chen along with 4 or 5 Marines successfully slipped into Kokoyashi village, weaving through the underbrush. They encountered some fisherman pirates along the way, but they were mere lackeys. He left them for the other Marines to handle. He needed to conserve his strength for dealing with Arlong. Soon not spotting Arlong in the village, Lu Chun deduced he had likely gone to Belmir's house. Following his memories and the scent, he headed toward the orange grove. Before long, Lu Chun spotted the rising plume of cooking smoke. Following its direction for about 10 minutes, he finally saw a white room not far away. However, the entrance was already surrounded by members of the Arlong pirates. Belmir had been captured by the Arlong pirates, and the gun in her hand was bitten through by Arlong's fangs. Belmir, doomed. Lu Chun suddenly stood up, but instead of heading to the front door, he walked toward the back. Nami and the others would enter through the back. He was quite eager to meet this future member of the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, at the back door, 2 women were sprinting toward the house. One had blue hair and wore blue clothes while the other had orange-yellow hair. It was Nojiko and Nami. Quick, let's take her and escape through the back. But the pirates might already be here. It's okay. Before she could finish, a figure suddenly rushed out. An old man with white hair and sunglasses embraced them, preventing them from moving forward. You can't go home. He was the doctor of Kokoyashi village. Move aside. We have to save Belmir. Nami and the others struggled and shouted. Suddenly the doctor set them down and said solemnly, Nojiko. Nami, listen to me carefully. I have to tell you some harsh truths. Before he could finish, Belmir's scream came from ahead. Ah, Belmir, Belmir. Instantly Nojiko and Nami's eyes turned red as they shouted in worry. Suddenly a strange voice came. Reality is indeed cruel, but with great strength perhaps it doesn't have to be so harsh. Lu Chun with a long sword at his waist walked slowly toward them. Soon Nami and Nojiko noticed the marine uniform he wore and rushed over, hugging his legs and begging. Mr. Marine, please save Belmir. We beg you, well, agree to any condition. The 2 women were already in tears. Heh. Lu Chun chuckled, patted their heads, and comforted them. Don't worry with me here, she'll be fine. Hearing this, Nojiko and Nami felt a bit more at ease. But the doctor still wore a worried expression and whispered, young man, that's the Arlong pirates over there, and their captain Arlong is also present. It's better to wait until your superior arrives. Judging by his attire, he was just a marine soldier. How could he match Arlong? I alone am enough. Lu Chun chuckled lightly and walked toward the front door. He saw Arlong aiming a gun at Belmir, grinning with an evil smile, inferior race die. With that, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out. A puff of smoke drifted from the muzzle. Belmir had given up struggling and silently closed her eyes. But moments later she felt no pain. She opened her eyes and saw a familiar figure before her, exclaiming in surprise, a marine. The attire on that person was so familiar to her. The marine who appeared was of course Lu Chun. Using Soru, he flashed in front of Belmir and sliced the bullet in 2 with his sword. The 2 halves of the bullet fell to the ground. A marine. Arlong's face twisted with rage as he roared, a mere soldier dares to stop me. I'm not here to stop you. Lu Chun gestured for Belmir to step aside and said coldly, I'm here to kill you. Arrogant. An inferior race dares to be so arrogant, especially a marine. You lapdogs of the world government all deserve to die. Arlong bellowed in fury. The fishman pirates harbored the deepest hatred for the world government and the celestial dragons, followed by the marines, the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. One sword style draw cut. Lu Chun wasted no words. His arms suddenly exploded with power as muscles bulged, and he drew Lingfeng to slash at Arlong. What? Arlong was startled, never expecting a marine to launch a sneak attack. The blade's gleam was blinding, leaving no room for evasion. He could only take the blow heat in. The sword light cut across Arlong's body, carving a half-meter-long gash in his chest. Blood gushed from the wound, but soon stopped. Fishmen had incredible physical resilience and mastery over their own blood flow. Interesting. Lu Chun observed, his expression turning serious as he focused all his attention. Character Arlong, level C, skills, physical arts, C, sharp teeth, C. Bounty to 0 berries. Arlong clenched his teeth, glaring at Lu Chun as if he were already a dead man. An inferior race dares to strike at me. You're asking for death. With that, he opened his gaping maw and lunged at Lu Chun. Rokushiki Soru. Lu Chun's eyes narrowed and he vanished in a flash. What? Arlong's face stiffened as his teeth sank into a nearby pillar. The immense biting force shattered the thick pillar into pieces of rubble that scattered everywhere, kicking up a cloud of dust. The others, unable to see Lu Chun disappear, thought he had been bitten to death. The boss is mighty. Damn it. That marine is dead. The boss is unstoppable. A marine dared to challenge us. Unfortunately, they were unaware of the law that smoke meant no injury. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chun appeared to Arlong's right, swinging his longsword straight for Arlong's neck. The next second, Arlong sensed a chill and bit down hard. Clang. Lingfeng was caught in Arlong's teeth, unable to move. Lu Chun frowned and twisted the blade with force. The sword erupted with powerful force, jarring Arlong's teeth so painfully that he had to release his grip. At the same time, some teeth fell out, but new ones quickly grew back. Tui. Arlong spat out the blood in his mouth and grinned through gritted teeth. Your swordsmanship is strong, but my teeth can regenerate infinitely. Can your sword say the same? He then pulled out 2 of his own teeth, which regenerated anew, and held both sets in his hands as weapons. Lu Chun glanced at the Lingfeng in his hand. Where the teeth had clamped down, several bite marks and even cracks had appeared. Lingfeng, after all, was just an ordinary sharp sword struggling to hold up against Arlong's teeth. Yet having accompanied him for so long, it held some sentimental value. An ordinary sharp sword isn't enough anymore, is it? Today may be our last battle together. Let me use you to slay this shark. Daydreaming. The one who dies is you. Arlong roared, charging with his sharp teeth and launching relentless attacks. Lu Chun could only dodge, relying on his longsword. The longsword clashed with Arlong's teeth repeatedly, sending sparks flying. With each clash, the blade of Lingfeng suffered an impact. Another crack appeared. Soon it would shatter completely. Bastard. Lu Chun couldn't help but curse, quickly sheathing Lingfeng and using his hand to block Arlong's attack. Ha ha ha, you're asking for death. Seeing this, Arlong curled his lips into a smug grin. He never expected someone to sacrifice an arm for a sword. But he showed no mercy, aiming his jagged teeth at Lu Chun's arm. Clang. A crisp sound. Damn it. That Marine's hand is gone. The captain is mighty as expected. Just as everyone believed Lu Chun's right hand would be severed, the jagged teeth in Arlong's hand shattered. They scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Chun's right hand was already coated in armament Haki, and he chuckled. Did you really think you could hurt me? I wasn't using Haki just to conserve it. You? Arlong's expression froze for a moment as he stepped back, trying to create distance. But Lu Chun wouldn't let him escape so easily. He extended his left hand, fully coated in armament Haki, and clamped down on Arlong's shark-like mouth, locking him firmly in place. Let go. Let me go. Arlong struggled, desperately kicking and biting at Lu Chun's body, but he refused to release his grip. With his other hand, he slowly raised the longsword. Armament Haki coating. The Haki on his right hand gradually spread over Lingfeng, enveloping it entirely and turning it into a black blade. Ever since his armament Haki advanced to crank, he could now coat blades with it. Lingfeng, shrouded in Haki, turned pitch black. It gleamed with a metallic luster, as if regaining its former glory. Now, die. Lu Chun didn't hesitate, swinging the sword straight at Arlong's head. He slashed down along that hard mouth. The black blade swept through Arlong's head. It was as simple as cutting a watermelon. Uffed. Instantly, blood gushed out. Some splattered onto Lu Chun's face, and with his bloodshot eyes he looked like a god of slaughter. Captain. The captain is dead. Avenge the captain. Kill him. Avenge the captain. The fishermen pirates erupted in fury, grabbing their weapons and charging at Lu Chun. Fishmen were fiercely united. But humans, not so much. Get lost. Lu Chun's gaze sharpened as he gathered his Haki around him. Conqueror's Haki. An invisible wave of Haki radiated outward from him, knocking out all the charging pirates. However, exhausted from the overexertion, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Huff huff. His Haki and stamina were drained. He needed rest. He hadn't expected Arlong to be so formidable. If not for the lack of sea, he might not have been able to kill him. Soon after, Belmir approached, holding Nami's hand, and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I won't die. Marine reinforcements should be here soon. Don't worry." Lu Chun reassured her. Thank you." Belmir quickly expressed her gratitude, a hint of shock in her eyes. As a former Marine soldier, she knew how powerful this Marine was. He could use armament Haki and the 6 powers. He was no ordinary man, and he had single-handedly slain Arlong. A remarkable feat. Then Belmir invited Lu Chun to rest in the house. He sat quietly in a corner, saying nothing, asking nothing. Suddenly, Nami climbed down from her chair, tiptoed over to Lu Chun, and stared at him with wide eyes. "Big brother, what's your name?" "Lu Chun. Are you leaving soon?" Nami asked. "Yes. I believe we'll meet again, and my foolish little brother might need your care." "Huh?" Nami was puzzled, not understanding his words. Lu Chun smiled. "You'll know in the future." After resting, he left to check the shore. Before leaving, Belmir gifted him plenty of oranges. Over 10 minutes later, when Lu Chun reached the shore, he saw many Marines restraining the Arlong pirates. His eyes landed on a ship marked with a large crane character. "So it's Vice Admiral Tsu." At the same time, the system notification sounded. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards: energy points 3, great grade blade 1, sword technique 1, and 1 skill level 1. 2 items appeared in the system inventory: a new great grade blade and a sword technique manual, Demon Flame Slash. The awarded blade was broader than Lingfeng, nearly twice as wide, heavier, with a light black blade. After a moment's thought, Lu Chun named it. "From now on, you shall be called Black Blade." This was a great grade blade, far superior to a skillful grade blade. With this sword, he could definitely sever Arlong's teeth. He then hurried toward the shore. Standing at the bow, Vice Admiral Tsuru immediately noticed Lu Chun. In a flash, she appeared before him, staring at the head in his hand, and exclaimed in surprise, "You killed Arlong." Lu Chun nodded. After his confirmation, Tsuru couldn't hide her astonishment. "Just how much strength have you been hiding to be able to kill Arlong?" "Granny Tsuru, I wasn't hiding anything. I killed him with pure skill," Lu Chun said earnestly. But Tsuru decided not to press further. "All right, as long as you're safe, that's enough for me to give Garp an explanation. It's getting late. We should return to Marine headquarters." "All right." Lu Chun followed Tsuru back to the ship. After washing up, he realized he had no clean clothes. Suddenly, Tsuru's voice came from outside the door. "Lu Chun, are you in?" "Yes, Granny Tsuru." Lu Chun had to put on his old pants and open the door. As soon as he did, Tsuru tossed him a coat and a cloak. "Boy, put these on." "Huh?" Lu Chun picked them up and saw the cloak embroidered with the word justice, likely a Warren officer's cloak. He asked, "Granny Tsuru, why are you giving me this? I can't wear it yet, can I? You've already killed several pirates plus the 2 from the Arlong pirates. Your merits are enough for a promotion to warrant officer. Consider this an early gift. With that, Tsuru turned and left. Thank you, Granny Tsuru. Lu Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. At least he had new clothes now, and the old ones were tattered beyond repair. Meanwhile, on a nearby hilltop, Belmir, holding Nami and Nojiko's hands, watched the marine ship gradually fade into the distance, their expressions complex and silent. Suddenly, Nami tugged at Belmir's hand and asked, "Mom, is that big brother very strong?" "He's not exceptionally strong within the Marines, but his talent is remarkable. He may well become a Marine Admiral in the future," Belmir said solemnly. Given her young age and her ability to defeat Arlong, she could make such a statement. An admiral, huh? Nami fell into deep contemplation as she watched the marine ship gradually fade into the distance. 2 months later, Lu Chun returned to Marine headquarters. Before he even disembarked, he spotted a familiar figure on the shore, a man wearing a gray dog head cap, dozing with his head lowered. A large snot bubble swelled from his nose. Without even seeing his face, one could tell it was Lu Chin's grandfather Garp. What a surprise. Garp actually came to pick you up. Vice Admiral Tsuru smiled faintly. Given Garp's unreliable nature, he wouldn't bother much even with his own grandson. Hep. Lu Chen smiled without a word. Whether he was picked up or not made no difference. This grandfather of his was no one to trifle with. On the shore, Bogart spotted Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship and reminded Vice Admiral Garp, "Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship has arrived." Ah. Garp jolted awake and cast a glance at Tsuru's ship. In an instant, he vanished from his spot and appeared beside Lu Chun, patting his shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, Lu Chun, you've really made your grandfather proud. Your merits have earned you the rank of warrant officer." It's all thanks to grandfather's guidance. Lu Chun felt the pressure on his shoulder and gritted his teeth to endure it. The system interface also displayed Garp's attributes. Character: Garp. Position: Vice Admiral. Level: SSS. Skills: Armament Haki SSS. Observation Haki SSS. Conquerors Haki SSS. Physical Combat SSS. Staring at the string of SS level skills, Lu Chen's eyes widened, and he gasped inwardly, so strong. Is this Garp's true power? Ha ha ha. Sir, what do you think? Isn't it a fair deal to introduce your granddaughter to my grandson now? At this, Garp boomed with laughter. But Vice Admiral Tsuru had no intention of entertaining him. She rolled her eyes and said, "How old is Hina? You know that perfectly well. Why are you so insistent on introducing her to Lu Chun?" You're right. Garp seemed to have a sudden realization. Then he led Lu Chun off the ship and personally escorted him to the Marine training camp. Whenever they encountered an acquaintance on the way, he would introduce them. "This is my grandson Lu Chun." It sounded a bit awkward, but it was indeed the truth. Ordinary Marines had to salute Lu Chun and address him as warrant officer. At that moment, he felt that the sudden promotion wasn't so bad after all. Soon, they all arrived at the Marine training camp, where they saw Instructor Pete training the camp's recruits. The recruits were currently learning the paper art technique. Judging by the looks of it, they had just started, and none had mastered it yet. The system didn't even prompt that a skill could be learned. As the two entered, they quickly drew the attention of everyone else. Lu Chun is back. What Lu Chun? He's a warrant officer now. We have to salute him and greet him properly. Vice Admiral Garp. Seeing them, Pete immediately hurried over and saluted respectfully, "Vice Admiral Garp." Garp gave a slight nod and instructed, "I've brought Lu Chun back. Make sure you train him hard. Don't go easy on him." Pete replied, "Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Good, he's in your hands now." With that, Garp turned to leave. But before he could take a few steps, he was already dozing off, his head drooping. Pete had long grown accustomed to this. He looked at Lu Chun and said with a smile, "Lu Chun, I can't believe it's only been a few months and you're already a warrant officer. Have you gotten even stronger?" The tale of Lu Chun defeating the Arlong pirates had already spread throughout the Marine training camp. Not by much. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. "Instructor, I want to spar with Lu Chun and see just how much stronger he's gotten." Barton stepped forward and declared firmly. For months, he had trained relentlessly. He had not only mastered all the taught 6 powers of the Marines, but also honed his physical combat skills, all with the goal of defeating Lu Chun. Now that Lu Chun hadn't yet learned Moonwalk or Tempest Kick, it was the perfect opportunity to beat him. As long as he defeated him, he would never have to be his sparring partner again. That miserable, tormenting life was one he no longer wished to endure. At the same time, his words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Barton is challenging Lu Chun again. It seems he's confident. His strength has grown considerably, and he's practically mastered all the 6 powers. Maybe he really can defeat Lu Chun. Instructor Pete raised an eyebrow, but didn't refuse. Instead, he looked at Lu Chun and said, "He's challenging you. You can decide for yourself." In truth, he also wanted to see just how powerful Lu Chun had become. Ding. Congratulations, host. A mission has been triggered. Defeat Barton once again. System reward energy points 1. Looking at the mission triggered by the system, Lu Chun agreed without hesitation. Alright, I accept the challenge. Not only would he complete the mission, but he could also learn a few skills from Barton. Why not seize the opportunity? Character: Barton. Position: Intermediate Marine Training Camp. Recruit: Level D. Skills: Physical Combat D6 Powers Shave F6 Powers Moonwalk F6 Powers Tempest Kick F Firearms E. Soon the onlookers cleared a space in the training ground for Lu Chun and Barton. The two stood on opposite sides, sizing each other up. Lu Chun, If I win this time, I won't have to be your sparring partner anymore, right? Barton spoke first. Fine. Beat me first before you say that. Lu Chen replied with a smile. All right, take this. As soon as he finished speaking, Barton kicked the ground with his right foot using shave to instantly appear before Lu Chen. He clenched his fist and threw a heavy punch. With his observation Haki, Lu Chen had already sensed the trajectory of the attack, but instead of dodging, he crossed his arms to block Barton's strike. Armament Haki coating. Instantly black armament Haki enveloped his arms, deflecting Barton's blow. Boom. A dull thud echoed. Lu Chen slid backward, leaving 2 trails on the ground, and took several steps before steadying himself. Looking up at Barton, he smiled. You've improved quite a bit. This isn't even my full strength. Hearing this, Barton curled his lips in a hint of pride. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed Lu Chen's pitch-black arms gleaming with a metallic luster. Shocked, he exclaimed, Haki. Armament Haki. You can use Haki. Haki was incredibly difficult to master. Few in the entire training camp possessed it. It could even be considered a matter of talent. Some people, no matter how hard they trained, might never awaken Haki. Yes, it is indeed Haki, Lu Chen said nonchalantly. Meanwhile, the others were wide-eyed, their faces etched with sheer astonishment. It really is Armament Haki. I can't believe he knows Haki. Lu Chen is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. How could he not know Haki? That makes sense. Even Garp's face showed a hint of surprise. That kid knows Haki and didn't tell me. Hearing that someone wanted to challenge his grandson, he lingered to watch a little longer. The only one who seemed unsurprised was Instructor Pete. After all, he had already discerned that Lu Chen could use Haki. So what if he knows Haki? No pushover either. Barton's gaze sharpened and he clenched his fists, relentlessly launching attacks at Lu Chen. Strangely, Lu Chen chose not to counterattack, remaining on the defensive. In his eyes, it was defense, but to others it looked like he was taking a beating. Barton's fists rained down on Lu Chen like a tempest, blow after blow, even conjuring dozens of phantom punches. Thousand Shadow Fist. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch produced a series of piercing sounds as it cut through the air. Yet all Lu Chen heard was the system's delightful chime, as if his body could no longer feel the pain. Ding, congratulations, host. Armament Haki Experience 20. Ding, congratulations, host. Armament Haki Experience 20. Ding, congratulations. Not only did he gain a wealth of experience, but he also casually learned the skill physical arts from Barton. Ding, simplifying skill physical arts. Ding, simplifying skill physical arts. Simplification successful. Physical arts movement. Energy points 2. After a moment, Barton abruptly retreated, fixing his gaze on Lu Chen before him, frowning. How are you unharmed? I don't know. Maybe your attacks are just too weak. Lu Chen said with a light chuckle. In truth, he could feel the pain, but Armament Haki alleviated much of the pressure. You? Barton was momentarily speechless, then gritted his teeth. Just wait, I'll show you the new Navy 6 powers I've learned. All right, Lu Chen replied. I've been waiting for this. Rankyaku. In an instant, Barton raised his right leg, unleashing a high-speed, devastating kick. The kick generated a crescent-shaped vacuum slash that hurtled toward Lu Chen at tremendous speed. This was the very principle behind Rankyaku. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, skill Rankyaku detected. Learning. Yes. Ding, congratulations, host. You have learned the skill Rankyaku. Ding, simplifying skill Rankyaku. Simplification successful. Rankyaku walking. The simplified skill turned out to be the same as Soru. Thus, simply by walking, both skills would gain experience simultaneously. The moment Barton used Rankyaku, Lu Chen employed Soru to retreat, creating some distance. He waited for the system prompt to confirm he had learned Rankyaku. Barton's lips curled into a smug grin. Lu Chen. You can't escape. As a master of physical arts, the vacuum slash from his Rankyaku was exceptionally fast. Even if Lu Chen knew Armament Haki, it would still injure him. I'm not trying to dodge. Suddenly, Lu Chen halted in his tracks, stopping abruptly, and swiftly raised his leg for a strike. He executed Rankyaku. A silvery white vacuum slash shot forth, racing toward Barton's own slash. Bang! The two slashes collided with a thunderous roar. A gust of wind erupted, stirring up clouds of dust that swept outward in all directions. The onlookers stood frozen in shock. What? Lu Chen knows Rankyaku too. Didn't he not learn it? Are you stupid? He didn't learn it at the training camp, but that doesn't mean he didn't learn it elsewhere. You've got a point. Barton furrowed his brows and asked, when did you learn Rankyaku? Just now. Lu Chen answered truthfully. But Barton clearly didn't believe him, scoffing. If you're going to lie, at least come up with a better excuse. Don't think that just because you know Rankyaku you'll lose. I may not be able to defeat you, but you can't defeat me either. He simply assumed Lu Chen was flaunting his talent, learning Rankyaku on the spot. How could that be? I'm telling the truth. Why won't anyone believe me? Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Then he drew the newly acquired great sword from his waist, the black blade. The jet black scabbard and the obsidian blade instantly captivated everyone present. After all, Lu Chen's greatest strength lay in his swordsmanship. A black sword. Lu Chen changed his sword. Seems like it, and it looks even better than his previous one. He got a bounty for killing pirates, so of course had upgrade his blade. Meanwhile, a pang of unease struck Barton's heart. He still vividly recalled Lu Chen's earlier sword strike. I need to be careful. Soru. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he suddenly launched an attack, using Soru to move swiftly. He swung his sword toward Barton's position. Just as the strike was about to land, Barton kicked off the ground with explosive force, propelling himself into the air. Midair, he unleashed another burst of powerful kicks, as if treading on the air itself. This granted him the ability to achieve brief flight. Consequently, Lu Chen's slash missed. Ding, skill Jeppo detected. Learning. Yes. Ding, simplifying skill Jeppo. Simplification successful. Jeppo walking. Barton continuously used Jeppo in midair, smirking. Lu Chen, I told you before. I may not be able to beat you, but you'll never defeat me again. As long as he wasn't defeated by Lu Chen, he wouldn't have to be his sparring partner anymore, right? Oh. Lu Chen smiled. Though he had learned Jeppo, his proficiency was still low and might not match Barton's. So he decided not to use Jeppo. Instead, he switched to gripping his sword with both hands, his eyes sharpening as a formidable aura erupted from his entire being. A faint black energy could be seen swirling around him, spreading toward the black blade in his hands, gradually enveloping and cloaking it. Suddenly, Lu Chen's arm muscles bulged, and he swung his sword at blinding speed, unleashing his fastest strike toward Barton in the sky. Demon Flame Slash. The friction between the black blade and the air in that split second ignited flames, which combined with the black energy, formed a dark inferno. A colossal slash resembling black flames hurtled toward Barton. Its speed was so immense that Barton's eyes flew wide open, his face paling in an instant. There was no way to dodge. That kid. Garp's face beamed with delight. Just as the massive slash was about to strike Barton, a white figure suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than Lu Chen's grandfather Garp. Garp clenched his right fist, instantly coating it in armament Haki, and punched toward the demon flame slash. Iron Fist. A formidable and overwhelmingly oppressive Haki coiled around Garp's iron fist's faint red currents of electricity, flickering over the blackened knuckles as he firmly caught the demon flame slash unleashed by Lu Chen. In an instant, the slash shattered like glass upon contact with Garp's iron fist, exploding into fragments with a resounding boom. With a single blow, the massive slash was pulverized, scattering into countless tiny flames that fell from midair like a rain of fire. Witnessing this, everyone present stood frozen, staring at Garp in the sky, speechless. So strong. Is this the true power of Vice Admiral Garp? Too powerful, ID never stand a chance. What's the point of saying that? How could you possibly match Vice Admiral Garp? Incredible. Lu Chen's eyes lit up and he blurted out instinctively. Suddenly a system prompt chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered the Haki technique, Haki infusion. Would you like to learn it? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully learned Haki infusion. Haki infusion was a skill of Haki not counted among standard techniques, but rather a trick, yet not something anyone could master. Unexpectedly, he had now learned it from Garp. Moments later, Garp landed, walked up to Lu Chen, and slammed a fist down on his head. You little brat. Who taught you that swordsmanship? Was it necessary to use such a powerful technique against your comrades? Lu Chen cried out in pain, clutching his head. Grandpa, I know I was wrong. It hurt so much. A lump had already formed on his head. Now he truly understood Luffy's pain. Tell me who taught you that swordsmanship. Garp pressed on. His attack on Lu Chen not only resolved the trouble of striking a comrade, but also served as a lesson for hiding his Haki abilities. I taught myself, Lu Chen answered honestly. Moi. Garp frowned slightly, still skeptical. But upon reflection, the swordsmanship differed from Shank's style, so it likely wasn't taught by him. Moreover, Lu Chen seemed to have no time or mentor, making self-teaching the only possibility. You're being honest. The advanced training camp selection is soon. Do your best, and get into Admirals Zephyr's elite camp, understand? Yes, Grandpa. Lu Chen saluted with a serious expression. All right, I'm off. With that, Garp turned and walked away. After he left, everyone crowded around Lu Chen, asking questions nonstop. Lu Chen, did you really teach yourself swordsmanship, boy? Can you teach me? Yeah, we could spar. That move was amazing. How did you do it? Lu Chen felt awkward, unsure how to respond. After all, he had indeed learned on his own, only through the system. How could he explain that? Soon Barton approached, head bowed, looking resigned. Lu Chen, I lost this time, but he'll defeat you next time. Sure, he'll be waiting. Lu Chen nodded. At the same time, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. System reward 1 energy point. After this battle, his energy points were nearly depleted. Energy points 2, however, he still had one opportunity to upgrade a specific skill. Fortunately, he could save it for later, ensuring it was used to maximum effect. Next, Lu Chen plunged back into intense training. Day after day, it was nothing but training. A few days later, while reading the newspaper, Lu Chen spotted a familiar headline. Goa Kingdoms refuse site fire causes numerous casualties. King expresses deep sorrow. At that moment, only one word filled his heart: hypocrisy. Needless to say, the fire was likely orchestrated by the nobles of Goa Kingdom again. Although Lu Chen had killed Blue Jam of the Blue Jam pirates, the nobles could easily find another pawn to carry out their deeds. Thus, Sabo had still been separated from Luffy and Ace. Their fates were inherently different, so Lu Chen wasn't too surprised. Of course, he had been reading newspapers daily, not only the latest editions, but also older ones. He discovered that Boa Hancock had been rescued by Fisher Tiger 2 years ago. A pang of regret struck Lu Chen. Any man would have thoughts about the pirate empress. After finishing the newspaper, he went straight to sleep. Time flew by. 1 month later. The intermediate training camp ended. 18 people met the requirements, graduated successfully, and entered the advanced training camp, earning a chance to compete for Admiral Zephyr's elite camp selection. Lu Chun and his companions walked into the advanced training camp's grounds, surveying the area. Besides them, there were others, all trainees of the advanced camp. Looking around, he noticed a few familiar faces. For instance, Smoker with his silver hair and handsome looks, and Ayn with her blue wavy hair and sweet features. These individuals would later become Zephyr's students, all possessing considerable strength. After checking everyone's information, Lu Chun found that Smoker had the highest level character. Smoker ranked Chief Petty Officer level C, Devil Fruit, Smoke Fruit skills, Physical Combat C, Devil Fruit ability, C, Marksmanship C. His strength wasn't overwhelming, but the Smoke Fruit was a troublesome ability. The attendees were also sizing each other up, identifying potential rivals. After all, only a few would make it into Admiral Zephyr's elite training camp. As Garp's grandson, Lu Chun naturally attracted attention. Look, isn't that Garp's grandson, Lu Chun? Yeah, I heard he killed several pirates, and is already a warrant officer. Maybe he had someone else do the killing. What's so great about him? The crowd whispered, occasionally casting disdainful glances. Lu Chun didn't mind. Being powerful always invited envy. Suddenly the entire venue fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A man with purple hair, a robust build, and appearing in his 60s entered. A Marine. Instantly, all the Marines stood at attention, lining up in order. The very air seemed to tense up. Zephyr. Lu Chun recognized him immediately, and the system displayed his level as SS. A formidable powerhouse. Though aged now, he must have been even stronger in his prime. After a moment, Zephyr stood on the platform at the front, gazing at the assembled crowd, without speaking for a long time. No one dared to meet his eyes, they all lowered their heads. The air was dead silent. After what felt like an eternity, Zephyr finally spoke, his voice indifferent. Are you the latest batch of advanced training camp members? I wonder how many of you will make it into my elite camp. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to speak. No one could guarantee their entry into Admiral Zephyr's elite training camp. Zephyr suddenly let out a couple of cold laughs, his tone laced with reproach. What? Is there not a single one brave enough to speak? Are you all a bunch of useless cowards? Not one dares to claim they can definitely enter my training camp. At these words, the Marines below exchanged glances, communicating with their eyes. Some secretly checked if anyone would step forward, while others silently urged their friends to speak up. Suddenly a hand rose from the crowd. Zephyr looked up, frowning. You there, the one who raised his hand, step out. Let us see who it is. Yes, instructor. With that, a figure slowly emerged. It was Lu Chun, who due to his age was shorter than the others, making it hard for Zephyr to see his face. As Lu Chun stood at the front, all eyes fell upon him. Zephyr gave him a once-over and asked, what is your name? Lu Chun. Lu Chun replied. Hearing the name, a flicker of recognition passed through Zephyr's eyes, though he quickly concealed it. He had heard of this name before. Lu Chun, Garp's grandson. He had slain 3 pirate captains in succession and earned the rank of warrant officer through his battle merits. Knowing it was Lu Chun who had stepped forward, Zephyr felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Good. He truly is Garp's grandson. He hasn't disgraced the old man. After a moment's pause, Zephyr continued. So you believe you can definitely enter the elite training camp? No. Lu Chun shook his head earnestly. These words shocked the entire assembly, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. What? What is he doing? Is he messing with Admiral Zephyr? Who would dare? Has Lu Chun gone mad? Zephyr's face stiffened with anger as he demanded, no. Then why did you step forward? Instructor, I stepped forward to ask, by saying those words, can one be guaranteed entry into the elite training camp? Lu Chun said with a serious expression. No. Zephyr's face darkened as he shook his head. Lu Chun continued, in that case, why must one say those words? Entering the elite training camp depends on strength. Everything must be proven through power. It's not enough to dare to speak, one must also dare to act. I believe everyone here is here for the same purpose, to enter the elite training camp, to train themselves, to enhance their strength, and to fight for peace on the seas. Anyone can talk, but can anyone truly act? Hearing this, Zephyr furrowed his brow, lost in thought. You speak well. Whether you enter the elite training camp depends on your strength. So I've decided to reduce the number of spots to 25. He truly was getting old, still teaching with outdated methods. The youth of today were indeed different. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward energy .1. Hearing the system notification, Lu Chun smiled, faintly, secretly delighted. Finally, the mission is complete. The system had just issued a task to change Zephyr's perspective, which was why he had stepped forward. While he was pleased, the others glared at him with resentment, itching to teach him a lesson. 25 spots. The number had been cut in half. They had lost half their chances, all because of this brat. How could they not be furious? Meanwhile, from a high vantage point in the training ground, 3 figures observed the scene below. The 3 were Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Sengoku. Garp, your grandson is truly bold, daring to talk back to that fellow Zephyr. Sengoku said with a chuckle. He's my grandson, Garp said, picking his nose. Suddenly, Tsuru interrupted their conversation. How about we guess who will make it into Zephyr's elite training camp? Lu Chun is a sure bet, Garp stated bluntly. I think that kid with the white hair is pretty good too. And that one. Sometime later. The final 25 of you who remain standing here will have passed my selection. Zifa began explaining the rules of the selection. With that, everyone braced themselves. Watching the crowd below, Zifa smiled faintly and said calmly, "The selection begins." Instantly, an immense pressure erupted from his being. It crashed down upon the assembled Marines like a colossal mountain bearing down heavily on them. A gust of sand and wind swept across the training ground. In that very moment, many Marines nearly stumbled, though few gave up at the very start. Conqueror's Haki. Lu Chen's eyes flashed as he recognized the familiar aura. The pressure Zifa was releasing was still mild, allowing most to hold on. Within a minute, Zifa's pressure began to climb and intensify, like tidal waves crashing one after another, each wave stronger than the last. Persist. Many were gritting their teeth, their legs buckling under the strain. But it was a futile struggle. Soon they crashed heavily to the ground, bowing out in regret. One by one, Marines fell across the training ground. Thud, thud, thud. From a group of over 100, only 30-odd remained. Zifa chuckled lightly. What? Can't hold on already. I haven't even used half my strength. Are all you Marines from the advanced training camp nothing but useless trash? With Marines like you, how can you ever talk about maintaining peace on the seas? At his words, the Marines below roared in defiance, gritting their teeth to endure. I am not trash. No. Everyone else wore expressions of agony, except perhaps Lu Chun, who still had a faint smile on his face. So much experience. Give me more pressure. Ding, congratulations to the host. Armament Haki experience 60. Ding, congratulations to the host. Armament Haki experience 70. Ding. The continuous pressure granted him a steady stream of experience. Moreover, as the pressure intensified, the experience gained increased. The more he gained, the happier he became. As time passed, the number of Marines on the field dwindled until only 25 remained. But Zifa showed no sign of stopping, continuing to amplify his pressure. Let's see how long you can last. Though it was a test, it was also a rare experience for the trainees. Some Marines even awakened their Haki after the ordeal. Time marched on, and the numbers kept falling. 25, 23, 19. A few minutes later, only 2 remained on the field, Lu Chun and another man, Smoker. The Conqueror's Haki now emanated at nearly 40% of Zifa's full power. Even Lu Chun and Smoker had long since contorted their faces in pain, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down their foreheads. They were both enduring with great difficulty. The two of them had already stolen glances at each other, neither willing to concede defeat. Neither wanted to be the first to fall. Of course, aside from gaining experience, the system had just popped up another quest to achieve first place in the assessment. Zephyr watched the two below. It's this brat again. He does seem to have some real strength. I'm curious to see just how much he can endure. In that case, let's add a little more pressure. Boom. An even more massive aura suddenly swept through the pressure, doubling instantly. My. Smoker stumbled, nearly falling, and immediately used his devil fruit ability to turn his body into smoke. It lessened the pressure somewhat, but Zephyr's Haki was still no easy burden. Even in elemental form, he had to keep his body from collapsing. As for Lu Chun, he felt a heavy weight on his shoulders, his entire body sinking down, his knees already bent. Just as he was about to kneel, his eyes sharpened, and a powerful aura burst forth from him. Conqueror's Haki. A pale red Conqueror's Haki struggled against Zephyr's, relieving some of the pressure and allowing Lu Chun to quickly straighten up and stand firm. Conqueror's Haki. This brat. Zephyr's face showed surprise, and a meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. In this batch, one has actually awakened Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki was 1 in a million. In over a dozen classes he had taught, those who could use it could be counted on one hand. Akiji Akainukazu. After a moment of contemplation, Zephyr increased the pressure again, his Crimson Conqueror's Haki crashing down upon the two opponents. Originally, with many people present, the pressure had been somewhat dispersed. But now that only Lu Chun and Smoker remained, the Conqueror's Haki converged again. The pressure intensified once more. Boom. The immense pressure hit, and Smoker gritted his teeth until they ached. He could hold on no longer. His elementalized body was crushed, scattering into a cloud of smoke on the ground. After he fell, the pressure on him vanished entirely. He looked up at Lu Chun. Can he still hold on? No, it's Conqueror's Haki. With Smoker's fall, the pressure on Lu Chun suddenly multiplied. The powerful Conqueror's Haki weighed down on him like a gigantic mountain. Haki infusion. At this moment, Lu Chun stopped hiding his abilities. He drew his black blade, his right hand instantly coated in armament Haki, and a pale red Conqueror's Haki spread from his hand to the sword. The black blade was instantly enveloped in Haki, crackling with red lightning. One style draw slash. Then Lu Chun's gaze hardened. With a low shout, he slashed his sword toward the Conqueror's Haki in the air. A single strike aimed at the heavens. A flash of red light. The pale red sword energy actually cleaved through Zephyr's Conqueror's Haki, cutting it in two. Finally, the sword energy shot into the sky, slicing the clouds in half. Instantly, the pressure of the Conqueror's Haki on Lu Chun vanished completely, leaving him feeling as if a great weight had been lifted. What? Haki infusion. This brat knows it too. Just how many things does he know? Zephyr's eyes bulged like bells as he stared at him in astonishment. He even forgot to apply the pressure again. Meanwhile, Garp and the other two watching from above were utterly shocked. Garp, your grandson knows Conqueror's Haki, and he even knows Haki infusion. That's a technique only top-tier experts use. Did you teach him that? Garp picked his nose and said seriously, Lu Chun is my grandson. Can't I teach him? Though he said that he was equally astonished inwardly. When did this brat learn that? I never taught him. At the training ground after breaking through Zephyr's pressure, Lu Chun immediately raised his hand to signal, Instructor, I concede. He strongly suspected Zephyr had done that on purpose since he was the only one left. The trial should have ended, but then the pressure suddenly increased. It was definitely intentional. Ahem. Zephyr coughed twice then said, All right, you've passed the first round. The rest of you can leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the quest. System reward energy point 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the quest. System reward energy point 2. Fine. Sword 1. The Marines on the field dispersed, leaving only 25 people. Of those originally in Lu Chen's group, only Barton and Lu Chen remained. Zephyr scanned the remaining 25, his expression stern. Don't get too excited, kids. You've only passed the first round and are temporarily admitted to my training camp. There is a more important trial waiting for you. As your instructor, I have a few words for you. A new era has begun. The world is growing turbulent. The 4 emperors, the warlords, and other major powers are all rising. We are old now. The world will be yours, and it must be yours. Go forth and let the sails of justice cut through the waves of the new world, sailing ever onward. Yes, instructor. The speech stirred everyone's blood, and the Marines let out roars of passion. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. All right, go back and get settled. Training starts tomorrow. Yes, instructor. With that, everyone left for the dormitories. As Lu Chun was about to leave, Zephyr called him back. Lu Chun, stay. The rest of you can go. Yes, instructor. Hearing this, Lu Chun had to stay put, looking at him with confusion. Was he going to teach him another lesson? After everyone else had left, Zephyr jumped down from the platform and approached Lu Chun. Did Garp teach you Haki and fusion? Yes. Lu Chun was about to answer when a familiar voice interrupted him. Old man, Lu Chun is my grandson. If his Haki wasn't taught by me, who else could it be? Garp said, biting into a donut as he strode over. Beside him were Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru. I see. Zephyr nodded slightly. Lu Chun, how did you awaken your Conqueror's Haki? And your... Before Sengoku and Tsuru could finish their questions, Garp grabbed Lu Chun's hand and led him away. All right, I'm taking my grandson. Stop asking so many questions. Ha ha, Garp hasn't changed a bit. Zephyr laughed heartily. But Sengoku, watching his retreating figure, said flatly, he is no longer the man he once was. Huh. Tsuru and Zephyr exchanged glances, not understanding the meaning behind his words. Elsewhere, Garp led Lu Chun into his office. Once the door was closed, his expression suddenly turned serious. Lu Chun. Lu Chun, who taught you Haki? Shanks. He could only think of one person. If Lu Chun had become Shanks' disciple, the situation would be rather troublesome. Self-taught. Lu Chun answered truthfully. He knew what Garp was worried about. Upon hearing this, Garp frowned deeply, seemingly unconvinced. To comprehend Haki imbuing at such a young age, no one would believe it. After a long silence, he continued, no matter who taught you Haki, from now on say I taught you. Understood, Grandpa, Lu Chun said. Garp nodded and spoke earnestly. This world is far more complex than you imagine. While I'm still here, and able, go out and carve your own path. No matter what happens, as long as I'm here, I'll have your back. I believe that by the time I'm gone, you might have reached my level. I have only one favor to ask of you. Hearing these words, Lu Chun fell to daze. He rarely saw Garp speak this way. Grandpa, please tell me. Luffy and Ace, those two are always getting into trouble. As their older brother, I hope you'll lend them a hand when needed. Garp said with a smile. But the smile was faint, even relieved. Grandpa, rest assured. Luffy and Ace are my younger brothers. I will definitely take care of them, Lu Chun promised. Good, then I can rest easy. Garp nodded and waved his hand. All right, you can go back now. Yes, Grandpa. With that, Lu Chun left the room. His mind was filled with the image of Garp just moments ago. In truth, Garp was already old, of fame and wealth no longer mattered to him. What truly mattered was family. His son Dragon, the revolutionary leader, labeled the world's most dangerous criminal by the world government. Naturally, he was at odds with the Marines, but at least he was strong enough. But Ace and Luffy were different. They were still just children. Especially Ace, the son of Pirate King Roger, whose identity made him an unforgivable target for the world government. The paramount war, Ace's death. Garp must have suffered the most watching Ace die helplessly. That was probably why he later became even more reluctant to serve the Marines. Regardless, Garp had saved him before. He would help if he could. A few minutes later, Lu Chun returned to the elite camp dormitory, where each person had a single room. The accommodations were decent. After washing up, he lay on the bed and opened the system interface. Host Lu Chun, level C rank, warrant officer, skills swordsmanship, C physical arts, G conquerors, Haki D armament, Haki C observation, Haki D Navy 6 styles, Shave D Navy 6 styles, rank Hyaku F Navy 6 styles, Jeppo F cooking, G talent skill, simplification, energy, 6 berries, 0, the morning sparring. Directly upgraded his armament Haki from C to C. He could clearly feel the Haki within him becoming denser and more powerful. Even armament Haki had varying levels of strength. His energy points had also increased to 6, allowing him to learn many new skills. Now that his instructor was Zephyr, he should be able to learn a lot from him. Additionally, the system had rewarded him with a good quality blade. The sword was similar to Ling Feng, as if it were the same one, but of a higher grade. Thus, Lu Chun named the system rewarded blade Ling Feng 2. The next morning, Lu Chun arrived at the training ground. Everyone seemed to have come especially early, eager for the elite camp training. Suddenly, a familiar figure approached. Smoker extended his right hand. "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Smoker, Lu Chun." Seeing this, Lu Chun also reached out to shake his hand. Despite Smoker's intimidating appearance, he was kind-hearted on the inside, a man who often disobeyed his superiors. Smoker said seriously, "You're strong. I hope we get the chance to fight." "Sure," Lu Chun replied with a smile. He had never fought a devil fruit user before. Suddenly Zephyr appeared. The training ground instantly fell silent, everyone standing at attention. Zephyr stepped onto the platform and chuckled. "You all seem quite cheerful. Is it because you've made it into the elite training camp, eh? Let me tell you plainly, the elite training camp isn't so easy to get into. Until you pass the final assessment, none of you can call yourselves my disciples. Before you graduate, each of you must single-handedly eliminate a pirate crew as your assessment target. The strength of the pirate crew will vary according to each of your current abilities. Don't disappoint me." Hearing this, everyone present indeed stopped smiling. Taking down an entire pirate crew alone. How strong would one need to be to accomplish that mission? Seeing the reactions of the Marine trainees, Zephyr nodded in satisfaction and continued. "Alright, today, we'll start with something new, Haki, specifically armament Haki. Once you've mastered armament Haki, you can move on to the next lesson. Of course, Haki training is only during the day. Evenings are free for your own activities." "Yes, instructor." The crowd immediately grew excited. They had all witnessed Lu Chun and other Marines using Haki. Learning Haki would make them much stronger. Then Zephyr turned to Lu Chun and said, "Everyone else will learn armament Haki. Lu Chun, you'll learn observation Haki with me." "Instructor, I already know observation Haki too. Can I learn something else?" Lu Chun asked with a smile. "What?" Zephyr's expression froze, staring at Lu Chun in disbelief. What the hell? He already knows all 3 types of Haki. How could Garp possibly have raised such an incredible grandson? It must be fake. Fake. Meanwhile, everyone else on the training ground was stunned, speechless. What kind of nonsense was this? They didn't even know Haki, yet having just learned the 6 powers while Lu Chun already mastered all 3 types. How were they supposed to compete? Especially Barton, who kept his eyes fixed on Lu Chun, clenching his fists and vowing inwardly, "Lu Chun, just you wait. No matter what, I will surpass you." If Lu Chun knew, he'd probably be quite embarrassed. Don't bother thinking about it. He is impossible to surpass. Because a cheater cannot be defeated. Haha. After a moment of silence, Zephyr waved his hand. "Alright, go practice on your own for now. We'll talk later." In over a decade of teaching, this was the first time Head encountered such a troublesome student. He already knew everything, leaving little to teach. "Yes, instructor." Thus Lu Chun went off to practice his swordsmanship alone. Under Zephyr's guidance, the others began to comprehend and learn Haki. He demonstrated the technique for them, gave a brief explanation, and then they commenced their training. The fundamental method of learning Haki was to push beyond one's limits. Thus the trainees once again embarked on endurance training. Not long after, Zephyr approached Lu Chun and asked directly, "Tell me, what do you wish to learn now?" Adhering to the principle of not biting off more than one could chew, he refrained from teaching Lu Chun anything else, allowing him to slowly comprehend what he had already learned. He also wanted to see what Lu Chun desired to learn. "Swordsmanship," Lu Chun replied with a smile. He knew Zephyr's swordsmanship was only grade D, insufficient to teach him, but perhaps Zephyr could find someone else to instruct him. Swordsmanship was what he lacked most at the moment. Upon hearing this, Zephyr pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of something and said, "They'll find a way to arrange swordsmanship training for you. For now, focus on practicing your Haki. You should have news within 3 months at most." "Alright, thank you, instructor." Lu Chun quickly expressed his gratitude. Go practice on your own. Ask me if you have any questions," Zephyr said. Just as Zephyr was about to leave, Lu Chun called out, "Instructor, I want to know how to release Haki to damage an enemy's internal organs and cause internal injuries." These 2 techniques were advanced Haki skills difficult for ordinary people to grasp. Hardening was relatively simple. Lu Chun had automatically comprehended it when his armament Haki reached grade F. "Oh." Hearing this, a smug smile appeared on Zephyr's face, as if to say, "So there is something you don't know. Looks like Garp didn't teach you everything after all. Alright, follow me." "Yes, instructor." Zephyr led the way, and Lu Chun quickly followed. A few minutes later, they arrived at an open training ground. Standing before a thick wooden post, Zephyr began to explain, "Since you've already learned Haki, know that armament Haki has 4 distinct techniques. They are hardening, imbuement, emission, and internal destruction. I see you've already mastered hardening and imbuement. The next step after imbuement is emission, releasing the Haki imbued in your weapon or body. This requires extreme control to direct the flow of the emitted Haki. Let me demonstrate first." Saying this, Zephyr extended his right hand, forming the gesture for the Navy's 6 powers technique, finger gun. Armament Haki instantly enveloped his entire hand. A crimson Haki began to coil around it, crackling with arcs of purple lightning. Then a small stream of armament Haki condensed into a tangible form on his finger, becoming a small mass of purple energy. Bang! Finger gun. Zephyr flicked his finger lightly, and the Haki shot forth, tearing through the air with a piercing sound, striking the wooden post opposite him at tremendous speed. Boom! A dull thud echoed. A thumb-sized hole was punched clean through the wooden post. "Ding, congratulations, host, for discovering the skill Haki emission. Would you like to learn it?" "Yes." Lu Chun decisively chose to learn it, then asked, Instructor, is there a specific technique for causing internal damage with Haki? MML demonstrated again. Zephyr then began to explain the technique for internal damage and performed a demonstration. During the demonstration, he even combined emission and internal destruction simultaneously. He launched a fist wreathed in Haki towards the wooden post opposite him. A fist-shaped mass of Haki flew out, tracing a straight purple line through the air. In the blink of an eye, it struck the post. Boom. A tremendous crash. The interior of the post was blasted into smithereens, countless splinters flying out from within, yet its exterior remained completely unharmed. Ding, congratulations, host, for discovering the skill Haki internal destruction. Would you like to learn it? Yes. After selecting it, Lu Chen quickly smiled and thanked him. Thank you, instructor. Take your time practicing. These two techniques will keep you busy. By the time you master them, I should have found someone to teach you swordsmanship. Yes, instructor. With that, Zephyr turned and left. However, the moment he was gone, Lu Chen began to practice the two armament Haki skills he had just learned. If Zephyr had seen it, he might have been so astonished that his jaw would have dropped to the ground. After training through the day, the evenings were for rest. At the elite training camp dormitory, Lu Chen had just returned when he saw Shiza standing at his door. Shiza, what are you doing here? I am on leave, so I came to hang out with you, Shiza said. Where to? The Sabaody Archipelago. You've never been there, have you? Sure, let me take a shower first, then we'll go together. Great. Hearing it was Sabaody, Lu Chen agreed, immediately eager to see that place. After showering, Lu Chen and Shiza headed to Sabaody. Shiza mentioned he had invited Barton, but Barton declined as he wanted to practice his Haki. He was probably still thinking about defeating Lu Chen. The Sabaody Archipelago was very close to Marine headquarters. It took them less than 30 minutes to arrive. The entire archipelago was formed from the roots of the world's largest mangrove tree, the Urukuman mangrove. Its roots exposed above the water created the Sabaody Archipelago. The whole island consisted of 79 trees forming 79 separate islets, each with its own number. And each islet had a different function. The Marines also had a controlled area on the archipelago from Grove 60 to 69. However, Lu Chen and Shiza arrived not at the Marine entrance, but at Grove 40. Groves 40 to 49 were the tourist and sightseeing area selling various local specialties, making it a relatively safe zone. For instance, Groves 1 to 29 were lawless zones filled with slave trading shops. The Marines rarely interfered there. Walking down the bustling main street, both of them couldn't help but look around. There were so many things to see, many of which they had never laid eyes on before. Lu Chen, this place is enormous. It's even better than our city. Shiza exclaimed. Yeah, it's really big. How about we each go shopping and meet back here in the evening? Sounds good. With that, they parted ways. However, Lu Chen remained where he was scrutinizing three children in black robes lurking in a street corner. Though they concealed themselves well, the system instantly identified their information. Character Boa Hancock. Title None. Grade F. Skills Conquerors Haki F. Perfume Femur F. Bounty 5 and 0. The other two were naturally Hancock sisters Boa Marigold and Boa Sandersonia. Of course, Lu Chen had no reason to approach them without cause, but a system quest was triggered. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Mission triggered. Help Boa Hancock and her sisters escape from the Sabaody Archipelago. Reward energy, 0.1, a dual sword technique 1. In a corner, the three sisters peeked out, scanning their surroundings before creeping toward a small stall. Seizing the moment when the vendor was distracted, they stuffed food into their clothes and darted away. But the vendor soon noticed the theft and shouted at Hancock and her sisters. Hey, thief, stop right there. Quick, run. Hancock urged, her face paling slightly. Okay. Marigold and Sandersonia replied in unison, dashing forward. Hancock kept an eye on the pursuing vendor. Suddenly, a figure stepped in front of the vendor, blocking his path. The one who intervened was Lu Chen. The vendor glared angrily. Before he could curse, Lu Chen pulled out one of his 0 berries and said coldly, they'll pay for what they stole. Fine. The vendor hesitated briefly, then snatched the one of his 0 berries, as if afraid Lu Chen might change his mind. After all, the stolen goods were worth only 200 berries. Lu Chen then looked toward the direction Hancock and her sisters had fled, murmuring, so they haven't met Rayleigh yet. According to the storyline, Hancock and her sisters only returned to Amazon Lily with Rayleigh's help. The fact that they were reduced to stealing food confirmed Lu Chen's speculation. The sudden appearance of this mission had puzzled him, but now it made sense. So Lu Chen followed the path the three sisters had taken. After more than 10 minutes, the sisters reached a narrow alley. Sandersonia quickly pulled out the food hidden in her clothes, panting, Sister, everything's here. Every time they stole food, they entrusted it to Sandersonia, the fastest runner. As long as she escaped, they were guaranteed something to eat. Good. Hancock divided the food into 3 unequal portions from Sandersonia's arms, the largest for Marigold, the second for Sandersonia, and the smallest for herself. Sister, you always eat so little. Take some of mine. Marigold offered some of her share. And mine too. Sandersonia also extended her portion. But Hancock gently refused. No need. You're still growing and you're stronger than me now. You need more. All right. Sandersonia and Marigold said no more, knowing Hancock would never change her mind no matter how much they insisted. Suddenly, a dissonant voice rang out. So here you are, you 3 slaves. A pudgy man with a bubble mask surrounded by dozens of Marines cornered Hancock and her sisters. Character Charlos Saint, position Celestial Dragon, level G, skill marksmanship G. It's you. Hancock exclaimed in shock. Not long ago, this celestial dragon had discovered their slave identity and had been hunting them ever since. Charlos Saint reveled in the thrill of chasing slaves, savoring their desperate flight. Let's see you escape this time. A sinister grin curled on his lips. Fire. Shoot their legs. Let's see how they run after this. Yes, sir. At his command, dozens of Marines raised their rifles and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The volley of shots rang out. Black bullets laced with white gunpowder smoke streaked toward the three sisters. Watch out. Hancock suddenly stepped forward, shielding Sandersonia and Marigold. Sister. Sandersonia and Marigold tried to stop her, but it was too late. The bullets were mere half a meter away from Hancock. Rokushiki Soru. Just as the bullets were about to strike, a black-clad figure appeared before Hancock. His eyes narrowed. Haki release. Crimson Haki enveloped Lu Chen's body, deflecting all incoming bullets. One by one, they clattered to the ground. Huh, it's you. Hancock recognized the man in black with a mask. He was the one who had stopped the vendor earlier. Though masked, she identified him by his build. She recognized me. Lu Chen was startled, but kept his composure. As a celestial dragon's target, he wasn't foolish enough to reveal his identity openly with his current strength. So he had retrieved a black outfit from his system inventory, avoiding the use of his sword. He hadn't expected Hancock to recognize him. Oh, you insolent commoner. Who are you to defy me? Charlos Saint roared in fury, drawing a golden pistol from his waist and firing at Lu Chen. But the bullets were all repelled by Lu Chen's Haki. Get lost. Lu Chen growled, his eyes icy as he unleashed Conqueror's Haki. A wave of red energy surged toward Charlos Saint and the Marines. When it struck, they all rolled their eyes and collapsed heavily. Lu Chen then approached Hancock and her sisters. Are you alright? I'm fine. Thank you. Hancock expressed gratitude, but her eyes remained fixed on his, as if trying to discern something from his gaze. Lu Chen now saw Hancock clearly, a delicate face with refined features, though thin, her beauty was undeniable. As for her sisters, well, they looked much the same as they would in the future. Enough said. Sigh. After a moment of silence, Lu Chen looked up and said calmly, no need to hide, sir. I've sensed you. He had detected another presence after using Conqueror's Haki. And it was someone formidable. Young lad, mastering Conqueror's Haki at your age is no small feat. A voice rang out, and a white-clad figure appeared before Lu Chen, shielding Hancock and her sisters. So fast. Lu Chen furrowed his brow in surprise. He looked at the man before him, white hair and beard, round glasses, and a vertical scar over his right eye. Character Silver's Rayleigh level SS skills armament Haki SS observation Haki SS. Bounty 4 billion, so it really was him. So this was when Hancock met Rayleigh. But where was the old woman? And he seemed to carry a hint of hostility. Who might you be, and why do you block my path? Lu Chen inquired, his expression unchanged, feigning ignorance of Rayleigh. Hey young friend, why not remove your mask and show your true face? Rayleigh said with a smile. From the techniques the other had just used, he deduced Lu Chen was a Marine. A Marine rescuing two slaves seemed rather inexplicable, and he was also concerned for Hancock and her sister's safety. Hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly understood Rayleigh's thoughts and removed his mask. Gazing at the young man before him, Rayleigh furrowed his brow, racking his brain for any Marine who possessed Conqueror's Haki. Yet after much thought, he still had no recollection of this person. After a moment, Lu Chen looked at Hancock and her sister, smiled, and said, come with me. We'll take you out. The Marines will likely be here soon. All right. Hancock nodded, ready to leave with her two sisters. She didn't overthink it, trusting the man before her from the bottom of her heart. Because he had struck a celestial dragon for her sake. Seeing this, Rayleigh quickly followed and explained, you three are from Amazon Lily, aren't you? Your former empress sent me to rescue you. Her name is Gloriosa, and she's at my bar. How about we go there first? During their sailing days, they had visited Amazon Lily and formed a bond with Gloriosa. Though Rayleigh's words held some weight for the three sisters, they still preferred to follow Lu Chen. Hancock took Lu Chen's hand and said calmly, we will go with him. Rayleigh sighed helplessly, then turned to Lu Chen. Young friend, you can't take care of all three alone. Why not come to our bar and see? Lu Chen pretended to ponder for a long while before finally saying fine. Good, follow me. Thus, under Rayleigh's lead, they headed towards the 13th Grove. They arrived at a bar. The sign above the door read, Shaki's Ripoff Bar. It was Shikuyaki's establishment, and she was also a former empress of Amazon Lily, which was why Rayleigh had agreed to help. However, the bar's name made one hesitant to enter. Come on, this is the bar I mentioned, Rayleigh said, a bit embarrassed by the expressions on Lu Chen and the others' faces. All right. Fortunately, Lu Chen still led Hancock and her sisters inside. As soon as they stepped into the bar, they saw a black-haired woman standing behind the counter, holding a cigarette, a string of pearls around her neck. She looked very young, but one would never guess she was over 60 years old. This was Shikiyaku. Besides her, there was another short, elderly woman, Gloriosa. She had wavy white hair, a red flower tucked behind her left ear, and held a snake staff. She was also a former empress of Amazon Lily from 3 generations ago. At that moment, Shikiyaku also noticed the extra person. She glanced at Lu Chen, her expression instantly tense, and said flatly, why did you bring another person and a Marine at that? What? A Marine? Hearing this, Gloriosa's eyes widened in disbelief. He saved the Hancock sisters and even beat up a celestial dragon, Rayleigh stated. But Rayleigh was already aware, so he wasn't surprised. Given Shikuyaki's intelligence network, it wasn't strange that she recognized Lu Chen. Shikuyaku furrowed her brow and asked with a smile. You know he's a Marine, but do you know who he is? He's Garp's grandson. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh burst into laughter. I can't believe I brought Garp's grandson here. I bet even Garp never imagined his own grandson would strike one of their own. Meanwhile, hearing their conversation, the Hancock sisters finally realized the extraordinary nature of Lu Chen's identity, and a hint of suspicion crept into their eyes. Why would a Marine help them? And why the grandson of the Marine Hero Garp? His identity revealed, Lu Chen stated frankly, It's true, I am Garp's grandson, but I am my own man, and my grandfather is his own. I just couldn't stand the celestial dragon's actions. Ha ha, does Garp know about this? Shikuyaku blew a smoke ring and asked with a chuckle. The Marine Hero's grandson beating up a celestial dragon was indeed quite amusing. Are you trying to get my grandfather to beat me to death? Lu Chen retorted. Huh. Shikuyaku let out a light laugh. You're quite to my liking. Since you're willing to help them, you can use your Marine status to assist them in setting sail. Alright. Lu Chen agreed immediately. Even Shikuyaku hadn't expected him to agree so readily, as if he hadn't given it a second thought. For Lu Chen there was nothing to think about. This was a system-issued mission. Shikuyaku instructed, good. Meet at the bar tomorrow at this time. Remember to bring your Marine uniform. He'll arrange everything. Deal. Lu Chen nodded, then crouched before the three sisters. He took out 100 berries from his pocket and pressed them into Hancock's hand. Take this. Have them buy you some good food. It's getting late. I need to return to the training camp. Thank you, big brother. Clutching the money, Hancock's eyes were already red, tears welling up. Be good. Everything will be fine tomorrow. Lu Chen patted Hancock's little head, then turned and left. After he was gone, Rayleigh suddenly said, That kid is interesting. It doesn't seem like an act, and he's incredibly talented. Did you know he's already a warrant officer? He's single-handedly killed the captains of 3 pirate crews. I wouldn't have known of his existence if not for his sudden promotion, Shikuyaku murmured. Garp certainly has a fine grandson. Jealous. Go have one yourself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Chen returned to the 40th Grove, met up with Shiza, and they went back to the Marine training base to sleep. At the same time, the Sabati archipelago was in an uproar over the celestial dragon being attacked. A large number of Marines were conducting a massive search across the archipelago for the black-clad man who had struck the celestial dragon. A house-to-house search was underway. At Marine headquarters in the Fleet Admiral's office, a celestial dragon was attacked. Garp, I'm putting you in charge of this investigation, Sengoku said, tossing a file to Garp. No, I'm busy. Garp refused outright, picking his nose. Hearing this, Sengoku looked embarrassed and explained, This man in black uses Conqueror's Haki and can even project it externally. He's likely very strong. If you don't go, who will? Not interested. Garp continued, picking his nose, pretending not to hear. Suddenly Zephyr beside them said, Sengoku, if you grant Garp one request, I'm sure he'll agree. What request? Sengoku asked, puzzled. Of course, Garp was also intrigued, looking at Zephyr with suspicion. What request could possibly change my mind? Find a master swordsman to teach Lu Chen swordsmanship. How about that? Zephyr asked with a grin, directing the question to Sengoku and Garp alike. Sengoku fell into deep thought, aware that the formidable swordsman Zephyr mentioned was no ordinary figure. He then turned to Garp and inquired, What do you think? Will you agree? If it can be done, then I'm in. Garp gave a slight nod. After all, he had long promised Lu Chen, but finding the right person seemed far from simple. Fine, I'll agree to this too. Go ahead and handle it. If you can find that person, good. If not, just go through the motions. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. Don't forget your word. With that, Garp turned and left. Zephyr followed closely, as his purpose for coming was precisely to resolve Lu Chen's swordsmanship issue. Little did he expect it to be resolved so swiftly, without even lifting a finger, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, neither of them could have imagined, nor would they ever, that the cloaked figure was none other than Lu Chen himself. They would never think in that direction, assuming instead that some rookie pirate had stirred up trouble. The next day, at the training campgrounds. Early in the morning, Zephyr found Lu Chen and said mysteriously, Lu Chen, I found you a formidable swordsmanship instructor. Get ready to learn well. Thank you, instructor. Lu Chen quickly expressed his gratitude, and then asked, Instructor, who is the teacher? He had no idea that all of this was thanks to his grandfather, or rather to himself. It's a secret. Just wait at the training camp for the notice. Zephyr chuckled and turned away. Oh. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Chen fell into thought. Who could it be? Fujitora. His swordsmanship isn't particularly exceptional. He mostly relies on his blade. Besides, Fujitora isn't even a Marine Admiral yet. Forget, it'll stop racking my brain. First, I need to help Hancock and the others escape. After training until afternoon, Lu Chen changed into his ensign's Marine uniform and headed alone to the nearby Sabati archipelago. Strangely enough, wearing the Marine uniform felt pretty good. Many people made way for him on the streets, and even small-time pirates dared not provoke him. Some even actively avoided him. After a dozen or so minutes, Lu Chen arrived at Shaki's Ripoff Bar on Grove 13, the establishment run by Shikuyaku. Shikuyaku and Rayleigh were already waiting inside. You're here. Shikuyaku flashed a smile and exhaled a puff of cigarette smoke. Lu Chen nodded and asked, When do we set out? The moment he spoke, the Hancock sisters, hearing his voice, rushed out in a flurry. Catching a glimpse of his Marine uniform, they were so startled they scurried back inside. It's me, Lu Chen. He crouched down, smiling. Recognizing his familiar voice, the Hancock sisters emerged again, calling out affectionately, "Brother Lu Chun." They had learned his name from Shikiaku. "Good girls. These are for you." Lu Chun patted Hancock's head and pulled out some candy he had bought on the way. "Thank you." At the sight of the candy, the three sisters' eyes lit up, and they immediately began dividing it among themselves. Kids will be kids. By now the Hancock sisters had changed into new proper clothes, making Hancock look even more beautiful. Shikiaku and Rayleigh exchanged a knowing smile, and she continued, "Well, set out now. The patrols get stricter at night." "All right." And so everyone began to move. Under Shikuyaki's arrangements, Lu Chun, Rayleigh, the Hancock sisters, and several fishmen all boarded the ship. The Hancock sisters were hidden in the cabin. "Set sail," the captain commanded. The ship raised its sails and headed out to sea. Lu Chun stood at the bow in his marine uniform, while Rayleigh lounged on a pile of cargo drinking. Before long, a marine vessel appeared ahead, blocking their path. "Halt. Routine marine inspection," a marine petty officer shouted at the ship. As the vessel came to a stop, Lu Chun stepped forward and barked, "Move aside. Don't you know who I am?" "Ensign." The chief petty officer, seeing Lu Chun's uniform, immediately saluted with respect. The other marines followed suit. However, the chief still refused to let them pass, explaining, "Ensign, we're under orders from above to capture the criminal who struck a celestial dragon. Every ship leaving port must be searched, even an admiral's vessel. I hope you won't make this difficult. We'll leave right after the search." Lu Chun frowned and glanced at Rayleigh, silently asking, "Is your hiding spot reliable?" Expecting Rayleigh to nod, he instead waved his hand, signaling better not let them search. "What the hell? Do I really have to fight these marines face-to-face?" Lu Chun looked exasperated. Suddenly the marine chief petty officer pressed on, "Ensign, may we board for inspection now?" "You?" Just as Lu Chun was at a loss, a familiar voice rang out, "They'll search their ship." Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the source. A white-haired man wearing a doghead cap and munching on a donut strolled over. It was none other than Lu Chun's grandfather, Garp. "Gra." Lu Chun was momentarily stunned. About to speak, he caught himself and held back. Garp, for his part, acted as if he didn't recognize Lu Chun and walked over calmly. "Yes, Vice Admiral." The Marines all stepped aside to let Garp board. Rayleigh and Garp exchanged a brief glance, acknowledging each other without a word. Garp then entered the cabin and began his inspection, immediately noticing the Hancock sisters huddled in a corner. Besides the mysterious cloaked figure, the Marines had also issued a wanted poster for the three sisters. They were easy to recognize. Lu Chun, following behind Garp, looked awkward and whispered, "Grandfather, what are you doing here?" "Good thing I showed up." Garp's expression turned grave as he countered, "Was it you?" Seeing the three girls on Lu Chun's ship, it was hard not to connect him to the cloaked figure. "How could it be me, grandfather?" Lu Chun said with a straight face. Fair enough." After a moment's thought, Garp felt his worry was unfounded. How could he have mastered Haki projection in just a few days? It was probably Rayleigh's doing. That old coot never stays out of trouble. And he dares to lead my grandson astray. When I get the chance, I'll settle the score with him and give him a proper thrashing. "All right, do as you wish. I won't stop you. Those girls don't belong here either. Take them away." As he spoke, Garp cast a glance at the Hancock sisters. "Thank you, Grandpa." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, Garp emerged from the cabin and waved his hand, saying, "All right, the inspection is done. Let them pass." "Yes, Vice Admiral Garp." With the Vice Admiral's order, the Marines dared not obstruct and immediately cleared the way. The ship carrying Lu Chun promptly set sail, departing from the Sabeti archipelago. "Did you all know from the start that the one who captured me was my grandfather?" Once the ship sailed into the open sea, Lu Chun couldn't help but press Rayleigh for answers. "No, it was Shikuyaku who said it." Rayleigh chuckled and shook his head, merely burying himself in his drink. Lu Chun was momentarily speechless. What was all this about? Suddenly, Hancock and her two sisters ran out of the cabin, giggling. "Brother Lu Chun, thank you." "No need to thank me, it was my duty." Lu Chun pinched Hancock's little cheek. It was indeed quite pleasant. Hancock smiled gently, but then, thinking of the imminent departure, her smile vanished instantly. "Brother Lu Chun, you'll be going back soon, won't you?" "We'll never see each other again, will we?" "We will. They'll come find you on Amazon Lily when I get the chance." Lu Chun said. "All right. Then I'll be waiting for you, Brother Lu Chun." With his assurance, Hancock's smile returned to her face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Fulfill the promise to Empress Hancock by traveling alone to Amazon Lily. System reward energy points 50. A swordsmanship 1. Designate 1 skill, level 1. Traveling alone to Amazon Lily. It was well known that Amazon Lily was located in the calm belt, surrounded by sea kings. Traveling there alone would require considerable strength. A few minutes later, Lu Chun suddenly thought of something. He went into the cabin, took the spirit wind from his system inventory, and handed it to Hancock. "Here, this is my old sword. Although it's cracked and about to break, it has been with me for a long time. I'll give it to you. They'll take good care of it." Hancock carefully accepted the spirit wind. Seeing her joyful expression, Lu Chun affectionately patted her head again. A wife. One had to cultivate her from childhood. Give a gift, leave a memento. Rayleigh, watching from the side, smiled knowingly, but said nothing, drinking alone. After sailing for about half an hour, Rayleigh, Hancock, and the others switched ships to return to Amazon Lily. "Brother Lu Chun, you must come to Amazon Lily to find me." Hancock stood at the bow, waving incessantly. "All right, I will definitely go." Lu Chen replied loudly. At the same time, the system's notification sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward energy points 1, a dual sword technique 1. A dual wielding swordsmanship manual fell into the system inventory with the words dual sword style tornado emblazoned on it. It was a large area damage swordsmanship technique. Afterwards, he took his original ship back to the Marine headquarters training base. The next day, Garp specially came to find Lu Chen, instructing him not to wander off for the next few days. Once he finished his mission, he would take him to find a master to learn swordsmanship. With that, he left. Lu Chen was left standing alone, speculating who could it be, who requires Grandpa to personally escort me there. Could it be to go to Wano country to find Zoro's master? That seemed unlikely. Wano country was located in the latter half of the New World, a closed country that didn't join the world government. Even marine ships couldn't enter. Then who could it be? Over 10 days later, the mission on the Sabaody archipelago concluded. They had turned the entire archipelago upside down without finding a single person, and Garp's mission was considered complete. Garp went directly to the training campgrounds and shouted at Lu Chen, "Lu Chen, pack your things, we're leaving." "All right, Grandpa." Hearing this, Lu Chen quickly ran over to Zephyr, grinning as he asked, "Teacher Zephyr, since I'm about to leave, can you tell me who my swordsmanship teacher is?" "You'll know when you get there." Zephyr smiled faintly, but refused to say. Teacher him off then. He'll be back." Lu Chen twitched his mouth and turned to leave. Meanwhile, the others fixed their gazes on Lu Chen, their eyes full of curiosity as they watched him depart alone. "Stop staring. Lu Chen has already mastered all 3 types of Haki. He's going out to train and learn swordsmanship. He'll likely be back in about 2 years. I hope that by then you will all have the ability to fight him or even defeat him. Of course, some of you must not let him get too far ahead." Zephyr's expression was serious as he looked at the crowd below and spoke deliberately. His words left them all deep in thought. They had already set Lu Chen as a goal to surpass. On the other side, Lu Chen packed up and headed to the Marine headquarters dock to meet Garp. The ship they took was Garp's own warship. Traveling with them were his adjutant Bogart and many Marines. "Grandpa, who are we going to see?" Lu Chen found Garp and asked curiously. "You'll know when we get there. You'll train there for 2 years, then come back on your own. If you train outside for 2 years and still don't have the strength to return by yourself, then there's no need to come back." Garp picked his nose indifferently. Lu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. "I understand, Grandpa." He knew Garp was determined this time. After all, to train Luffy, he had used all sorts of cruel methods, throwing him into bottomless pits, tossing him into forests. Lu Chen suddenly felt that this swordsmanship training trip wouldn't be simple. Sailing on the sea was monotonous and boring. Fortunately, Lu Chen could continue practicing his swordsmanship and Conqueror's Haki on the ship, so it wasn't too dull. Over a month later, "Lu Chen, come out, we're here." Garp called from outside Lu Chen's room. "All right, Grandpa." Hearing this, Lu Chen rushed out excitedly, only to see Garp's back as he exited the cabin. He immediately followed. Looking up, he saw no land or island anywhere. "Grandpa, where is this? Are we going to Fishman Island?" "But this doesn't look like it." Lu Chen wasn't familiar with the world's geography. He just thought that if there were no islands on the sea surface, then it must be below the sea surface. But who on Fishman Island had strong swordsmanship? "This isn't Fishman Island. The place we're going is still far away, but from now on only the 2 of us, grandfather and grandson, will travel alone." Garp stared ahead and said calmly, Lu Chen nodded. Then Garp unloaded a small boat from the large ship, and they set off together. Bogart was left behind to guard the ship and wait for Garp's return. After the 2 of them had sailed about a kilometer out. "Grandpa, can you tell me where we're going now?" Lu Chen asked curiously from behind. "Krigana Island," Garp said. Lu Chen's expression stiffened as a figure surfaced in his mind. Hawkeye. Krigana Island was precisely where Hawkeye resided. He hadn't expected Garp to arrange for Hawkeye to teach him swordsmanship. It was quite a surprise. The world's greatest swordsman. He wondered just how formidable his strength truly was. Hawkeye was both a pirate and a warlord, which explained why Garp and Zephyr were reluctant to disclose this. After all, what kind of marine learns swordsmanship from a pirate? As they drew closer, the midday sun was gradually obscured by dark clouds, and the surrounding fog made the path nearly indistinguishable. Fortunately, with Garp leading the way, he might not have found the route otherwise. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at Krigana Island. The entire island exuded a gloomy, bone-chilling atmosphere. "Lu Chen, see that castle? That's where your swordsmanship teacher Hawkeye resides. Go on your own. This is his first test for you. Whether you earn his recognition is entirely up to you." Garp patted him on the shoulder and spoke solemnly. "Got it, Grandpa," Lu Chen said, lifting his gaze toward the towering castle in the distance. "Remember, I'll be waiting for you at Marine headquarters in 2 years. "All right, Grandpa, I will definitely return." With that, Garp departed on a small boat. As Lu Chen's figure gradually vanished from sight, a hint of worry flickered in his eyes. "You must survive, kid." Shortly after, the system's notification chimed. "Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the mission, complete Hawkeye's trial, and reach the castle. System rewards energy points 2, swordsmanship, level 1. It seems reaching the castle won't be easy at all." Lu Chen chuckled softly and headed toward the forest. Judging by the distance alone, it would take at least 2 or 3 days on foot. Moreover, this forest was teeming with armed baboons that mimicked Hawkeye's swordsmanship. Their strength was far from negligible. Their numbers were considerable, and defeating them alone Would be quite a challenge. But still it was worth a try, wasn't it? After walking alone for about 10 minutes, a strange noise came from ahead. Sounded like some animal's cry. My. Lu Chun gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand, staring intently ahead, ready for battle. A large baboon wearing a steel helmet and armor with a giant sword strapped to its back swung between the trees, rapidly closing in on Lu Chun's position. Character armed baboon, level C, skills swordsmanship, C, physical technique, F, bounty 0 berries. What? This baboon has clever strength. Lu Chun's brows furrowed tightly, every muscle in his body tensed. The armed baboon moved with incredible speed, soon reaching Lu Chun. Leaping down from the tree, it drew its greatsword and unleashed a slash at Lu Chun on the ground. A flash of sword light. It hurtled toward Lu Chun at breakneck speed. Rokushiki Soru. In an instant, Lu Chun stomped the ground several times with his right foot, using Soru to dodge sideways, evading the baboon's attack. Boom. The spot where the armed baboon had struck was now marked by a deep gash. So strong. Lu Chun exclaimed, slightly astonished. Not only did this armed baboon possess formidable swordsmanship, but it could also unleash slashes. Was it some kind of spirit beast? However, the armed baboon showed no intention of letting Lu Chun go, attacking him once more. You're asking for death. Lu Chun's eyes narrowed as he held back no longer. His right hand was instantly coated in black armament Haki, gleaming with a metallic luster. The armament Haki gradually spread from his right hand to the black blade until it fully enveloped the entire sword. Meanwhile, the armed baboon charged in, raising its greatsword to cleave down at Lu Chun's head while letting out strange cries. Ooh. One sword style Iajutsu slash. Lu Chun showed no fear, seemingly drawing the black blade from his waist slowly. At the same time, he activated Soru with his right foot, darting swiftly toward the armed baboon. As he closed in on the baboon, he swung his sword. A flash of light. In an instant, Lu Chun had moved behind the armed baboon, exhaling slowly as he sheathed the black blade. As for the armed baboon, it stood frozen in place. Suddenly a wound appeared on its body. Blood gushed out. The great sword in its hand was cleaved in two, and its body collapsed to the ground. Thud. Lu Chun turned around, staring at the baboon on the ground, muttering to himself. This armed baboon was merely imitating techniques without adapting. Luckily, I mastered all 3 types of Haki, or I might not have taken it down so quickly. Observation Haki allowed him to sense the baboon's attack patterns, while armament Haki enabled him to inflict greater damage. It was a perfect combination. After resting for a while to recover his Haki, Lu Chun continued advancing toward the castle. Roughly every kilometer he would encounter a wave of baboons. Sometimes there were a few, other times a whole troop. When it was just a few, their strengths varied. Some were level, some clevel, and Lu Chun could handle them. But when he ran into a troop of baboons, that meant over a dozen of them, including at least 10 clevel ones. With no other option, Lu Chun could only flee. Only by staying alive could there be hope of reaching the castle. This was also a perfect opportunity to continuously hone his swordsmanship and armament Haki. Time ticked by. On the first night, Lu Chun rested atop a large tree, gazing at the distant castle. Bathed in moonlight, it appeared all the more mysterious and foreboding. Yet it was exactly where he wanted to go. After a day of combat, his body was covered in wounds, and his clothes were tattered and torn beyond recognition. Judging by today's progress, it'll take at least 10 days to reach the castle. Lu Chun shook his head in resignation. If he didn't encounter large groups of armed baboons, it might only take 5 days. When he did run into large groups, he had to retreat to evade them. Strangely enough, those armed baboons would give up the chase after a while. The next morning, Lu Chun set out again, continuously battling the armed baboons in the forest. Each fight also increased his various experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host, armament Haki experience 20. Ding, congratulations to the host, swordsmanship experience 1. Ding, congratulations to the host. And so he continued to spend his time in the forest, with experience values for all skills rising rapidly. The second day passed, then the third, the fourth. On the 5th day, Lu Chun had finally covered about half the distance. He was a major step closer to the castle. The 6th, 7th, 8th days passed. By the 9th day, the central castle seemed almost within reach. However, the concentration of armed baboons ahead was the densest yet, and among them was one that had reached a terrifying level strength. There were over 20 armed baboons in total. The one with branch strength in particular was twice the size of the other adult baboons, and was likely the baboon king. It carried on its back a blade similar in shape to the black knife knight used by Hawkeye. Although it was not a black blade, its quality was enough to rank it among the fine swords. He wondered where the baboon got its sword. Could Hawkeye have made it for the armed baboons? I must enter today. Lu Chun's gaze hardened with resolve as he stepped forward. Ooh. Soon the armed baboons spotted him, uttering strange cries as they all advanced toward him. Roar. The baboon king bellowed. The other armed baboons seized their weapons and charged at Lu Chun. You're asking for death. Lu Chun drew the 2 blades at his waist. One was the Spirit Wind 2nd generation, the other a black blade. He held both swords. Armament Haki hardening. The black armament Haki instantly enveloped his body and arms, coating the 2 blades and temporarily turning them into black swords. For a sword to become a black blade, it must be imbued with armament Haki time, and again gradually transforming into one. As the armed baboons closed in, Lu Chun's eyes turned icy. He held both swords horizontally and spun his body two-sword-style tornado. A powerful tornado coalesced around him, growing steadily, from 2 meters high to 3 then 4, and it carried Lu Chen's sword aura within. Just as the armed baboons reached him, Lu Chen stopped abruptly and hurled the tornado, now over 10 meters tall, with all his might. The fierce tornado swept through like a storm, engulfing everything in its path, including the armed baboons. They were caught in the vortex. The sword aura moved with the tornado, relentlessly shredding the baboons' bodies, as if countless sharp blades were slicing through them. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The armed baboons inside the tornado let out agonized cries. The whirlwind carried them far away, gradually dissipating only after traveling hundreds of meters. Meanwhile, the baboons fell one by one. Thud, thud, thud. Each was covered in wounds, and not a single one remained unscathed. With just one move, he had eliminated most of the low-level baboons, leaving only a few, including the Brank Baboon King. The Baboon King mimicked the swordsmanship of Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk, making it extremely formidable. Roar. Seeing its fallen subordinates, the Baboon King let out a furious roar, drew the great sword from its back, stomped hard, leaped into the air, and unleashed a slash toward Lu Chen's position. In an instant, the blade, as long as a 40-meter sword, sent forth a swift sword aura. It was incredibly fast and powerful. 6 power shave. Lu Chen frowned and reacted immediately, dodging to the side. Boom. A deafening crash. The sword aura struck the ground beside him, carving a massive fissure into the earth. Though he avoided the direct hit, the attack's wide reach caught him. Countless fragments of rocks scattered in all directions. Lu Chen had to keep swinging his sword to cut through the flying stones, but there were too many, and he was struck. He stumbled backward, retreating several meters before steadying himself. But the Baboon King, after another furious roar, launched another attack. Another slash came at him. What the hell? Lu Chen frowned deeply, repeatedly, using shave to retreat quickly. As he moved back, he studied the Baboon King's attack patterns. True to its imitation of Hawkeye's swordsmanship, every strike was a basic attack, yet its power rivaled any sword technique. Coupled with its robust physique, its swordsmanship only grew stronger. But the Baboon King was not invincible. After several consecutive slashes missed Lu Chen, it grew impatient. It abandoned long-range attacks and charged at Lu Chen, opting for close combat. Good. Let's see whose swordsmanship is superior. Lu Chen smiled calmly, sheathed the spirit wind, and advanced with only the black blade. Man and beast clashed, their swords meeting repeatedly in a fierce exchange of sparks. Neither yielded, and neither could overpower the other. Yet any skilled swordsman would have noticed that Lu Chen was actually on the defensive. The Baboon King's every swing was the most efficient, with no wasted motion, pure offense without hesitation. This made each of its strikes far more powerful than Lu Chen's, leaving him at a constant disadvantage. Moreover, the Baboon King's strength inherently surpassed his. The gap between them widened. What's going on? I have to finish this quickly. Lu Chen frowned, knowing that prolonging the fight would lead to his defeat. The disparity between him and the Baboon King could not be closed in such a short time. He had to find another way. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. As the Baboon King swung its blade at him, he deliberately abandoned blocking with his sword and let the great sword strike his body. Armament Haki hardening. Black armament Haki instantly covered the part of his body under attack. Yet the Baboon King's powerful strike still drove Lu Chen downward, sinking the very ground beneath him to a considerable depth. An immense pressure suddenly bore down on him, as if a mountain had landed on his shoulder, tilting his entire body to the side. But Lu Chen held on, gripping the Baboon King's great sword with one hand. A sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Now it's my turn. With those words, the black blade in Lu Chen's right hand had already gathered immense black Haki energy, with red arcs of lightning crackling around it. It resembled a massive black flame sword. Demonic flame slash. His gaze turned cold as he raised the blade and struck toward the Baboon King. Roar. Seeing this, the Baboon King tried to flee but could not pull its greatsword free. It seemed reluctant to abandon the weapon. Yet even if it did, it could not evade Lu Chen's attack. The colossal demonic flame slash transformed into a 10-meters-long greatsword, striking straight at the Baboon King. Roar. The Baboon King's eyes widened as it let out a defiant roar. Boom. A thunderous explosion. The demonic flame slash engulfed the Baboon King. The ground was split by a fissure nearly 100 meters long, with black flames scattered everywhere, lingering for a long time. As for the Baboon King, it lay limp on the ground, its fate unknown. The other armed baboons now looked at Lu Chen with fear in their eyes. Get lost. Lu Chen roared. The remaining baboons immediately cleared the path and retreated to the sides. Seeing this, Lu Chen walked step by step toward the castle. None of the armed baboons dared to stop him. They could only watch helplessly as he departed. As Lu Chen stepped into the castle, he could no longer hold on, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed heavily onto the ground, lying there to rest. The strike from the Baboon King had broken several of his ribs. Its power was immense, but fortunately he had reached the castle. Meanwhile, at the window of a certain room in the castle, a man with hawk-like eyes wore a meaningful smile on his lips, muttering to himself, I never thought the Marines would produce such a monstrous talent. No wonder they asked me to teach him. So young, yet already mastering 3 types of Haki, even capable of Haki coding and emission. His talent was terrifying. especially his swordsmanship, which was no less impressive than his Haki. Coupled with his ferocity toward enemies, he was destined to become a great admiral of the Marines. That night, Lu Chun slept soundly in the hall. The next morning, he awoke from his aches and pains, stretched his shoulders, and headed upstairs. He planned to find Hawkeye. Since he was here, he naturally wanted to learn swordsmanship from him. Room after room, floor after floor, Lu Chun searched. Finally, he found Hawkeye Mihawk, also known as Dracula Mihawk, in a room on the top floor. "You're here." Hawkeye sat in the living room, leisurely eating steak and drinking red wine. He was completely at ease. Upon seeing Lu Chun, he spoke only one sentence. Lu Chun nodded, but his eyes were fixated on Mihawk's attributes displayed on the system interface. Character Mihawk, title Warlord of the Sea, level SSS, skills Swordsmanship SSS, armament Haki SSS, observation Haki SSS, sword intent SSS. He was incredibly powerful. His strength rivaled Garp's. Truly a man worthy of dueling Shanks in swordsmanship. Mihawk nodded, gesturing, "Come and eat, and then we'll begin training." "All right, master." Lu Chun smiled slightly, sitting across from Mihawk to start eating. But Mihawk suddenly spoke, his tone indifferent. "I am not your master, nor will I teach you anything. I'm merely allowing you to stay here for 2 years. Lu Chun frowned slightly, but didn't ask further. He speculated that Garp and Mihawk had reached some agreement, prompting Mihawk to teach him swordsmanship. But it wasn't a teacher-student relationship. As for what that agreement was, he figured he couldn't guess. Mihawk set down his wine glass and continued, "Medicine for injuries is on the 5th floor. You can get it yourself. After you eat, come to the 1st floor." "All right." Lu Chun nodded, watching Mihawk leave. A few minutes later, after finishing the steak completely, Lu Chun first went to the 5th floor to apply medicine to his shoulder wound before heading to the 1st floor. By then, Mihawk was already standing in the open space at the entrance. Seeing Lu Chun emerge, he spoke directly. "Your swordsmanship is decent, but you rely too much on Haki. Although Haki can enhance the power of swordsmanship, it deviates from the essence of the blade. Prepare yourself. Use your strongest strike to receive one of my slashes." "What a..." Hearing this, Lu Chun's face stiffened, his eyes wide. He wasn't teaching anything, yet he wanted him to receive a slash. This. He didn't teach Zoro like that, did he? Mihawk paid no attention to Lu Chun's reaction, casually drawing the massive sword from his back. One of the supreme grade blades, Yuru. The blade had a random swirl tempering pattern, and the hilt was adorned with several gems of various colors. Seeing this, Lu Chun's face darkened, and he dared not be careless, quickly coating his entire body in armament Haki. He used a small knife against Zoro, but against me he pulls out the black blade. "Yuru, huh? I am striking," Mihawk said, slowly raising Yoru and swinging a slash toward Lu Chun's position. It seemed like an incredibly simple swing, yet it carried an immensely terrifying pressure. It was as if Mihawk had become a ferocious tiger. In an instant, the blade flashed. A slash cut through the air, speeding toward Lu Chun. Along the way, the ground was carved into a deep trench by the sharpness of the sword aura. Ugh, so strong. Lu Chun swallowed hard, feeling the immense pressure of the attack. It locked him in place, leaving him unable to dodge no matter what. Lu Chun let out a fierce shout to bolster his courage, gripping the black blade tighter. Haki instantly enveloped the sword, coiling around it and gradually expanding. It formed a massive black flame blade nearly 10 meters long. Demon Flame Slash. Then he swung his longsword toward the sword aura slash released by Mihawk. The Demon Flame Slash resembled a black demon, its maw wide open as if it could swallow Mihawk's small slash in one gulp. But the moment their attacks collided, the white slash effortlessly cleaved the Demon Flame Slash in two. Boom. A thunderous sound. The Demon Flame Slash exploded, black flames scattering in all directions like a black firework. Not particularly beautiful. What a... Lu Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, the slash still had residual power, continuing to speed toward Lu Chun's position. Seeing this, Lu Chun had no choice but to brace himself, gripping the sword with both hands to withstand the blow. Boom. As Mihawk's slash struck the blade, a tremendous force surged through his arm. It felt like being rammed by an enormous, ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying backward, crashing into the trees behind him. Tree after tree. Boom, boom, boom. He lost count of how many he broke, only hearing the continuous sound of impacts. After a long while, Lu Chun finally came to a stop, collapsing limply to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then looking up at Mihawk in the distance, his anger surged. If he could speak, he would have said, "Is this how you teach swordsmanship? Shouldn't you demonstrate? You have to attack the person. Hep. Figure it out yourself. When you can withstand one of my slashes, you can leave." Suddenly, Mihawk chuckled lightly, left a word, and walked back into the castle. Lu Chun's mouth twitched, wanting to speak, but stopping. His internal organs felt displaced. Even the slightest movement caused excruciating pain. Just as he wondered what Mihawk meant by "figure it out," the system's notification sound suddenly came. "Ding, congratulations, host has discovered the skill sword intent. Would you like to learn it?" "Yes." Lu Chun decisively chose to learn. Instantly, a wondrous feeling entered his mind, as if his perception of the sword had deepened. It was as if he could converse with the long sword in his hand. A mysterious and marvelous sensation. Then Lu Chun used energy points to simplify the skill sword intent. Ding, simplifying skill sword intent. Simplification successful. Sword intent, grasping the sword. Sword intent was a profound skill and understanding of the blade. After simplifying, merely touching a sword would enhance one's connection to it. Feeling the strange sensations coursing through his body, Liu Chen couldn't help but laugh. This is it. So this is how Hawkeye turned every basic strike into a more powerful technique. Even without Conqueror's Haki, he could still break through an opponent's armament Haki. Ding congratulations host Sword in 10 Experience 1. Ding congratulations host Sword in 10 Experience 1. Ding congratulations host. And so Liu Chen lay on the ground resting with his sword in hand. He couldn't move at all, forced to just lie there. Meanwhile inside the castle, Mihawk holding a wine glass gazed toward Liu Chen's location and murmured, I wonder when he will comprehend sword intent. It has been so long since anyone could surpass me. Evening. Liu Chen barely managed to stand and stumbled back towards the castle alone. He crawled all the way to the 5th floor to tend to his own wounds. Witnessing this scene, Liu Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of loneliness. He shook his head ruefully. Tisk, when Zoro studied swordsmanship, he had someone to look after him. I have to take care of myself all alone. How miserable. After applying the medicine, he opened the system interface to check. Besides learning a new skill, he had also triggered a mission earlier. Ding congratulations host mission triggered within 2 years, withstand 1 strike from Hawkeye Mihawk. System reward energy points 2, great, sword 1, sword technique 1. 3 days later, Liu Chen's injuries had mostly healed, and he began his daily training routine. During the day, he practiced sword swings in the clearing, enhancing both his swordsmanship and sword intent experience. Whenever he had time, he would find baboons in the forest or other beasts to fight, gaining experience for armament Haki. He needed to develop comprehensively. Seeing this from the castle, Mihawk furrowed his brows slightly and smiled faintly. Truly gifted comprehending sword intent in just a few days. Perhaps he might one day surpass me. Maybe I will personally cultivate a swordsman who eclipses me, ha ha ha. Although he couldn't understand what Liu Chen's training entailed, he could clearly sense a trace of sword intent in Liu Chen's swings. A few days later, Mihawk left on a solo trip, saying he would be back in about half a year and telling Liu Chen to stay put. Liu Chen didn't ask where he was going. Even if he asked, he probably wouldn't get an answer. During Mihawk's absence, Liu Chen continued his training alone. But with no one to cook and his own meals being particularly awful, he had to simplify the cooking skill. Ding, simplifying skill cooking. Simplification successful. Cooking, chopping vegetables. He was already exhausted enough, he deserved at least a decent meal. Time ticked by moment by moment. Over half a year later, Liu Chen was practicing his sword swings when the system suddenly triggered a mission. Ding congratulations host mission triggered rescue Nico Robin's mother Nico Alvia. System reward energy points 5 of physical technique 1, a dual wielding sword technique 1. Looking at the mission, he frowned slightly, suddenly realizing something. The system's triggered missions always seemed to alter this world, even changing the course of Luffy and those around him. Was this what the system needed? Regardless, he sensed no malice from it. Every mission could be declined without any penalty. So he should definitely do this mission. The castle. I want to go out and gain some real experience. Is that okay? Liu Chen found Mihawk and voiced his thoughts. Hearing this, Mihawk looked him over and nodded slightly. You do need real combat. There are no baboons left on this island that can match you. Thank you. Liu Chen expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, a faint smile appeared on Mihawk's face. In just half a year, he has grown this much. Within a decade, he might rival me. For a swordsman, cultivating a successor who surpasses oneself was a form of honor. Meanwhile, on another front, Liu Chen took a small boat and left Korigana Island, beginning to drift on the sea. He was heading to O'Hara, the West Blue's famed archaeological site. Dozens of days later. What is this? Isn't O'Hara supposed to be around here? Liu Chen stared at the map, utterly confused. Perhaps he was lost, unable to find his way. After all, it was his first time navigating alone. Getting lost was normal. Suddenly, a Navy ship appeared ahead. Liu Chen took out a telescope and looked. He immediately spotted a giant figure with orange hair and a beard wearing a Vice Admiral's coat. Character Jaguar D. Sol rank Navy Vice Admiral level B skills Giants super strength B observation Haki C armament Haki C. It's him. Jaguar D. Sol, the one who saved Robin's mother. Liu Chen recognized him through the system. He was still on the Navy ship, meaning he hadn't yet taken Alvio away. Originally he planned to board as a Navy man, but now he had to use another identity. So Liu Chen changed into the black outfit he had used on the Sabeti archipelago and sailed toward Sol's ship. Aboard the Navy ship, the lookout sailor quickly spotted Liu Chen's vessel and reported to Sol. Vice Admiral Sol, there's a ship behind us approaching. What kind of ship? How many people? Sol asked. A very ordinary boat, doesn't seem like a pirate ship. Just one person. The sailor replied. Oh. Hearing this, Sol walked to the stern and stared at Liu Chen in black, frowning. Who is it? Why the black clothes? Soon after, Liu Chen reached the Navy ship, leaped up, landed on its stern, and said in a low voice, release Alvia. Huh. At these words, Sol's eyes flickered. He demanded, who are you? The man in black from Sabeti archipelago. He had been at Marine headquarters back then and naturally knew about the incident where a celestial dragon was attacked. That person's strength was unfathomable. Even Vice Admiral Garp couldn't capture him. If you say so, release Alvia or don't blame me for being rude. Liu Chen was stunned, not expecting Sol to make that connection. He had almost forgotten about it himself. But what Saul said next left Lu Chun rooted to the spot in shock. Very well, I am willing to hand over Alvia provided you spare us. Sauron declared solemnly, his expression grave. He did not seem to be lying in the slightest. Yet Lu Chun could not bring himself to believe a single word, remaining silent. What was this man playing at? He was willing to surrender her without even a fight. Could it be that Sauron intended to let Alvia go, merely using him as a convenient pretext? As his words faded, a Marine officer immediately stepped forward. Vice Admiral Sauron, that woman is a wanted criminal of the world government. Are we truly to release her? If we return, the higher-ups will certainly not forgive us. What do you know? Release her at once. Should any trouble arise, I shall explain it to them myself. Sauron bellowed. The black-clad figure before them possessed unfathomable power far beyond their capacity to contend with. To choose battle would leave them with but one option: death. He made this choice solely to protect every Marine aboard the ship. Sir. Hearing this, the Marine had no choice but to return to the cabin and bring Alvia up on deck. At that moment, Alvia wore a simple gray garment. Her hair was white, and she possessed the same blue eyes as Robin. Her features were delicate, exuding an elder sisterly aura. Her physical prowess was unremarkable, but her knowledge was profound. Meanwhile, Alvia, who had just seen the light of day again, scrutinized the black-clad figure before her mind racing to discern his identity. Why had he come to rescue her? Regardless, he was certainly not a member of the world government or the Marines. Sir, this is Alvia. I trust you will honor your word. Sauron gave a nod of acknowledgement, signaling the Marine to release Alvia. Seeing this, Alvia began to walk toward Lu Chun on the opposite side, though her hands remained bound by iron chains. Since you have released her, I will naturally keep my promise. Return and tell the Marines that you have my gratitude. From the night. Lu Chun strode to Alvia's side, wrapped an arm around her waist, and after uttering those words, leaped down from the Marine vessel. He departed swiftly. Why linger when the moment to leave had come? As for leaving his name, it was merely to intimidate them. The more mysterious he seemed, the better. Only after Lu Chun and Alvia had vanished into the distance did Sauron immediately pick up a din mushy to contact Marine headquarters. Hello. Is this Marine headquarters? I need to speak with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. That man in black has appeared again. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Crack. Lu Chun used Haki to shatter the chains binding Alvia, freeing her from her restraints. Thank you. After flexing her wrists, Alvia regarded him with suspicion and inquired, who are you? Why did you save me? Unable to conjure a reason on the spot, Lu Chun replied casually, I simply wanted to save you. You're not with the Marines, are you? Could you be a member of the Revolutionary Army? Instantly, Alvia's delicate face flushed with surprise. He knew her identity, yet he was neither from the Marines nor a pirate. The only possibility left was the Revolutionary Army. Stop guessing. My identity is unimportant. What matters is that you cannot return to O'Hara now. The world government is about to issue a buster call there. Lu Chun sighed helplessly, his tone indifferent. After rescuing Alvia, the system had not indicated that the mission was complete. Perhaps he would need to wait until the O'Hara incident concluded with Alvia still alive for the task to be fulfilled. No, I must go back. The people there are waiting for me to save them. Even if I have to swim back, I will return. Alvia's gaze was resolute, her tone brooking no refusal. She seemed ready to leap overboard and start swimming that very instant. Hearing this, Lu Chun shook his head in resignation. Fine, I'll take you back. I just hope you won't regret it. I won't regret it. Alvia affirmed firmly. Very well. And so Lu Chun turned the ship around and continued their journey toward O'Hara. As long as he was there, whisking Alvia away alone would pose no problem. Moreover, Robin, being the protagonist, was certain to survive. Furthermore, Akiji and Sauron were also present. It was hardly a concern. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Garp, picking his nose, strode into Sengoku's office and asked, What did you call me for? That man in black who assaulted the celestial dragon has appeared again. Sengoku stated bluntly. What? Where? Garp's expression stiffened as he pressed for more details. The West Blue. The West Blue. Yes. Upon hearing this, Garp furrowed his brow, sinking into contemplation. Could it be Lu Chun again? That kid's location was fairly close to the West Blue. It couldn't be him, could it? Besides, his strength was insufficient, and Mihawk would surely not have let him out. No, I'll have to ask Mihawk about this later. Sengoku continued, according to Vice Admiral Sauron, the man in black called himself the Knight and has rescued the wanted criminal Alvia. You want me to go to the West Blue and capture that man in black? Exactly. After a moment's deliberation, Garp chuckled and said, All right, I accept. Good. Set off at once. And if it's convenient, you might as well help capture Alvia. Sengoku instructed. Fine. Garp waved his hand and strode out. Regardless, that man in black was certainly connected to his grandson Lu Chun. If he didn't go and someone else did, wouldn't his grandson be in trouble? After Garp had left, Sengoku muttered to himself in bewilderment. Why did he agree so readily today? 2 days later, Lu Chun and Alvia arrived at O'Hara. Because they had skipped the time spent fleeing, they reached the island several days earlier than originally scheduled. However, because Lu Chun had rescued Alvia, the Marines were also hastening their arrival. As soon as she disembarked, Alvia rushed straight for the Tree of Knowledge on O'Hara Island. As for Lu Chun, he followed not far behind her, doing his best to remain hidden. Perhaps some Marines had already landed on the island. Suddenly, the system's chime sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. A mission has been triggered. Obtain the Poneglyph from the Tree of Omniscience on O'Hara. Reward energy points 2. A poneglyph. What did it need that for? It was merely a record of history, at most detailing the whereabouts of the 3 ancient weapons. Nevertheless, since the system had issued the mission, Lu Chen naturally intended to secure it. Moreover, the system came with a basic infinite storage space. Could it be meant precisely for housing the poneglyph? A dozen or so minutes later, Alvia reached the Tree of Omniscience and hurried to inform the scholars inside. As for Lu Chen, while Alvia was conversing with Clover and the other professors, he slipped into the Tree of Omniscience and stealthily made his way down to the basement. Knowing that the Marines were approaching, the scholars were all on edge, so no one noticed him. Moreover, Alvia was so focused on urging the scholars to flee that she didn't even realize Lu Chen was following behind her. The basement of the Tree of All Knowledge was cooler than the outside, yet damp. Bookshelves lined every wall, but the historical text the system mentioned was nowhere to be seen. Could it be hidden? Lu Chen meticulously examined every item in the basement. Since the Marines had discovered it here, the historical text must be somewhere within this very room. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed. A side bookshelf slid open, revealing a young girl in a skirt. She stepped out and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Lu Chen turned swiftly, recognizing her instantly as a young Robin. He smiled and said, "You're Robin, aren't you? Professor Clover sent me. He said your mother is back and the Marines are approaching. He told you to come out quickly." Professor Clover was the old man with a clover-shaped head. He said this to lure Robin out and take a look inside the open shelf. "What? Mother? My mother is really back." Robin's face lit up with joy as she asked again. "Yes, why else would he send me to call you?" Lu Chen nodded affirmatively. "Thank you." With that, Robin hurriedly ran out, forgetting to close the open bookshelf. Lu Chen chuckled softly and slipped quickly into the shelf. Inside, he immediately spotted a large square historical text inscribed with strange characters. None of them were familiar to him. "Never mind, I'll just take it and figure things out later," he muttered, using his system inventory to store the massive stone tablet. It was said that even the 5 elders couldn't destroy this historical text forged by a fallen kingdom. Their technology was truly formidable. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. System reward energy points 2. After storing the text, Lu Chen swiftly made his way outside. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Tree of All Knowledge, Robin was tearfully chatting with her mother Alvia. "Robin, why did you come out of the basement?" Professor Clover asked. "Didn't you send someone to call me Professor?" Robin replied, pointing at Lu Chen as he emerged from the basement. "It was him." "Who?" Professor Clover followed her gaze, but saw no one. "There's no one there. He was just here," Robin frowned. Suddenly, Alvia seemed to realize something. "Forget about that. The Marines are coming. They'll go hold them off. You all stay here. And remember, we are neither friends nor acquaintances. Keep that in mind." With that, she grabbed a long spear and strode out of the Tree of All Knowledge. "Mother!" Robin cried out in desperation, but Professor Clover held her back. "Robin, let your mother go. She's doing this for you. You're too young. They won't suspect you of being a scholar." "Mother!" Robin struggled fiercely, ignoring his words. Nearby, Lu Chen watched Alvia's retreating figure and sighed. That woman really loves making trouble. His mission was to save Alvia, essentially to ensure her safety. With no other choice, he followed her. Alvia wouldn't die quickly. As long as he didn't encounter Akiji or Akainu, he could still get her out. Soon after, Alvia, armed with her spear, confronted Spandine, Spandam's father and the commander of CP9. Both father and son were useless, cowardly, and weak. Of course, Spandine's 2 bodyguards managed to capture Alvia and bring her back to the Tree of All Knowledge. After they left, Lu Chen emerged from a tree muttering, "Psi missions are never easy." He hadn't acted earlier, not wanting the Marines to know Alvia had been rescued. Moreover, Spandine's 2 bodyguards were CP9 agents, both Brank. A fight would take time and might attract Akiji and Akainu. Lu Chen then followed Spandine's group back to the Tree of All Knowledge. Upon arrival, Professor Clover and the other scholars had already been captured and gathered together. Robin was there too, unable to leave. Seeing Alvia captured, she rushed forward. "Mother, are you okay?" "Oh, you have a child? A scholar's child is still a child." "Seize her," Spandine sneered. "Yes, sir." Several black-clad agents immediately restrained Robin. "Robin!" Professor Clover shouted in panic. Then he began speaking with the 5 elders over the Den Mushi. Nearby, Lu Chen watched intently, listening to every word Professor Clover said. According to his words, to the 5 elders, the enemy of that ancient kingdom was the current world government. It was the world government that had destroyed them. The historical text was merely a vessel for an ideology. What exactly it was, no one knew. Perhaps Professor Clover did. But before he could finish, the 5 elders ordered his execution. Just as Lu Chen was engrossed, a thunderous cannonade erupted in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Turning, he saw the entire island surrounded by the Marines' black cannonballs raining down from the sky. It's starting now, and I'm still here. Run, run. Spandine cursed and fled without hesitation. For him, survival was paramount. Meanwhile, the Tree of All Knowledge was set ablaze. Alvia, Professor Clover, and the other scholars rushed back inside to save some books. But then an unexpected figure appeared, Sauron. He was back, and he was helping Robin escape. They seemed to have a close bond. Why is he here? Lu Chen wondered, puzzled. But there was no time to dwell on it. Using Soru, he dashed toward the Tree of All Knowledge. He had to save Alvia. Minutes later, when he reached the tree of all knowledge, the entire structure was engulfed in flames, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to enter or exit. Yet he could still see scholars inside, desperately throwing books out, hoping to preserve them. But it was futile. Even if saved temporarily, the Marines would surely destroy them later. After a moment's thought, Lu Chun looked up at where they were tossing the books. His eyes focused, and he kicked the ground with explosive force. He launched into the air. Thump, thump, thump. He kicked repeatedly in midair, as if stepping on solid ground, using Jeppo to ascend higher and higher. Finally, he arrived at the window where the scholars were discarding books. Just as he was about to enter, several more volumes flew out from within. Lu Chun furrowed his brow, swatting the books away with a palm strike before leaping inside. The surroundings were already engulfed in flames, the temperature far higher than outside, with thick smoke filling the entire room. Many scholars had already collapsed to the ground. Only Alvia, along with a few scholars, remained steadfast, continuously hurling books outward. At the sight of a black-clad figure entering, they immediately stumbled back in terror. Who are you? What are you doing here? Upon seeing this, Alvia quickly stepped forward and explained, "Don't be afraid, he saved me." She did not know who the black-clad man was, nor whether he was a good person. Hearing this, the scholars finally relaxed. Lu Chun, ignoring them, looked at Alvia and said, "I've come to take you away." After a moment of hesitation, Alvia bit her lip and asked apologetically, "Can you take them with us?" "I can only take one person," Lu Chun stated. He had no intention of concerning himself with the fate of others. "Then take him. I am the one who brought this upon everyone. I should stay here." Alvia said, her face filled with guilt. If it weren't for their historical research being discovered by the Marines, today's events would never have occurred. "No, Alvia, you are the one who deserves to live. We are already old. Your knowledge surpasses ours. You should go out and tell the true history to more people." The other scholars declined in unison. "You all." Alvia started to speak, but stopped, now fully aware of the heavy burden upon her shoulders. At that moment, Lu Chun urged, "If we don't leave now, the fire will spread and no one will make it out." In truth, he feared not the blaze, but that Akiji and Akainu would arrive after the bombardment. "All right, I'll go with you," Alvia said through gritted teeth. "Let's move." With that, Lu Chun stepped forward, wrapped his arm around Alvia's slender waist, and leaped from the window. They ran along the back of the tree of knowledge toward the shore where a small boat was moored. Throughout the journey, Lu Chun carried Alvia as her pace was far too slow. Eventually, he simply lifted her in a princess carry, holding her close. Alvia felt as though she were pressed against Lu Chun's chest, able to clearly hear his heartbeat and the wind whistling past her ears. Though cannonballs rained down from the sky, each projectile seemed to be dodged by the black-clad man before her. Who on earth was he? Why had he saved her? Meanwhile, aboard a Marine ship anchored offshore, a Marine spotted Lu Chun and Alvia and immediately rushed to report to the Vice Admirals nearby. Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Kazan, a black-clad man, and a scholar have been sighted at the rear of the island. "What? Let me see." Hearing this, Garp snatched a telescope and peered in the direction the Marine had indicated. Indeed, a black-clad man was fleeing with a woman in his arms. The figure's silhouette seemed somewhat familiar, like his own grandson. "He'll go after them." Akiji stood up ready to pursue, but Garp stopped him, saying calmly, "The black-clad man is my mission from Sengoku. You stay." "Very well." Akiji sighed helplessly and remained as he had already spotted his friend Saul and preferred not to face him directly. About 10 minutes later, Lu Chun reached the shore and set Alvia down. "Get on the boat, it's time to leave." "All right." Once Alvia had boarded, Lu Chun hoisted the sail and swiftly steered the vessel away. But before they had gone far, a Marine ship appeared behind them, its bow adorned with a large, unmistakable gray dog head. "It's the Marines. Their ship is chasing us," Alvia said nervously. "It's fine." Lu Chun shook his head, fixing his gaze on Garp at the bow. He thought, "Grandfather, I am your grandson. Even in this black robe, you should recognize me, shouldn't you?" And indeed, it was as he thought. Garp at the bow had already recognized Lu Chun, his face darkening. So it really is this brat. Wasn't he supposed to be learning swordsmanship? What is he doing here? And pretending to be the black-clad man? Could he be the one from last time? That can't be right. He shouldn't have been able to use Haki back then. But how else to explain this? As he pondered, a Marine beside him reminded, "Vice Admiral Garp, they're about to escape. Should we open fire?" Ahem. Garp coughed twice to mask his awkwardness and ordered, "Bring me a cannonball, I will handle this myself." "Yes, Vice Admiral." The Marines behind him hurried to fetch the ammunition. Fistbone meteor. Garp cast aside his Marine coat, grabbed a cannonball, and began hurling them at Lu Chun's boat. By shedding his coat, he signaled that he was no longer acting as a Marine, but as an ordinary man. One black cannonball after another rained down like scattered petals upon Lu Chun and Alvia. "Oh no, the cannonballs are coming." Alvia paled and cowered, clutching her head. Observation Haki. Lu Chun frowned slightly. Using his observation Haki, he had already sensed that none of the cannonballs were aimed at them. "Don't worry, let's just keep going," he reassured Alvia and continued sailing forward. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonballs exploded behind their boat, creating terrifying waves that only served to propel them faster away. All the while, Garp kept throwing, muttering, "Don't think you can escape." But in his heart, he thought, "You little rascal, just wait until you get back. They'll deal with you then." Not a single cannonball struck Lu Chun. Instead, they helped him flee even farther. Soon Lu Chun had completely escaped Garp's range, gradually disappearing over the horizon. Feeling the bombardment had ceased, Alvia dared to open her eyes and exclaimed in astonishment, "We're safe. We're actually safe." At that moment, the system's notification chimed. "Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the mission. System rewards energy points 5 of physical techniques, 1 a dual sword techniques 1. Lu Chun glanced at the two skills and suddenly asked, "Where do you plan to go next? I wonder how Robin is doing. I want to see her," Alvia said, gazing back at the island of O'Hara, now shrouded in smoke and flames of war. Her thoughts were consumed by her daughter. "You're a wanted criminal now, and the Marines know you've escaped," Lu Chun reminded her. "Yes," Alvia acknowledged, realizing the gravity of her situation. She looked up into Lu Chun's eyes and spoke with a pleading tone, "Can you take me to see my daughter? Just a glimpse from afar, that's all. Fine, I'll take you for a look." Lu Chun waved his hand. He figured Robin's escape route might align with theirs, and they might even encounter her. This time it wasn't a system task, but rather seeing Alvia as a mother yearning to see her long-lost daughter. It was an act of compassion, nothing more. "Thank you." Alvia quickly expressed her gratitude. Thus Lu Chun drove while using his observation Haki to sense the changes around him. Robin was traveling in a straight line following a sea path created by Akiji's ability. By carefully sensing the aura of ice, he could trace her route. About half an hour later, a small boat appeared ahead with Robin inside, rowing continuously. By now she was already in tears, sobbing uncontrollably, rowing purely on instinct. "Sob, sob, Robin." In an instant, Alvia's eyes reddened, tears welling up. She wanted to go over and comfort Robin to tell her she was safe. But the last shred of reason held her back. Sooner or later, Robin would surely see the reports that she was still alive. After a moment, Alvia wiped the tears from her eyes and said, "Let's go." "Where are you headed?" Lu Chun asked. Alvia hesitated. Finally, she looked at the man before her and asked, lowering her head, "Can I stay by your side?" "Yes, I do need an assistant," Lu Chun agreed. Since the system had him save Alvia, she must be of some value. Offering her a place to stay might benefit him as well. "Thank you." Alvia nodded in gratitude. Thus Lu Chun brought Alvia back to Karaigana Island. Half a month later, the two returned to Karaigana Island. Mihawk had already left, leaving only a note saying he would return in a year. Lu Chun shook his head. "Why do I feel this teacher is so irresponsible? Was he like this when teaching Zoro? Is this the ruins of the kingdom of Shikuru?" Suddenly, an excited Alvia ran over, holding a few items she had picked up from the rubble. "I don't know him, just staying here temporarily." Lu Chun shook his head. He truly didn't know. Who bothers to remember the name of a destroyed kingdom? "All right," Alvia nodded. Still, she couldn't suppress her excitement. On this island, she could begin her own research. Then Lu Chun took off his black cloak and warned, "Never stray too far from the castle, or armed baboons will appear. There's a field behind the castle. Tend to it when you have time. The basement has stored wine and meat. Just cook for me every day. If you want to go out, tell me. With me around, those baboons won't dare attack." When Alvia looked at Lu Chun, she froze, forgetting to speak. "You? Me? What about me? Did you remember everything I said?" Lu Chun asked again. I remember." Only then did Alvia realize she had lost her composure. She was stunned by Lu Chun's face. Her savior was just a child of over 10 years old. No, a bit older, a younger brother perhaps. Not only did he live in the ruins of the kingdom of Shikuru, but his strength was immense. What was his identity? A marine? Certainly not. A pirate? Possibly. A celestial dragon? Impossible. An ordinary person? Maybe. Meanwhile, Lu Chun paid Alvia no mind and went downstairs to train on his own. In a year, when Mihawk returned, he must withstand one of his strikes. Now that Alvia cooked for him, he could save more time. Time for training. A few days later, a newsbird delivered a new newspaper detailing the events of O'Hara. However, the paper didn't mention Alvia's escape. It said she was dead. They likely wanted to conceal something or use it as a warning to others. Though the paper lacked news of Alvia's escape, the Marines might still have a bounty on her internally. Robin had joined Crocodile's organization, perhaps to use their intelligence network to find news of Alvia, to see if anyone else had survived. Additionally, the newspaper carried news of the man in black, even placing a bounty on him. 100 million berries. An initial bounty of 100 million berries. Lu Chun stared at the string of zeros, bewildered. Am I really that strong? Alvia also saw the paper, but wasn't too saddened, as she thought it might be good for Robin to believe she was gone. Thus Lu Chun began a year-long training regimen on Karaigana Island. During this time, Alvia would ask him to take her on expeditions to explore the historical ruins of the kingdom of Shikuru. On Amazon Lily, that marine brat again, and he's even taken a name, Knight. Granny Gloriosa laughed, holding a newspaper. Who? Is it Brother Lu Chun? Beside her, Hancock heard, and immediately ran over, snatching the paper from her hands. She spotted the silhouette of the man in black in the paper, her eyes instantly turning into hearts as she giggled. It really is Brother Lu Chun. He's out helping people again. Brother Lu Chun is the best. Gloriosa could only shake her head helplessly at Hancock's behavior. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters. You brat, an initial bounty of 100 million. Are you really not afraid of death? Just wait until you get back. He'll teach you a lesson. Garp said, angrily picking his nose. During Lu Chun's training, Ace had already set sail from Windmill Village in the East Blue. He formed the Spade Pirates and would later challenge the Red Hair Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. A year later, On Karigana Island, a shirtless figure stood before the castle gate, swinging his sword repeatedly. One strike after another never ceasing. Sweat dripped down with each swing of his arm. Yet as the sweat neared the blade, it was split in two by an invisible sword aura, falling to the ground as two droplets. Lu Chun, time to eat. Alvia called out loudly, waving from the window on the top floor. Coming. Hearing this, Lu Chun turned and headed upstairs. After he left, two deep footprints were left embedded in the spot where he had stood. And ahead of the footprints, a trench several meters long had formed, the result of a year's training. In the upstairs dining room, Lu Chun and Alvia chatted and laughed as they ate. A year together had made them much more familiar. As for Lu Chun's identity, Alvia had never asked, simply staying quietly by his side. Suddenly, a familiar sensation washed over him. Lu Chun immediately stood up, setting down his bowl and chopsticks, and said calmly, Alvia, get ready. We might have to leave. Leave? Hearing this, Alvia was momentarily stunned before quickly heading to her room to pack. She trusted whatever Lu Chun said unconditionally. Lu Chun picked up the black blade beside the table. He descended the stairs and walked out of the castle. Hawkeye was already standing in the clearing. Seeing Lu Chun emerge, he smiled and said, You're out. Are you confident you can withstand my full-powered strike? The strike from a year ago was not my full strength. Bring it on. Lu Chun slowly drew the black blade. The blade was now vastly different from before. Its body was darker and more lustrous. Clearly, it was on the verge of becoming a true black sword. You've grown stronger, and so has your sword. Hawkeye nodded. A trace of satisfaction flickered in his sharp, cold gaze. He could sense the intense sword intent and fighting spirit emanating from Lu Chun. To have reached such strength in just over a year. His talent was truly formidable. Thank you. Lu Chun expressed his sincere gratitude. It was thanks for the compliment, and also for teaching him swordsmanship. Take this strike. Without further ado, Hawkeye drew the supreme grade blade Yoru from his back. He raised his right hand, lifting the black blade. His gaze was sharp, his entire being radiating a vast sword intent and pressure like a mighty flood dragon or fierce tiger. The aura he released was far more powerful than a year ago. So strong. Just by looking, Lu Chun already felt a hint of pressure. But he would never flinch. His eyes narrowed as he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki and his own sword intent. A surge of Haki converged on the black blade, enveloping and coiling around it. Red arcs of electricity flickered, crackling with a sharp sound. Unlike Hawkeye's, his sword intent was not released outward. Instead, like his Haki, it gathered upon the black blade. Small yet potent. Soon Hawkeye noticed this anomaly. He swung Yoru downward gently. It seemed like a soft stroke, but it cleaved forth a powerful white slash. The slash cut through the air, hurtling towards Lu Chun's position. Hep. Lu Chun chuckled softly, choosing not to use a sword technique, but instead mirroring Hawkeye. Holding the blade with both hands, he executed a simple horizontal slash. Instantly, a red slash flew out. It was not merely a slash, it was laced with Lu Chun's white aura, and the red slash still crackled with red lightning. The two slashes collided. Boom. With a thunderous roar. From the point of impact, the ground began to cave in, fissures spreading like a tortoise shell. A dazzling white and red light burst forth, scattering in all directions. A powerful gale swept outward, affecting an area at least 1,000 meters in radius. What's happening? Alvia walked to the window to look, seeing only the blinding white and red light in the distance. Within that sword light were two black silhouettes. Moments later, the sword light dissipated, leaving the ground ravaged and unrecognizable. Uffed. Lu Chun stood his ground, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yet he gritted his teeth and remained standing. It had to be said, Hawkeye's basic strike was indeed powerful. Even with his current strength, he could barely withstand it. Hawkeye sheathed his sword and walked back towards the castle without looking back. All right, you can leave. Thank you, teacher. Lu Chun said, bowing deeply in the direction Hawkeye had gone. After all, the man had taught him swordsmanship. Besides, with such a teacher who would dare to bully him in the future. Hep. A faint smile touched the corner of Hawkeye's mouth. Though he didn't respond, it was as good as an acknowledgement. Shortly after, Alvia ran out of the castle, handed Lu Chun his clothes, and asked with concern, Are you all right? Who was that person? So strong. The teacher who taught me swordsmanship, Lu Chun said, while putting on his clothes. Oh, I see. Let's go. After changing, Lu Chun led Alvia away. However, he didn't plan to return directly to Marine headquarters. He intended to go back to the East Blue first. First, taking Alvia back to Marine headquarters would be suicide. Second, he hadn't seen Luffy and Ace in years and wanted to check on them. Along the way, he could also figure out where to settle Alvia. Lu Chun lay on the boat, idly gazing at the sky. Bored, he opened the system interface to look. Host Lu Chun level A, rank Warrant Officer, skill swordsmanship, A sword intent, A physical techniques, B Conqueror's Haki, A armament Haki, A observation Haki, A Navy 6 styles Soru, A Navy 6 styles rank Yaku, A Navy 6 styles Jeppo, A cooking B talent skill simplification energy, 13 berries, 4 of 0. His strength had increased significantly, and he had just completed another quest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest. Energy points 2, Great Grade Blade 1, Sword Technique 1. The system had rewarded him with another new Great Grade Blade, its scabbard and hilt both red engraved with a maple leaf pattern. Thus Lu Chun named the new Great Grade Blade Maple Leaf. Lu Chun, can this boat of ours reach the East Blue? Alvia asked worriedly. Lu Chun smiled. Don't worry, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We'll find a way. He did wish he had his own ship, who always going out in a small boat was indeed inconvenient. He really needed to get a better ship. A few days later, the boat carrying Lu Chun and the other was caught in a fierce storm. The boat became battered and broken, forcing them to take temporary shelter on a raft pieced together from planks. Are you a jinx? We just talked about it a few days ago, and now our boat is wrecked, Lu Chun said helplessly. I didn't do it on purpose. Alvia snorted softly and turned her head away. Suddenly she glimpsed the vague shapes of numerous ships ahead. Her brows furrowed. Lu Chun, are those pirate ships over there? Why are there so many? Oh, Lu Chun followed Alvia's gaze. On the left were at least dozens of warships, and among them was one particularly large 3-decked vessel. The bow featured a Black Panther head. After a moment's thought, Lu Chun finally recalled whose ship it was. He murmured, "It's the Krieg pirates." Known as the overlords of the East Blue, this pirate crew possessed 50 ships. Though called the East Blue's overlord and its largest pirate crew, they were pathetically weak. Unimaginably weak. Stay here, our ride has arrived, Lu Chun said with a smirk. Huh. Alvia looked at Lu Chun's quickly retreating back, a puzzled expression on her face. But she soon caught on a meaningful smile curving her lips. He's so mischievous. Meanwhile, aboard the dreadnought Saber, a pirate spotted Lu Chun approaching and immediately ran to report to Krieg. Captain, someone is approaching us. Do you even need to ask me about such a trivial matter? Blast him with the cannon, Krieg bellowed. Yes, sir. Hearing this, that pirate immediately rushed to the cabin. Pointing at Lu Chun in the distance, he said to the pirate manning the cannon. The captain said to blast him to death. All right, leave it to me. With that, the pirate immediately began loading the cannonball and adjusting the firing angle. Aim. Fire. Boom. A dull roar echoed. A black cannonball shot out from the cabin at high speed, flying directly toward Lu Chun's location. Haha. Lu Chun let out a soft chuckle. He lightly kicked the water surface with his right foot, using Soru to instantly vanish from his spot. Boom. Immediately after, the cannonball exploded in the water, churning up a massive wave. The surroundings were drenched as if by a localized downpour. He's blasted to bits, boasted the pirate operating the cannon triumphantly. But the pirates beside him noticed a figure emerging from the mist. It was that same man. He's not dead yet. Quick. Fire. All of you fire at him. I'd. At the command, every cannon on the entire ship was aimed at Lu Chun. Several cannonballs were unleashed from the dark muzzles, as if they cost nothing, all hurtling toward Lu Chun's position. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lu Chun remained expressionless, lightly stepping on the wooden plank beneath his feet. He soared into the air. Treading on the air itself, he executed Jeppo, appearing midair. Then, drawing his personal blade, the Black Edge, he rapidly swung the longsword, unleashing multiple slashes in quick succession. Sword light flashed. The slashes struck down every incoming cannonball, causing them all to explode in the air, transforming into one mushroom cloud after another. Boom, boom, boom. Following this, Lu Chun used Jeppo to swiftly fly toward the flagship of the Krieg pirates. So strong. Quickly inform the captain. Hurry. At this moment, the pirates in the cabin were already panicking, scattering in all directions. On the deck of the Subaru, a low-ranking pirate stumbled before Krieg, pointing in the direction Lu Chun was flying from, and said urgently, Captain, that man. What? Can't you catch your breath before speaking? Krieg's face twisted with rage as he growled. The pirate took a breath, but as he was about to speak, he saw a familiar figure already standing on the deck. The man was even smiling at him. He's here. The pirate's eyes bulged as he pointed at Lu Chun's position, stammering. Who? Hearing this, Krieg followed the direction the pirate was pointing and realized a man had somehow appeared on the ship. He leaped up, abruptly grabbing his nearby weapon, a massive golden battle axe. Who are you? How dare you board the ship of me, the overlord of the East Blue? Marine Warrant Officer Lu Chun, Lu Chun said with a smile. He also glanced at the system interface displaying Krieg's attributes. Character Krieg. Position Captain of the Krieg Pirates. Grade D. Skills Firearms D. Physical Arts F. Bounty 1700000 berries. What a useless piece of trash, not even as strong as Arlong. How did he ever claim the title of Overlord of the East Blue? Just because he has numbers and ships. A Marine. Krieg's eyes flickered, and seizing the moment Lu Chun seemed off guard, he swiftly drew 2 pistols from his waist. Aiming at Lu Chun, he fired several shots in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. But Lu Chun merely took a step to the left and tilted his head, causing every bullet to miss completely. They merely grazed past his body. Those bullets had long been foreseen by his Kinbunchika Haki, making them easy to dodge. How is this possible? Krieg's eyes widened in disbelief. What a treacherous and cunning little man you are. Lu Chun gave a faint smile, raised his sword, and unleashed a slash. The sharp slash hurtled straight toward Krieg. Damn it. Krieg's face paled as he attempted to block with his golden battle axe. But against a slash infused with sword intent, all efforts were futile. A flash of sword light. The golden battle axe was cleaved in two, and even the golden armor he wore was sliced open. His entire right arm was severed clean off. Blood gushed forth, splattering across the deck. Arg, Captain, are you alright? The pirates on the ship shouted in panic, yet none dared to approach. Every one of them looked at Lu Chun with eyes full of terror. Strong. Too strong. Even their captain was no match for a single blow. After letting out a few screams of agony, Krieg saw Lu Chun approaching and immediately fell to his knees, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Lord Warrant Officer, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please don't kill me. To save his own life, he would do anything. But Lu Chun didn't utter a single word. Holding his longsword, he continued advancing. Watching the man draw closer, step by step, Krieg's forehead was covered in beads of sweat as large as beans. With each step, the pressure weighing down on him grew heavier. It was so intense he could barely breathe. When the distance was only a single meter, Krieg suddenly sprang up, releasing the last of the poison gas bombs hidden within his golden armor. With his remaining left hand, he quickly put on a gas mask. Boom! The poison bomb detonated and purple toxic gas instantly enveloped Lu Chun. The surrounding pirates hastily donned their gas masks, with some even jumping into the sea to escape the fumes. Ha ha ha, you brat. No matter how strong you are, you're still dead from my poison gas. Krieg wore a smug expression. But the next second, a familiar voice came from within the poison cloud. How boring. Did you really think this kind of gas could kill me? Lu Chun slowly walked out from the poisonous haze, and the toxic gas couldn't even touch him. It was repelled by an invisible, formidable aura. What a... Krieg's jaw nearly hit the floor in utter disbelief. The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Chun raised his hand and delivered a single slash. A flash of sword light. Head and body were separated. Blood sprayed out. Moments later, Krieg's severed head rolled to Lu Chun's feet. Aunt. The captain is dead. Run for it. The captain's dead. Run. The pirates all began to flee in a mad panic. Silence. Lu Chun's gaze turned icy cold, and an invisible wave of Haki surged outward, knocking out every pirate on the entire ship. Seeing this, the other pirate ships had already turned their bows and begun their escape. All of you stay. Lu Chun stared coldly at the fleeing pirate crews, his voice frigid. He hadn't intended to act initially, but the system had issued a mission to completely annihilate the Krieg pirates. As long as the system didn't indicate mission completion, he wouldn't stop. Then he raised the black edge in his right hand, and a black aura began to gather and condense on the longsword. It formed into a colossal blade dozens of meters long, as if wreathed in blazing flames. Demon flame slash. A thunderous roar. The longsword descended. Like a heavenly punishment sword falling upon the mortal world, it sliced straight down toward the fleeing pirate ships. Gazing at the colossal black flaming sword descending, the pirates were filled with dread, yet utterly powerless, left only to watch helplessly as it plummeted from the heavens. Standing still, they awaited death. With a thunderous roar, the demon flame strike landed upon one of the pirate ships, cleaving it in two in an instant. The hull sank, plunging into the sea, stirring up tumultuous waves that swept even the nearby pirate vessels into the churning waters. Ships either capsized or were shattered into fragments by the fierce onslaught. As the sea calmed, nearly all of the 50 fleeing ships lay destroyed. Wreckage and the bodies of pirates drifted together on the surface. Few survived. Lu Chun swept his gaze across those present, noting the absence of Ajin and Iron Wall Barrow. Escaped. Or dead. At that moment, the system's chime finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward energy point 1. To Lu Chun, this mission was as simple as waving a hand, so the reward was meager. With the task accomplished, he saw no need to concern himself further with Ajin and Iron Wall Barrow. He left the saber and went to Alvia's side, finding her drenched in seawater. He asked with confusion, "What happened to you? How did you get wet?" "It's all you're doing." Alvia rolled her eyes. The sheer force of Lu Chun's earlier strike had sent waves crashing even to where she stood. Lu Chun chuckled and extended his right hand. "Come on, I've found a ship." Alvia rose from the plank and instinctively stood beside him. She pressed close against him, assuming Lu Chun would wrap an arm around her to carry her to the next vessel. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. "So you like this, huh?" Yet he didn't refuse, encircling her slender waist with his arm. Instantly, a distinct sensation of her form met his touch as her soaked clothes clung to her skin. Alvia's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively turned her head away. Lu Chun, however, remained expressionless, though a warmth stirred within him. He swiftly executed the moonwalk over the water, as if gliding across its surface, leaping repeatedly, eager to return to the ship. Minutes later, Lu Chun landed steadily on the deck of the Saber and set Alvia down, feeling a bit cooler. "We've arrived. Go rest. They'll have these pirates steer the ship for us." Blushing, Alvia nodded and hurried into the cabin. Lu Chun then roused the pirates aboard, compelling them with threats of violence to navigate the vessel. Most pirates from the other ships had perished. Those on the Saber were deliberately spared by Lu Chun. Half a month later, the Saber finally reached the waters near Windmill Village. Yet when they arrived at the dock, not a soul was in sight. "Lu Chun, are you sure this is your hometown?" "There's no one here," Alvia questioned skeptically. "I don't know." Lu Chun shook his head. He was uncertain, but according to the storyline, Windmill Village should be safe under the protection of Garp. Thus they made their way toward Makino's tavern, finding all doors shut and the streets deserted. As they neared the tavern door suddenly swung open and Makino poked her head out, waving at him. "Lu Chun, Makino-san." Lu Chun quickened his pace. Alvia followed behind, her eyes landing on the woman in the tavern. Makino noticed her as well, her brow furrowing slightly. "Who is she? Why is she with Lu Chun? Is she a Marine too?" Lu Chun coming quickly. As he approached, she pulled him inside. Makinosan the villagers. Before Lu Chun could finish, Makino whispered quiet. Everyone saw a pirate ship approaching. It seems to be the Krieg pirates. Hearing this, Lu Chun burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Makinosan, that ship is actually mine. I've already defeated the Krieg pirates. Oh, it was you. Makino was both surprised and delighted. Yes, go call everyone out. There's no need to worry. Alright. With that, Makino went out to inform the villagers. Alvia nudged Lu Chen's hand. Is she your sister? You could say that. She's always taken care of us in the village, Lu Chen replied. I see. Alvia nodded thoughtfully. When the villagers learned that Lu Chun had returned and defeated another great pirate, they all flocked to the tavern, showering him with praise. Some offered to introduce him to a wife, others suggested too. Eventually, Lu Chun had no choice but to excuse himself to rest, retreating to his old room. He left Alvia to rest in Windmill Village while he headed alone to Mount Kalubo. At the Dayton family hideout, Lu Chun called out, anyone home? Who's there? A cigarette dangling from her lips, Dayton swaggered out. After a long look, she recognized him. You're Luffy's brother. And Dayton, is Luffy here? Lu Chun asked directly. No, he went out training. Alright, I'll wait for him here. Come inside. Thanks. Lu Chun followed her in and asked about Luffy and Ace. He learned that Ace had set sail not long ago and Sabo had been struck by a celestial dragon ship sinking into the sea, his fate unknown. In a few years, Luffy would also set sail. As they spoke, a familiar voice rang from outside. Ha ha ha, Lu Chun bro. Lu Chun bro. Luffy burst through the wooden door, flying in with his rubber body. He immediately wrapped his arms around Lu Chun, binding his hands, and grinned. Lu Chun bro, why did you come back to see me? Luffy had grown considerably taller, nearly matching Lu Chun's height. It seemed a bit too fast. Perhaps his rubber body had stretched him out. I have some time off, so I came to visit you, Lu Chun said. He would never admit that he was avoiding being disciplined by Grandpa at Marine headquarters. Oh, that's good. I thought Grandpa sent you to punish me. Luffy relaxed and released his grip. You little rascal. So that's why you tied me up? You were afraid I'd hit you for Grandpa. Lu Chun chuckled. In the few years apart, Luffy's strength had grown considerably. You little rascal. So that's why you tied me up? You were afraid I'd hit you for Grandpa. Lu Chun chuckled. In the few years apart, Luffy's strength had grown considerably. As expected of a protagonist, even training in a backwater village like Windmill Village, he could still reach crank strength. Luffy scratched his head with a silly grin, and then asked, Brother Lu Chun, when are you planning to leave this time? In a few days. If I don't go back, Grandpa will come after me. Ha ha, I never thought you'd be afraid of Grandpa's fists too. Aren't you? Want me to hit you a couple of times, and see if you're afraid of my fists? Sure, hit me. Lu Chun didn't hold back. He coated his fist with armament Haki and struck Luffy on the head. Bang! Bang! Instantly 2 lumps swelled on Luffy's head. He hopped around in pain like a startled monkey. Ow, that hurts. Brother Lu Chun, why are your fists so painful too? You'll find out someday. Huh, fine, keep it to yourself. My fists are pretty strong now. Hep. Lu Chun smiled without a word. After spending a few days in Windmill Village, he left Alvia there and returned alone to Marine headquarters. Windmill Village was where Luffy lived, and at least until he left, nothing would happen there. Alvia was absolutely safe staying here. Following him back to Marine headquarters would be far more dangerous. He would constantly worry about her being discovered. Besides, the system had triggered a new mission he needed to complete alone. That place was quite perilous, and bringing Alvia along wouldn't be appropriate. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a mission. Obtain the Goro Goro no Mi and the historical text on Skypiea. Reward energy points 2, fruit development skill, level 2. The Goro Goro no Mi was on Skypiea, so he needed to find a way to get there. Fortunately, before leaving, Garp had given him a log pose that should allow him to locate Skypiea following the original storyline. He just hoped the Goro Goro no Mi hadn't been eaten by Enel yet, otherwise defeating him would be quite challenging. A month later, North Blue Jaya. Hey, race 1 million berries. Refit the ship for me, add 2 sliding wings on the sides, restock supplies, and keep the rest as your payment. Lu Chun handed over 1 million berries to the pirate in front of him and instructed. The pirate's eyes lit up and he nodded with a grin. Sure. His name was Anthony Bircher, originally a member of the Krieg pirates. Now he was Lu Chun's captive. More accurately, he was a worker under his command. From the East Blue to the North Blue, he relied entirely on the Krieg pirates' crew. It was also thanks to Krieg's ship that he could safely reach the North Blue and even head to Skypiea. Afterward, Lu Chun went to stroll through the town on the island while waiting for Bircher and the others to finish refitting the ship. As he walked along the town streets, he suddenly spotted several familiar figures. Monkey pirates, follow me. A robust, ape-like man called out to the others as they headed toward the shore. It's him. Monkey. Lu Chun recognized him at once. It seemed the man's name was Monkey, and he looked like an ape. He would be overjoyed whenever someone called him an ape. The monkey pirates primarily worked as salvagers, and their real captain was Montblanc Cricket, a descendant of the great liar, Montblanc Noland. After a moment's thought, Lu Chun walked directly up to him and said with a smile, hello, my ape friend. Do you think I look just like an ape? Monkey stroked his chin, beaming with delight and even a hint of shyness. Yes, you really do look just like an ape, Lu Chun said with a straight face. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Monkey grew even happier, already treating Lu Chun like a brother. Brother, tell me who you're looking for. There's no one on this island that the monkey pirates don't know. I'm looking for the descendant of Mont Blanc Noland. Luchan said. Oh, you want to see my boss? As soon as the words left his mouth, Monkey realized something was off. His eyes widened like bells as he asked in surprise, what do you want with him? Don't worry, I'm not here for gold. I want to go to Skypiea, Luchan explained. Still, Monkey remained skeptical. Monkey, you clearly look like an ape, and you said you'd help me. Are you going back on your word? I heard that if a monkey breaks his promise and lies, he'll turn into a monkey, Luchan said with a serious expression, giving a solemn warning. Hearing this, Monkey's mouth twitched in fright, and he quickly agreed. All right, I'll take you to meet my boss, but you have to promise me it's not for the gold. Fine, take me there, Luchan affirmed. Finding Skypiea on his own would be troublesome. He needed an expert, and that expert was Monkey's boss, Mont Blanc Cricket. About half an hour later, Monkey led Luchan to a small seaside shack and pointed at a man. That's our boss. Go talk to him yourself. All right, thanks. With that, Luchan walked toward the man who was sorting through shipwreck debris. The man was shirtless, bare-chested, and had a chestnut-shaped head. It was Cricket. Cricket was so busy organizing the wreckage that he didn't even notice the man behind him. Hey, old man, I want to go to Skypiea. Only when Luchan spoke did he turn around. Cricket studied the young man before him, frowned, and asked, do you believe in the legend of Skypiea? And who are you? Why come to me? Skypiea isn't a legend, it's real. As for who I am, does it really matter? Don't you want to prove Skypiea's existence too? Luchan asked with a calm smile. Hearing this, Cricket relaxed. True, Skypiea does exist. Since you want to go, I'll tell you about it. Then he began explaining the matter of Skypiea. In the nearby seas, there are often cumulonimbus clouds called sky islands that accumulate at high altitudes. No matter how thick they get, they don't generate wind or rain. Moreover, they block all sunlight with their dense layers, so the daylight can't penetrate, often turning day into night. They're estimated to be about 7,000 meters high. To reach Skypiea, you need to use an upward-shooting sea current to enter the sky islands, but the currents are unpredictable and extremely dangerous. To this day, I haven't found a way inside. Tell me where the cumulonimbus usually forms, and I'll go see for myself. Luchan said bluntly. According to Kalikai, there was an empty area beneath the sea. A sudden rupture would cause a pressure difference leading to an upwelling current. However, based on the rudimentary knowledge Luchan had acquired on Blue Planet, the principle might be similar. But if it could frequently cause updrafts, there wouldn't be that many empty areas. It's right over there. Kalikai pointed to the sea near his house and warned, once the cumulonimbus forms, you must leave that area immediately, or else. Thank you. However, before the words were finished, Luchan flashed past him and rushed towards the sea ahead. Relying on his formidable power, he trampled the surface of the sea, leaping continuously across the waves. And soon he arrived at the sea area Kalikai had mentioned. So strong. Kalikai frowned. He hadn't expected Luchan's strength to be this formidable. After a moment's thought, a flicker passed through Kulikai's eyes as something suddenly occurred to him. Damn it. I forgot to tell him there's something in the sea. Meanwhile, taking a deep breath, Luchan plunged headfirst into the sea, gradually sinking to the bottom. He wanted to see what exactly lay beneath the sea, which was why he hadn't heard what Kalikai was saying. Swimming. A massive dark shadow sped towards Luchan. What is that? Luchan stared intently. It turned out to be a sea king resembling a fish with a yellowish-brown body but enormous in size and armed with sharp fangs. It was nearly over 20 meters long. Suddenly, the sea king opened its gaping maw and lunged at Luchan. Scram! Luchan drew the long sword at his waist and unleashed a sword technique, drawing slash. A flash of sword light. The slash, imbued with sword intent, split the sea before him in two as easily as cutting a watermelon. It split apart, becoming two halves. The sword chi struck the sea king's head, cleaving through it like slicing a vegetable, severing the entire head of the sea king. Blood mixed with white brain matter gushed out. The nearby sea was instantly dyed crimson, and the sea king gradually lost its life, floating upwards. Meanwhile, what's going on? Did he encounter a sea king? Boss, he's not dead, is he? That guy was actually pretty nice. On land, Kalikai and the others also noticed the commotion on the sea surface and stared fixedly at the water. They wanted to see what had happened. A moment later, the sea surface was also stained red with blood, and the massive carcass of a sea king floated up. It's a sea king. He actually solo killed a sea king, and an adult one at that. Seeing this, both Kalikai and the ape man were somewhat astonished. On the other side, Luchan finally reached the seabed and saw the situation there. It wasn't the hollow cavity Kalikai had described, but rather many protruding volcanoes on the seabed. The largest of these volcanoes could cover thousands of square meters. No wonder it could cause such a massive upwelling current. It could send a ship soaring over 7,000 meters, even 1,000 meters into the sky. Once the volcano erupted, it would inevitably trigger an upwelling current. All they had to do was wait for the cumulonimbus to appear above the volcano and then trigger the eruption. Who knew the knowledge had learned before could still be useful here? After noting the volcano's location, Luchan immediately swam upward. A few minutes later, huff. Luchan returned to the surface, gasping for fresh air. The ape man on the shore spotted him immediately and shouted, "Boss, look, he's out." Kalikai nodded, his expression serious, his eyes fixed on Luchan. He wanted to know what Luchan had discovered. As soon as Luchan came ashore, before he could speak, Kalikai asked urgently, "What did you find at the bottom of the sea?" Did you find a way to get to Skypiea? A massive volcano. With it we can reach Skypiea, Lu Chen replied truthfully. Hearing this, Kalikai suddenly understood and smiled in relief. So it's a volcano. It means we just have to wait for the cumulonimbus to appear, and then we can go to Skypiea. This time I must go to Skypiea and witness the existence of the Golden Bell. Boss, I'm coming too, the ape-man said excitedly. After salvaging shipwrecks for so long, they had finally found information about Skypiea. They had to see it for themselves. All right. Kalikai nodded in agreement. Lu Chen just glanced at them and thought to himself they're coming too. It was fine though. After all, there were Scipians and Shandians on the island. More people might help him find the Goro Goro no Mi. Thus Lu Chen stayed at Kulike's house waiting for the right moment to head to Skypiea. 2 days later, both Lu Chen's and Kulike's ships had been modified, and they were just waiting for the cumulonimbus to appear. Suddenly, the ape-man's voice came from outside the door. Boss, the cumulonimbus has appeared. Good. Coming. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen and Kalikai both ran out of the room, stood on the shore, and stared at the sky. Not far away in the sky was a massive thick cloud so dense that even sunlight couldn't penetrate it. The sea below had turned pitch black. Occasionally faint giant humanoid silhouettes could be seen within it. They held long stick-like weapons in their hands, and their backs seemed to have wings. Those must be the natives of Skypiea. Quick! Set sail. Head towards the volcano. Kalikai urged. Yes, boss. At his command, the ape-man pirates sprang into action. Be sure, let's go. It's time for us to depart too. Yes, my lord. Lu Chen also summoned his workers and set sail. Soon the 2 ships arrived beneath the cumulonimbus. Kalikai stared at the sea before him, anxious. What do we do? The volcano isn't erupting now, so there won't be any upwelling current. Do we have to wait for the next time? If it's not erupting, then just make it erupt. Isn't that simple? Lu Chen suddenly stepped forward. Standing at the prow, he drew the black blade from his waist. Armament Haki hardening. Armament Haki infusion. Armament Haki emission. Sword intent. In an instant, Lu Chen's hands were covered in jet black armament Haki, followed by the black blade in his hands. Vast scorching black flames began to coalesce on the black blade, forming a giant sword over 10 meters long. The black flames blazed fiercely on the blade like a black demon ready to devour everything. Demonic flame slash. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed and he slashed down towards the location of the volcano he remembered. The long sword cleaved through the air. A sword chi wreathed in black flames shot towards the sea surface. It split the entire sea in two as if cutting a slit in a giant cake. It was as if the surrounding seawater was making way for the sword chi. In reality, the seawater turned into steam the moment it came into contact with the intense heat. The sword chi cleaved through the sea, slicing straight toward the volcanic crater at the ocean floor. With a thunderous roar, the volcano was split apart by the single strike, sending countless fragments of rock scattering in all directions. A colossal surge of energy rampaged within the volcano, awakening it and triggering an even more powerful submarine eruption. A deafening explosion echoed through the depths. The volcano erupted. A whirlpool began to form on the sea surface as if the ocean itself was being drained into the abyss. Kalike, barely containing his shock, urged, quick, head to the center of the vortex. Yes, Captain. The crew immediately steered the ship forward. The moment they neared the whirlpool, their vessel was caught in its grip, spinning with the currents and gradually drawing closer to the core. The pirates on board clung desperately to any handhold, struggling to keep from being swallowed by the maelstrom. Falling now meant certain death. Lu Chen gripped the ship's railing, his eyes fixed on the sea. Suddenly he shouted, get ready. Deploy the wing flaps. The other pirates, unable to control their bodies, couldn't move an inch on the deck. Then a sudden thunderous crash erupted. A massive updraft surged from the ocean floor, lifting both ships and carrying them higher with the current. Looks like I have to do it myself, Lu Chen muttered. Frowning, he flashed to the wing flap controls and severed the ropes with a single sword strike. The flaps on both sides of the hull opened, and the rising air current propelled the ship upward. Across the way, Kulike's ship had also deployed its wing flaps, ascending with the updraft. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. The vessels pierced through layer after layer of clouds. It felt like ascending to the heavens. The speed was tremendous and both ships sustained some damage. Yet they had already reached an altitude of 7,000 meters. Above them stretched an endless expanse of thick, white clouds like a vast continent of white. The current pushed the ships into the cloud layer. Instantly, a substance akin to seawater surged around them, forcing everyone to hold their breath. Within it, they could clearly see all sorts of bizarre fish. Even sea kings. But these fish had bellies inflated like balloons, swollen like angry pufferfish. Everyone's eyes widened as they took in the sight, as if trying to etch it into their memories forever. After about 10 minutes or so, the updraft finally carried them through the white current, emerging above it. The ships stabilized and most of the crew tumbled to the deck. Only a few remained standing. Lu Chen was one of them. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar sky island before him, a smile crept across his face. Finally here. A liar. Not a liar. Skypiea? Skypiea is real. Beside him, Kulike was trembling with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. Over 400 years. The Sky Island his family had always believed in truly existed. Scanning the surroundings, Lu Chen could only confirm they were now in the White Sea. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, pinpointing their exact location was impossible. Skypiea was divided into two main parts, Angel Island and Upper Yard. Upper Yard had been carried up by the knock upstream, originally part of Jaya Island in the Blue Sea. But this place seemed to be neither Upper Yard nor Angel Island. No land was visible in any direction. Kulike, stop dawdling. Bring out the South Bird and head to Skypiea, Lu Chen urged. During the 2 days of ship modification, Kulike had captured a South Bird. All right, he replied, immediately retrieving it. The bird was plump with 3 colors of feathers and a ferocious disposition. But in Lu Chen's presence it dared not act out, or it would end up as roasted bird. With the South Bird guiding them, the group sailed across the White Sea. About half an hour later they finally spotted land, likely Skypiea. Full speed ahead. Lu Chen's face lit up with joy as he commanded his men. Yes, sir. He then turned to Kulike and said with a smile, "Oh, go ahead. Take your time." All right. Kulike nodded. Their ship wasn't as good as Lu Chen's, so there was no choice. A few minutes later, as the ship neared the shore, Lu Chen stood at the bow and cautioned the pirates behind him, "Don't wander off. Skypiea isn't simple. If you get caught, I won't bother saving you." "Yes, sir, of course." The pirates bowed and scraped, though who knew what schemes were brewing in their minds. In any case, they could follow Kulike when they disembarked. To Lu Chen, their lives were already inconsequential. With that, he leaped off the ship and entered Skypiea's territory. The shore was covered in forests with no city in sight. Finding the Goro Goro Nomi would surely be difficult, but he could start by locating the poneglyph. He knew where the poneglyph was, in Shandora. But first he needed to find a Scipion to tell him the location of Shandora. What a hassle. Suddenly a white figure flashed past his eyes. It was fast, but Lu Chen still made out its form, a white fox. Could it be Kona's pet? His eyes gleaming, Lu Chen immediately gave chase. The fox darted through the forest, eventually reaching a shore on the other side. Thick clouds surrounded the area, solid enough to walk on like sand. This must be Angel Beach on Angel Island. Conies. Suddenly, a woman approached. She wore a pink short dress, had golden hair, skin as white as pearls, and a beautiful face. With a pair of white wings on her back, she truly looked like an angel. And she was well quite endowed. Through the system, Lu Chen learned her name, indeed Conies. A Blue Sea dweller. "Why are you chasing Susie?" Conies pouted, staring at Lu Chen. "She's just pretty. Do you know where Shandora is?" Lu Chen asked directly. "Why are you going there?" Conies frowned slightly. Lu Chen chuckled, suddenly drawing his sword and placing it against her fair neck. "Nothing much. Just want to take a look. I'm sure you wouldn't want any scratches on your face or neck, would you? With a figure like yours, I wouldn't mind doing other things either." "You." Fear filled Kona's eyes as she pointed to a direction on the left. "Shandora is in the center of that forest." "Thanks." With that, Lu Chen sheathed his sword and sprinted full speed toward the direction Conies had indicated. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from her sight. "That Blue Sea man is heading to Shandora. I need to inform the priest quickly." Conies mounted her waver and sped away from Angel Beach. "That Blue Sea man is heading to Shandora. I need to inform the priest quickly." Conies mounted her waver and sped away from Angel Beach. On the other side, Lu Chen was darting through the forest at breakneck speed, eager to witness the fabled Golden Land. Suddenly, the sound of an argument reached his ears. "You wingless mongrel don't deserve to live on Sky Island. Go back to the Blue Sea. Get out." Lu Chen looked up and saw several Sky Islanders bullying a man without wings. As they said, he must be the offspring of a Blue Sea dweller and a Sky Islander. Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes flickered as he recognized the victim. It's him, Enel. The classic large elongated earlobes and small eyes. Could it be anyone but Enel? No devil fruit ability. That meant the fruit had yet to be consumed by him. Upon seeing Enel's attributes, Lu Chen didn't hesitate for a moment. He charged straight toward Enel's location. Drawing his longsword, the black blade, he unleashed a sword aura. The blade gleamed. The Sky Islanders bullying Enel had no time to react before the sword energy cleaved through their bodies. They fell to the ground in 6 pieces. Blood spurted from the wounds, splashing onto Enel's face. Dead. Yet Enel showed no fear. Instead, a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. "You don't seem afraid at all," Lu Chen said indifferently, standing behind Enel. "Who's there?" Startled by the voice, Enel sprang to his feet and squinted at Lu Chen. "Who are you? I've never seen you before." He had no idea when someone had appeared behind him. Enel glanced at the long sword in Lu Chen's hand, but said nothing. Yet he already realized that the 3 men had been killed by Lu Chen. "Don't worry about who I am. I'm just passing through. Do as you please," Lu Chen said with a smile. He couldn't kill Enel. If he did, there would be no one to find the Goro Goro Nomi for him. As long as Enel was alive, he was bound to encounter the Thunder Fruit. Then he could simply snatch it away. With that, Lu Chen turned to leave, planning to tail Enel once he departed. Enel's eyes remained fixed on Lu Chen's retreating figure. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke. "Hey, Blue Sea dweller, you're heading to Shandora for the treasure, aren't you?" "Why should I tell you?" Lu Chen chuckled and kept walking. It wasn't hard to guess that he was after the Golden Land. But Enel's question seemed to hint at something else. Seeing Lu Chen about to disappear into the distance, Enel called out again. "I can take you to Shandora, but you have to take me with you and share some of the gold." "Fine." Lu Chen thought for a moment and agreed. "Good, follow me. This way we can avoid the priest's patrols. Without my lead, you'd never get in," Enel reminded him. Lu Chen merely nodded in response. But things couldn't be that simple. If Enel had wanted the gold, he would have gone long ago. Why was he asking Lu Chen to come along now? Either he had guessed Lu Chen's intentions, or he had his own agenda. That plan likely involved the Goro Goro no Mi. So he had to agree. Thus, Enel led the way, but the path was anything but straight. All winding trails as if a taxi driver were deliberately taking a detour. Still, they encountered not a single priest along the way. The journey was safe. About half an hour later, a colossal golden city emerged before them, though vines and plants clung to every structure. Yet the gold still radiated a brilliant, dazzling light. At the highest point stood a massive golden bell. Real gold, pure gold. Lu Chen had never seen so much gold in his life. His eyes were glued to the sight. Even the bricks on the ground were made of gold. This is Shandora. Take as much gold as you want. I won't take much, Enel said. And how much can you carry? Lu Chen's eyes were fixed on the gold, but he kept a close watch on Enel's movements. Enel stepped forward, picked up a piece of gold, and suddenly began striking another larger piece. As if trying to break off a bigger chunk. A crisp ringing sound echoed through the golden city. Suddenly a strange guttural roar erupted. The ground and surrounding buildings trembled, as if some colossal beast were breaking free from its seal. A massive serpent emerged from behind the golden city, coiling around the golden bell. Its blue skin and thick body stretched at least 50 meters long. It was the guardian of Shandora. The serpent opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and hissed at Lu Chen and Enel. It lunged toward Enel, but Enel showed no fear. Instead, he charged forward. Big ears, you deliberately lured out the guardian, didn't you? Trying to get into its belly. Lu Chen chuckled softly. He took in Enel's every move and expression. Rokushiki Soru. Suddenly Lu Chen kicked the ground and vanished, reappearing beside Enel in an instant. He pushed Enel aside with a palm and warned, watch out. You? Enel's face froze in surprise, never expecting Lu Chen to save him. They were mere strangers after all. In a moment of panic, Lu Chen was swallowed by the guardian along with countless trees and golden bricks. He slid down the creature's esophagus. Quickly he drew the two swords at his waist, Maple Leaf and Black Blade, and plunged them into the flesh of the guardian's throat. The blades carved two long wounds in the serpent's flesh, blood seeping out. Outside, the guardian writhed in agony, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. It thrashed on the ground and fled into the depths of the forest. A man was chasing after it, shouting at the top of his lungs, stop, stop, that treasure was mine. Needless to say, that man was Enel. By chance, he had discovered a treasure map, a pirate's hoard containing a powerful devil fruit. That was his goal, to obtain that fruit and kill everyone who had ever humiliated and oppressed him. Now it was slipping away right before his eyes. How could he not be furious? Moments later, inside the guardian's belly. Finally here, Lu Chen looked around and found himself on flat ground. This must be the serpent's stomach. He began searching inside, looking for the Goro Goro no Mi. Enel had wanted to be eaten, no doubt, to find something in the guardian's stomach. Perhaps it was the thunder fruit. Yet Lu Chen searched for a long time, but found no trace of any devil fruit. He saw only stones, gold bones, and some tattered items. Could it be that the rumble fruit isn't inside the Sky Lord's stomach? Lu Chen frowned, murmuring to himself. If that were truly the case, then he had been devoured by the Sky Lord for nothing. Suddenly a flash of insight struck Lu Chen's mind, and he realized something. He should no longer think from his own perspective, but from Enel's. If it were Enel, he would surely enter the Sky Lord's stomach smoothly, and then begin searching for what he sought. Regardless of whether he found the item inside the stomach, he would need to find a way out. With his current strength, even if he obtained the rumble fruit, he might not be able to familiarize himself with it and develop its abilities in such a short time. Thus Enel would definitely seek another exit. There were only three paths. First, tear open the Sky Lord's stomach. He lacked the power for that. Second, pry open the Sky Lord's mouth and escape from above. He still lacked the strength to do that in a short time. That left only the third path, exit through the Sky Lord's backside. Damn. Unbelievable. Do I really have to go out that way to find the rumble fruit? Thinking this, Lu Chen couldn't help but curse loudly. In truth, he was reluctant. But if he didn't go that way and instead chose to cut open the Sky Lord, he might not find the fruit. Or he might destroy the rumble fruit. All his efforts could be in vain. After pondering for a long time, he'll risk it. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and walked toward a dark, gaping hole below. He released his Haki outward, enveloping his body to prevent the filthy matter along the path from touching him. He had to walk while carefully inspecting the surroundings. It was like a person crawling into the Sky Lord's body to heal it, examining the issues. As he walked, a dark object suddenly caught his attention. Drawing closer, he saw what appeared to be a corner of a box. The box had grown into the Sky Lord's flesh, fused together as one. Immediately, Lu Chen drew his black blade and swung it a few times. Sword light flashed. The full shape of the box was revealed while the Sky Lord's flesh blossomed open like a flower. Blood gushed forth. The box was not large, about the size of 2 basketballs. Lu Chen opened it, and inside lay a blue devil fruit with blue arcs of electricity flickering across its surface. The rumble fruit. It wasn't in vain that I came in here searching for you. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth and eat it, he suddenly thought of something and decided to wash it first before consuming it. He then placed the rumble fruit into his system inventory. Instantly, a system notification sounded. Ding, would you like to simplify the rumble fruit? Simplify. Can a fruit be simplified? What's the use after simplification? Lu Chen asked back. Ding, simplification requires 10 energy points. After simplification, the rumble fruit overcomes its weakness, ignoring factors such as the sea and sea stone. Alright, simplify. Lu Chen decided decisively. 10 energy points to overcome a fatal weakness. He had to take it. Ding, simplifying the rumble fruit. Simplification successful. The simplified rumble fruit fell into his system inventory, looking no different from before. However, anything from the system was guaranteed to be of top quality with no issues. Next, Lu Chen held his longsword directly cut through the Sky Lord's body and crawled out of the hole in its flesh. Finally out. When he emerged, the Sky Lord had already fainted in pain, its life unknown. With the rumble fruit in hand, Lu Chen glanced at the Sky Lord, ignored it, and quickly ran toward Shandora. He needed to obtain the poneglyph of Shandora as soon as possible. On the way back, Lu Chen took a straight path, so he did not encounter Enel, who was heading to find the Sky Lord. About 10 minutes later, Lu Chen had just returned to Shandora and stored the poneglyph in his system space. Several Scipions flew in from afar, quickly surrounding him. Among them was one clad in golden armor riding an animal that was neither bird nor horse. Character Gonfall, position God of Skypia, level B, skill spearmanship, B, riding sea, bounty none. Gonfall. When he was God, he wore armor made of gold. Now that he's no longer God, can he only wear iron. Blue Sea Dweller. What are you doing here, and where has the inscription gone? Did you take it? Gonfall questioned, holding a conical spear. I don't know. Do you think I look like I'm carrying anything to take away? Lu Chen spread his hands and asked back with a straight face. Hearing this, Gonfall's face darkened, realizing he had a point. Leave quickly. This is no place for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Alright. Lu Chen smiled and walked away directly. If they had dared to stop him, he would naturally have fought them thoroughly. Since they let him go without a fight, why bother fighting? Half an hour later, Lu Chen found a secluded spot, took out the rumble fruit, carefully washed it, put it in his mouth, and took a bite. He had expected it to taste terrible, but it was surprisingly delicious. It was even a bit sweet. Perhaps this was also an effect of the system's simplification. In a few bites, the entire rumble fruit entered his stomach. A surge of energy flowed from his abdomen through every limb and bone, spreading throughout his entire body. Lu Chen extended his right hand, controlling the energy within his body. In his palm, arcs of electricity flickered, gradually forming a sphere of lightning. Crackle. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System rewards energy points 2, fruit development ability level 2. Ding, congratulations to the host for unlocking the rumble fruit skills Discharge and God's Judgment. Each upgrade unlocked one fruit skill. Then Lu Chen simplified the fruit development skill. Ding, simplifying the skill fruit development. Simplification successful. Fruit development sleeping. Developing a fruit's ability essentially meant sensing the fruit's power in one's own body. So after simplification, it became sleeping. After handling everything, Lu Chen returned to the area where the ship was docked, only to find that none of the pirates were there. They had likely all followed Cricket to search for gold. After all pirates wanted gold. So Lu Chen rested on the deck waiting for Cricket and the others to return before heading back to Jaya. 3 days later, a familiar voice came from ahead. Quick, hurry, the Scipions are catching up. Lu Chen slowly stood up and looked toward the source of the sound. It was Cricket and his crew fleeing in a panic. Behind them, many priests were chasing them, wielding all sorts of shells. Axe shells, flame shells. They caught Cricket's group off guard, leaving them with no choice but to flee. Moreover, among their pursuers was a familiar face, Gonfall. No wonder Kurike and his crew were no match for them. Add to that the Scipions' strange shells, and the situation became even more dire. Their only option was to flee. How do we get tangled up with them? Lu Chen frowned. Just as he was about to lend a hand, the system chimed in. Ding. Help Kurike and his crew escape. Reward 2 energy points. Seeing the system notification solidified Lu Chen's resolve to assist. Drawing his longsword Maple Leaf, Lu Chen shouted at Kurike and the others, Hey, everyone get down. It's Lu Chen. Kurike looked up, his face full of confusion. He had no idea why Lu Chen wanted them to duck. It wasn't until he saw the familiar sword in Lu Chen's hand that he recalled the terrifying slash from before. He immediately bellowed to his crew, Get down. Everyone hit the deck. Aye, Captain. Seeing their captain prostrate on the ground, the rest of the 8 pirates followed suit. Some even began crawling forward on their bellies. At that moment, Lu Chen unleashed a sword strike, brimming with sword intent. A flash of light. The razor-sharp sword chi cut through the air, flying straight toward the Scipions chasing Kurike. Watch out. Gonfall's face changed color instantly as he leaped from his mount and rushed to the front. He swung his spear and used his impact dial, hoping to block Lu Chen's sword chi. But the blast from the impact dial was cleaved in two in an instant. Before the sword chi, it was as insignificant as an ant. Clang. Gonfall had no choice but to take the sword chi with his own body. The immense force sent him hurtling backward like a cannonball. He crashed through several large trees before finally managing to stop. Uffed. Gonfall clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Quick. Get to the ship. Seeing this, Kurike immediately ordered his men to leave. The other Scipions dared not give chase, their eyes fixed on Lu Chen with hostility. A few of them went to check on Gonfall. God, are you alright? Are you okay? Gonfall gritted his teeth against the pain and waved his hand. I'm fine. He hadn't expected the young man from the Blue Sea to be so powerful. He had held back before, because he sensed something dangerous knowing that anyone who could ride the knock-up stream to Skypiea alone was no pushover. But he never imagined the man would be this strong, unable even to withstand a single strike. Suddenly a figure appeared before him. "Hey old man, give me a pass for the Cloud River Skyway. That way I won't have to deal with you on the road," Lu Chen said sternly. As he spoke, the others finally registered the sudden appearance of the newcomer. They instantly jumped back, leveling their weapons at Lu Chen, but there was no trace of fear on Lu Chen's face. He said coldly, "What? Do you want to die?" At his words, the Scipians retreated in terror. "Stop. You're no match for him." Gonfal quickly barked out an order, pulling a pass from his pocket. "Hey, race the pass. Now go." "Thanks." Lu Chen waved a hand and turned to leave. The Scipians could only watch him go. Back on the ship, Lu Chen called for Q-Reich to set sail with him and asked what he had been up to these past few days. It turned out Q-Reich had also gone to Shandora and collected evidence proving the existence of the Golden City Shandora. This had drawn the attention of the priests, leading to their pursuit. Half an hour of sailing through the White Sea later, a gateway appeared ahead, the exit from Skypiea. As the ship passed through, it began a rapid descent along a winding cloud path. Finally, they hit a straight vertical drop. Luckily, they had the pass. Blowing the whistle attached to it summoned 2 octopi which grabbed hold of both ships. They descended slowly. After drifting for several days, the 2 ships finally returned to the ground, though they were still some distance from Jaya. Lu Chen didn't follow Q-Reich back. After bidding him farewell, he ordered his workers to set sail for Marine headquarters. He had been away long enough, it was time to return. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, that brat. He left Hawkeye's place and still hasn't come straight back. What was he doing in the East Blue? Garp muttered, munching on a donut as he read the newspaper. The front page featured news of Lu Chen defeating the crocodile pirates, the overlords of the East Blue. Over half a month later, Lu Chen finally returned to Marine headquarters. But he didn't dare face Garp, so he headed straight to the training grounds of the elite training camp. At that moment, Zephyr was leading the trainees in a practical combat session. They were paired up at random, fighting until one surrendered. "Instructor, I'm back." Lu Chen strode forward, standing tall and speaking respectfully. At the sound of his voice, everyone stopped their sparring and turned toward the familiar source. "Lu Chen, you've been out training for 2 years, finally back." Zephyr nodded with a smile, his eyes fixed on Lu Chen as if trying to see through him. Even from a glance, he could tell Lu Chen had changed. His aura was much more subdued, making him seem almost like an ordinary person. His strength must have improved significantly. Lu Chen said, "You flatter me, instructor." As soon as he spoke, Zephyr turned to the sparring area and asked, "Who wants to spar with Lu Chen? Step forward." "Instructor, I'm willing to fight Lu Chen." "Instructor, I want to fight him too." "Instructor, count me in." Several people stepped forward immediately, but Lu Chen only recognized 3 Smoker, Patton, and Ein. "Since when did I become so popular?" Lu Chen was taken aback. At the same time, the system issued a mission. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a mission. Defeat all challengers or make them forfeit. Reward 2 energy points. Fruit development skill 1. Zephyr chuckled and said, "All right, Lu Chen, it's time to choose your opponent. You've just returned, but you need to get back into the rhythm of our training." "Instructor, you're giving me special treatment." Lu Chen knew exactly what Zephyr was thinking. He wanted to test his strength and also put the other trainees in their place. But he had to admit Zephyr was truly an excellent instructor. "Hurry up, don't dawdle," Zephyr urged. "All right." Lu Chen nodded and looked at the 5 who had stepped forward. They were all rank fighters, varying in strength, and one of them, Ein, possessed a troublesome devil fruit ability. The reverse fruit. The strongest among them was Smoker at B rank. After a moment of silence, Lu Chen said seriously, "All 5 of you come at me together." "What? Has he lost his mind?" "Lu Chen, did you say that wrong? There are 5 of us. Do you really think you can take us all on? You'd better reconsider." The entire training ground erupted in shock. "I didn't say it wrong, you all come at once." Lu Chen nodded, affirming his words. Even so, Smoker and the others exchanged glances, but still did not make a move. Until Zifa, standing ahead, urged them, "What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear Lu Chen say all 5 of you should attack together? Do you think 5 of you can defeat him?" These words instantly ignited the fighting spirit within Smoker and his comrades, and they charged towards Luffy on the opposite side. "Go." "Fine, I refuse to believe that 5 of us can't beat him. I'll create an opening for you. Go touch Lu Chen." "All right." In an instant, the 5 of them had coordinated their battle plan, all using the Navy's 6 styles shave to swiftly close in on Lu Chen. "Think you can get through?" "Not a chance." Lu Chen discerned their intentions and drew his longsword Maple Leaf. Armament Haki instantly enveloped his right hand, and with a metallic sheen, he swung the blade repeatedly. In an extremely short span, he unleashed 4 slashes in succession, forming a square of sword chi. Quadra slash. The 4 streams of sword energy created a sealed zone where anything within would be torn apart by the fierce gales. "Watch out." Smoker furrowed his brow and shouted a warning. Seeing this, the 5 of them each activated their abilities to defend. The sword chi moved too swiftly, faster than their shave, so evading was impossible. Smoker used his smoke fruit to turn his entire body into mist, dodging the sword chi's assault. The other 4 resorted to Haki, attempting to block the onslaught. But today's Lu Chen was not the Lu Chen of 2 years ago. The fierce sword chi carrying immense force sent the remaining 4 flying backward. They crashed into the training grounds wall before barely coming to a halt. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the wall was blasted into a massive hole. Dust billowed everywhere. The figures of Ein and the others vanished from sight. My. Smoker's expression stiffened as he turned to Lu Chun. I never imagined your swordsmanship had grown this strong. You've all grown stronger too. Otherwise you wouldn't have withstood that strike. Lu Chun said earnestly. That blow hadn't even utilized emission Haki. Otherwise, even Smoker would have been injured. Then let me see just how strong you've become. But Smoker refused to be convinced. He turned most of his body into smoke, leaving only his head visible, a cigarette dangling from his lips. White blast. He hardened his right fist with armament Haki, while turning his wrist into smoke, using his ability to strike Lu Chun with blinding speed. Lu Chun's eyes narrowed as he coated maple leaf with Haki, turning it into a black blade, and wrapped the energy around the sword's edge. Red arcs of lightning crackled as he raised his hand and unleashed a slash. The blade gleamed. Emission Haki flared. The crimson sword chi imbued with Haki sliced towards Smoker's iron fist. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The moment they clashed, a surge of immense energy erupted, spreading in all directions. Yet Lu Chun still held the upper hand, forcing Smoker back step by step. Mist form. Smoker's mouth twitched as he once again turned his fist into mist, hoping to evade Lu Chun's sword chi. But he still failed to detect the anomaly in the sword chi. In an instant, the chi passed through his arm, yet a piercing pain shot through his hand. He had no choice but to dispel the mist form, revealing his solid arm. A massive gash now marred his arm, blood seeping out continuously from the wound. Seeing this, Smoker was forced to turn his arm back into mist to alleviate the injury. All of you stop using your devil fruit abilities in front of Lu Chun. He has already mastered emission Haki. Zifa warned. At his words, Smoker's face paled in shock. I never imagined he had already learned emission Haki. None of us have even mastered it. They hadn't even learned Haki infusion, let alone emission Haki. Meanwhile, Ein and the other 3 had recovered and regrouped beside Smoker. Let's attack together. Otherwise we really can't beat him. Alright, well, lead the assault, and Ein, you handle the support. Get ready to use your ability on him. With that, the 5 launched their attack in unison. White blast. Navy 6 styles Tempest kick. Lu Chun's eyes flickered as he watched their incoming strikes, as if perceiving the trajectories of their attacks. He lightly stepped on the ground, without even using shave, relying solely on observation Haki to evade all 5 attacks. Yet failing to land a single hit, Smoker and his group pressed on, unleashing a relentless barrage, forcing Lu Chun to retreat step by step. He seemed almost overwhelmed, but his face remained as calm as a placid lake. Suddenly, a blue figure appeared behind Lu Chun. It was Ein, seizing the moment when Smoker and the others were attacking to attempt a sneak strike, reaching out her slender right hand toward Lu Chun's shoulder. Regress. Just as her hand was about to touch his shoulder, Lu Chun vanished, only to reappear behind Ein, chuckling softly. I've been waiting for you. Dual sword style tornado. At some point, 2 blades had appeared in his hands. As he spun his body, streaks of sword chi were unleashed. The sword chi coalesced into a formidable tornado, sweeping toward Ein and her companions. Damn it. Ein's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily summoned armament Haki to defend. The others also hardened their bodies with armament Haki to resist, but all were caught up by the powerful vortex. They were hurled dozens of meters away before crashing down from midair. Thud, thud, thud. By now, Ein and the other 4 were covered in wounds from the sword chi, battered and disheveled. Yet they struggled to their feet, still eager to continue the fight. At that moment, Zifa slowly rose and said calmly, admit defeat. Lu Chun hasn't even used his full strength. Hearing this, Smoker and the others shook their heads helplessly, their hearts aching. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was immense. 5 people, and they hadn't even forced Lu Chun to go all out. Just then a system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations host on completing the mission. System reward energy points 2, fruit development skill, level 1. Zifa walked up to Lu Chun and asked, since you didn't seem to go all out, how about a match with me? At these words, everyone present became intrigued. A match between the instructor and Lu Chun. No doubt Instructor Zifa is stronger. Maybe now we'll see Lu Chun's true power. Lu Chun was slightly taken aback, not expecting Zifa to make such a proposal. Moreover, the system had triggered a new mission. Ding, congratulations host on triggering mission, earn Zifa's recognition. System reward energy points 5, swordsmanship 1, physical technique 1. Just as he was about to agree, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Zifa, my grandson is not for you to discipline. Today let me test this brat's strength. Garp appeared in the training ground, seething with anger. Grandpa, Vice Admiral Garp. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Ding, mission updated, fight against Garp, last 5 minutes, or earn Garp's recognition. System reward energy points 5, sword technique 1, physical technique 1. Zephyr glanced at Lu Chun, giving him a look that said you're on your own, and said indifferently, as you wish. Lu Chun, step forward. You're back, and you didn't even tell me first. Garp growled. He only learned of Lu Chun's return from his adjutant. Grandpa, I was just afraid of disturbing you, Lu Chun explained. But Garp was not one to listen to explanations. He urged, stop dawdling, step forward. Let's have a fight, grandfather and grandson, and see how strong you are. Fine. Lu Chun had no choice but to step forward, grinning as he said, "Go easy on me, grandpa. I'm probably not that strong yet." Enough with the chatter. With that, Garp's fist was already hardened with armament Haki. In an instant his figure vanished, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Rokushiki Soru. Suddenly Lu Chun sensed a chill, and quickly used Soru to retreat. But Garp's figure had already appeared before him, a fist of iron hurtling toward him. Damn! Lu Chun's expression shifted slightly as he raised his sword horizontally before his chest. Boom! Yet the power of Garp's iron fist was comparable to a meteorite, and the immense impact sent Lu Chun flying. He crashed heavily into the high wall of the training ground. Boom! Stones flew, dust rose. Moments later, a human-shaped breach appeared in the stone wall. The hole was shaped exactly like the man. Lu Chun was sent flying a great distance by that single punch. He slowly rose from the rubble, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. "Grandpa, it's just a spar. Did you have to use so much force?" "Oomph. Get back here now." But Garp paid no heed, glaring at him. "Grandpa, since you're going all out, I'll have to show some real skill too." As he spoke, a towering sword aura suddenly erupted from Lu Chun's body, as if it would pierce the very heavens. His eyes became sharp and fierce like the edge of a blade. His grade sword intent was fully revealed, and all the trainees present at the camp felt its terrifying presence. So strong. That wasn't even Lu Chun's full strength earlier. In less than 2 years, he's reached this level. Hey, he's too strong. Garp's eyes were filled with satisfaction, but his words remained harsh. "Kid Lu showing off in front of me." "Grandpa, I'm not showing off. You were the one who wanted to spar." Wiping the blood from his lips, Lu Chun raised the black-bladed longsword in his right hand, circling it before him to trace a circle. As the longsword moved, countless sword chi coalesced around him, gradually forming wave after wave of crimson sword chi. The chi was minuscule but immense in number. Like petal after petal, countless petals drifted with the longsword steadily multiplying. 10, 20, 40, 80, 160. When the number approached several thousand, Lu Chun suddenly halted his movements and slashed his sword toward Garp opposite him. One sword style, heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Countless beautiful petals instantly transformed into sword chi that tore through the air like a celestial maiden scattering blossoms from the heavens. All shot toward Garp. Fistbone meteor shower. Garp's face was wreathed in smiles, utterly unafraid. He tore off his cape and charged straight ahead. He swung his iron fists relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. In an extremely short span, he threw hundreds of punches as if countless arms were striking simultaneously. He blocked nearly all of Lu Chun's sword chi. Yet a few strands still grazed Garp's body, one of them slicing across his cheek. It left a bleeding wound, but the wound was small, like a nick from a razor blade. However, the ground behind Garp was utterly devastated by Lu Chun's sword chi reduced to rubble. After a moment, Garp nodded in satisfaction. "You've definitely gotten stronger." "You flatter me, Grandpa." Lu Chun shook his head with a smile. "This is nothing. I'm not even a tenth of your strength. Forget it, I'm done fighting. Going back to sleep." With that, Garp turned and left a hint of a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Who would have thought that after 2 years apart, that kid Lu Chun had become so formidable? In a few more years, had likely become even stronger. Then I can rest easy. "Goodbye, Grandpa." Lu Chun waved. Luckily, Garp gave up, otherwise, even if he lasted 5 minutes, he'd have ended up with a bruised and swollen face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward energy points 5, sword technique 1, physical technique 1. Just then Zephyr suddenly spoke. "Lu Chun, you made all those holes in the camp wall. Patch it up, then get back to training." "Yes, sir." Lu Chun replied. Wasn't this obviously a chance for him to rest? That punch from Garp had been no joke. Fixing the wall was easy by comparison. Of course, Lu Chun had deliberately refrained from using his devil fruit ability during the fight, having his own plans. Evening. From Zephyr, Lu Chun learned the requirements for graduating from the advanced training camp, which involved the pirate he had to kill, Demon Deus, with a bounty of 60 million berries. And 2 new missions were triggered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a mission, Kill Deus. System reward energy points 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a mission, rescue the crew of the training ship, led by Zephyr. System reward energy points 20. Supreme, Grade Sword 1. Zephyr was attacked by Edward Weevil, the man who called himself Whitebeard Jr. He seemed a bit simple-minded, possibly a fool. It was mainly his mother who called the shots. Since Edward Weevil could severely injure Zephyr's right arm, he must be immensely powerful, at least class. At present, Lu Chun was only a class, so dealing with him would certainly be tricky. In the following days, aside from training at the camp, Lu Chun also frequently visited the Sabadi archipelago, mainly to ask Old Lady Shaki for information about Demon Deus. He had to kill Deus quickly to graduate as soon as possible. Who would have thought Old Lady Shaki would charge him for it, a whopping 1 million berries? That was practically robbery. In the end, Lu Chun had to give up. The Marines would provide some intel too, though it might not be as complete as Shaki's. From the Marines' intelligence, it was clear that Deus was a subordinate of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo. He was frequently engaged in the slave trade, which led to the bounty on his head. Coupled with being Da Flamingo's subordinate, few Marines dared to provoke him. But how did this assassination target end up assigned to me? It was clearly meant to make me antagonize Da Flamingo. Was the higher-ups feeling that Doflamingo was too arrogant and wanted me to put him in his place? That was most likely the intention. A few days later, Luchan received marine intelligence that Diaz would soon arrive at the Sabaody archipelago to sell slaves. It was a perfect opportunity to kill him. A few days later, in the waters near the Sabaody archipelago, a man wearing a marine lieutenant's cloak with the word justice printed on his back lay on a small boat. He leisurely held a blade of dog's tail grass in his mouth. This man was none other than Luchan. He was here naturally to wait for Diaz and his pirate crew. Before long, a black pirate ship appeared on the horizon. The hull was entirely black and the Jolly Roger was a black demon. It was Diaz and his demon men pirates. You're the ones. Luchan slowly rose, staring at the distant pirate ship with a soft chuckle. Then he guided his small boat closer to the opposing demon men pirates. A few minutes later, a crew member on the pirate ship spotted Luchan and hastily reported to Diaz, "Captain, there's a marine lieutenant ahead." The Marines? What are the Marines doing blocking us? Diaz frowned, looking ahead, but seeing nothing. The Marines? Where are the Marines? I don't even see a ship. Are you trying to fool me? Captain, it's just one Marine over there. Look through your telescope yourself. The pirate crew member pointed in the direction where Luchan was. Huh. Diaz followed his gaze and finally spotted Luchan on the small boat, bursting into laughter. Ha! One Marine. You had to notify me for just one Marine. The crew member hesitated, about to speak. He felt the captain had a point. After all, they were subordinates of a warlord. What could a single Marine do to them? Just then a terrifying aura swept over. Demonic flame slash. Diaz looked up and saw a terrifying black sword aura like a demon wreathed in black flames cleaving down upon them. What? Diaz's expression shifted instantly as he swiftly dodged to the side. By the time the other pirate crew members realized it, the black sword aura was already above their heads. All they could feel was the immense pressure and scorching heat descending from above. Boom. The demonic flame slash. It split Diaz's ship in two with a thunderous roar, debris raining down from the sky. Screams of agony erupted everywhere. Some were torn to shreds by the rampaging sword aura, others sank into the sea, and many lay severely wounded and unconscious. Few survived. Of course, Luchan also glimpsed the slaves about to be sold within the ship's hull, most of whom were fishmen. They came in all bizarre shapes with hardly any that were pleasing to the eye. Next, Luchan scanned his surroundings, searching for Diaz. His goal was to kill Diaz. Suddenly, a pirate charged out from the side, wielding a long blade. He'll kill you. Without even glancing at him, Luchan's hand on his long sword moved slightly. A flash of sword light grazed the pirate's neck. Ugh. In an instant, the pirate froze in place, blood gushing from his throat. Within moments, he was dead. Seeing this, the other surviving pirates cowered behind the wreckage of the ship, too terrified to act rashly. Only their captain could handle a Marine of this caliber. Luchan searched through the ship's wreckage for a long time, but still couldn't find Diaz. He finally grabbed a crew member and demanded, "Where's your captain, Diaz?" "Over there, I think I saw him earlier." The crew member stammered, pointing to the left side of the wreck. Having just witnessed someone being killed instantly, he dared not refuse to answer. Hearing this, Luchan walked in the direction the crew member pointed, and indeed spotted a disheveled Diaz. He was ugly, with two large tufts of hair on his head, like a middle part. His strength was so weak. Could it be that his bounty was high only because he was under Doflamingo's command? Just then, Diaz also noticed Luchan gripping a slender long sword as he growled, "Marine. Who are you? Why are you attacking our ship? We're subordinates of the warlord Doflamingo. You talk too much. How about you die first, and then talk?" Luchan's gaze turned cold as he reached for the sword at his waist. Seeing this, Diaz immediately grabbed a nearby fishman, pressing his blade to the fishman's neck, threatening, "Marine. If you make a move, I'll kill him." "What's that to me? I'm here to kill you. Their lives are none of my concern," Luchan said indifferently. If he cared about the slaves' lives, would he have unleashed a massive attack that split Diaz's ship in two? "You?" Diaz was momentarily speechless. In an instant, Luchan raised his hand, drew two long swords, and sent two sword auras flying. One red and one black. They sped toward Diaz. "What?" Diaz's face stiffened as he waved his hand, hurling two clumps of black mist-like substance. He had never seen a Marine who cared so little about civilians. The two clumps of black mist expanded, twisted, and then morphed into two entities resembling Diaz. They even held long swords like his, blocking Luchan's two sword auras. Interesting. Luchan chuckled. He knew Diaz had eaten a devil fruit, but didn't know its ability. According to the storyline, Diaz was also destined to be sold to the celestial dragons. Because he wore seastone shackles and tried to escape, he was killed by the celestial dragons. The black mist seemed to solidify into entities with power comparable to Diaz's original body. But overall, they were still slightly weaker. "Marine, you want to kill me, so don't blame me for being ruthless." Diaz roared, waving his arms, rapidly flinging countless black substances. Those black substances expanded, twisted, and transformed into black monsters resembling him. Let's call them demon men for now. Dozens of demon men surrounded Luchan, attacking all at once. These demon men were like mindless monsters, wildly swinging their weapons. Each demon man had roughly B-level strength. Apart from their numbers, they had no other advantages. Luchan could easily slay a few, but Diaz kept creating more. Moreover, Diaz's development of this fruit seemed to have no other abilities. Dual sword style dragon. Lu Chun held both blades about to unleash a technique. His observation Haki suddenly sensed a hint of danger, and he quickly coated his entire body in armament Haki. At the same time, the charging demon men began to violently swell like balloons about to explode. Demon exploding men. Deus let out a furious roar. Countless demon men exploded around Lu Chun one after another, pressing forward relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions echoed in succession. The shockwaves from each blast radiated outward, shattering the remaining wreckage of the ship. Countless splinters of wood ascended with the updraft, then drifted down from midair once more. The spot where Lu Chun stood was blasted into a vacant area spanning several hundred meters. Ha ha ha, mere brat dares to come alone and kill me. You're asking for death. Deus laughed heartily. Even a marine captain would have perished in that violent explosion, let alone a young lad, a marine ensign. Yet as he gazed at the lingering aftermath of the blast, a sense of unease crept over him. Why had the marines targeted him? Had someone leaked his sailing route to them? There must be something fishy going on. But the next second, Deus stood frozen, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. You're not dead. I didn't expect your devil fruit ability to be quite interesting. Lu Chun wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. If not for using armament Haki to block some of the damage, he might have truly been caught off guard. He had indeed been careless. The earlier feigned cowardice had all been a ruse. You're not dead now, but you will be soon. Deus gritted his teeth, a sinister grin spreading across his face. With that, he unleashed a vast amount of black mist-like substance, even larger than before. The black matter gradually expanded, reaching over 20 meters in height, resembling the stature of a giant. Then Deus' body merged into the dark substance. That substance seemed more like a black fluid, a Newtonian fluid. Suddenly the black giant's eyes flashed, and it raised a hand to bring down a sword in a thunderous strike. Rokushiki Soru. But it was slow. Lu Chun dodged effortlessly, standing at a distance to observe the black giant before him. The power of that sword strike was immense. The sea itself was cleaved in two, stirring up countless waves. However, the black giant's speed seemed greatly reduced. Moreover, with Deus controlling it from within, it had become sentient. But its true strength remained unknown. Don't run, kid. The black giant's mouth emitted Deus' voice. Lu Chun touched his nose and chuckled. Since you've said that, I suppose I should show some real power. He had intended to use the rumble fruit, but then he remembered the many others nearby. The arcs of electricity had already appeared in his right hand, yet he withdrew them. Lu Chun drew two great swords, Maple Leaf and Black Blade. Haki condensed and coiled around the blades, a crimson aura enveloping them. Like red arcs of lightning, they crackled and hissed. Lu Chun radiated a powerful sword intent. His eyes cold, he crossed the blades and slashed toward the black giant controlled by Deus. Dual sword style demon slash. Both hands swung the long sword simultaneously. Two terrifying red sword slashes shot forth, forming and shaped blade aura. Behind the fierce sword aura, the red energy coalesced into a crimson demon, a grotesque figure with red wings, black horns, and sharp five-clawed hands reaching for Deus. Brat, you're asking for it. Deus roared, swinging the massive black sword vertically at the red demon. But the black giant's sword was severed like a piece of vegetable before the demon's slash. What? Deus' expression shifted dramatically. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The blade aura struck the black giant's chest, pierced through its body, and sliced it into four neat segments, which slowly slid downward. Up! A scream of agony came from within the black giant. A dark figure fled from it, attempting to escape. Trying to leave? Not a chance. Lu Chun's eyes narrowed as he tracked the movement. His feet lightly tapped across the sea surface like a skimming dragonfly. In an instant, he caught up to Deus. With a single sword stroke, the blade aura swept past Deus' head. Head severed from body. Blood splattered. The system notification chimed. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward energy points 5. By now, Lu Chun had formed a habit of beheading his enemies. After all, villains die from too much talk. He didn't want to waste words, nor did he consider himself a good man. Having dealt with Deus, Lu Chun took his head and returned to Marine headquarters. At Marine headquarters, Lu Chun carried Deus' head into the training camp base, drawing everyone's attention. Is that Deus' head? The pirate with a bounty of 60 million berries. I can't believe Lu Chun took him down. Does that mean he's graduated from Admiral Zephyr's elite training camp? His rank is sure to rise again. The Marines buzzed with chatter, their eyes filled with envy. In this training camp, Lu Chun was like the sun at noon, overshadowing all other lights. Only Lu Chun was visible, the other prodigies faded into obscurity. His talent and strength were formidable. Lu Chun then entered Zephyr's office and presented Deus' head. Instructor, can I graduate now? My. Zephyr glanced at it, not particularly surprised. You could have graduated long ago. Considering your merits, you should be promoted to lieutenant this time. Thank you, instructor. Lu Chun said with a smile. No need to thank me. I haven't helped you much. In a few days, I'll be taking them out for field training. Hearing this, Lu Chun's mind flashed with the incident of the training ship being attacked. Frowning, he asked, Instructor, can I come along this time? You can, but if we encounter pirates, try not to intervene. Let them gain some experience. All right, instructor. With that, Lu Chun left the office, walking while deep in thought. They would set out in a few days, and soon they would likely face the attack of Edward Weevil Whitebeard Jr. Since he could sever Zephyr's arm, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. He wondered if his current power could match Edward Weevil. And how had Zephyr with such immense strength lost his arm to Weevil? Was it due to age? That seemed unlikely. According to the movie plot, Zephyr was attacked by a devil fruit user, which led him to install weapons specifically designed to counter such abilities. Was Weevil a devil fruit user? Or was there another ability user involved? Never mind. When the day comes, everything will be revealed naturally. After leaving Marine headquarters, Lu Chun went to the Sabeti archipelago and visited Shaki's bar for a drink. Lu Chun, impressive. You've already killed Diaz. Xiachi handed him a cup of coffee. Lu Chun replied, "You're quite well informed yourself." He was not surprised that Xiachi knew about this, having grown accustomed to it, yet he still wondered how she found out. Very few people were aware of this matter. Heh. Xiachi chuckled softly, then her expression turned serious as she warned, "By killing Diaz this time, you've thoroughly offended Doflamingo. He may seek an opportunity to settle the score with you." "Fine. They'll be waiting for him." Lu Chun blew on the coffee in his cup, his expression unchanged. "You know, it's fortunate you're Garp's grandson. Staying at Marine headquarters is quite safe, and with this kill, the Marines will naturally have your back." Xiachi shook her head, flicking the ash from her cigarette. "Well said, Aunt Xia." Lu Chun grinned. Just as he spoke, Rayleigh suddenly walked in. Upon seeing Lu Chun, he tossed a pink envelope directly at him. "Get a letter for you from Hancock." "Oh, thanks, Uncle Rayleigh." Lu Chun raised his hand, catching the envelope between two fingers. He hadn't expected Hancock to think of writing to him. Opening the envelope, he found a photo of Hancock in a dress along with a letter. It read, "Brother Lu Chun, it's been years. How have you been? I've grown up now. This is how I look today. Please remember me. You promised you'd come visit. When will you come? They'll be waiting for you on Amazon Lily." Suddenly, Xiachi appeared behind Lu Chun, peering at the photo with a grin. "My, how she's blossomed. Hancock is more beautiful than ever." "Aunt Xia, it's not polite to read someone else's mail," Lu Chun said helplessly. "I didn't see a thing. Just the photo." Xiachi waved dismissively. "Hep." Lu Chun gave a wry smile. After spending some time at the bar, he returned alone to Marine headquarters. "Xiachi, his strength has grown considerably, and there's a familiar aura about him," Rayleigh murmured, watching Lu Chun's retreating figure. That feeling was familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. "I heard he's been training intensively outside for the past 2 years, personally sent by Garp." "If you know where he went," Xiachi nodded slightly. "Even you don't know?" It seems that person is no ordinary individual either." At Marine headquarters. That evening, Lu Chun received a notification, and a new Marine code, his rank promoted to lieutenant. A private office would be arranged the next day. With the rank of lieutenant, after leaving the training camp, he would have to follow the fleet admiral's orders. He just didn't know if he'd be assigned elsewhere or remain at headquarters. He simply had to wait for the notice. A few days later, at the Marine headquarters dock, Lu Chun set sail aboard Zephyr's training ship, patrolling the waters near headquarters and engaging incoming pirates. The current Marine headquarters stood on the Red Line, the sole gateway to the New World. Thus, all pirates aiming to enter the New World gathered here. Once aboard, Lu Chun stood alone at the bow, a longsword in hand, gazing motionlessly into the distance, lost in thought. "Lu Chun, has your assignment been decided?" Zephyr suddenly approached. "Instructor?" "No," Lu Chun shook his head. "Then you'll likely remain at headquarters. Garp won't let you leave so easily. Moreover, the higher-ups are now aware of your abilities. Work hard, and becoming an admiral isn't impossible." Zephyr spoke earnestly. In truth, looking at Lu Chun felt like looking at his own child. If his son hadn't passed away, he wouldn't be much older than Lu Chun. In his eyes, all trainees were like his own children. "Staying at headquarters would be great. I'd get to see you every day, wouldn't I?" Lu Chun said with a smile. "You rascal." Zephyr beamed. Over the next few days, the training ship sailed steadily, drifting farther from Marine headquarters. One afternoon, the sky darkened. Thick clouds gathered, threatening heavy rain. Everyone into the cabin. "Yes, instructor." At Zephyr's command, most went inside, leaving only a few to steer the ship. Sensing something amiss, Lu Chun stayed on deck. Minutes later, Patton emerged, frowning. "Lu Chun, aren't you coming in? It's about to pour." He had noticed Lu Chun's absence and came to find him. "It's fine. You go ahead," Lu Chun replied. "All right, but come in soon. This rain might be heavy," Patton said, heading back inside. At that moment, a pure white ship appeared in Lu Chun's line of sight. Its bow featured 2 curved, upward-pointing white structures resembling thick mustaches. Standing on the ship was a towering, obese man with a crescent-shaped white mustache curling upward. Edward Weevil. Lu Chun's eyes sharpened as he recognized the figure. He immediately turned to Patton. "Go call the instructor. An enemy is approaching." Right." Startled, Patton hurried toward the cabin. Lu Chun remained on the deck, fixing his gaze on the giant-like man. Suddenly, he noticed a short, golden-haired old woman beside Weevil, his mother, Miss Backen. She was grotesquely ugly and very short. How could she possibly be Whitebeard's wife? Character: Edward Weevil. Position: None. Rank: S. Skills: Armament Haki S. Observation Haki S. Swordsmanship S. Bounty 2. 1 billion berries. As Lu Chun read Backen's information on the system interface, realization dawned. So it's her. Why didn't I think of that? Character: Miss Backen. Position: None. Rank: F. Skills: Devil Fruit Development A. Bounty 1 million berries. So it was Backen who had the devil fruit, not Weevil at all. Though Backen's combat strength was abysmal, her fruit development had reached a rank. What ability did it grant? It was certainly not offensive, but supportive. It was the power that enabled Weevil to sever one of Zephyr's arms. If only the system could detect it. Would he need to upgrade it again? The first system upgrade had cost 1 ability point, the next required 10 energy points. As Lu Chun hesitated, Zephyr emerged alone from the cabin. Lu Chun, where is the enemy? The first system upgrade had cost 1 ability point, the next required 10 energy points. As Lu Chun hesitated, Zephyr emerged alone from the cabin. Lu Chun, where is the enemy? Weevil and his mother. Lu Chun's expression was serious as he stared at the pirate ship before him. Following Lu Chun's gaze, Zephyr recognized them, as well saying it's them. The latest supernova. He immediately ordered the crew behind him quick. Notify everyone, all trainees come out to fight, and the others stay in the cabin. Yes, Admiral Zephyr. After saying that, the Navy man quickly went to inform the others. The ship was filled with ordinary Navy personnel, while the strong ones were the elite trainees. At the same time, Weevil and Bakken were discussing the Navy ship in front of them. Mom, that seems to be a Navy ship. It's a Navy training ship. Son, go kill everyone on board, that way your bounty will increase, ha. Okay, Mom. Weevil raised the large sword beside him, covering his hands with armed color, and aimed a slash at the training ship ahead. Whoosh. Instantly, a massive white blade of air shot forth. The sea below was carved by the sharp blade, creating a path as if it were yielding. Seeking death, Zephyr roared, his hands covered with hardened, armed color. He leaped from the bow of the ship and struck out with a powerful punch to meet Weevil's slash. Bang! The shockwave from the explosion of energy swept outward, causing the Navy training ship to slide back several dozen meters due to its proximity. Bakken adjusted her glasses, suddenly remembering something, and patted Weevil's arm, smiling. Son, take some people and kill them. Okay, Mom. Hearing this, Weevil leaped from the ship and jumped directly into the sea, stepping on the surface of the water as he rushed toward the training ship. Kill. Oh, kill. The other pirates on the ship were extremely excited, rushing toward the training ship as if they were throwing their lives away. Zephyr stood at the bow of the ship and shouted loudly, boys, it's your turn to fight now. Yes, teacher. The trainees shouted in unison, picking up their weapons and charging at the pirates. As for Lu Chun, he did not intervene. He would only take action to kill the pirates who approached him. He merely observed the battle between Weevil and Zephyr. Although Weevil was a member of the giant race with great strength, he was still being suppressed by Zephyr. Powerful punches rained down on Weevil's head, leaving him bruised and bloodied. Weevil's attacks were all intercepted by Zephyr, causing no significant damage. Lu Chun then looked at Bakken, who was still hiding on the pirate ship, and muttered to himself, what exactly is her ability? Why isn't she making a move? She can let Weevil have the strength to defeat Zephyr. How about I just go over and kill her? After a moment of silence, Lu Chun drew his black blade and utilized the shave technique to dart between the Navy and pirates, constantly moving toward Bakken's ship. His target was none other than Bakken on the pirate ship. However, Bakken seemed to sense something leaning on her cane, urging, son, come back and protect me. Okay, Mom. Without hesitation, Weevil abandoned the fight with Zephyr. He quickly noticed Lu Chun approaching Bakken and raised his sword to deliver a slash. What's going on? She's just an old lady, how could she sense me? Lu Chun looked puzzled and turned to face the incoming large sword, raising his own sword to counter. Clang! The large sword clashed with the long black blade, creating intense sparks. However, the powerful impact sent Lu Chun flying back several dozen meters before he managed to stabilize himself. At the same time, Zephyr took advantage of Weevil's momentary opening and struck him in the face with a punch. Bang! Weevil's facial muscles shifted in one direction, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet Weevil seemed unfazed and retaliated with another slash. Zephyr dodged to the side, looking at Lu Chun's position. Lu Chun, are you okay? Teacher, I'm fine. Be careful, this big guy is not simple. Lu Chun said, his expression grave, offering a warning. Alright, you be careful too. His recovery ability is quite strong. After saying this, Zephyr resumed his battle with Weevil. Hearing this, Lu Chun finally noticed the wounds on Weevil's body. He had 3 shocking scars on his body located on his left arm and head. It seemed Weevil had suffered severe injuries with his left arm and head, either injured or severed. If that were the case, how could he have recovered? However, it did explain why he was capable of defeating Zephyr. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't deal with a monster that kept healing rapidly. It seemed that the main decisive factor in this battle was still Bakken. Ding, do you wish to consume 10 energy points to upgrade the system? Yes. Lu Chun chose to upgrade the system. Ding, system upgrading. Upgrade successful. Please check host. As he spoke, a rush of information flooded into his mind. After the upgrade, all the new content was known to Lu Chun, and the system could now identify the enemy's fruit as well. It could also use energy points to directly enhance skills. The greater the enhancement, the more energy points consumed. However, none of that was the key issue right now. It was knowing Bakken's fruit ability. When Lu Chun looked at Bakken again, the information on the system interface had shown some changes. Character MISS Bakken position, none level F fruit, healing fruit skill fruit development A. Bounty 100 berries. It was indeed a healing fruit. He never expected the healing fruit to be so powerful that it could even reattach Weevil's severed arm. The scar on his head might even have come from being decapitated and then becoming foolish. Lu Chun's gaze turned cold as he fixedly stared at Bakken, thinking, I must kill her to unravel Weevil's fruit ability. However, as soon as he attacked Bakken, Weevil would undoubtedly stop him at all costs. At the same time, Bakken seemed to sense Lu Chen's murderous intent pointing at him and shouting, "Son, kill that kid." "Okay, Mom." Weevil nodded, cleaving Zephyr aside with a sword, and turned to attack Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, be careful." Seeing this, Zephyr wanted to step in to help. But Lu Chen called out, "Teacher, no need to help me, I'll hold him off. You go help the others." Zephyr's expression slightly faltered. For a moment, he didn't quite understand Lu Chen's meaning until he saw the determination in Lu Chen's eyes, realizing his intention. He quickly flew back to assist the other trainees. Returning to the training ship, he discovered that his trainees were not a match for those pirates. They were being beaten back one after another with only a few able to cope. Moreover, those pirates seemed utterly unafraid of death. Even when wounded, they paid no heed and only charged forward to kill. No wonder his trainees were no match for them. However, with his assistance, the pressure on the trainees was quickly alleviated. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Chen was locked in fierce combat with Weevil. The place where the two fought constantly erupted with powerful energy fluctuations, causing a massive depression in the surrounding sea. Yet each time Lu Chen found himself on the defensive. Relying solely on swordsmanship, he could never defeat Weevil, but he was reluctant to reveal his devil fruit abilities. Otherwise, he would still stand a chance. After a moment of deliberation, Lu Chen's eyes sharpened, and he decided to use the opportunity to upgrade his skill. "Ding, would you like to upgrade the skill Sword Intent?" "Yes." "Ding, congratulations, host. Your skill Sword Intent has been upgraded." No sooner had the system notification sounded than Weevil's massive blade came slashing toward Lu Chen. "Die." "My." Lu Chen frowned and raised his sword to block. That enormous greatsword descended like a colossal palm, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Clang. Sword and blade collided. A surging aura and energy radiated outward. The tremendous impact numbed Lu Chen's arm, and he retreated dozens of meters before barely stabilizing himself. If he didn't strengthen himself soon, he would surely be worn down and killed by Weevil. Secondly, he hoped Zephyr would quickly see through the anomalies of Weevil and Bakken and eliminate Bakken. He had refrained from giving Zephyr explicit hints earlier precisely because he feared Bakken would realize that Lu Chen had seen through her devil fruit ability. Otherwise, she would definitely flee. Since he had encountered the Mother Ranson duo of Weevil, these two pirates would not escape from Lu Chen's grasp. Once Lu Chen steadied himself, a terrifying sword intent emanated from his entire being, permeating his body. He became as sharp and keen as a sword itself. The falling rain could not even touch his body. Before the drops could descend, they were repelled by the sword intent. This was strength sword intent. Yet Weevil, oblivious to any abnormality, recklessly swung his blade down at Lu Chen. Lu Chen suddenly leaped into the air, spinning the black-edged longsword in his hand, as streams of pink sword chi coalesced around him. In the spin, though it seemed slow, multiple black blades appeared, moving with his arm. Several afterimages emerged. The sword chi behind him multiplied, continuously rotating until it formed a torrent of pink sword rain. Like a flurry of cherry blossom petals. One sword-style heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Lu Chen's eyes hardened as he pointed his longsword. The sword chi was fully unleashed. Like a celestial maiden scattering blossoms, it shot toward Weevil at an incredible speed. "Get lost!" Weevil roared, attempting to disperse all the sword chi with his massive blade. But those sword chi fragments drifted like petals flowing with the gust of wind whenever the greatsword struck, impossible to touch. The sword chi struck Weevil's body, completely fluttering gently across his form. Yet each impact left wounds that were difficult to heal. Every petal that drifted by carried a trail of blood as it fell. Swish, swish, swish. One petal after another. "Oh, it hurt so much, Mom." Even Weevil felt an unbearable agony, as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at his entire body. "Son, hang in there. You won't die. Kill that brat quickly," Bakken urged. "Yes, Mom." Weevil tried to charge forward, but was blocked by countless sword chi. He could not advance a single step. By the time all the sword chi had been released, Weevil's body was covered in wounds. A ghastly and terrifying sight upon closer inspection. Moreover, the attacks imbued with sword intent continuously ravaged his flesh, preventing rapid recovery. "Oh, he'll kill you." Weevil's eyes were bloodshot, his muscles bulging as he gripped his blade with both hands and charged at Lu Chen once more. The two were locked in combat again. With strength sword intent, Lu Chen could now temporarily match Weevil blow for blow, neither able to gain the upper hand. Powerful energy waves constantly radiated from their battlefield. Ordinary people dared not approach, a single step would send them flying. Yet if this continued, Lu Chen would surely be the loser, for Weevil could continuously recover from his injuries. His stamina seemed inexhaustible. While Lu Chen was locked in battle with Weevil, Zephyr had somehow appeared on the pirate ship, coming up behind Bakken and delivering a heavy punch. "Old hag, get down." "You, what?" Bakken's face changed instantly as she whirled around. Before she could see what was behind her, a black fist came crashing toward her. Boom. In an instant, she was sent flying, crashing heavily into the sea. "Son, save, save." After a few splashes, she took 2 gasps and sank beneath the waves. Zephyr glanced at her and muttered, "As I thought. A devil fruit user." He had noticed something amiss while killing the pirate crew members. Their wounds healed remarkably fast. There must be a devil fruit user. Initially, he thought it was Weevil, but Weevil had been fighting Lu Chun and had come into contact with plenty of seawater without any effect. That left only the old hag. In that moment, Zephyr suddenly understood Lu Chen's implication. So he had stealthily approached Bakken from behind. Mom. Weevil was greatly alarmed, abandoning Lu Chun to rush toward Bakken. Thinking of leaving. Not a chance. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. He crossed two blades, coating them with Haki and wrapping it around the blades. Boundless sword intent gathered. Two sword-style demon slash. He swung his arms, unleashing two sword chi slashes. The red sword chi transformed into a crimson demon, opening its sharp claws to strike at Weevil's back. But Weevil seemed utterly unconcerned, focused only on his mother. Get out of the way. Zephyr's eyes narrowed as he appeared instantly before Weevil. He threw a full-force punch at Weevil's face, forcing him back several steps. At the same time, the demon slash arrived. It struck Weevil's back. Two deep sword wounds appeared, blood splattering and dyeing a vast expanse of the sea crimson. This strike was far more devastating than any before. Without Bakken's ability to support him, Weevil's defense seemed to weaken and his mind appeared to lose its purpose. He had become a true fool. Thud. Soon Weevil's eyes closed. He could hold on no longer and collapsed heavily into the sea, sending up a huge wave. So strong. Lu Chen's swordsmanship is getting more powerful. It seems even stronger than last time. How does he train? Didn't you see? He simply swings his sword every day. The greatest truths are the simplest to understand. The other Marines all noticed Lu Chen's terrifying slash. After confirming Weibel's death, Zephyr walked over to Lu Chun and smiled. You saw through Bakken's devil fruit user identity long ago, didn't you? Lu Chun nodded, his eyes fixed on the message notifications on the system interface. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. System reward energy points 20 Supreme Grade Blade 1. 20 energy points. And a Supreme Grade Blade at that. Lu Chun, are you alright? Zephyr patted Lu Chun on the shoulder, frowning. He had been speaking for a while, but Lu Chun seemed completely unresponsive. Instructor, what did you say? Lu Chun snapped out of his daze, finally coming to his senses. Good, you're fine. I said this time Weibel's elimination was thanks to you. He'll credit all the battle merits to you. Instructor, how can I accept that? It wasn't solely my effort. What's there to fear? I'm old now. You don't expect me to aim for Fleet Admiral, do you? Haha, then thank you, Instructor. Alright, your strength is more than enough to earn this honor. Zephyr nodded with satisfaction. Among his many disciples, Lu Chun was one of his most prized. Subsequently, the Marines began cleaning the battlefield, collecting the heads of the main pirates before setting sail back to Marine headquarters for rest and regrouping. Lu Chun rested in his cabin, taking the opportunity to retrieve the newly awarded Supreme Grade Blade from his system inventory. The blade was entirely crimson, like the vivid red of fresh blood, and it bore its own name, Jean Tian. The sword seemed blunt, yet it radiated a chilling sharpness. Yet it also exuded a trace of scorching heat. A fine blade, a truly fine blade. Furthermore, the great battle had significantly bolstered Lu Chun's strength. Host Lu Chun. Level A. Rank Lieutenant Commander. Fruit Goro Goro no Mi. Skills Swordsmanship A. Sword Intent S. Physical Combat B. Fruit Development D. Conquerors Haki A. Armament Haki A. Observation Haki A. Navy 6 Styles Shave A. Navy 6 Styles Rankyaku A. Navy 6 Styles Jeppo A. Cooking B. Talent Skill Simplification. Energy 25. Berries 1. 18900000000. Especially the energy points. Being able to directly use them to enhance skills was a most welcome new feature. Several days later, the training ship returned to Marine headquarters. The base was already buzzing with the news of Lu Chun's elimination of Weibel and his mother, with many speculating whether Lu Chun had been the one to do it. Though some suspected Zephyr was the true killer, Zephyr was a former admiral and unlikely to lie. Moreover, with so many Marines present as witnesses, the story was probably genuine. Thus, the moment Lu Chun stepped off the training ship, he once again became the center of attention. It's Lieutenant Commander Lu. What Lieutenant Commander? He's sure to be promoted to Rear Admiral this time. Indeed. Who would have thought that right after graduating from the elite training camp, had become a Rear Admiral? He's the first, isn't he? Lu Chun naturally heard their chatter, but said nothing, walking straight ahead. Suddenly, Ein leaned in and whispered, Hey, Lu Chun, they're all talking about you. Let them be. It's fine. Lu Chun replied with a smile. Ein chuckled softly, then continued, If you become a Rear Admiral this time, we might all end up under your command. Is that so? Lu Chun asked. Yes. The Marines usually assign most of the same batch together for better familiarity and smoother operations. Ein explained. Oh, I see. Lu Chun nodded. He still didn't know whether he would be stationed at Marine headquarters or sent elsewhere. As he reached his office door, he found Garp already waiting for him. Grandfather, what brings you here? You little brat. Causing trouble again with this expedition. Garp raised his fist and landed a blow on Lu Chun's head, scolding him. Aye. Lu Chun clutched his head, wincing. Grandfather, that hurts. Imperfectly fine, aren't I? That Weibel and his mother were no ordinary foes. Don't be so reckless next time. Garp cautioned. Yes, Grandfather. Lu Chun nodded firmly. Then with a grave expression, Garp handed him a new Marine coat. The higher-ups have ordered it. You're promoted to Rear Admiral, but you're being assigned back to the East Blue. I can't fathom what those old fools at the top were thinking sending you to the East Blue. And that old man Sengoku went along with it. He began to grumble and curse. Grandfather, forget it. Heading to the East Blue is fine. It's not like I'm barred from traveling anywhere I please. Lu Chun said with a chuckle. Garp caught on instantly and warned, just don't go causing trouble everywhere, or at least make sure I don't find out. Of course. What could I possibly do? Lu Chun replied with feigned innocence. By don't let Garp know, he meant don't let the world government or the Marines find out. In other words, only heaven earth him, and Garp would know. Alright, get ready. You're heading to the East Blue in a few days. Remember to check on that brat Luffy. Got it, grandfather? With that, Garp turned and left. Lu Chun returned to his office to inspect the system rewards from earlier. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. System reward: Warship 1, A energy points 3, A sword technique 1, O physical combat technique 1. Upon completing the task of attaining the rank of Rear Admiral, the system rewarded him with an ironclad warship significantly larger than standard marine vessels. Moreover, he could store the warship back in his system inventory, making it incredibly convenient. Meanwhile, news of Lu Chun's imminent appointment as the Rear Admiral of the East Blue Marine Base spread across the world like rain carried by the news coups. At the Dressrosa Royal Palace, a man in a pink feather coat and glasses stared at the photo in the newspaper, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Hee, so you're the one who killed my subordinate. The East Blue, Garp's grandson, on a certain island in the New World. Huh, it's that kid Lu Chun. He's actually a Marine Rear Admiral now. Shanks laughed heartily, holding a barrel of sake. Seated beside him besides his crew was a man carrying a great sword on his back, none other than Hawkeye. It was Hawkeye who had brought in the newspaper. Hawkeye asked, he's the one you mentioned back, then isn't he? Right? Didn't I tell you this kid was impressive? In a few years he might even be able to beat you. Shanks teased. But Hawkeye remained calm as still water. His talent is indeed formidable. After all, he's a disciple I taught. Perhaps in another year he'll be able to match your swordsmanship. Well, that's... Before he could finish, Shanks suddenly sensed something amiss, his eyes widening as he asked, what? Lu Chun is your disciple. When did he become your student? 2 years ago. Garp had him study swordsmanship under me. Hawkeye stated. Ha, you found yourself a fine disciple. Shanks said with a wry smile. He had originally hoped that Lu Chun would one day defeat Hawkeye, but fate had ironically made him Hawkeye's pupil instead. Upon hearing this, a rare smile graced the corners of Hawkeye's lips. In the East Blue at Windmill Village, the villagers were overjoyed to learn that Lu Chun had become a commodore and would be returning to the East Blue for duty. A child waved a newspaper while running through the village shouting, Brother Lu Chun is a commodore now. He's coming back to the East Blue. Brother Lu Chun. The scene shifted to a tavern. Luffy, wearing his straw hat, stared blankly. Brother Lu Chun is already a commodore and coming back. I'd better run away early before he comes to catch me. Haha, Luffy, why would he catch you? He's your brother. Makino chuckled. Who knows? Brother Lu Chun is definitely stronger than me now, replied Luffy. Luffy picked his nose. Ha ha ha. Everyone around laughed along. Meanwhile, a woman in a black robe stood by a window gazing outward with a faint smile. He's coming back. In Amazon Lily. Brother Lu Chun is amazing. He's a commodore already. Hancock held a newspaper featuring Lu Chun, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Several days later, Lu Chun set out from Marine headquarters with a contingent heading to the East Blue for his post. Among them were two familiar faces, Barton and Ein. Ein, a lieutenant, served as Lu Chun's adjutant while Barton was a midshipman. Both had somewhat benefited from Lu Chun's reputation. The three stood at the bow clad in marine coats of justice radiating youthful vigor. They sailed aboard a marine warship toward the East Blue. The decision to assign Ein as his adjutant might have been deliberate given that Lu Chun was not a devil fruit user. Moreover, Ein's devil fruit ability was remarkably formidable. As for Barton, perhaps it was because the two had spent more time together than others. Commodore Lu Chun, I never thought I'd truly become your subordinate, Ein said with a gentle smile. Yes, we both owe our rapid promotions to you, Barton chimed in. Lu Chun replied, what's the big deal? We're all serving the world government. Since we're already familiar, there's no need for such formality. When we're alone, just call me Lu Chun. Sure. Ein and Barton exchanged smiles. Meanwhile, atop the high walls of Marine headquarters, Zephyr, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Garp stood together, an unusual sight, watching Lu Chun's ship gradually fade into the distance. The East Blue. I wonder what kind of chaos that boy will stir up in the East Blue. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Sengoku frowned, shaking his head. Zephyr, displeased, retorted, what do you mean? Lu Chun is my disciple. If he makes waves while acting in the Marines' interests, what's the problem? Well, you'll see when the time comes. Sengoku said with a wry smile. Suddenly Tsuru wore a kind expression. The East Blue is too small, it might not be enough for him to handle. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, puzzled. He couldn't understand why Sengoku and Tsuru thought that way. He didn't see Lu Chun as a troublemaker. Instead, he considered Lu Chun a genius and was quite satisfied. He then turned to Garp and asked, Garp, why aren't you saying anything? Isn't Lu Chun your grandson? Huh, what are you talking about? I don't know, Garp replied, picking his nose with a straight face. He had heard everything but pretended otherwise. That kid going to the East Blue without causing trouble was utterly impossible. Seeing this, Zephyr knew Garp was feigning ignorance and decided not to press further. Over a month later at the East Blue Marine Base, A midshipman led all the station marines, standing ramrod straight at the base entrance, eyes fixed forward. They were on high alert, the atmosphere exceedingly solemn. Nearby residents hurried past without daring to linger. What are the Marines up to? You don't know? They're waiting for the new Commodore to take command. I heard he's a very young man, and extremely handsome. Soon a Marine warship appeared on the horizon. The midshipman immediately led the troops to the dock to welcome him. On the ship, I noticed the scene on shore and chuckled. They've put on quite a show, all of them here to greet us. Mainly for Lu Chun, Barton added. Being in a high position is such a hassle. I wish I hadn't killed so many pirates, Lu Chun said with a resigned smile. They hadn't brought many Marines, just over 50, including themselves. The management of the East Blue base would largely fall to the local Marines. He wondered what he'd even do day to day. Barton and I exchanged exasperated looks. They struggled to get promoted, yet Lu Chun didn't even want the rank. A few minutes later the ship neared the shore. Lu Chun could now clearly see the Marine lieutenant on the dock, marked by a distinctive iron jaw. Wasn't that Morgan? In the normal course of events, Morgan would become a Marine captain and fall under the hypnosis of the Kuro pirates' crew. He would become brutal and arrogant. But since Lu Chun had killed Kuro, Morgan remained a midshipman, and now Lu Chun was in charge of the base. A twist of fate. Upon seeing Lu Chun and the others, Morgan immediately approached with a flattering smile. Commodore Lu Chun and Midshipman Morgan of this base. Let's go, Lu Chun said with a slight nod. He sensed that Morgan was merely obsequious, not cruel, likely because he hadn't been hypnotized. This way, please. Morgan gestured, clearing the path. As they reached the base entrance, Lu Chun saw the Marines standing in orderly ranks. In unison, all the Marines shouted, Commodore Lu Chun. The sound was deafening, sending a thrill through the air. Lu Chun felt an inexplicable surge of authority, involuntarily straightening his posture as he walked into the base, observing the Marines. Their strength varied widely, ranging from F to D grades. Once Lu Chun reached the platform at the front, Morgan stepped forward. Everyone welcomed Commodore Lu Chun to address us. Thunderous applause erupted. Lu Chun stepped forward, scanning the Marines below with a serious expression. Everyone, you know my name, so I want to introduce myself at length. I am indeed the grandson of Marine Vice Admiral Garp. Many may think I'm young and got this rank through connections unworthy of the title of Commodore. But standing here is proof of my strength, earned by defeating pirates one after another. As Marines, our duty is to uphold justice, serve the people, protect civilians, and vanquish pirates. As Marines, our duty is to uphold justice, serve the people, protect civilians, and vanquish pirates. As Marines, our duty is to uphold justice, serve the people, protect civilians, and vanquish pirates. Whether it is I or you, we should all take this as our mission. Instantly, the crowd below was stirred emotionally, their fervor ignited as they joined in the chant. Uphold justice. Uphold justice. Uphold justice. At this moment, Ein and Bateau gazed at Lu Chun with a hint of admiration in their eyes. It seemed they had never seen Lu Chun like this before. Lu Chun nodded with satisfaction. All right, next I will arrange a 6-month intensive training camp. I hope the Navy of our East Sea base can enhance their strength as soon as possible. Become the strongest Navy among the 4 seas. Yes, Commodore. The naval soldiers replied in unison. Dismissed. Lu Chun waved his hand. Yes, Commodore. With that, the naval soldiers present filed out in order. Morgan then led Lu Chun and the others to their respective offices. Lu Chun's office was the largest, situated in the center, while Bateau and Ein's were smaller, flanking either side. However, he first summoned Ein and Bateau to his office along with Morgan. Morgan, after you leave, compile and send me the jurisdiction of our East Sea naval base and the pirates frequently active nearby. Yes, Commodore. Morgan nodded in response. Was this young Commodore planning to undertake something significant right away? Then Lu Chun turned to Ein and Bateau, instructing, you two will be in charge of the 6-month naval training. You must elevate the overall strength of the Navy. Yes, Commodore. Ein and Bateau said in unison. All right, you may all leave now. Yes. After everyone had left, Lu Chun was alone in the office. He turned to look out the window, murmuring to himself, forget it, I can't be bothered to return to the East Sea. Luffy has probably set sail by now. It won't be long before he might show up at this naval base. Of course, that was just a possibility since Morgan had already changed. His son naturally wouldn't dare to be arrogant and provoke Zoro. How things would unfold still depended on the people involved. In the evening, Morgan handed Lu Chun the information on the East Sea's jurisdiction and the pirates frequently active in the area. Looking at the documents, the first pirate listed was Krieg, but his image had already turned gray. He had been killed by Lu Chun, reducing their number to 4. There were still quite a few pirates in the East Sea, including some familiar faces, the Buggy Pirates and the Alvita Pirates. Of course, several pirate crews had already fallen at Lu Chun's hands. After flipping through the documents for a while, Lu Chun took off his Navy uniform, changed into casual clothes, and decided to stroll around the town. Shell's Town. Walking along the streets, Lu Chun observed the residents coming and going, feeling that the atmosphere here was quite decent. It showed that Morgan had not been brutalizing the townspeople. Soon he found a restaurant. As he entered, he caught sight of a familiar figure. That head of green hair was especially eye-catching, and at his waist hung 3 swords. It was Rorinoa Zoro. The system's prompt sounded. Character Rorinoa, Zoro position, bounty hunter level D, skill swordsmanship D, bounty none. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a mission defeat Zoro, making him aim to defeat the host. System reward energy points 5. This mission seemed simple, but was actually somewhat troublesome. Should he just go up and defeat him like that? That would be far too dull, and wouldn't fulfill the latter part of the mission's requirement. He had to find the right opportunity. Zoro was now in Shell's town, but Luffy hadn't appeared, suggesting he might not show up at all. The two might meet elsewhere. Could something be causing Zoro to deliberately avoid him? At this thought, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Chun, and a meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I have an idea. After finishing his meal at the restaurant, he left. Just as he departed, Zoro glanced at his retreating figure, furrowing his brow and murmuring, "Who is that man? Why does he give me the same feeling as my master?" A few days later, the training at the naval base officially began. Ain and Bateau led the majority of the Navy soldiers in relentless training day and night. In the past, they had been the ones tormented by Zephyr. Now finally able to torment others, the two carried out their duties with gusto. The base's naval soldiers were worn ragged by their drills. Lu Chin stood with Morgan, observing this batch of recruits. Chief Petty Officer Morgan, the physical fitness of the Navy here is still lacking. They clearly need more exercise in peacetime. You're right. We have many matters to attend to, so we've neglected their training. Morgan quickly nodded. Hep. Lu Chin chuckled lightly and said no more. Naturally, the Navy in other regions couldn't match the physical prowess of the Marine headquarters, since the latter's soldiers were selected from all over. Suddenly, a man with yellow hair and a chin split into two parts caught Lu Chin's eye. Beside him was another man with pink hair and glasses. Weren't they Helmeppo and Kobe? It seemed they had still joined the Navy, though they had missed the chance to become Garp's disciples. At that moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a phased mission. Mission 1, become the teacher of Kobe and Helmeppo. System reward energy points 5. After a moment's deliberation, Lu Chun pointed at Helmeppo and asked, Chief Petty Officer Morgan, that young man with the yellow hair, is he your son? Yes, that's my son. Since childhood, he has aspired to be a righteous Marine. Morgan said with a smile. Oh, he seems quite diligent. And that pink-haired kid beside him. Both of them show some talent. Lu Chin spoke earnestly. He wasn't lying. Helmeppo and Kobe had after all been acknowledged by Garp and had even learned some of the 6 powers. They had even awakened observation Haki later on. Their talent was undeniable. Hearing this, Morgan's eyes lit up with joy. Commodore, what do you mean? Since I'm here and have nothing much to do, I might as well teach them a thing or two, Lu Chin said. At this, Morgan immediately bowed in gratitude. Then I thank the Commodore on behalf of Helmeppo. Lu Chin nodded slightly and left the training ground. In the evening, the training session ended and most of the naval soldiers left the grounds. But 2 figures remained on the training field doing weight training around the track. It was Kobe and Helmeppo. The two seemed to be both training and competing with each other. At that moment, Lu Chun was observing everything from a nearby building, a faint smile on his lips. So Kobe's dream is still to become a Marine after all. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen's figure suddenly appeared beside Kobe and Helmeppo. Their abrupt arrival startled the pair, who crashed to the ground with a loud thud. They immediately scrambled to their feet, standing at attention and saluting respectfully. Commodore, you two are still training, quite diligent. I wonder how capable you both truly are. Lu Chin nodded slightly. Commodore, Helmeppo and Kobe exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his intent. Lu Chin smiled and continued, spar with me for a bit. The two froze momentarily, then exchanged a look before assuming a combat stance and charging at him together. But just as their fists were about to land on Lu Chun, Rokushiki Soro. He lightly stomped the ground and instantly retreated dozens of meters, vanishing from their sight. So fast, Kobe exclaimed. Lu Chun, wearing a grin, explained, this is Soru, one of the Rokushiki techniques. In an instant you kick the ground dozens of times at high speed, using the explosive reaction force for rapid movement. To you it looks like I vanished before your eyes. Rokushiki. So powerful. Commodore, what are the other techniques? Helmeppo and Kobe's eyes sparkled with excitement. But Lu Chin shook his head with a smile. Once you both master Soru, will tell you. Don't disappoint me. Yes, thank you, Commodore. The two saluted again. They were not fools. They knew the Commodore was teaching them Rokushiki. In private, no need to call me Commodore. Just call me Master. Lu Chin said. Overjoyed, Helmeppo and Kobe quickly replied, yes, Master. Having a Commodore-level powerhouse as their master was an incredible stroke of luck. Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Their talent wasn't lacking. With a bit of guidance, they should be able to learn Soru. If they couldn't, there was no need to teach them anything further. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing stage mission I. System reward energy points 5. Ding, congratulations, host, on triggering stage mission 2, elevate Kobe and Helmeppo's strength to drank. System reward energy points 10, good grade Blade 1. Stage missions were great, one after another. From now on, their training would depend on Kobe and Helmeppo's own efforts. Learning Soru wasn't easy for ordinary people. As Lu Chun walked out of the training ground, he found Ain watching him from outside. She smiled and said, you're interested in teaching 2 grunts. Bored? I'm utterly bored. Lu Chun shook his head helplessly. He was genuinely bored. How about we go out tomorrow and clear out some nearby pirates? Ain chuckled. In her eyes, Lu Chun was never one to stay in one place for long. Sounds good. And while we're at it, let's check out the famous Barity, the floating restaurant in the East Blue. Great. And so the two happily decided. Early the next morning, Lu Chun and Ein left the East Blue Marine base together, leaving Barton behind to oversee the troops' training. At the base, Barton barked at the Marines below. Move it. Did you skip breakfast? Want me to send you back for seconds? Yes, instructor. The Marines replied in unison. None dared to provoke Barton, though they wondered why he was in such a foul mood today. Somewhere in the East Blue, Lu Chun and Ein lounged on their ship, basking in the sun. Suddenly a Marine approached to report, Commodore, we're about to arrive at the floating restaurant. Lu Chun rose and gazed at the sea ahead. A massive ship rested on the water, its bow and stern shaped like fish, making the whole vessel resemble a giant fish. Hey Lu Chun, look. There's another Marine ship over there. Ein pointed ahead in surprise. The Baratai is famous. It's no surprise Marines dine there, Lu Chun said with a smile. But Ein suddenly added, and there's a pirate ship too. What? At the mention of a pirate ship, Lu Chun perked up, ready to act, until he spotted a familiar ship and Jolly Roger. The Going Merry. Luffy's ship. Lu Chun, what do you think? Should we kill all the pirates on that ship? Ein gripped her sword, already poised to strike. Ahem. Lu Chun coughed awkwardly and said seriously, no rush. We're here to eat today. Don't let them ruin our mood. Fine, Ein agreed. Let's go. All right. As they spoke, a loud boom erupted ahead. Boom. The Marine ship ahead had fired at the Going Merry, and a figure flew off from the ladder. Watching that familiar silhouette, Lu Chun shook his head helplessly. Always so reckless. Looks like we won't need to intervene. Ein smiled wryly. Heh. Lu Chun remained silent, smiling knowingly. Soon their ship pulled up alongside the Going Merry, towering over it, as if ready to crush it. The sudden appearance of a Marine ship put Zoro and the others on edge as they stared at the larger vessel. Marines. Another Marine ship. This is bad. Usopp's forehead beaded with sweat. Careful. Only Zoro stepped forward, gripping his swords tightly, ready for battle. Suddenly a man in a Marine coat stood at the ship's edge, grinning. Long time no see. Huh. Zoro frowned, bewildered. For a moment, he couldn't recall where had seen this man before. Suddenly a figure darted past him, leaped onto the Marine ship, and hugged Lu Chun excitedly. Brother Lu Chun. Nami, watch out. But Zoro's words died in his throat as he froze. Brother, you know him. Get down. Everyone's watching, Lu Chun said, patting Nami's shoulder. Okay. Nami hopped down, beaming. Brother Lu Chun, I never thought I'd run into you here. Are you here to eat too? I saw the papers. You're the Commodore of the entire East Blue Marine base. And why haven't you come to see me all these years? Her words tumbled out endlessly, a cascade of questions. You're asking so many. Which one should I answer first? Lu Chun shrugged. Huh. Realizing her mistake, Nami chuckled softly. Brother Lu Chun, answer whichever you like. I'm here to eat. Aren't you coming in for a meal? Lu Chun asked. No, we can't. Our captain smashed someone else's ship. We're too embarrassed to go in. Nami explained helplessly. Come on, let's eat together. My treat. Thank you, Brother Lu Chun. Instantly Nami's eyes sparkled. She wasn't too embarrassed to eat. She was afraid they'd dock her pay. Since someone else was paying, of course she'd go. So Nami called Zoro, Usopp, and Zoro's two underlings, and they all walked into Baratai. Meanwhile, in the restaurant hall, a man in extravagant, well-tailored clothes was dining with a woman in a red dress. The man was Hobody, a warrant officer of the Marine headquarters. Because of his status, he quickly became the center of attention. Look, it's Warrant Officer Hobody from Marine headquarters. It really is Warrant Officer Hobody. I can't believe we ran into him here. He's so handsome. The blonde woman pursed her lips and praised. You're amazing, everyone's looking at you. Not at all, it's your beauty that draws their eyes. Hobody raised his glass to clink with hers, a faint smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. But the next second the restaurant fell silent. Some people even stood up, staring blankly at the entrance. My. Hobody frowned in displeasure and turned to see a man entering with the pirate's head encountered earlier. When he clearly saw the Marine uniform the man wore, he froze, then shot to his feet and saluted respectfully, shouting, Rear Admiral Lu Chun. And you are? Lu Chun nodded and asked in return. Hobody, Hobody from Marine headquarters. Sit down, just here for a meal. Lu Chun patted his shoulder and said, Yes, Rear Admiral. Hearing this, Hobody dared to sit, and he sat ramrod straight. With the Rear Admiral here, how could he dare to act presumptuously? Meanwhile, the others were already buzzing with whispers. It really is Rear Admiral Lu Chun, the one newly assigned to the East Blue. Yeah, even Hobody acknowledged him. How could it not be true? Rear Admiral Lu Chun is so handsome, young, and dashing. Lu Chun remained expressionless and led Nami and the others to find a seat. Sit anywhere, order whatever you want, my treat. Great. Thanks. With that, Zoro and Usopp sat down first. When Lu Chun sat down, his left and right sides were quickly taken by Nami and Ein. Lu Chun could only give an awkward smile and called out, Waiter, would like to order. Coming. A waiter was about to approach, but a man in a black jacket with curly eyebrows and blonde hair beat him to it. Two lovely ladies, what would you like to order? I can make anything. But the blonde man only had eyes for Ein and Nami, ignoring everyone else. Seeing this, the waiter quickly grabbed his hand and whispered urgently, Hey, Sanji, look closely. Those two are sitting with a Marine Rear Admiral. Are you looking for trouble? What's the big deal, eh? But Sanji didn't care at all and asked again, Two lovely ladies, what would you like? I can give you 50% off. No need for the discount, oh I can afford it. Bring me one of everything on the menu. With that, Lu Chen pulled out a large black suitcase from behind him. The suitcase was stuffed with berries, a full 1 million. Lu Chen had taken it from his system inventory as backup. So much. Instantly Nami's eyes lit up, filled with visions of money. Though Arlong had been killed by Lu Chen, Nami had still developed a peculiar obsession with money. Sanji frowned and asked, can you even finish all that? Our restaurant doesn't allow waste. That's not your concern. And by the way, these two ladies aren't interested in you. You can leave now. If you come bothering us again, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Lu Chen's gaze turned cold, and he released a faint trace of Conqueror's Haki. A wave of pressure surged towards Sanji. A chill ran down his spine, cold sweat beaded on his back, and he felt as if he might die in the next second. Oh, okay. Now fear flickered in Sanji's eyes as he looked at Lu Chen, and he quickly retreated from the dining area. Back in the kitchen, he gasped for breath, huff huff. The feeling of near death was still vivid in his mind. The waiter beside him urged, Sanji, I told you so, but you wouldn't listen. Sanji nodded as if he finally understood what the man meant. That man's strength was absolutely terrifying. He never wanted to experience that feeling again. Meanwhile, back in the hall, Brother Lu Chen, thanks. Lu Chen, thank you. Nami and I each expressed their gratitude. It's nothing, just a small matter. Let's not let it spoil our meal. Lu Chen said. He couldn't care less whether Sanji would become Luffy's crewmate later. That wasn't his concern. Offend him, and it's done. So be it. Couldn't he see that Ain and Nami weren't interested in him? Soon, dishes began to arrive one after another. At first, everyone ate quickly, but after they were full, the table couldn't hold any more plates. The waiter approached and asked, Sir, shall we continue serving your dishes? Yes, just pile them on the table. Someone will eat them. Lu Chen said with a smile. Very well. Hearing this, the waiter had to return to the kitchen and continue bringing out dishes. At that moment, a man in a red vest and straw hat came down from the second floor, impatiently muttering something under his breath. Luffy. Nami was about to speak, but Lu Chen spoke first. Luffy. Brother Lu Chen. Luffy's eyes widened, and he hurried over, asking in surprise, What are you doing here? You're not here to catch me, are you? He still remembered the joke Lu Chen had once made. No, I'm just here to eat. You must be hungry, I have some food. Great, thanks, Brother Lu Chen. With that, Luffy began wolfing down the food on the table. In moments, everything was gone, and he patted his bulging stomach with a burp. Burp. Oh, that feels good. I was starving. Just then an old man with a braided golden mustache stormed out, yelling, Kid, I told you to work, not slack off. He raised his frying pan to strike Luffy. Suddenly, a hand blocked his pan. Chef, whatever, my little brother did, I apologize first. If there's an issue, talk to me. Lu Chen flicked his finger lightly and said calmly. Chef, whatever, my little brother did, I apologize first. If there's an issue, talk to me. Lu Chen flicked his finger lightly and said calmly. Instantly, a surge of formidable force transmitted through the spatula. Zeph frowned, initially attempting to control that force, but the strength in his arms proved utterly insufficient. Instead, he was carried along by the spatula, stumbling backward several steps before barely managing to steady himself. He even nearly fell to the ground. Zeph's expression stiffened as he examined the spatula in his hand, which bore not a single scratch. Such precise force. Looking up again, he realized the man before him was wearing the uniform of a Marine Commodore. Could he be the newly appointed Commodore of the East Blue? His strength is indeed formidable. After a moment's deliberation, Zeph explained, he crashed into my ship, so he's working here to pay it off. How many berries? I just paid 1 million berries for the meal, though surely the remainder is sufficient, isn't it? Lu Chen asked. It is. Zeph nodded, then looked at Luffy and said, You don't have to work for me anymore. Haha, thanks, Lu Chen. They'll pay you back someday. Hearing this, Luffy burst into hearty laughter. Returning to the table, he resumed demolishing the food. Hey, Luffy, leave some for me. Oh, you're eating so fast. Didn't you just eat that much? Zoro, Usopp, and the others chatted and laughed. Thanks. Lu Chen glanced at Zeph before returning to his seat. Character Zeph. Position Bartai head chef. Rank C. Skills physical arts C. Navigation A. Bounty none. No wonder he was a pirate who had ventured to the Grand Line and returned safely. Even with a missing leg, his strength was still considerable. As for Sanji, his power was slightly lacking compared to Zoro. Character Sanji. Position Bartai sous chef. Rank D. Skills physical arts D. Culinary arts A. Bounty none. Thus Lu Chen began eating and chatting with Luffy's group, asking about their adventures. Their encounters differed somewhat from the original storyline. Only Usopp's story remained largely the same, having met Luffy due to the remnants of the Kuro pirates. As for Nami, without Arlong's presence, Luffy and Nami had crossed paths because of Buggy the Clown, and so they set sail together. And Zoro, their meeting was also because of Buggy. After hearing their tales, Lu Chen furrowed his brow, thinking, It's a bit chaotic, I need to sort this out. Just then a commotion erupted from outside. Pirates! Pirates are here! Move aside. We're the Jimba pirates. Tell your restaurant owner to come out. This ship is being commandeered. Lu Chen smirked, glancing toward the entrance. As expected, even though I wiped out the Krieg pirates, other pirates still come knocking. No matter what, Sanji would always end up leaving with Luffy. This world undoubtedly possessed its own will. The system's purpose perhaps was to destroy this world. If the system intended to destroy it, then who was he in this grand scheme? What was the system's goal for him? If the world were destroyed, could he return to his original world? Everything seemed shrouded in mystery. At that thought, Lu Chun decided to stop pondering. The more he thought, the more unsettling it became. Soon 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. It's them. Lu Chen's eyes flickered with recognition. They were none other than Jin and Pearl, who had vanished during the annihilation of the Krieg pirates. Ding. Congratulations, host, a mission has been triggered. Defeat Jin and Pearl. System reward energy points 2. Their appearance instantly caused an uproar in the restaurant. It's the Krieg pirates, Demon Jin and Iron Wall Pearl. Especially Jin. They say his methods are brutal and he kills without blinking. I can't believe they're still around. Jin stepped forward, slowly growling, did none of you hear me clearly? Hand over all your money and get off this ship. It's been commandeered by us. Last time their entire pirate fleet had been annihilated. To rebuild, he and Pearl had raised a new crew and renamed themselves the Jimba Pirates. His roar sent the nobles into a panic. He'll pay. What are you paying for? The Marine Commodore is right here. Why are you scared? Yeah, why am I scared? Just then Lu Chin stood up, a hint of amusement in his voice. Gentlemen, long time no see. Who's been a long time? Jin's words died in his throat as he froze, his mouth agape, stammering incoherently. It's you. He still remembered that terrifying sword strike that had annihilated the entire fleet. Seeing Lu Chun again, even the thought of fleeing vanished. Run! Pearl shouted frantically. Without a care for the other pirates, he turned and fled. Hearing his voice, Jin snapped out of his stupor and immediately turned to run. If he didn't flee, death was certain. Trying to run. Lu Chun smirked, drawing his sword from his waist and swiftly slashing twice in rapid succession. One sword style draw cut. 2 crimson slashes shot forth, hurtling straight toward the backs of Jin and Pearl. They were blindingly fast. Onlookers saw only 2 red streaks flash before their eyes. A flash of light. Jin felt a chill on his back as he suddenly pitched forward, catching a glimpse of only his lower half. Yet he felt no pain. Turning to Pearl, he saw only his lower body spouting blood. The iron shields on both sides had been cleanly severed. The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes filled not only with disbelief, but with endless regret. Regret for coming here. Why had they stayed in the East Blue? Moments later, their bodies split into 4 pieces, twitched twice on the ground, and then lay still. Ding. Congratulations, host, mission complete. System reward energy points 2. Seeing their captain and first mate dead, the other pirates scattered in panic. Run. The captain's dead, run. Lu Chun turned to Ein and ordered, those pirates are yours to handle. Got it. With that, Ein vanished in a flash. In no time, she dispatched all the underlings. Head chef, I'd appreciate it if you could have someone clean up here. He'll arrange for the bodies to be disposed of. Lu Chun looked at Zeph with a slight smile. Sure. Zeph hesitated briefly before agreeing. He knew the Marine was strong, but he hadn't realized just how strong. The guests, now coming to their senses, began expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Commodore Lu Chun. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we don't know what would have happened. Thanks. You are too kind. As a Marine, it is our duty to eliminate rogue Marines. Lu Chun declared with a grave expression. Even he himself was convinced by his own words. Suddenly Luffy leaned in, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Brother Lu Chun, your swordsmanship has grown even stronger. Who taught you? The world's greatest swordsman. Lu Chun replied. The greatest swordsman? Who's that? A Marine. Luffy picked his nose, utterly bewildered. His knowledge of swords was limited. However, Zoro's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on Lu Chun, abruptly rising. You seem free. Care for a spar? These words sent shockwaves through everyone present. What? Zoro, what are you saying? Brother Lu Chun is Luffy's brother. Why would you spar with him? Haha, Zoro, am with you. Only Luffy understood Zoro, for the swordsman's goal in setting sail was to become the strongest. Lu Chun's formidable swordsmanship naturally made him a target for Zoro's ambition. Of course, Zoro's true aim was to defeat Mihawk, and to do that he first had to vanquish Mihawk's disciple. Fine, but what is your goal? Lu Chun chuckled lightly. Zoro replied without flinching, to be the world's strongest. Haha, the world's strongest. That aligns with my own ambition. Let's see who can claim that title. Lu Chun laughed heartily. He then strode toward the restaurant's exit. Zeph, seeing this, immediately ordered, quick, activate battle mode. I head chef. With that, several chefs dashed out of the kitchen and triggered the mechanisms. With a loud rumble, 2 combat platforms emerged from each side of the ship. You are no match for me. It's not too late to give up now. Lu Chun stepped onto the platform and stated bluntly. Though he knew Zoro would never surrender, he still felt compelled to say it. Give up. This is my ambition and a promise to my dearest friend. How could I abandon it? As he spoke, Zoro removed his bandana and tied it around his head, his expression turning deadly serious. He clenched one sword between his teeth and gripped the other 2 in his hands. Very well. In that case, let me see how strong you are with this blade. Lu Chun drew the supreme gray blade awarded by the system, War Heaven. As it left its scabbard, the crimson blade gleamed even fiercer under the sunlight. Instantly, it captivated the gaze of everyone present. What a blade. Is it a supreme grade sword? I've never heard of it. Few can wield a supreme grade sword. Zoro's expression turned grim as he felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from Lu Chun, his own body erupting with fierce fighting spirit. Use your strongest move. Let's settle this with a single strike. Lu Chun said nonchalantly. He had no desire to waste time. Zoro nodded, aware that only his most powerful technique offered any chance of victory. He spun the two long swords in his hands, creating multiple afterimages, and charged at Lu Chun. Three-sword style secret technique, Great Thousand Worlds. Pointless. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, swung his blade once, and swiftly passed by Zoro. He didn't even unleash a flying slash. The sword light swept across Zoro. The two long swords in his hands shattered into pieces. Blood gushed from his chest instantly. A gruesome bloody wound appeared on his chest, and he collapsed heavily. Zoro, are you alright? Luffy and the others shouted in concern. Witnessing this, everyone present was once again astounded by Lu Chun's swordsmanship. Even Zoro of the three-sword style can't match Commodore Lu Chun. Indeed, no wonder he's a Marine Commodore. No surprise he became a Commodore so young. Zoro gritted his teeth trying to rise, but found he could not move an inch, letting out only a powerless roar. See the gap between us clearly. There are many in this world whose swordsmanship surpasses yours. I will be waiting for you at the pinnacle of the world. Lu Chun sheathed his long sword, his expression solemn. Just then Luffy rushed over, anxiously frowning. Brother Lu Chun, Zoro is my friend. Couldn't you have gone easier on him? A swordsman's path isn't about reckless victory. I was merely teaching him, Lu Chun said. Luffy looked baffled, completely lost. Suddenly Zoro raised his remaining sword and called out weakly, Luffy. Yeah, Luffy replied. Sorry for worrying you. It'd be a bother if I didn't become the world's greatest swordsman, wouldn't it? But as soon as he spoke those words, several more mouthfuls of blood spilled from his lips. Cough, cough. Big brother, don't talk anymore. Big brother. Johnny and Yasaku shouted in alarm. Yet Zoro still pointed his sword to the heavens, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes, and roared, I will never lose again. Do you have any objections, King of the Pirates? None. Luffy grinned. Watching Zoro and Luffy, Lu Chun suddenly understood why Zoro was willing to join Luffy's crew. He smiled and said, Luffy, you've found yourself a fine crewmate. Huh. Luffy laughed, a sound of pure satisfaction. Just then the system's chime rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward energy points 5. Luffy, Nami, Roronoa, Zoro, farewell. I hope when we meet again, you will be stronger than you are now. With these words, Lu Chun left with Ein. Brother Lu Chun, I will definitely become stronger next time. Luffy declared earnestly. Brother Lu Chun, remember to treat me to a meal next time. Nami waved goodbye. Only Zoro was left speechless, his gaze unwavering, silently vowing, next time I will defeat you. Aboard the marine ship, Lu Chun watched as the figures of Luffy and the others gradually faded into the distance, silent and lost in thought. The current Luffy and his crew are too inexperienced and weak. It seemed that everything had changed because he had defeated Arlong and other pirates, robbing them of crucial training. Now the Marines barely paid any attention to this pirate crew from the East Blue. They hadn't even issued bounties yet. However, he trusted the system wouldn't leave things at that, as surely more tasks awaited him. As long as the rewards were good, Lu Chun was certainly willing to take them on. He looked forward to seeing them grow stronger. Suddenly, Ein walked up beside him and whispered, I never imagined that Vice Admiral Garp's grandsons would take such different paths, one a Marine and the other a pirate. Haha, Luffy has made his own choice. Let him be. Besides, even our grandfather can't do anything about him. Lu Chun said with a dismissive wave. Upon hearing this, Ein asked no further questions, as it was a family matter. Just as Lu Chun was about to return to his cabin to rest, the system's prompt suddenly rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a mission, save Luffy in Lobetown. System reward 50 energy points. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a mission, defeat Crocodile and rescue the Kingdom of Alabasta. Supreme Great Blade 1. System reward 500 energy points. 2 consecutive missions. The system seemed quite considerate, swiftly delivering these tasks when he had none. Moreover, their rewards were rather generous. Saving Luffy in Lobetown appeared rather straightforward. Why was the reward set at 50 energy points? Never mind, he wouldn't dwell on it. A substantial amount of energy points could directly elevate his skill levels. For instance, 2 energy points could upgrade a G-grade fruit development skill to G-grade. 5 energy points could elevate an F-grade skill to F-grade. 10 energy points could upgrade. Lobetown was under the jurisdiction of the East Blue, so he could intervene there. However, the Kingdom of Alabasta was a superpower in the first half of the Grand Line. In theory, it wasn't his place to manage it. Yet regardless of whether he had to go, acquiring 500 energy points might allow him to elevate his fruit development ability directly to a grade. It had been so long since he last utilized his fruit powers. A few days later, Lu Chun and Ein returned to the East Blue Marine base. The moment they appeared, Barton fixed his gaze on them, his face brimming with resentment. You two went off to enjoy yourselves, leaving me alone at the base to command the troops. Ha ha ha. At this, Lu Chun and Ein exchanged a knowing laugh. Don't worry, let Ein take your place from now on. You can have a few days off. Lu Chun continued. You're taking it easy while making me busy again. Ein rolled her eyes and pouted defiantly. Watch out, or he'll turn you into a diaper-clad doll. Ha, you'd have to defeat me first. Before his words faded, Lu Chun vanished from his spot. Women were utterly terrifying, especially a woman like Ein. Who knew when she might make you 18 years younger? For the elderly it might be bearable, but for someone as youthful as Lu Chun, the prospect of her fruit's power was alarming. Yet this fruit ability did have its merits. It could also make women remarkably young. For instance, after Robin was aged by 18 years, she seemed even more beautiful, exuding a unique charm. Watching Lu Chun flee in panic, Ayn smiled gently. Just wait till I catch you next time. That evening, Lu Chun observed Kobe and Helmeppo's training in the practice field. The two were quite clever, having started legweight training. This would accelerate their progress in learning the Soru technique. After roughly a month of training, both had significantly improved their overall combat prowess, reaching F grade. Mastering Soru would likely take a few more months. By then, Luffy and his crew would probably have arrived at Lobetown and successfully entered the Grand Line. After glancing at Kobe and Helmeppo for a few moments, Lu Chun returned to his quarters to rest. 2 months later, at the Marine base training grounds, Kobe and Helmeppo were still burning the midnight oil in training. By now, however, they had removed all the restraints from their bodies and legs. Bang! Kobe fixed his eyes ahead, stepped back with his right foot, and suddenly unleashed his strength, stomping the ground several times in an extremely short span. The explosive force sent him flying forward, vanishing from his spot. It was as if he had teleported, landing over 10 meters ahead. He was still unsteady, his body wobbling and nearly toppling over. Yet seeing that he had finally mastered Soru, Kobe leaped with joy. Ha ha, Helmeppo, I did it. I learned Soru. On the other side, Helmeppo had just finished using Soru and stopped grinning. I've got it too. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared behind them. Not bad. You've learned Soru in just over 2 months, said Lu Chun. Upon hearing the voice, Helmeppo and Kobe immediately turned and saluted respectfully. Commodore. Instructor Ayn. Besides Lu Chun, the other figure was Ayn. Commodore, now that we've learned Soru, can you teach us the other Rokushiki techniques? Helmeppo asked with a sly smile. However, Lu Chun shook his head, his expression turning serious. Not for now. You two need to familiarize yourselves with Soru for a few days before starting the other Rokushiki techniques. Remember, guard against arrogance and impatience. It took you two over 2 months to learn Soru, which is nothing compared to Marine headquarters. Their trainees master it in just 1 month. What? 1 month? That fast? At this, Kobe and Helmeppo both froze, their faces stiffening. They had thought mastering Soru in such a short time was a cause for celebration, but now it seemed utterly unremarkable. That's right. Our Commodore learned it in a single day back then, added Ayn. What? 1 day? He learned it in 1 day. Kobe and Helmeppo stared at Lu Chun in astonishment, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively. A true hero doesn't boast of past glories. That was years ago. Both of you focus on your training here. In the days ahead, Instructor Ayn will teach you the new Rokushiki techniques. I need to patrol the East Blue for a while. Yes, sir. Kobe and Helmeppo answered in unison. Then Lu Chun turned to Ayn and instructed, I'm leaving them in your hands. I hope that by the time I return, they've mastered Rankyaku. Rest assured. Good. With that, Lu Chun turned and vanished into the darkness. Kobe asked curiously, Instructor Ayn, is teacher going out to eliminate pirates again? Yes. Over these past few months, your teacher has nearly wiped out all the pirates in the East Blue. I nodded. Truth be told, she had never seen anyone harbor such a deep hatred for pirates as Lu Chun. Could it be that some relative of his was killed by pirates? Why else would he tirelessly hunt them down? Oh, I see. Kobe nodded, slightly, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. I hope Mr. Luffy and his crew don't run into teacher. Otherwise, they might be killed too. Meanwhile, having left the Marine base, Lu Chun changed into a different set of clothes, the same black robe. When he donned the black robe, he became another person knight. He boarded a small boat and set sail for Lobetown. By his estimation, Luffy and his crew should have arrived there by now, given that there were hardly any pirates left along the way. He had killed them all, netting 30 energy points in the process. Meanwhile, in Lobetown, a temporary Marine garrison, the room was thick with smoke obscuring everything within. Crackle. A Marine suddenly received a telegram from Marine headquarters. After reading it, he immediately stepped into the haze to report, Captain Smoker, this is terrible. According to news from Marine headquarters, the Straw Hat Pirates are heading toward Lobetown. They are the pirates who defeated the Buggy Pirates. They are vicious and ruthless. Before he could finish, a figure in the smoke abruptly stood up and barked, shut up. Who told you to make such a fuss? You failed again. I'm sorry, Captain. The Marine immediately apologized. Smoker from within the smoke held a large cigar in his mouth and said indifferently, don't make a mountain out of a molehill over a trifle. I have my own way of doing things. Yes, Captain Smoker. The Marine's heart was filled with anxiety and his hands trembled as he held the telegram. Smoker put on his coat while saying, what's there to panic about? Since I took over this town, have I ever let a pirate escape? No. The Marine shook his head awkwardly. Smoker, let's go. Follow me to catch them. Yes, Captain. Thus Smoker led his squad out to search for pirates in Lobetown. Meanwhile, at the execution platform, Lu Chun stood in a corner gazing at the vast square where a platform over 10 meters high stood. Passers-by came and went, seemingly indifferent to the platform where the former pirate king was executed. The pirate king Gold. Roger appeared to have been forgotten. The former pirate king. Has he really been forgotten? Lu Chun stared at the platform, murmuring to himself. He might be forgotten by ordinary people, but never by pirates. For Gold, Roger was the only one. The only pirate to conquer the Grand Line. Suddenly a graceful figure caught Lu Chun's eye. She wore a white sun hat, had a slender figure, and and sported a crop top, truly fair-skinned, beautiful with long legs. He recognized her at once. Alvida. Alvida. Lu Chen chuckled softly. Following the direction she was heading, he spotted a few men in gray robes moving furtively. Though he couldn't see clearly, he still caught a glimpse of a large red nose. Needless to say, it was Buggy and his underlings. It seems Luffy will be arriving here soon, Lu Chen murmured to himself. Since he intended to save Luffy, waiting at the execution platform would suffice. That guy would surely come to the platform to see the view the former Pirate King had seen in life. After a long while, a pair of arms over 10 meters long stretched onto the platform. A figure flew up and looked around. So this is where the Pirate King was executed. It was on this day 22 years ago. Lu Chen looked up and saw it was indeed Luffy. Apart from the directionally challenged Zoro, Luffy was the only one on the ship. Finding this place was already quite an achievement. Suddenly a police officer below shouted through a megaphone, "Hey kid, get down from there right now." "Why, oi?" Luffy asked, puzzled. The officer explained, "That's a special execution platform under the jurisdiction of the world government. It's not a place for you. Get down immediately." But Luffy paid no heed and kept chatting, "Don't be so unreasonable, officer. Get down now, or we won't go easy on you." "Out of my way, small fry." Suddenly Alvida shouted, stepping forward and knocking the officer unconscious with a spiked club. "Luffy, you made me look so hard." "Huh?" Luffy was baffled, not recognizing the woman before him. Nor could he possibly recognize her. Even Lu Chen couldn't tell who she was given the drastic change in appearance. As they spoke, she declared she wanted Luffy to be her man. When nearby officers rushed in to attack, several gray-robed figures appeared and knocked them all down. "Buggy." Lu Chen looked at them and, thinking of Buggy missing limbs, couldn't help but smile. Buggy and his men tore off their robes, laughing loudly. Haha, the grand finale makes its flashy entrance. Monkey D. Luffy. Driven by my unyielding will for revenge, I finally returned to my crew. What an adventure it was. Missing parts of my body, I endured a journey of joy and sorrow full of friendship. Buggy's adventure. In short, he rambled on. But Luffy seemed to have a bout of face blindness, frowning in thought. "Who are you again? What's your name?" "Beggy." "Boggy." "No. Oh right, you're Manure." "Manure? You brat him, Buggy the clown." Buggy's face darkened as he roared. Hearing that name, the nearby residents panicked and fled in all directions. "Buggy the clown. Run. It's a pirate. Pirates. Run." Suddenly a figure appeared behind Luffy. A wooden shackle pressed down firmly, trapping him on the platform, while a man with a punk hairstyle and only one visible eye sat atop Luffy. This was Kabeji, the chief of staff of the Buggy Pirates. "Long time no see, Rubber Man. How's Zoro?" "What the hell?" Luffy struggled, but couldn't break free. Below the platform, Buggy laughed triumphantly. "Well done, Kabeji. Behold my tens of thousands of servants across the world. Now a magnificent public execution is about to unfold. Feel honored, Straw Hat. You'll die in the same place as the Pirate King." With that, he ascended the platform, ready to kill Luffy with his own hands. At the same time, Lu Chen, standing in the corner, was about to act when he felt a cold breeze. He looked up at the sky, where dark clouds gathered as if it were about to rain. Suddenly, Lu Chen realized something. It's Dragon, Luffy's father. I must act before he does. Pure white arcs of electricity flickered in his hand. In moments, his entire wrist transformed into lightning, and he pointed at the sky, judgment of the gods. White thunderbolts shot into the air, making the entire heavens tremble with roaring lightning. Radiant lightning flashed in midair. On the execution platform, Buggy, unaware of what was above, raised his sword triumphantly. Straw Hat, die. As he raised the blade, a colossal pillar of lightning descended from the sky. It struck the platform in an instant. Boom. Both Buggy and Luffy were struck by lightning. Up. Yet only Buggy's agonizing cry echoed through the white thunder, and even his skeleton could be seen within. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the entire execution platform collapsed into rubble, thick black smoke swirling above it. Suddenly a figure rose from the smoke. "I'm not dead, haha." Luffy grinned. The lightning strike had done him no harm at all thanks to his rubber gum fruit. "This kid better get going," Lu Chen murmured with a faint smile. As for Buggy, he lay charred black in the debris. Captain, are you alright?" Several crew members rushed over to help Buggy up. Cough, cough. Buggy coughed violently, spitting out black smoke, and roared, "Straw Hat, don't run." "Ha ha ha, I can't be killed." Luffy laughed foolishly. Suddenly a group of Marines stormed into the plaza. Leading them was a Marine captain familiar to Lu Chen, Smoker. "Clown, Buggy, Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy, I didn't expect to see you both together. Get them." "Yes, Captain." At the command, all Marines charged at the pirates in the plaza. These were Marines from headquarters, far stronger than ordinary ones, forcing Buggy's crew to retreat step by step. Thus Alvida and Buggy prepared to flee. Luffy, however, used his rubber body to spring away from the plaza in an instant. "Smoker, what a nuisance." Lu Chen frowned slightly, glanced at Smoker, and then pursued in Luffy's direction. The system's mission was not yet complete. He needed to ensure Luffy and the others escaped safely. However, not long after he gave chase, he felt a chill breeze behind him. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, stopped immediately, and stared at the empty passage behind him. "Come out, sir. No need to hide. Why did you attack Luffy?" As the words were spoken, a man in a green coat slowly emerged. The exposed half of his face bore a square tattoo. "Monkey D. Dragon." Lu Chen frowned. Dragon asked suspiciously, "How do you know my name? Who are you?" At the execution ground, he had noticed the man in black attacking Luffy. Now following Luffy, he believed the man intended to harm him. You don't need to know who I am, only that I mean Luffy no harm. Lu Xun shook his head. He was not yet ready to reveal his identity to Dragon. Although Dragon was a revolutionary, the original One Piece story revealed little about him, leaving Lu Xun uncertain of his true nature. Oomph. Dragon snorted, clearly unconvinced. He raised his right hand, and a small hurricane gathered in his palm. The hurricane grew larger, forming a tornado with immense suction that drew in everything on the ground. You're serious? Lu Xun frowned, his voice low. His current strength might not match Dragon's. Gale Tornado. Dragon raised his hand lightly, and the powerful tornado swept toward Lu Xun. Armament Haki hardening. Seeing this, Lu Xun held nothing back. His hands were coated in armament Haki. He slowly drew his right hand back, crimson Haki gathering and flowing with its movement. Suddenly he struck out with a palm, creating a sonic boom. Mountain-splitting palm. A massive palm silhouette hurtled toward the tornado. Boom. The two forces collided, unleashing a powerful energy that swept in all directions. The walls on both sides were demolished, reduced to rubble. The tornado was dispersed, but Lu Xun's mountain-splitting palm had also lost all its power. The immense force sent both Lu Xun and Dragon staggering back several steps. Yet Lu Xun retreated dozens of paces, while Dragon only took 3 before steadying himself. You're not weak. Are you a bounty hunter? No, the East Blue has no bounty hunter as strong as you. Dragon eyed Lu Xun with keen interest. Only the East Blue among the 4 seas as bounty hunters, but I've never heard of one with such formidable physical techniques. Stop guessing who I am, as someone's coming. Lu Xun warned. Cloaked in black, he was the knight itself, and rarely used his swordsmanship. Only swordsmanship and the rumble fruit. As he spoke, Smoker arrived with his men. Hey, who are you? Get them. Yes, sir. At the command, the Marines swarmed forward. Hearing the sounds of battle, Smoker had rushed over with his troops. Farewell. Dragon glanced at Lu Xun, conjured a hurricane beneath his feet, and vanished into the sky. Don't run. Smoker tried to pursue, but the man's speed was too great. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the clouds. Left with no choice, he turned to the man in black and barked, "You're not getting away." Watching Dragon's retreating figure, Lu Xun shook his head helplessly. You ran off, leaving me to deal with the Marines, huh? As the Marines were about to charge, Lu Xun raised his right hand, crackling with lightning, and smirked. Discharge million volts. Instantly, a massive bolt of lightning shot from his hand, racing along the damp ground toward the opposing Marines at incredible speed. Zzz. The lightning engulfed all the Marines, leaving them numb, charred, and collapsed on the ground. Only Smoker, using his fruit's ability to turn into smoke, managed to escape. When he reverted to his solid form, the man in black was long gone. Damn it! Smoker raged, hurling his cigar to the ground in fury. Meanwhile, at the road town docks, Lu Xun hid in the shadows nearby, watching Luffy and his crew sail away. He murmured, if it weren't for the system mission, I wouldn't have bothered. No sooner had he spoken than the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward energy points 50. He then glanced at the system status interface. Host Lu Xun, level A, rank Commodore, fruit rumble fruit, skill swordsmanship, A sword, intent S, physical techniques, B fruit development, C conquerors, Haki S armament, Haki S observation, Haki, A Navy 6 style shave, A Navy 6 styles tempest kick, A Navy 6 styles moonwalk, A cooking B talent, simplified skills, energy 119, berries 3. 2,890 billion. The energy point has reached a terrifying 100 or more. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xun utilized 80 energy points to elevate his fruit development skill to grade C, just a step away from grade B. Upon reflecting on the earlier events, it was clear that Long had not used his full strength. If both of them had gone all out, the nearby people would surely suffer, indicating he seemed reluctant to involve the innocent. Otherwise, Lu Xun might not truly be a match for Long. After settling matters in Rogtown, Lu Xun set off alone towards the Grand Line. The target is the Alabasta Kingdom. His speed alone would surely surpass that of Luffy and his crew, and they would inevitably encounter Princess Vivi. Lu Xun had only one goal: to defeat Crocodile. Although Crocodile would eventually be defeated by Luffy, it did not imply that his strength was weak. It was estimated that he possessed at least S-level strength, perfectly suitable for improving his skills along the way until he could personally defeat Crocodile. A few days later, Lu Xun entered the first half of the Grand Line and crossed into the territory of the Alabasta Kingdom. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task: obtain the historical text from the ancient ruins of the Alabasta Kingdom. System reward energy points 50, A swordsmanship 1. Sitting alone in a small wooden boat, he sailed across the ocean. Gradually, the silhouette of an island appeared in the distance. Then Lu Xun took out a map to compare, stating that should be the little garden. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task: defeat Mr. 3, a Miss Golden Week, Mr. 5, oh, and Miss Valentine. System reward energy points 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task: resolve the conflict between Dongli and Broggy. System reward energy points 100. After glancing at the two tasks, Lu Xun pondered for a moment and then headed towards Little Garden Island. With system rewards, isn't this a great way to enhance his strength? How could he not go? It was interesting that the system did not allow him to kill Mr. 3, most likely because Mr. 3 was related to the future rescue of Ace. The system aimed to alter the original course of the world to prevent Ace's death. Thus it wanted him to spare Mr. 3's life. A little over 10 minutes later, Lu Chun arrived at Little Garden Island. The entire island was lush with foliage with trees far denser than those on ordinary islands. In the forest, strange calls occasionally echoed. Squeak. Suddenly, a blue monstrous bird dashed out of the thicket, extending its sharp claws towards Lu Chun. Seeking death. Just in time for a meal, I'll roast you. Lu Chun smiled faintly, his gaze sharpening. An invisible aura of Conqueror's Haki swept towards the diving monster bird. In an instant, the monster bird's eyes went dark and it tumbled downward. Thud. It crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large pit. At this moment, Lu Chun had already approached the monster bird, retrieving the long sword from his system backpack. With a kick, he sent the monster bird flying into the air, drawing his sword to slash continuously at its corpse. Swish, swish, swish. The blade glimmered. When Lu Chun retracted his sword, the corpse of the monster bird fell to the ground. However, its head, internal organs, and feathers had all been removed, leaving only the edible parts. The large pit created earlier now served as his fire pit. He gathered some dry branches nearby, successfully igniting a fire using the thunder fruit, and began roasting. The thighs of the monster bird crackled as the fat dripped down into the fire below, sizzling with an appetizing aroma. It smells so good. Lu Chun inhaled deeply, exclaiming. With level cooking skills, his roasted meat was already extraordinary, not to mention he had brought along various seasonings. Essential for outings. A few minutes later, the roasted meat was ready, and Lu Chun sliced off a few pieces with his sword and began to eat. Each slice released new fat as he cut. Rich yet not greasy. Truly delicious. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly the ground trembled slightly. The vibrations grew stronger, as if some enormous creature was approaching. Lu Chun turned around, looking in the direction of the tremors. A stout giant clad in warrior armor, wearing a helmet, wielding a massive short axe in his right hand and a round shield in his left with a beard. Character: Broggy. Position: captain of the giant pirate crew. Level A. Skills: body technique B. Giant strength A. Conqueror A. Bounty 100 million berry. At this moment, Broggy squatted down, his eyes fixed on the roasted meat, grinning. Hello, your roasted meat smells so good. Can you share a bit with me? Thank you. Broggy quickly expressed his gratitude, grabbing the roasted meat and starting to gnaw on it. It must be said that the massive roasted meat in Broggy's hands suddenly seemed quite normal. Lu Chun pondered nearby, considering how to resolve the conflict between Broggy and Dongli. Their original conflict stemmed from a debate over who had hunted the larger Sea King. Unexpectedly, he could only temporarily leave it aside, believing there would be a way. Moments later, Broggy finished the roasted meat, saying, "Friend, thank you for your hospitality. I am Broggy, the strongest warrior from Elbaf. Call me Lu Chun." Lu Chun replied, "Good, it's a pity that all the fine wine I've collected has been finished, otherwise we could drink together." "It's alright, I'll find a way to get some wine, and then we can drink together." "Ha ha, great." Broggy was elated at the thought of having drinks. Suddenly a loud bang echoed. Boom. Broggy glanced at the distance, stood up, and said, "Lu Chun, let's drink together, next time I have to go fight." Watching his rapidly receding figure, Lu Chun nodded slightly, knowing he was heading off to duel Dongli. These two had been fighting for a century, and were still so diligent. Could it be that the giant race possesses a part of a combative gene? Soon a tremendous noise of battle echoed from afar, as if the entire island was trembling along with it. Lu Chun glanced over, but did not pay them any mind, continuing deeper into the island. "First, I need to deal with those troubles." As he spoke, his figure darted through the forest, seemingly searching for something. Somewhere in Little Garden, a white building appeared somewhat abruptly in the forest. Inside, a man wearing blue-framed glasses, dressed in blue-striped clothing with his hair styled in the shape of the number 3, was leisurely sipping coffee. Beside him was a girl munching on a senbei. The two were Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week from the Baroque Works. Suddenly a man's voice came from outside the door. "So you were hiding here." Suddenly a man's voice came from outside the door. "So you were hiding here." Suddenly a man's voice came from outside the door. "So you were hiding here." "Who?" Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week both immediately sprang to their feet. In the blink of an eye, a flash of sword light streaked past. The entire candle-formed room was cleaved in two, sliding apart to either side. Lu Chun's figure appeared before them, a faint smile on his lips as he swung his longsword again. "Prepare to die." "What? A Marine? Fall back." Mr. 3's face changed color as he retreated swiftly with Miss Golden Week. They sought to widen the distance between them. With a flick of his hands, Mr. 3 expelled a torrent of white candle fluid which swiftly coalesced into a candle wall several dozen centimeters thick. Candle wall. Alas, before the wall could fully form, Lu Chun's shattered it, completely scattering debris everywhere. Moreover, the fierce sword aura continued to slice relentlessly toward Mr. 3 and his companion. Mr. 3's expression shifted slightly, but he had prepared for this. He released an even greater volume of candle-like fluid which in an instant formed a larger, wider, and thicker candle wall before them. Extra-large service candle wall. The sword aura was blocked once more, but the wall was utterly shattered, reduced to fragments on the ground. Boom. Fortunately, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week had momentarily escaped the danger, and now they could clearly see the man before them. "A Marine Commodore. You're Lu Chun of the Marines. Weren't you in the East Blue? Why are you here?" Mr. 3 asked in confusion. "Capturing pirates." You ask too many questions. Lu Chen replied with a faint smile. The system interface displayed the attributes of Mr. 3 and his partner. Character Mr. 3 Galdino Position Baroque Works Senior Agent Devil Fruit Wax Fruit Level B Skill Fruit Development B Bounty 4 0 berries. Then Miss Golden Week Character Miss Golden Week Position Baroque Works Senior Agent Devil Fruit None Level C Skill Painting C Bounty 2 0 berries. Neither was particularly powerful, but their abilities were somewhat troublesome. Especially Miss Golden Week, who despite lacking a devil fruit, could influence people's emotions purely through her painting skills. In truth, this was perhaps the author's tribute to painters. Don't think he'll fear you just because you're a Marine Commodore. Mr. 3 let out a low shout and a massive amount of fluid candle poured from his body. As a member of an intelligence-gathering organization, he naturally knew Lu Chen's appearance and identity. However, he seemed to have underestimated Lu Chen's strength. A flood of candle fluid seeped out gradually enveloping Mr. 3's body to form a candle armor several meters tall. It resembled a robot in appearance though Mr. 3's head remained exposed. Meanwhile, Miss Golden Week took out her palette and with deft hands began coloring the armor construct Mr. 3 had created. Yellow, black, green. Champion Candle Cup. Coloring successful. Mr. 3 felt the immense power surging through his body and grinned smugly. Never thought I'd get to kill a Marine Commodore today. A paltry trick. How boring. Lu Chen showed no fear. His hands were instantly coated in armament Haki, and the supreme great sword Zhan Tian in his right hand was also shrouded in the same dark energy. Black flames coiled around the blade, and as they multiplied, they gradually formed a black longsword dozens of meters in length. The sword radiated searing black flames. Demon flame slash. With a fierce shout, the colossal blade descended straight down. What? Mr. 3's face twisted in shock, but escape was impossible. The sword was far too long to evade. Gritting his teeth, he chose to fight, swinging his massive fists repeatedly toward the giant blade. Champion's fist-plowing punch. Yet how could his colored candle fists withstand such scorching flames? At the first contact, they melted entirely, dripping to the ground as liquid wax. Even as Mr. 3 released more and more candle wax, it all succumbed to the intense heat, melting away. He could only watch helplessly as the giant sword descended. Boom. A thunderous crash. Mr. 3 was struck and slammed heavily into the ground. Mud and debris flew in all directions, leaving a deep crater dozens of meters long and cracks like a spiderweb across the earth. As for Mr. 3, he had long since fallen unconscious in the pit. Miss Golden Week too was knocked out by the powerful shockwave. How dull. Lu Chen shook his head slightly, using sea stone chains to bind Mr. 3 and then tying up Miss Golden Week. He then dragged the two toward the shore. Fortunately, he had brought enough sea stone shackles before setting out. Earlier, he had contacted the nearest Marine base, intending to have them both sent to impel down. Though the pair were not weak, they were no match for Lu Chen. As he dragged them along, he pulled out a den mushy to check on the Marine's progress. Just as he took out the snail, his brow furrowed as he sensed something flying toward him. With a swift flick, he swung Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week in front of him as shields. A small black object hurtled toward them, striking Miss Golden Week and Mr. 3. Boom. A loud explosion. The black particle detonated violently, leaving both of them smoking. Miss Golden Week, who had been relatively uninjured, now seemed far worse off. In the next instant, a figure appeared above Lu Chen. 10,000-pound pressure. With a sharp cry, the figure plummeted downward at tremendous speed. Hep. Lu Chen glanced up slightly. His observation Haki had already sensed the presence above. Marine 6 powers Soru. In a flash, he vanished from his spot. The figure above crashed heavily into the ground. Boom. The earth sank deeply, forming a massive crater. By now, Lu Chen had already reappeared more than a dozen meters away, watching the two newcomers with interest. One held a yellow sun umbrella with golden hair and blue eyes, a charming appearance. Character Miss Valentine Position Baroque Works Senior Agent Devil Fruit Kilo Fruit Level C Skill Fruit Development C Bounty 6 berries. The other had curly hair and dark skin, holding a black object in hand. Character Mr. 5 Position Baroque Works Senior Agent Devil Fruit Bomb Fruit Level B Skill Fruit Development B Bounty berries. The two were Miss Valentine and Mr. 5. Notably, Miss Valentine was indeed quite well endowed. 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 Oh, I missed. Miss Valentine gritted her teeth in fury. Beside her, Mr. 5 cast a glance at the unconscious Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, his expression darkening. Marines. We are subordinates of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Marines are not permitted to attack us. Are you trying to break the pact between the Marines and the 7 warlords? That's none of my concern. You came to me yourselves. I was just looking for the two of you, and you delivered yourselves to my doorstep. Lu Chen sneered. His mission required defeating Mr. 3 and the others. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine had likely just arrived. You? Mr. 5 was momentarily at a loss for words. Anyone capable of defeating Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week must possess considerable strength. Moreover, he showed no fear of the agreement with the 7 warlords. Now all they could hope was that the battle with Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week had exhausted his strength. Taking advantage of Lu Chen's momentary inattention, Mr. 5 flicked his finger, launching a black booger at high speed. Nose fancy cannon. Heh, trying a sneak attack. Lu Chen scoffed, tilting his head slightly. The booger bomb would not touch him. But just as the booger bomb flew past his head, it suddenly exploded. A burst of flames and thick smoke engulfed Lu Chen. Ha ha ha. Mr. 5 laughed triumphantly. Did you think you could dodge my bomb? I ate the bomb fruit. I'm a bomb man who can control the timing of my bombs. I forgot about that. I was careless. Lu Chen's voice came from within the smoke. As the smoke cleared, Lu Chen appeared completely unharmed before Mr. 5. What? How is this possible? What? Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine stared in shock at Lu Chen. They saw that not even a single hair on his head was out of place. They had clearly witnessed him being hit by the bomb. Your devil fruit is indeed powerful, but your strength is too weak. Over-reliance on your ability will never lead to greatness. Lu Chen smirked. The moment the bomb exploded, his observation Haki had sensed the danger. He had instantly released his Haki outward, forming a protective barrier that blocked all damage. He had forgotten some details from watching One Piece. He nearly missed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mr. 5, in disbelief, picked out more boogers and fired 2 at Lu Chen. Nose fancy double cannon. The 2 boogers flew at incredible speed, but not faster than Lu Chen. Rokushiki Soru. With a flash in his eyes, Lu Chen lightly stomped his right foot and vanished, leaving only an afterimage. Mr. 5's 2 booger bombs struck several large trees behind him. A loud explosion. The trunks of several trees were blown open, then crashed to the ground. Where is he? Mr. 5 looked around, but couldn't find Lu Chen. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. I told you you're too weak. You? Mr. 5's face changed as he recognized Lu Chen's voice. He tried to turn and release a bomb, but Lu Chen's longsword was already on his back. One sword style Iaijutsu. A flash of sword light. Blood gushed out. The powerful impact sent Mr. 5 flying, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. The fierce bloody wound on his back was chilling to behold. Whether he was dead or alive was unknown. Mr. 5. Miss Valentine shouted in panic. She was about to go help, but then caught Lu Chen's icy gaze from the ground and turned to flee. Using her kilo fruit, she reduced her weight to 1 kilogram and rode the wind to escape quickly. Do you think you can escape? Lu Chen smiled slightly, raised his sword, and slashed. A blade light flickered. A sword aura shot rapidly in the direction Miss Valentine was fleeing. What? Miss Valentine soon sensed the immense pressure behind her. Turning her head, she felt the sword aura drawing closer. Just as she tried to adjust her weight to descend quickly, the sword aura struck her back. A thunderous impact sent Miss Valentine flying, crashing through several large trees before stopping. Miss Valentine was in a state similar to Mr. 5. A bloody wound appeared on her back, and with a roll of her eyes, she collapsed unconscious on the ground. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward energy points 100. Not bad, not bad. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then he handcuffed Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 with sea stone and dragged all 4 towards the coast. More than 10 minutes later, a marine ship gradually approached the little garden. Lu Chen looked up and suddenly saw a familiar face standing at the bow, Charlotte Cesar. His roommate from the intermediate training camp. Just then Cesar also noticed Lu Chen and waved. Lu Chen, Cesar. Lu Chen exerted force with both hands and hurled Miss Valentine and the other 3 into the air. Then he walked on the sea surface towards the ship. Ah, what is that? The Marines on the ship were in a flurry, some even reached for their guns to attack. Fortunately, Cesar quickly gave the order. Don't panic. Everyone step back. Yes, sir. At the command, all the Marines retreated. As the 4 dark figures crashed heavily onto the deck, Lu Chen landed steadily as well. Who are they? They look like high-ranking agents of Baroque works, and there are 4 of them. Who could have captured them? It's Commodore Lu Chen. So it was him. No wonder. The Marines then recognized the figures on the deck. Cesar, long time no see. What are you doing here? Lu Chen asked with a smile. After the training camp, I was assigned here. Cesar explained. Then looking at the people on the deck, he frowned and pulled Lu Chen aside, whispering a warning. Lu Chen, there's something I need to tell you. Go ahead. These people you captured are high-ranking agents of Baroque works, subordinates of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords. The Marines have a pact with the warlords. Now that you've caught them, the Marine Vice Admiral in charge of this area has some connections with them. You must be careful. Hearing this, Lu Chen waved his hand. Don't you know who my grandfather is? Do you think I'm afraid of him? That's true. No wonder you told me on the phone to send them to Marine headquarters. Cesar realized. With Vice Admiral Garp around, Lu Chen truly had nothing to fear from that person. He'll leave today's matter to you. If anything goes wrong, just use my name to avoid punishment. Lu Chen continued. Shiza nodded. His background was not as formidable as Lu Chen's, but having Lu Chen's word was enough. After chatting for a while, Shiza sailed away. However, Lu Chen also asked Shiza to spread the news of Miss Valentine and her companion's capture, preferably ensuring it reached Crocodile. Of course, without revealing Lu Chen's identity. After seeing Shiza off, Lu Chen returned to the depths of Little Garden, walking slowly toward the direction where Bragi and Dori were dueling. Along the way, he pondered how to resolve the dispute between the two. A few minutes later, Lu Chen arrived at the site where Dory and Bragi were fighting. Both were already exhausted, lying quietly on the ground to rest. Lu Chen's sudden appearance caught their attention. Lu Chen, why are you here? Bragi asked with a laugh. Just came to see who the mightiest warrior of the giant village is fighting and whether he won. Lu Chen teased. The virtual interface before him displayed Dory's attributes. Character Dory, position captain of the giant warrior pirates, level A, skills physical arts, B giant strength, A Hakoku, A bounty 100 million berries. The two giants were evenly matched. Oh, no wonder they hadn't settled the duel in a century. Looking at their weapons weathered by 100 years of wind and frost, they were nearly useless. What? You claim to be the mightiest warrior of the giant village. I am the mightiest. Hearing this, Dory immediately took offense. That's right. I am the mightiest warrior. Bragi refused to concede. I am. Then let's fight again. Bring it on. As they spoke, they prepared to resume their battle. They grabbed their weapons, staggered to their feet, gritted their teeth, and were about to strike. Suddenly, Lu Chen appeared between them, raising his hands to stop them, and shouted, Gentlemen. Gentlemen, can't this contest wait a little? After you've both rested, you can start again, can't you? Makes sense. Makes sense. Bragi and Dory said in unison. With that, both collapsed to the ground with a thud to rest. They were truly exhausted and unwilling to move. Bragi, won't you introduce me to your opponent? Seeing they had no intention of fighting, Lu Chen continued. His name is Dory. He's not as strong as me. I'm the mightiest warrior of Elbaf village. Bragi laughed. Bragi, you're lying. Dory gritted his teeth in anger, but did not attack. They had agreed to rest. Ha ha ha. Bragi's laughter grew louder. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly spoke with a smile. Since both of you claim to be the mightiest warriors of Elbaf village, how about a different contest? You've been fighting here for ages, haven't you? Don't you want to leave sooner? Hearing this, Bragi and Dory exchanged glances, finding Lu Chen's words reasonable. Perhaps a different approach could settle the outcome. All right, let's compete on who hunts the larger sea king. Lu Chen can be the judge. Bragi proposed. Fine. Agreed. Dory accepted decisively. This was the original reason for their duel, and so they happily decided. Without delay, Dory and Bragi rose and departed to their own territories, preparing to hunt sea kings. Lu Chen stood still, watching their retreating figures, and murmured, I should get busy too. Helping Bragi and Dory compare the size of their hunted sea kings was no easy task. With that, Lu Chen plunged into the forest. Only the rumbling sounds from the forest could be heard, while massive noises echoed from both sides of the island as Dory and Bragi hunted sea kings. About 3 hours later, as dusk fell, the island suddenly echoed with the arguing voices of two men. Mine is bigger. The sea king I hunted is bigger. Let Lu Chen decide. Lu Chen, come out. Suddenly a figure flashed through the forest. Gentlemen, wait. They'll be right there. Moments later, Lu Chen appeared before them, looking at the sea kings hunted by Dory and Bragi. One was a long-necked sea king resembling a dinosaur, while the other, hunted by Bragi, was a large, fat-head fish-like sea king. Both sea kings were enormous with impressive weight. Lu Chen, look quickly. Isn't my sea king bigger? No, mine should be bigger. As Lu Chen appeared, Bragi and Dory urged impatiently. Easy, easy. I have a way to determine whose sea king is larger. Lu Chen soothed them. Hearing this, Bragi and Dory sat on the ground, urging, tell us. What's the method? Look here. Lu Chen smiled, slightly pointing behind him. Following his gaze, they saw a large wooden platform, neither a ship nor a bed. They had no idea what it was. What's this? Can this really show whose catch is bigger? Bragi and Dory were skeptical, but Lu Chen explained with a smile, trust me, there's a principle behind it. First, place one person's catch on the platform and record the waterline depth. Then place the other person's catch on it. Whoever's catch causes a deeper waterline proves it's larger. How about that? Good. Agreed. After the explanation, Dory and Bragi found it reasonable. Thus Lu Chen began weighing their catches. He still remembered the story of Chao Chong weighing the elephant. Simple enough. He had been in the forest building this wooden platform. After a simple weighing, Bragi's catch turned out to be heavier. Haha, looks like my catch is bigger. Bragi laughed, patting his belly. Despite this, Dory refused to concede. Next time my catch will definitely be bigger than yours. Fine, let's compete again tomorrow. Bragi said. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction and proposed, how about we roast these two catches now and have some drinks? Good, good. Bragi and Dory said in unison. So the three of them busied themselves. Lu Chen handled the roasting while Dory and Bragi gathered firewood and turned the meat. They ate heartily, and the discord between Bragi and Dory gradually faded away. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. System reward energy points 100. In truth, after 100 years, the conflict between the two had long dissipated with the passage of time. The daily battles had instead become a necessity for them. Thus the three of them spent the entire night eating and drinking. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Arabasta Kingdom Baroque Works, a man with a cigar dangling from his lips let out a strange chuckle as he read the message in his hand. Kuah, who would have thought a Marine would dare lay hands on my people? Mister, wanted to go find that reckless Marine and bring me his head. Yes, boss. As the words fell, a bald, muscular man emerged from the shadows. The next morning, Lu Chen bid farewell to Bragi and Dory. It's time for me to leave. After a night of hearty conversation, the three had grown much closer. Bragi's face stiffened with surprise as he asked, "Leaving now? Where are you headed?" "To the capital of the Arabasta kingdom." Luchan replied. "What? You're going there? To get there you must cross the territory of that island-eating monster. It might devour both you and your ship. How about we clear the way for you?" "Yes." Hearing this, both Bragi and Dori spoke up. Luchan waved his hand dismissively. "No need. It's just a little beast. I can handle it." Aside from his ability to deal with it, the encounter was also a mission. A notification chimed, "Congratulations, host. Mission triggered, defeat the Island Eater. System reward 50 energy points." "Huh. I almost forgot you're quite strong yourself, haha." Bragi laughed heartily. The fact that Luchan had made it this far alone proved his strength. So Bragi and Dori personally escorted him to the shore. They watched as Luchan sailed away on his small boat. No sooner had he set off than the sea ahead swelled violently, as if a submarine volcano had erupted. "Luchan, watch out, the Island Eater is here," Bragi shouted urgently. "Got it." Luchan nodded, slightly steadying his boat and fixing his gaze forward. With a thunderous roar, a colossal monster emerged from beneath the waves. It resembled a goldfish with bulging eyes and crimson scales. But its mouth was enormous, capable of swallowing an entire island in one gulp. This was the Island Eater, a giant goldfish that fed on islands, even leaving droppings the size of land masses. Luchan glanced at the system interface. Character: Island Eater. Position: none. Fruit: none. Level: A. Skill: digestion: A. Bounty: none. It's huge. I wonder if its meat tastes good. He touched his nose and drew the sword Jean Tion from his waist. In an instant, his right hand was coated in armament Haki, which then dyed the blade black and red. Even with Haki, the sword's original hue was not entirely concealed, a testament to its status as a supreme grade blade possessing its own innate color. Haki gradually coiled around the blade with crimson arcs of electricity crackling across its surface. Jean Tion blazed like a red star, dazzlingly bright. One sword style: Heaven Cleaver. In an instant, Luchan raised Jean Tion and slashed toward the Island Eater, pouring all his sword intent and Haki into the strike. A terrifying crimson blade beam shot forth, tearing through the sky and racing toward the monster. The slash even split the clouds, dyeing them a vivid red. It was as if the sky itself had been wounded. As the blade beam struck the Island Eater, it opened its mouth wide and let out an agonized roar, but the sound was cut short. The blade beam had neatly sliced the Island Eater in two, including its mouth, leaving it utterly silent. As the blade cut through the monster's flesh, no blood spurted from the severed halves. The strike was so swift that even the blood had no time to react. In mere moments, the Island Eater's body split into two halves. Blood gushed forth, staining the sea crimson, and even the clouds above took on a red hue. Whether it was caused by Luchan's earlier slash or the reflection of the bloody sea remained uncertain. A system chime sounded. "Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Reward 50 energy points." Luchan sheathed Jean Tion and waved farewell to Dori and Bragi. "They'll be off now. Safe travels." Hearing his voice, Dori and Bragi snapped out of their shock. That single strike was immensely powerful. Neither believed they could withstand it. Dori gazed at Luchan's receding figure and asked, "Bragi, how strong do you think Luchan really is?" "Stronger than both of us, at least. Good thing he's not from our village, or neither of us would be the strongest warrior." Bragi replied. "Indeed, ha." They shared a laugh. Several days later, as Luchan lay on his small boat, he suddenly felt the temperature drop. He sat up, pulled out a map, and surveyed his surroundings. This should be the Drum Kingdom, right? Whatever, he'll head over first. Reaching the capital of Arabasta would still take some time. Moreover, Luchan was waiting for Crocodile to send someone after him, hoping to take out more of his subordinates along the way. About 3 hours later, 4 islands appeared ahead. The spring, summer, autumn, and winter islands of the Drum Kingdom. Yet something seemed off about them. Smoke and dust hung over the islands as if a war was raging. Intrigued, Luchan thought, "Let's go take a look. Maybe he'll stumble upon a mission." After all, Chopper was on Winter Island. Given the system's nature, it might trigger some mission that alters the storyline. Earning more energy points couldn't hurt. It would help him grow stronger faster. But as he approached Winter Island, he saw many people in uniform fleeing from it. They were escaping toward a massive ship. Judging by their attire, they were kingdom soldiers, among them a hideous man clad in luxury. "What's this?" Luchan frowned and steered closer. Upon nearing them, he recognized the situation. They were indeed soldiers, and the extravagantly dressed man was Wapple. With blue hair, a white fur coat, and garish clothes, he was truly ugly. The system interface displayed, "Character: Wapple. Position: former prince of the Drum Kingdom. Fruit: Barabaranomi. Level: C. Skill: Fruit Development: C. Bounty: none." Luchan chuckled, so it's him. He had forgotten some of the characters from One Piece and wasn't entirely familiar with them. Suddenly, the system notification rang out. Ding. "Congratulations, host, on triggering a mission. Defeat Wapple and his subordinate soldiers. System reward 50 energy points." Had this mission is simple enough. Luchan chuckled softly, steering his small boat rapidly toward Wapple's vessel. Meanwhile, those aboard the ship noticed Luchan's approach and quickly reported to Wapple. "PR. Prince, someone's coming." "Who is it? Are they Marines?" Wapple's face lit up with joy. He grabbed the soldier's hands and asked eagerly. The soldier, drenched in sweat and stammering with urgency, replied, "They are Marines." Lu Chan was wearing a Marine uniform which the soldier could still recognize. Real Marines. Quick, take me to them. With the Marines here we have no need to fear those pirates. Wapol's face beamed with delight. Alright. Thus the soldier led Wapol to the ship's edge, pointing toward Lu Chen's direction. Prince over there. Good. Following the soldier's gaze, Wapol saw only a single Marine approaching in a tiny boat. Instantly his expression twisted with rage. His arm morphed into a long gun, and he fired at the soldier. You idiot. Just one Marine. And you dare tell me the Marines have come. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A pitch-black bullet pierced the soldier's head. A splash of crimson blood flew, and the soldier fell dead. Even in death, he might never have understood why he died when he had spoken nothing but the truth. Then Wapol aimed his arm-turned gun at Lu Chen, bellowing, "Useless Marine! What use are you now showing up so late?" Bang! The bullet fired. A true tyrant indeed, deserving of death. Lu Chen's eyes flickered, and he tilted his head slightly. The black bullet whizzed past his head, causing no harm. What a... He dodged it. Wapol's face stiffened. He raised his other hand, which also transformed into an identical long gun. Both guns fired consecutively at Lu Chen below. Bang! 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 Enhanced by Wapol's devil fruit ability, the guns seemed to fire without needing reloading, unleashing a relentless barrage. Streams of black bullets shot toward every part of Lu Chen's body. Let's see how you dodge this. Hep. Lu Chen sneered, lightly stomping on the small boat. His figure vanished instantly, using moonwalk to appear midair. But to Wapol it seemed he had simply disappeared. Where is he? Where did he go? Daring to attack a Marine Commodore, I hereby sentence you to death. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy. Hovering in midair, he raised his hand and sent a sword slash hurtling forth. You? Hearing this, Wapol's eyes bulged. He was about to speak, but the fierce sword energy suddenly shot toward him at terrifying speed, carrying an ominous aura. He quickly opened his mouth wide, the flesh within rapidly expanding and transforming into a thick iron wall. He placed it before him. Moreover, his entire body morphed into a miniature castle. Munch Wapol House. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lu Chen's power. The sword energy sliced through the wall he had created in an instant, cleaving the entire castle in two. Two perfectly symmetrical halves. Watching his body gradually split apart, Wapol's eyes widened like brass bells. You dare kill me? He was a noble, a prince. How could a Marine dare lay a hand on him? He had never imagined such a thing. Moments later, his devil fruit ability faded, and Wapol's form reverted to flesh. The wound became a gory, bloody gash. Blood gushed forth. Wapol slowly collapsed, his eyes filled with unwillingness and regret, finally lying beside the soldier who had died just moments before. Yet the looks in their eyes seemed somewhat alike. At that moment, the other soldiers witnessing Wapol's death fell into chaos. The prince is dead. Run for it. The Marine killed the prince. Run, run. Lu Chen's gaze turned cold, and a sinister smirk crossed his lips. Since you've seen me kill Wapol, there's no need for any of you to live either. A Marine killing a prince would still cause some repercussions. As he spoke, he condensed the Battle Heaven sword intent in his hand. The blade was cloaked in an aura the color of blood. With one swing of his sword, the sword gleamed. The entire ship was split in two, and all the crew and soldiers aboard were torn to shreds by the rampaging sword energy. Even the ship itself was reduced to splinters of wood. Boom. With a tremendous roar, the vessel and everyone on it vanished as if they had never existed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. System reward, 50 energy points. Lu Chen glanced at the wreckage. He turned to leave, but a hoarse voice sounded behind him. Who would have thought that a Marine Commodore would lay hands on a noble and a kingdom's prince at that? Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned and swiftly turned around, only to find a man had appeared behind him without his notice. And he had not sensed it at all. Marshal D. Teach. His appearance was rugged with thick body hair and a burly frame. His black frizzy hair was tied in a bandana. He wore 2 necklaces, bracelets on both wrists, and different styles of jeweled rings on all 10 fingers. Character: Marshal D. Teach. Position: Captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. Devil Fruit: Yami Yami no Mi. Level S. Skill: Fruit Mastery S. Bounty: 100 berries. At this time, Blackbeard had yet to make a big name for himself, so his bounty was low and his crew was small. It was not until the Summit War that his name would gradually echo through the Grand Line. Suddenly, the system's alert tone sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, on triggering a mission: defeat Blackbeard. System reward: 200 energy points, 1 sword technique, and the ability to upgrade 1 skill by 2 levels. What? The system triggered this mission. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, but accepted the mission regardless. After all, there was no time limit. He was not yet confident in defeating Marshal D. Teach. He would need to wait for the right opportunity. Does my business concern you? After a moment's deliberation, Lu Chen said with a light laugh. Haha, you're right, it doesn't concern me. As it happens, I came here to kill him, so you've saved me the trouble. Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily. From that single slash, he could tell the young Marine before him was no ordinary man. Moreover, he recognized Lu Chen's identity. Monkey D. Lu Chen, the grandson of the Marine Hero Garp. It had been published in the newspapers. By publicly acknowledging this in the papers, Garp was effectively declaring to the world, Lu Chen is my grandson. Anyone who dares touch him will be opposing Garp himself. The Drum Kingdom was at your doing. Lu Chen looked at the sparse smoke rising from the island and asked directly. You could say that. Allow me to briefly introduce myself. I am Marshal D. Teach. I hope you'll report my deeds to the Marines, and perhaps even raise my bounty. Teach said with a grin. This was his true intention. Hep. Lu Chen smiled without a word, observing him with keen interest. Blackbeard was also a member of the D clan. Yet among those known to be of the D clan, all were symbols of integrity, justice, and radiance. In contrast, Blackbeard seemed to embody only darkness, much like his devil fruit. He was practically a cautionary tale. Fortunately, judging by his words, just now Blackbeard apparently had no intention of attacking him. Then until we meet again. With that, Lu Chen turned and walked away. As for the annihilation of the Drum Kingdom, he chose not to intervene. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise for the kingdom. Until we meet again. Teach watched his retreating figure, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his lips. A few days later, Lu Chen finally reached the coastal edge of the Arabasta Kingdom. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but a vast expanse of yellow desert. A gust of hot wind swept by, lifting countless grains of sand into a small whirlwind. The scorching sun blazed overhead. This place is unbearably hot. Lu Chen shook his head slightly and stepped onto the desert, heading toward the nearest town. He needed to gather supplies and prepare for the desert crossing. To reach the royal capital, he had to traverse the entire desert. After just a few steps, a figure appeared ahead with a glint of light flickering atop their head. Upon closer look, he realized the person was bald, their head reflecting the sunlight. That person was none other than Mr. 1. Are you the one who defeated Mr. 3 and the others? Mr. 1 fixed his cold gaze on Lu Chen and demanded. Lu Chen nodded with a smile. Waiting here for me all along. Just then the system triggered a mission ding. Congratulations, host. Mission triggered. Defeat Mr. 1. System reward energy points 80. Mr. 0 ordered me to kill you. Prepare to die. Upon receiving the affirmative answer, Mr. 1 wasted no time and launched his attack. His arms suddenly transformed into sharp blades. He swung them, crossing them in front of his chest, and charged at Lu Chen with incredible speed. Spiral slash. Hep. Lu Chen remained unruffled, merely sending a sword strike infused with sword intent. In an instant, a crimson sword aura shot forth, hurtling straight toward Mr. 1. Mr. 1 raised an eyebrow, sensing a chilling aura. It emanated from the seemingly insignificant sword aura before him. Despite this, he chose to meet it heat, trusting his own strength. With a fierce roar, he charged forward. The moment his blade-like hands touched the sword aura, a searing pain shot through them. The aura effortlessly sliced through his hands. A flash of sword light. A splash of crimson. Whether it was the color of the slash or Mr. 1's blood, it was unclear. Mr. 1 screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his severed arms with a contorted expression. The ground was littered with blood and 2 severed hands. Too weak. A hint of a smile played at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. Dealing with ability, users who relied too heavily on their devil fruits only required a simple, ordinary attack. During the Paramount War, Mr. 1 was also defeated by a single casual strike from Mihawk. Truth be told, Mihawk never named his techniques. Everyone assumed they were just basic attacks. However, Lu Chen refused to believe the man had no named moves. Could it be that he had reached a state where complexity was distilled into simplicity? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chen slowly walked toward Mr. 1 and said coldly, "It's time for you to meet the King of Hell." Damn it. Mr. 1's face instantly drained of color. Though he didn't understand the meaning of King of Hell, he could clearly see the murderous intent in Lu Chen's eyes. He was definitely coming to kill him. Blade Man. In response, Mr. 1 sprang to his feet, assuming a stance as various steel blades emerged all over his body. His boda's hardness increased further, but he could no longer move freely. Lu Chen just smiled silently. Wasn't this practically offering himself up to be cut? He wouldn't hold back. He coated his right fist in jet black Haki, then gripped the supreme grade blade Jean-Tian in his right hand. With a gentle sweep of the sword, it passed through Mr. 1's neck. A flash of sword light. A crimson line appeared. In an instant, his head was severed. Mr. 1's head thudded to the ground, rolled a few times, and came to a stop at Lu Chen's feet. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. System reward energy points 80. How boring, just standing there and letting me cut off your head. Lu Chen chuckled and shook his head, then picked up Mr. 1's head. Just as he was about to move on, a familiar figure appeared ahead. Ace. Lu Chen. They called out each other's names. Ace was no longer the same person from a few years ago. He had grown much taller and more mature. I didn't expect your strength to have reached such a level. Ace approached, astonished. He had come over after hearing the sounds of a fight. He had originally thought that with the Mera Mera no Mi he would be stronger than Lu Chen. But it seemed Lu Chen's swordsmanship had already reached a terrifying new level. You're not weak either. I heard you became the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Grandpa said he's going to give you a good scolding. Lu Chen teased. They were all aware of this news. Grandpa, is he doing well? Ace's face darkened as he continued to ask. Don't worry, Grandpa's just the same as always. But he still hopes you can find the time to visit him. I know. He'll do it when I get the chance. I have something I need to take care of right now. Lu Chen didn't press further. He knew Ace was currently hunting Blackbeard. But Blackbeard's strength was not to be underestimated, and it was growing rapidly. Was it because of his continuous evil deeds? There was no helping it. Ace was still too bold. Whitebeard had advised him, but he refused to listen, insisting on chasing down Blackbeard. This would inevitably lead to the paramount war that followed. Liu Chen still relied on Ace to earn a substantial amount of energy points. After chatting for a while, the two decided to travel together, advancing toward the Arabasta kingdom. This would inevitably lead to the paramount war that followed. Liu Chen still relied on Ace to earn a substantial amount of energy points. After chatting for a while, the two decided to travel together, advancing toward the Arabasta kingdom. This would inevitably lead to the paramount war that followed. Liu Chen still relied on Ace to earn a substantial amount of energy points. After chatting for a while, the two decided to travel together, advancing toward the Arabasta kingdom. However, Ace changed his course midway, choosing to wait here for Luffy. He yearned to meet Luffy. He also wished to settle matters with Blackbeard here. Liu Chen did not stop him, but proceeded alone to Alyabarna, the royal capital of Alabasta. Crocodile's stronghold was in Rain Base. The two locations were not far apart. However, Liu Chen needed to first retrieve the poneglyph in the palace's underground chamber to claim that reward. He also wanted to check if the poneglyph was still in the palace basement. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of Rain Base, a table was set in the hall with many seats on both sides. Yet few were seated. At the head, in a solitary seat, sat Crocodile with 5 empty chairs to his left and right. Those were the seats of Mr. 1, Mr. 3, and the other 3 defeated by Liu Chen. The hall felt somewhat desolate. Miss all Sunday which Marine killed those useless wretches. To have them all wiped out by a single Marine. Crocodile's face twisted in fury, his tone accusatory. No news yet, Miss all Sunday, Robin replied calmly. A single Marine dares to challenge us. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Crocodile snorted coldly, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. However, he failed to notice the faint long-lost smile that flickered across Robin's indifferent gaze. About 10 days later, Liu Chen arrived at Alyabarna, found a place to rest, and waited for nightfall. As time passed, the sky darkened. A black-clad figure silently approached the Alabasta royal palace. With a flicker of movement, he vanished completely into the shadows. The soldiers at the main gate and the Baroque Works agents hidden in the dark could not perceive Liu Chen's presence. It was as if he were traversing an empty land. In the king's office, a middle-aged man with long black hair and a black beard sat in his chair, his face etched with worry and a look of bewilderment. He was at a loss. This was Cobra, the king of Alabasta. Flanking him stood 2 men, one clad in white, the other in black. They were the royal guards of the Alabasta kingdom, renowned as the kingdom's mightiest warriors, Shaka the Jackal and Pel the Falcon. Your Majesty, are you worried about the princess? Pel stepped forward and asked softly. Cobra nodded in acknowledgement. It had been a long time since Vivi left the palace, and he was deeply concerned. Baroque Works was no simple organization. Rest assured, the princess will be safe, especially with him around. Pel offered words of comfort, though he did not reveal who he was. Yes, all we can do now is fulfill our duties, hoping it will aid Vivi somewhat. Cobra clenched his teeth in resignation. Indeed, Pel replied. As their voices faded, a stranger's voice echoed from the darkness. What you can do is indeed limited, simply because you are too weak. Who's there? Show yourself. At these words, Shaka and Pel immediately tensed, drawing their swords and pointing them toward the source of the voice. Even Cobra jolted upright, his eyes fixed intently on the direction of the sound in the darkness. From the shadows, a man in black slowly emerged. It was Liu Chen, who had infiltrated the palace. Who are you? How did you get in? Speak. Shaka and Pel demanded sternly, their expressions grave. They had failed to detect the man's entry into the room, a testament to his strength being no less than theirs. Perhaps he was even stronger. Relax him not with Baroque Works. I'm a Marine, Liu Chen said, shedding his black cloak to reveal the cape of a Marine Rear Admiral. A Rear Admiral. A Marine. It truly is a Marine Rear Admiral. Cobra and the 2 guards stared at Liu Chen in astonishment, clearly skeptical. Yet Liu Chen understood their disbelief, as the nation had come to revere Baroque Works and idolize Crocodile as a hero. I am Monkey D. Liu Chen, grandson of Marine Vice Admiral Garp. Garp, the hero of the Marines. I've heard of it. Garp's grandson is said to be Liu Chen, resembling him, but serving in the East Blue. Cobra's expression stiffened with doubt as he questioned. The hero of the Marines. Vice Admiral Garp was known to all. Yet his suspicion toward Liu Chen only slightly diminished. Indeed, I am stationed in the East Blue. My purpose in coming to Alabasta is simple: give me the poneglyph in the palace, and I will rid you of Crocodile. Liu Chen stated bluntly. There was no need for pretense. Stating his goal directly would foster trust. He had already searched the palace, but found no trace of the underground chamber. This suggested that only the king or his heir knew of its location. Thus he approached Cobra. He also eliminated all the Baroque Works spies lurking outside. You seek the poneglyph too. The ancient weapon. Is it for the Marines, or for yourself? Cobra's face darkened as he countered. It was hard to believe the Marines would covet a poneglyph. For myself, Liu Chen replied. At this, Cobra fell into deep thought, studying Liu Chen carefully. Should he trust this man? After a minute of silence, Cobra finally spoke. I agree. If you can eliminate Crocodile, I will gladly surrender the poneglyph. Deal. Liu Chen smiled faintly. But Shaka and Pel quickly protested. Your Majesty, you must not. Indeed. That poneglyph cannot be given to just anyone. Cobra's expression turned solemn as he took a deep breath. Do not dissuade me further. This is all for the people of Alabasta. What is a poneglyph? It is dispensable. In his view, the poneglyph was merely an indecipherable stone slab. What use was it? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Shaka and Pell frowned deeply but could do nothing. They knew the king had made up his mind. I hope you won't regret this later, or I won't be lenient, nor will I consider my marine identity. Lu Chun smirked, his eyes narrowing as he unleashed a trace of Conqueror's Haki. Instantly the three felt a bone-chilling cold sweep through them. When they looked at Lu Chun again, he had already vanished into the darkness. Pell, who is he really? Is he truly Vice Admiral Garp's grandson? Shaka asked with a furrowed brow. It no longer matters as long as he can help us eliminate Baroque works. Pell said. At present the greatest trouble in Alabasta was Baroque works. Crocodile was a warlord of the sea and that man just now was a marine. There was an agreement between the marines and the warlords that they could not attack each other. Yet they chose to trust a marine for no apparent good reason. Suddenly Cobra stared at Lu Chun's fading figure and said solemnly, trust me, he can do it. Not only because Lu Chun was Garp's grandson, but also because of his name. Monkey D. Lu Chun. On the other side. Lu Chun had already left the palace. Glancing at the items he had scavenged in his system backpack, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Though I didn't find the poneglyph, I still got something. Consider this your down payment. Ha ha ha. He knew well the principle of never leaving empty-handed. Meanwhile, in the rain basin. Oh, is he already on his way here? Crocodile set a den mushy before him and said with keen interest, in that case, I shall await you here. Beside him, Robin heard this, and a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. But it vanished quickly, just as Crocodile hung up. A man's voice sounded from outside the window. Crocodile, long time no see. As the words fell, two flashes of sword light streaked across the window. The window shattered instantly into pieces, revealing the man's figure behind it. He wore a Marine Rear Admiral's cloak with the word justice on his back, held a long sword in each hand, and a roguish smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Under the moonlight, he appeared exceptionally handsome. Whoosh. My. Crocodile raised an eyebrow, eyeing the Marine before him with suspicion. He had never met this man before, so why did he say long time no see? But soon Crocodile recognized him, his eyes narrowing. Monkey D. Lu Chun. Garp's grandson. Lu Chun nodded slightly, assessing Crocodile's attributes. Character: Crocodile. Position: President of Baroque Works. Warlord of the Sea. Devil Fruit. Suna. Nomi. Level S. Skills: Fruit Mastery. S. Observation. Haki A. Bounty 8100. Berries. The bounty was not high, but Crocodile's strength was far from weak. How did Luffy manage to defeat him? It shouldn't be time for the Marines to abolish the warlord system yet, right? What is a Rear Admiral from the East Blue doing in the Grand Line? And you even attacked my agents. Crocodile questioned with a tone of accusation. Boredom. Defeating a few pirates earns me some merit. Besides, do you think the Marines are unaware of what you're doing in Alabasta? Oh, Lu Chun said, enunciating each word. In truth, he was merely bluffing Crocodile. You? Crocodile hesitated, a flicker of killing intent flashing in his eyes. In his right hand, yellow sand coalesced, gradually forming a small desert tornado. Sables. With a sweep of his hand, he hurled the sand tornado, which grew larger, becoming a true cyclone that surged toward Lu Chun. Rokushiki Soru. Lu Chun chuckled softly. In a flash, he vanished from his spot and reappeared on the other side. He easily dodged Crocodile's attack, but the tornado released by Crocodile shredded the wall before him, blasting a huge hole through it. A warlord of the sea resorting to sneak attacks. Then I'll have to arrest you for assaulting a marine, Lu Chun said coldly, gazing at the gaping hole in the wall. He hadn't even made a move yet, and Crocodile had already struck first. Still, this gave Lu Chun a charge to arrest him. Today, I want to see just how strong the Marine's rising star really is. Crocodile sneered repeatedly. His entire body turned into sand, dissipating into the air as he sped toward Lu Chun's position. Fine. Unfazed, Lu Chun used Soru to retreat, swiftly moving out of the room and into the desert beyond. Crocodile followed closely. Lu. Robin stepped forward, ready to act, but noticed Lu Chun's mouth forming the words, no need to intervene. So she withdrew her hands and watched quietly. Even after all these years, she still remembered the man who had notified her mother to return. That man wasn't from their island at all. He was a Marine, and he absolutely had an extraordinary connection with her mother. So finding that Marine was the only way to learn about her mother. When she learned Lu Chun was coming here, Robin chose to conceal his information, keeping it from Crocodile. In doing so, she inadvertently helped Lu Chun. Elsewhere, Lu Chun and Crocodile had already reached the outdoors. Hey, you sure know how to pick a spot. Choosing this place as your grave. Crocodile said with a triumphant grin. The desert was his domain. Is that so? Lu Chun retorted. Desert spotta. Crocodile's eyes flashed as he held nothing back. His entire right arm transformed into sand, forming a massive sand blade that grew larger. It struck straight at Lu Chun, slashing down with tremendous force. Armament Haki hardening. Lu Chun stood his ground, his hands coated in black armament, Haki gleaming with darkness. Both longswords Zhantian and Kuwayaiba were also imbued with Haki, the power swirling around the blades. Crimson and jet-black arcs of lightning flickered across the sword's edges. The next moment, he swung both swords simultaneously. Notoriu Onigiri. A red and a black sword slash shot forth, forming an X shape. The slashes expanded as they traveled the surrounding sword aura, transforming into a massive demon, half black and half red, reaching out to seize Crocodile's sand blade. Boom. The two techniques collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept outward in all directions. Instantly, sand flew everywhere. Lu Chun raised his arm to shield himself from the sand, retreating swiftly with the wind. But before the sand settled, a chill suddenly crept up from behind him. Desert Gracia. Unbeknownst to Lu Chun, Crocodile had used the ground to form a massive sand sword, stabbing at his back. Armament Haki. But Lu Chun was no easy target. His observation Haki had already sensed the danger. His entire back was hardened with armament Haki. He felt a tremendous impact as the force sent him flying. After sliding several meters across the ground, he finally managed to steady himself. A red mark was left on his back, but his cloak was torn to shreds. "You're pretty strong." With these words, both halted their movements, sizing each other up. A marine worthy of being Garp's grandson. Crocodile declared solemnly, his expression grave. His abilities largely relied on the Suna no Mi, yet his opponent not only possessed Haki, but could even project and code himself with it. It was as if he was deliberately designed to counter him. Nevertheless, Crocodile still had faith in his own strength, holding absolute confidence. Even if the fight proved troublesome, he would never be defeated. "You're not bad either." Lu Chun chuckled. The Suna no Mi was indeed the most troublesome, especially in the desert. With its versatile combat style, he had to stay fully alert. "Unfortunately, you can't beat me." As the words fell, Crocodile suddenly launched an attack. His arm transformed into sand, then enlarged into a crescent-shaped sand blade aimed at Lu Chun. Rokushiki Soru. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, using Soru to swiftly dodge, evading Crocodile's strike. That move wasn't powerful. Even if it hit a person, it wouldn't harm them. However, it could drain all the moisture from a body. Even Lu Chun had to avoid it. As he landed steadily, Crocodile, whose entire body had turned to sand, suddenly drifted behind Lu Chun, extending his golden poisoned hook to stab him. Just as it was about to strike, a red longsword blocked Crocodile's attack from behind. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Lu Chun countered with force, knocking Crocodile's golden poison hook away. Using Soru, he quickly retreated, widening the distance between them. Demon Flame Slash. In an instant, Lu Chun adjusted his breath, his eyes sharpening as black chi and Haki converged on the blade of Zhan Tian. Terrifying black flames coalesced into a massive sword tens of meters long. With a swing of his hand, the black giant blade cleaved down toward Crocodile's position at lightning speed. My! Crocodile immediately sensed the immense pressure and Haki emanating from it. If struck, he would surely be injured. He rapidly turned his body into sand, dispersing to the side to evade the attack. However, the descent of the demon flame giant blade was faster than his escape. Boom! The blade struck the ground. The entire earth trembled, sending countless grains of sand into the air. They fell from midair like a cascading waterfall of sand. "Where is he?" Lu Chun stared intently at the sand ahead, but failed to spot Crocodile's figure. He had likely turned his body into sand again, becoming part of the countless grains. This was Crocodile's most troublesome ability. As the sand fell, a small portion gathered behind Lu Chun, rapidly forming a golden poison hook aimed at his foot. Desert Poison Hook. The sudden change caught Lu Chun off guard. The hook pierced his right foot. At the same time, Crocodile fully materialized behind Lu Chun, a smug smile on his lips. "I told you can't beat me. My golden hook is laced with lethal poison. You're doomed." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Chun suddenly smiled. His supposedly struck right foot had transformed into a leg of crackling lightning. It had pierced, but failed to poison Lu Chun. Discharge. Instantly, Lu Chun unleashed a surge of lightning, traveling through the golden hook to Crocodile. Zzzzzzzt. Lightning engulfed Crocodile, charring his body black as if his bones were visible within. Up. Crocodile let out a scream, collapsing to the ground, astonished. "A devil fruit? You're also a user." From his intel, Lu Chun wasn't a devil fruit user. He never expected it to be the Goro no Mi. Hep. With a cold laugh, Lu Chun raised his sword, striking with a slash infused with sword intent and Haki. Ground Secco. Crocodile's face shifted, his hands turning into 4 large sand blades. Bang! As the sword energy and sand blades clashed, he transformed into sand again, fleeing into the distance to widen the gap. Trying to escape. No way. But Lu Chun had already sensed his trajectory. With a sharp gaze, he leaped into the air, swinging his longsword repeatedly to strike at Crocodile hidden within the sand. Slash after slash. Each strike stirred up massive amounts of sand, leaving craters in the ground. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a figure burst from the sand, crashing heavily to the ground. It was Crocodile, who had fled earlier. His body was now covered in wounds, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. "I never thought someone so young could possess such strength. No wonder you're called the Marine Supernova. I reckon you're the strongest of this generation of supernovas. Decisive and ruthless, countless pirates will likely fall by your hand. Thanks for the compliment, but I won't let you go." Lu Chun smiled faintly. Hep. At this, Crocodile suddenly let out an eerie laugh, his entire body turning to sand, merging with the ground's sand in a continuous spin, forming a sandstorm that gradually expanded, swallowing everything around it into a towering vortex dozens of meters high. As if to devour all in its path, anything entering it would instantly have all its moisture drained. Heavy sandstorm. Suddenly Crocodile's voice echoed from within the massive sandstorm, which charged toward Lu Chun at breakneck speed. Good, I've been waiting for this. Lu Chun smiled, raising his sword to slash at the air, not at the approaching sandstorm. As Crocodile puzzled over this, he noticed a large patch of rain clouds had appeared in the sky. That slash had accelerated their descent, turning them into raindrops that fell. A heavy downpour. This was all part of Lu Chen's plan. What he had taken from the palace was the dance powder Crocodile had used to frame Cobra. 30 million volt Thunderbird. With a grin, Lu Chun raised his right hand, gathering countless dazzling bolts of lightning. Electric arcs flickered across his body. A massive Thunderbird formed in his hand. With a wave it shot toward the sandstorm at incredible speed. Lightning fast, it struck the sandstorm instantly. Boom. Zzzzzzzt. A tremendous roar. The Thunderbird dissolved into countless bolts, merging completely with the sandstorm. Dry sand might have been fine, but with the rain falling it became conductive. Crocodile hidden within was inevitably caught in the Thunderbird's blast.